This escort mission lasted a full 5 years, only for the convoy to disband in the end, with the goods looted by bandits. Of the dozen or so brothers who originally accompanied the journey, only I remain, the sole difference being the addition of the good son. 5 years ago, I carried a letter from Squire Wang to Guangnan Prefecture to retrieve his second son, who had been traveling abroad since childhood. Who would have thought that this mere few thousand-li journey would take us 2.5 years to complete, with the round trip consuming 5 full years? Staring at the infant in my arms, I muttered to myself, the good son is still goods. Whether I get paid depends on the value of this little brat. The goods were a philandering seed even on the road. He never forgot to seek out women, resulting in the birth of this infant a year ago. A faint smile crept onto my face. Just 10 more li, and we'd be home. Once I got my hands on this payment, I'd buy 100 acres of fertile land, build a grand estate, and properly marry 2 wives to continue the family line. As I walked, my eyelids suddenly twitched for no reason. Instinctively gripping my longsword, I slowly turned my head only to see a blood-soaked middle-aged man sprawled on a large rock by the ditch, staring at me. Steadying my nerves, I lowered my head and kept walking. Meddling in others' affairs was the last thing one should do in the Jianghu. Boy, look up. The man coughed twice, his voice hoarse. I froze mid-step. The voice had come from ahead, yet the man had clearly been behind me moments ago. Silently loosening my grip on the sword, I raised my head to see the man now seated cross-legged on the open ground 2 or 3 zhang away. Gee, great immortal, I stammered out. I had no idea what this thing was, but anything that could move from behind me to right in front of me in an instant had to be either a monster or a cultivator. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, covered in blood and looking utterly wretched. The chest of his Taoist robe was embroidered with a character for blood, judging by his attire. He was likely a cultivator, and one affiliated with a sect at that. The cultivator raised his hand slightly and said, "Come here." I dropped the long blade in my hand and shakily approached, then fell to my knees with a thud. Immortal above, this lowly one kowtows to you. My whole body trembled uncontrollably as I kowtowed like pounding garlic. This was a cultivator, and one so severely injured he was on the verge of death. Cultivators were human, not immortals, and humans could die. Once he was dead, everything would be mine. I had originally been a mercenary in the modern world, but 25 years ago, I was reborn here through fetal transmigration. Yet to this day, I hadn't even caught a glimpse of the path to immortality. Look up. The cultivator saw me drop my long blade, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. This lowly one dares not gaze upon an immortal. I played the role of subservience and timidity to perfection. This was my first encounter with a cultivator. I didn't know how to react, but memories of past life cultivation novels and rumors of cultivators in this world compelled me to bow my head, lower it, and bide my time. You're quite good. Huang Liji seemed pleased with my reaction. He formed a hand seal, swiftly stopping the bleeding from his wounds. As the last trace of his spiritual energy drained away, Huang Liji's face turned several shades paler. Don't be afraid. Carry me to that tree, Huang Liji commanded me. It was high noon, the scorching sun blazing overhead, waves of heat rising from the ground. Huang Liji had exhausted all his magical power, and severely injured as he was, he could barely withstand the scorching heat. I dared not disobey, even though the cultivator was gravely wounded. Who knew if he had any hidden trump cards up his sleeve? But deep down, I was calculating. He had just teleported right in front of me. Yet now he wanted me to carry him, with such magic at his disposal yet choosing not to use it. It seemed he was truly on the brink of death and seeking my help. When I lifted Huang Liji onto my back, I realized he didn't weigh anything like a normal person. My thoughts raced, and I accidentally quickened my breath. What are you nervous about? This humble one has never seen an immortal's grace before, hence the nervousness, I replied cautiously. Hearing this, Huang Liji removed his hand from the back of my head. Though he had lost his magical powers, a trace of his spiritual energy remained, enough to kill an ordinary person if unleashed. I placed Huang Liji under a tree and took off my outer garment to cushion the ground. Huang Liji grew increasingly pleased and said, "As long as you take good care of this immortal, you shall be rewarded." What is that in your arms? This is my young master. The family has suffered a great calamity, and I am fleeing with the last of their bloodline, I replied respectfully. Huang Liji nodded and said, "Bring the child to me. This child has a connection with this immortal, and I shall grant him a blessing." Huang Liji reached out, his breath quickening. He had just emerged from a secret realm and was fortunate to have obtained 3 thunder escape talismans, using 2 in succession to escape the ambush of his pursuers. Even so, he had suffered extremely severe injuries, to the point where even his spiritual apertures were shattered. This remote and impoverished land had sparse spiritual energy, making it impossible to circulate his cultivation techniques or absorb spiritual energy, let alone recover from his injuries. It was a hopeless situation, but heaven always leaves a way out. The child exuded a faint aura, as if he possessed spiritual apertures. If the child indeed had spiritual apertures, Huang Liji could use his remaining soul power to seize the body and live another life. Hearing this, I quickly placed the infant in my arms beside him. Go hunt some game, Huang Liji said, pressing his palm against the baby's abdomen as his spiritual power surged. Heaven helps me, a 4-inch spiritual aperture. I've never seen a child with such potential destined for the Violet Mansion. With the supreme treasure I seized from the secret realm, I will surely carve out my place in this vast world of cultivation. As I walked away, Huang Liji suppressed the excitement in his heart, steadied his mind, and began channeling an enigmatic aura to lock onto the infant, pouring it ceaselessly into the child's body. Moments later, beads of sweat formed on Huang Liji's forehead, and the infant wailed incessantly. In the distance, I smiled faintly as I approached, holding a wolf by its scruff. Immortal, let's feast on this wolf. Huang Liji couldn't speak at all, forced to feign composure. He had tested me many times before, convinced I was foolishly loyal and unlikely to harbor ill intent. Just as he thought this, a sudden chill ran down his spine, a surge of deadly danger. You lowly wretch, how dare you? Huang Liji roared, his soul-seizing ritual disrupted. He spat a mouthful of blood. I smirked, the wolf in my left hand had vanished, while the long blade in my right slashed toward Huang Liji. Huang Liji immediately withdrew his spiritual power, and a talisman emitting a faint golden light appeared in his hand. The talisman ignited, and a semicircular golden shield instantly enveloped Huang Liji. The longsword struck as if hitting armor, producing a metallic clang. I froze for half a second before grabbing the longsword and hacking away relentlessly. You lowly mortals, how could you comprehend the might of us cultivators? Give up, you can't break my golden shield talisman, Huang Liji mocked. I stopped and wiped the sweat from my forehead, grinning. Did you forget something? Huang Liji froze, following my gaze to the infant outside the golden shield talisman. You were just attempting a soul transfer, weren't you? The stories say if the transfer is interrupted, your spirit will suffer severe damage too, right? I laughed maniacally, raising my longsword for a ruthless slash, striking at the infant without hesitation. How dare you? Huang Liji's spirit trembled violently as he forcibly shifted the infant an inch away. The long blade swept past, leaving a bloody gash on the infant's face. Huang Liji swallowed a pill, his eyes instantly turning blood red as his entire body erupted with surging blood energy. He dismissed the golden shield talisman and abruptly stood up. I turned back, my face twisted into a savage grin. Ha ha ha, you finally came out. And you guessed wrong. I suddenly bent down, grabbed a cloth strip from the sand, and pulled with all my might. Huang Liji's clothes slipped under his feet, and as he had just stood up, he staggered backward. I kicked him down with a flying kick, then swung my long blade. Thud, a head went flying. Take advantage of your weakness to take your life. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3, 4, I looked like a madman, completely unwilling to stop until I had hacked Huang Liji into pieces. Only then did I pause, exhausted. Ha ha ha, this opportunity was meant for me. I collapsed onto the ground, laughing hysterically at the sky. A cultivator? A supreme treasure? They're all mine. Struggling to my feet, I began rummaging through Huang Liji's clothes. How could there be no storage pouch? Don't all cultivators carry one, like in the novels? After searching for a long time, I only found a bead, a pale purple jade talisman, a few paper talismans, an animal skin map, several milky white stones, and some unidentified pills. Where's the cultivation manual? The spirit vein testing stone? My hearing is sharp. I clearly heard Huang Liji say this baby has 4-inch spirit veins. Could cultivators measure spirit veins without a testing stone? And the treasure? I picked up the bead, the most likely candidate among the pile of items. Baishui County was located at the northernmost edge of Changning Prefecture. I paid the city entrance fee with the bandits' copper coins and inquired for a long time before finding the new residence of Master Wang. Just as I reached the gate, I saw it wide open, with funeral music playing inside. I froze. Had Master Wang died? I didn't dare barge in. 5 years ago, the escort mission was commissioned by Master Wang. If he was already dead, whether his heirs would honor the agreement was another matter. After all, no one wanted an extra person showing up to claim a share of the family fortune. After circling the area several times, I pieced together from snippets of conversation that it was Master Wang's eldest son who had died of illness. Li Xian sent a sigh of relief. The silver should not run away now. And it would take a lot more to give it away. Li Xian knocked on the door clasp and a butler-like man came out. The housekeeper saw that Li Xian had short hair and skimmed his sword, and he had the air of a reckless martial artist. Tough little brother, how many brothers are in your family? The second oldest in the family, the caretaker of the house. The butler was relieved that it turned out to be the Dark Master. Today is the day of mourning for the eldest young master, as long as it's not the greens or casuals who come to cause trouble. Li Xian stopped talking nonsense and took out the old yellowed handwritten letter from his waist. Jinyuan Dark Bureau under the Dark Master, 5 years ago by the trust of the Wang member of the foreigner, today specially come to hand over the appointment. The main gate was for entertaining guests, and the butler guided Li Xian to enter through the side door, seeing no one along the way. Pushing open a compartment, a dry, thin old man stood up hastily. Holy, this is Mr. Wang. Why do I remember that he was fat 5 years ago? As soon as he picked up the baby, Mr. Wang's cloudy eyes glistened with tears. Like. Really? Clerk Wang's dry fingers trembled as he touched the baby's face. My bitter son. Mr. Wang just went through the pain of losing his son, and now he is lucky to have grandchildren. Under the great joy and great sorrow, he even cried out. It took a long time to calm down. My name is Han Li. Strongman Han, how did my son die? Li Xian sighed, tears in the corners of his eyes. The dart team passed by the border of Zenenfu, heavy rain followed by a severe drought, alternating hot and cold heat. The second son was infected with wind fever. And many times encountered the mountain bandits. We are poorly escorted, a team of more than a dozen people, all the way to escape and kill, and finally only I took the little son survived. The second prince has passed away. I have failed to fulfill my trust. I had no face to see the main family again, but then I thought that the little son in my arms is the only bloodline of the second prince. I dare not break my oath, and I came here. This king outside the shade of the ancestors, and benevolent family, in this Baishui county is known as a good and kind of rich family. If you are so tearful, I think you should give yourself 1,000 or 800 taels at least. That's a dozen lives traded in 5 years for an only grandchild. Yes, this baby is the only grandson of Mr. Wang, Li Xian has long inquired. Mr. Wang's eldest son only left 2 daughters. It seems that his daughter-in-law still has one in her stomach. How dare you, my Wang family still needs to thank Strong Han for his great favor. Butler, go fetch double the tael gold. Li Xian's eyes lit up. Double. That's 1,000 taels. Chapter 4 Wang Tianyou. 1,000 taels of silver is not easy. When Li Xian left 5 years ago, an acre of good paddy is only 8 taels. A stone of ordinary rice costs only 5 cents. A laborer's ration for a year is only $1 or $2.50. This 1,000 taels of silver, converted into hundreds of acres of land and a family's rations for 10 years off. Li Xian declined the housekeeper's invitation to arrange lodging on the grounds that he hadn't seen his elderly mother at home for many years. Leave with 200 taels of silver and 8 taels of gold. 8 taels of gold were stuffed into homemade underwear, and a dozen pounds of silver were wrapped in rags and carried on his back. He left calmly with his long sword full of slits in his hand and a longbow hanging from his back. Go home. Go home. Looking at Li Xian's back as he sprightly left, Butler Wang Jintua couldn't help but sigh. Strong Han is truly a man of faith. Li Xian went out of the city and drilled into the forest to mess around for an hour. By the time he reappeared on the other side of the forest, the tattered jacket he was wearing had long since been discarded and replaced by a short, rough coat. Take the supreme treasure dug out of the woods, stopping at 3 miles and rerouting at 5. Until the sky is completely dark, see behind no more tracking people, which is a sigh of relief. This knife is already full of openings. I'm afraid I won't be able to cut. The spiritual orifice is only 2 inches. Is it really impossible to break through to chi practicing? He had 5 sons and 8 daughters in his life. 3 sons and 2 daughters died early. The eldest son has a spiritual aperture, but unfortunately only 1 inch 8. 5 years ago to reach the 9 weight of the hidden spirit. A year ago to wait for a long time for the second son does not return to start the impact of practicing chi, but unfortunately failed to succeed. Cultivation fell dramatically. His life is not long to go. Sojourner leaves posthumous child and daughter-in-law's belly at last minute. The second son also possessed a spiritual aperture, but it was not even an inch, and the Wang family did not have enough reserves, so they had to supply the oldest with cultivation resources. The second was disheartened, and sought daily pleasure, and then went out to travel. The Wang clerk looked at the baby, his large hand hovering between the orifice measuring stone and the blood testing ruler. With a sharp clench of his teeth, he crossed over to the blood measuring tape and picked up the orifice stone and shoved it into the baby's hand. The orifice measuring stone emitted a faint halo of light. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. 4 inches. 4 inches 1. Ha 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 ha. God bless my Wang family. God bless. What bull blood test ruler? My Wang family's bloodline? You have to be even if you are not. You have to be. Mr. Wang fell into a seizure, but did not see the halo on the orifice measuring stone was slowly dimming. Wang family 100 years of fortune. Fortunately, the heavenly blessing again immortal margin son, from now on, you will be named Wang Tianyou. Chapter 5, Eating the Jedi. Leaning Village, Baishuwei County. Li's front door. Uncle Li, we're not bullying you either. Can you use up such a big well? And your family's land and house, you can't use them anyway, so why don't you sell them to me, Sun Yukai? A large group of burly men blocked the entrance of Li Xian's house and shouted. There was a water well in the courtyard of the Li family, which was dug by Li Xian, who was distressed that his old mother went to the river daily to fetch water, and spent a month with his elder brother. If this were a normal day, it would be a simple well. But now the drought continues, the river is dry, there is no water, the village people can only go to the big mountain to find the spring, but the big mountain jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, snakes, insects, rats and ants all over the place, how many people are not to return? Over time, people in the village hit on Li Xian's family's idea of the only well in the village. Now that his oldest son, Li Yi, is dead, these dogs are rushing up to eat the Jedi. In the hall behind Li Ping. Son of a, I'm going to kill them. Li Ling, the youngest, gritted his teeth and stared ferociously at the person outside the door with a chilling hatred in his voice. The older Li Shi didn't speak, too calm to be a 9-year-old, just taking note of every face outside without a word. Sun Yukai at the east end of the village, his family has 2 sons and a daughter, just now it seems that Sun Yutian is also in there, and the eldest son of the Wang family. He has quite a lot of family. Li Liangyu gasped and hurriedly pulled his 2 brothers' hands to the back. Hurry up! Auntie and Grandma are already waiting for us back there. Let's go! Li Liangyu no longer had the time to discipline his 3rd brothers out of character words, running for his life was important now. Hurry up and go, there's no fear of burning firewood when you've left the green hills. Li Liangyu tugged on Li Shiha Li Ling's clothes, and just now, without paying attention, he let them run back. I'm not leaving. If you want to go, you coward. Li Ling grabbed away Li Liangyu's hand and thumped into the room to fumble out an arm-length, index-finger-thick iron bar. The iron rod had a rag wrapped around one end and a sharpened end. Li Ling copied the iron cone and prepared to rush out. Li Liangyu tried to pull him back, but he had been weak since childhood, so how could he possibly pull back? Pa! Li Shi slapped Li Ling in the face. Stupid! You can't even sneak up on a kid and kill a strong man. The book Uncle 2 left behind says that there is as much strength as there is to do as much as you can. Soldier against general. We are children, to kill of course is to kill children. Li Shi pinched the back of Li Ling's neck, go with second brother. Big brother, take care of Auntie and Granny. Li Ling's eyes lit up, it was still second brother who was smart. Li Liangyu climbed up from the ground, ran to the back door, only to see Nyang and Granny stay, where there is still the figure of his 2 younger brothers. There's still a standoff going on in the yard, and it looks like it's going to be a fight. Eating a Jedi is not something to be seen as honorable. Normally people wouldn't make it too obvious, but who let the Li family be the only ones with a well in this year of disaster? Pit bulls are not guilty. Everyone would rather die a Li family. Just then, a tiger-headed child came to the back of the crowd. Father! Father! What are you screaming about? I'm not dead yet, your father. Sun Yutian pushed his way out of the crowd and picked up his foolish son in his arms. The child tried to speak aloud and held it back with a roll of his eyes. Lie down in Sun Yutian's ear and quietly said, Father, I just played in the village entrance, came a person, looks like Li Yi, that person looks fierce miles, there are. Lucky to be back early. I haven't done anything yet. Sun Yutian kissed his foolish son, you are truly a blessing to my family. When your uncle Yutsai dies, his land and house will be mine. Sun Yotian's departure didn't concern anyone, because there were just too many Hans present, and a full dozen of them blocked the door. They were all, without exception, people who wanted the Li family's wells and fields. Li Ping sat in the yard with his firewood knife copied, and a few men with dung forks in their hands stood beside him. They had help, as did the Li family. The Li family came to this village not many years ago. Li Ping, in order to completely integrate into the village and not to be bullied by the locals, united 3 or 4 families with the same batch of foreigners who fled the village. Several families agreed that if one family was in trouble each family would help out. The sun is too poisonous, Sun Yukai cannot stay a little. From the day Li Ping found Li Ye's body they began to block the door. This is the 3rd day. Sun Yotsai's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and he took out a long spear from a side door. The Li family yard, several foreign surnamed Hans saw the situation but did not dare to make a move. There were only 3 or 4 of them, but there were more than 10 on the other side. Moreover, Sun Yukai grew up with Li Xian, got Li Xian taught a few strokes of marksmanship, 1 to fight 2 or 3 of them cannot be a problem. Gramps. How about? A man named Song shouted. It's fine to let them help with the momentum, but it's impossible to really let them fight Sun Yukai with a dung fork. Give it to them? Even if we give it to them, will they really spare my Li family? If it did, my son wouldn't. Li Xian swept towards the direction of his home at great speed. But at a short distance he stopped, and he saw the white cloth hanging over the doorway in the distance. Crop farmers are poor and can't afford to buy mourning clothes and white scarves. Whenever a loved one passes away, a white cloth will be used to hang with the door to show that they are in mourning. Li Xian's eyes were wide with anger, but when he saw the group of Hans surrounding the doorway, his raised leg stopped stiffly. Carrying his longbow, he leapt from the off-ramp to the thatched roof of the hut. The man outside the door had been staring at Li Ping, but he hadn't noticed Li Xian. Sun Yukai held the gun in one hand and took out a few taels of broken silver in the other, pressing the issue again. Elder Li. I'm asking you for the last time. Sell or not? The townspeople were watching, and he didn't want to jeopardize his decency. The gray-haired Li Ping grinned. Son's kid, I'll sell. I'll sell it. Come here and give me the silver. I, Li Ping, am old and can't get up when I sit down. Come over to Chapter 6, Ruthless Tactics. Ah, that's right. In the words of your second son, those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Sun Yukai smiled proudly. He was pressed by Li Xian when he was a child, and when he grew up, he thought that once Li Xian was gone, there would be no one to suppress him, but it turned out that there was another Li Yi, which is really hateful. But so what if you two brothers are powerful, don't you still disappear and die? Sun Yukai didn't even put Li Ping, who had half of his body in the ground, in his eyes, and took the silver and walked over. Choke. The firewood knife broke through the air and violently slashed at Sun Yotsai's shoulder. Ah! Old dog, how dare you! Li Ping was ultimately old, the knife only entered the flesh less than 2 inches, and failed to kill Sun Yukai in one move. Sun Yukai was furious and raised his spear to stab. Li Ping sneered, waiting for this moment. Li Ping twisted and pulled, and the lance shifted its position to poke at the outlandish man in the pestle next to him. You guys don't want to make a move with Sun Yukai, but I'm going to force you to do it, and I'm not that good at taking my silver. If you guys want to blame yourselves for wavering. Everything was in a flash of lightning, and before the foreigner man could react, the lance was already in front of his eyes. Just then. Bang! Like the tremor of a bowstring, or a low growl. The long arrow broke through the air and lifted Sun Yukai's heavenly soul cover, and red and white things burst out and sprinkled Li Ping all over. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Xian! Xianer! Li Ping was the first to look up and saw Li Xian on the roof. Li Xian didn't say anything, his face unusually calm. Silence bent his bow and drew his arrow. This stone bow was not much different from a toy in his eyes, and he pulled a full moon with ease. The bow clicked like it was going to snap taut in the next second. The crowd in the courtyard looked at the godlike figure on the roof in fear. It's Li Xian. Li Xian is back. I can't believe he's not dead. Li Xian grinned, looking down at the crowd teasingly. There are still 11 arrows in my arrow bag, 2 of you can get out alive. Hit high, hit low. Another swishing arrow, a leaning forward Han was instantly pierced through the head, like a wooden stick forked hawthorn, a single thrust. Li Xian drew his bow again. The rest of them finally came back to their senses and scrambled outside. This lunatic! Why isn't he dead yet? Everyone growled mentally and then slipped away one by one. Li Xian released another arrow. Shot a man in the calf. When the people had almost run away, Li Xian put away his longbow and leapt down. Dragging the man, who was rolling and wailing on the ground with his calf shot through, into the yard. Close the door and insert the whistle. A sharp kick to the man's stomach. You better be quiet. Li Xian hissed, his tone filled with madness. Dad! Li Xian could no longer hold back his emotions when he saw the pale figure with the sword in the courtyard. He fell to his knees in front of him, tears streaming down his face. Li Ping was also in old tears. The child is unfilial. And big brother he. Li Xian listened to the whole thing from the roof. Li Yi treated Li Xian extremely well, but I did not expect that 5 years ago, a parting of the ways. It is actually the separation of the yin and yang. A moment later, Li Xian wiped away his tears. Thanking a few of the Hanyu who had helped his family. For today's great favor, Li Xian will repay it generously in the future. Several people even said they didn't dare and left with shivering legs. Sending a few people away, Li Xian raised his knife and cut the man's hamstrings. "Father, go find mother and sister-in-law. I'll take care of it here," Li Xian said, handing Li Ping the long sword that was full of gaping holes. Li Ping is also not ambiguous, took the knife from the back door to chase, when the man who dared to travel alone through the mountains and forests, with a daughter-in-law, picking 2 children to come here to settle, as long as there is a knife in the hand, the dragon pools and tigers dared to break into a cave. I ask, you answer. If you dare to lie to me one word, I'll kill you, and then I'll kill your whole family. Brother Xian, it's me, I'm Ernio, it's me who's obsessed, it's me who's wronged you, just spare. Before Ernio could finish his pleas for mercy, he let out a violent, heart-rending howl. Li Xian turned the arrow stuck in his thigh viciously, then pulled it out. Sharp barbs tore out large chunks of flesh and blood. There's no point in talking nonsense. How did my brother die? Who masterminded it? From the time Li Xian could walk on his own, Li Xian had dragged Li Yi to exercise daily. Li Xian had taught Li Yi almost all the combat techniques and basic skills he knew from his previous life. When Li Xian left, Li Yi had at least 70% of Li Xian's strength. Against these losers in the village, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pick over a dozen of them by himself. It's the Sun family. The village chief said that Sun Yukai found a mountain spring on the big hill. The flow is great. He wants to divert this mountain spring to the fields at the foot of the mountain. But the entire village will be water exploration and infusion of the art of only 2 of your brothers, forced to pressure Li Yi, then followed the mountain. And then he disappeared, and it wasn't until the day before yesterday that your father found his body on the mountain. Li Xian's tiger eyes were filled with tears, and his hands could not stop trembling. Then this seizure of my family's well was also the Sun family's idea? Yes. Ernio glanced at Li Xian's blood-red eyes and kept begging for mercy. Brother Xian, it's really none of my business, I was forced to do it too, there's no water in the house, the whole family is dying of thirst, I can't help it. You let me go. Will you spare me? I really know I'm wrong. Li Xian grinned, his ghastly white teeth showing like a man eating evil spirit. Okay, I'll let you go. Pust. Li Xian violently stabbed the arrow into his heart. Look. Doesn't that let it go? Li Xian wiped the blood on his hands on Ernio's clothes and picked up the longbow and arrow pouch on the ground. Pull out the arrows from the 3 bodies. There are only 3 arrows, so we can't afford to waste them. There's no such thing as 11 arrows. Pops was there just now, afraid he'd get hurt if he really chopped it up. I'm just fooling those idiots. Li Xian came to the edge of the water well and put the barrel down. There was a clunk, as if it had hit a large rock he had placed at the bottom of the well back then. And the well is almost dry. Lift the barrel, but see very little muddy water. No wonder Big Brother will risk going up the mountain. I think that in addition to the situation, there is also worry about the problem of their own water. Sun family. Harming my big brother's life, I will slaughter your entire family. Li Xian took his bow and went after Li Ping's footsteps. It wasn't far before they saw the family being escorted back. Mother. Li Xian thought of himself as a rational person, but he just couldn't hold back his tears when faced with his old mother whom he hadn't seen for years. It's good that my Xianer is safe, it's good that he's safe. The old mother was just an ordinary farmer's family, and had been fighting for the family since Li Xian was born. When I left, it was clear that my parents were still healthy and my elder brother was still alive, but now, how did it become like this? Zhang Kaifeng touched her second son's face, and when she thought of her eldest son lying in the coffin, she couldn't help but feel sad. Go home, let's go home. The family was scared for 2 or 3 days, fearing that the Sun family would break into the house. Now that Li Xian had returned, he was instantly relieved. Chapter 7, The Kirin Child. Where are my other 2 nephews? Li Xian rubbed Li Liangyu's dry hair, the boy was as thin as a spar. No water crops cannot live, if not for the family still have some grain, the family has long been starved to death, but only limited to not starve to death, want to eat and drink enough, but never enough. Second uncle, second and third brother said they were going to run off and kill those people's entire family, I didn't stop them. Li Liangyu shivered and said, Li Liangyu was 5 years old when Li Xian left home, the impression in his mind has long been blurred, and now when he saw his hands full of blood and his repulsive face of his second uncle, he was scared to death. Li Xian frowned at his words. Dad. Li Ping threw the long sword full of gaping holes to Li Xian, go on your own. Li Xian didn't talk nonsense and left with his sword. Since the two nephews have already said it, if they don't honor it, won't they let the people in this village look down on our Li family? Li Ping looked at Li Xian's distant back and was slightly mesmerized. Ryoga. Master. You should put away your merciful heart, and when your second uncle comes back, let him take you to slaughter the man who killed your father. Grandpa. Li Liangyu mumbled, his face filled with hesitation and distress. Hey, Li Ping sighed softly twice. The life of the field planing food, how can be so weak and good? At the beginning should listen to the words of the old too, don't send him to the town of the husband's home. The layout of the houses in the village has not changed much despite the passage of 5 springs. Li Xian carried his sword all the way through. The passing households all closed their doors and covered their windows, and the entire village could not see a single silhouette for fear of being broken into by Li Xian. Li Xian laughed coldly as he felt the sights coming from various human households. Sooner or later, I'll settle the score with you. Li Xian also didn't know which household his 2 nephews had gone to, so he could only go to the 13 people's households to look for them one by one. Wang's yard. This is the house of Wang Ernia that Li Xian just killed. Wang Ernia was an outsider, but instead of getting close to the small coalition of outsiders organized by their Li family, he went to appease the Sun family. Little, how dare you? When my father comes back, he will chop you up. In the courtyard lay a burly woman, blood pouring from her waist, dead as a post. There was also a woman sitting paralyzed on the floor, covering her wounds and gasping for air. Only 2 young boys, about the same age as Li Ling, shielded the injured woman with pitchforks. Li Shi's eyes narrowed and he gave a wink to his third brother next to him. The 2 shifted positions, and Li Ling ran to the side to pick up rocks to smash them with. The dung forks were too long, and they had no long weapons in their hands, so they could only wear them out slowly like this. The 2 little boys were smashed and bared their teeth, but they didn't dare to move away. Li Shi and Li Ling were too ruthless, and just entered the door without saying anything to the 2 women was a stab. Rural women with coarse hands and feet, hand strength is not much worse than men, not to solve them want to kill the whole family of the Wang family is simply delusional. Third brother, hurry up. The 2 Wang family wards couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over to try to fork Li Shi. Sandy. As soon as the 2 waifs left, Li Ling, who had originally lifted a stone to stone someone, hurriedly went around to the back and drew out a sharpened iron rod to stab the woman's neck violently. Mother! I'll kill you! Li Shi ran out the door in a flash, slamming the wooden yard door shut. Wang Wazi could not crash for a moment, and hurriedly turned back to look for that Li Ling. But in the courtyard, besides the 2 corpses, was Li Ling half a shadow. Boom! A burning torch landed on the thatched roof. Li Ling came out from behind him behind Li Shi, with an arm-thick whistle stick on his shoulder. The 2 brothers worked together to hold it against the wooden door. Third brother. Go! Second brother, they're still alive. Li Shi stopped explaining and took Li Ling's hand and turned around to leave. However, they did not want a tall figure to stand behind them. You! Li Ling was startled and was about to pull out his iron rod, but Li Shi pressed his hand to death. Uncle, we're just passing through. Li Shi shielded her brother behind her, slowly backing up in the direction of departure as she spoke. Li Shen looked at the 2 children with a happy face, seeing Li Shi's behavior was even more joyful. Good waifu. Good boy. Striding forward about to touch Li Shi's head. With a swish sound, Li Xian easily and comfortably grabbed the iron rod stabbing at his waist. Good timing and a steady enough mind, but not enough speed or power. Li Shi looked up. But remember me. I'm your second uncle. Li Xian patted the 2 boys on the head and walked over to kick open the door of the room. The 2 Wang family boys lying by the door of the room had their necks snapped and thrown into the fire before they could react. Go! Go home! The Wang family has gone to the water, how can the neighbors around them not know? But even so none of them dared to stand up and say something. Until Li Xian and they're far away, the house next to the near a few families ran over to push down the fence. You? Really our second uncle? No. Li Ling hastily jumped out of the way and drew his iron cone full of wariness. Li Shi couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at his third brother's foolishness. Li Xian laughed out loud. Linger, you have to remember that there are some things you can ask, but there are some things you can only discern and perceive on your own. Like who the hell am I? It doesn't matter who I am until you can't decide, you only need to discern one thing, am I an enemy? Or friend? If you are a friend, then be at ease and wait for the truth. If it's an enemy? Li Shen dragged his sword with his left hand and carried the huge wooden barrel rice jar on his right shoulder as he looked at Li Shi. Li Shi, if the enemy. Then keep your guard up and then kill him at all costs. Li Xian laughed out loud, worthy of being my Li family's unicorn son. Chapter 8, Don't Want to or Don't Dare? Li Ping was sitting on a chair, and the two little ones in the hall were kneeling honestly. Sister-in-law Huan was holding a bamboo root and beating it while shedding tears. You two heartless ones. Where did you get the guts? At the age of 9, you dare to go looking for a door to kill? If anything happens to you guys, how will you let me explain to your dead father? The two little ones were beaten without saying a word. Huan was really mad and didn't keep her hands at all. Li Liangyu stomped her feet anxiously on the side and looked pitifully at Master. After a long time. Alright, Huang, let them get up. Li Ping gave the word, and Huang naturally didn't dare to disobey. On the side, Li Xian swallowed the last mouthful of muddy water and threw down the ladle to lift the two boys up one by one hand. If you don't listen to Master, you should be beaten. But the courage is commendable, not degrading the face of my Li family, and should be rewarded. Li Xian pulled out 2 pitch-black sugar cubes from his bosom and stuffed them into the two little ones' mouths. Another piece was thrown to Li Liangyu. Your second uncle boiled this himself, it's sweet. There was no rice or food on the way to the dart, and all the way to life and death relied on sugar cubes to get through. Li Xian hemmed and hawed and carried the rice jars from the yard into the house. 4 pounds of corn, 1 pound of beans, and 30 pounds of bark meal, 4 taels of broken silver, 1 hang of copper plates, 3 acres of field deeds, and some iron. It's really poor. Li Xian handed over the silver money field deeds to Li Ping and carried these grains into the kitchen. Only after doing this did Li Xian truly rest. Father, there are a total of 13 people blocking the door today. I killed 3 of them, of which Wang Tianyou's family is already extinct, but those 2 people from the Sun family have clansmen in this village. Li Xian frowned. Wang Tianyou's family is a single family, so it's just as well to exterminate it. But this Sun surname is the biggest surname in the village of Leaning Mountain. Li Xian of course knows that the grass does not get rid of the roots of the spring breeze blowing again. A few years of drought can flee long ago. The existing 67 families, of which 25 families are surnamed Sun, leaning on the village of the village is still that Sun Yuze's father, the Sun family's patriarch. If we really want to uproot them, these 25 families will all have to be killed. What do you want to do? Li Xian frowned tightly, his face cloudy. I just came back and destroyed 3 households, so I thought they would either throw in the towel, attack in groups or flee with their families. One of those 2 men has long since gone out of the 5 services with the family of the village chief who was in charge, when there will be no one to avenge him. But Sun Yukai is village Zhang's own son. The solution for today is to kill the village Zhang's lineage. It's not that he doesn't want to slaughter all the Sun clan, but it's the number of people that should be killed is too many. If someone reports to the police, he's afraid that it's not good to put it off, and it will also hurt the reputation of the Li family. Li Xian doesn't want to move his family. Li Ping closed his eyes. In addition to Sun Yukai, the village head has a son and 3 daughters. All 3 daughters have been married to foreign villages for many years, do not have to pay attention to. The Muramasa lineage that Li Xian was talking about now only consisted of Muramasa itself and Sun Yutian. There are also 18 families in the village, and there are 21 male members of the Zhao family. Li Ping muttered. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. And then heard Li Ping's cold and hoarse voice. To the west, near the deep water pool over there are a lot of stragglers. Xianer, has your martial arts improved in the past 5 years, and can you kill the Sun surname to extinction? Li Ping looked at the coffin next to him with hatred in his eyes. Li Xian also looked over. My son understands. In a moment go to the Zhao family's old man. The original name of the village was Jiajia village. A few decades ago, several brothers of the Sun family were exiled here, and slowly took root, and gradually this Jiajia village became the village of the mountain. During the years that Li Xian was gone, there were rumors in the village that in a few more years this leaning village should be called Sun's village. It's good to be an outcast. A vagrant is a human being too. People. How can you live in the middle of nowhere? I, Li Xian, am kind-hearted. So let's rent Sun's house to them. As soon as the stragglers fill in, I will go to the county office to offer some property, and then collect the Sun's property after making a good paperwork. Then no one has ever died in the village. Not a single one has died. With this thought, Li Xian was enlightened. It's true that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure, and when it comes to the critical time, it's up to the old man to think things through. After working until the afternoon, my sister-in-law cooked a pot of corn porridge, and she ladled the thickest to Li Xian, followed by Li Ping, then my mother, the 3 youngest, and finally to my own bowl, leaving only half a spoonful of muddy yellow rice soup. Li Xian ate in silence. Sister-in-law, make some dry food for the evening. Since I'm back, I naturally won't let the family run out of water or food again. Don't worry about the food. Okay, Uncle Junior. Li Xian came back from Master Zhao's house. He went there secretly and almost scared Master Zhao crazy when he first walked in the door. The family calmed down only after explaining their intentions. After a long discussion, things were finally finalized. When he was about to leave, Li Xian grinned at Elder Zhao and said, Elder, I, Li Xian, was also the one you watched grow up, so you should be clear about my character. My Li family is weak, not as big as your Zhao Sun family. I, Li Xian, have no other intention but to avenge my brother's murder. If this matter comes to fruition, I, Li Xian, will be the first to elect you as the village head. Li Xian walked to the door and turned back to say faintly, by the way, let Big Brother Zhao if you come out, the children will suffocate even if they hide in the cellar. The longbow in Big Brother Zhao's hand is a bit rotten. I'll send him a good one some other day. As soon as Li Xian left, the old man's 3 sons hurried out, and the eldest son, Wang Tianyou, was really holding an ash-stained and decayed longbow in his hand. Go get the children out of the cellar. Wang Tianyou swallowed his saliva. Just now when he hit at the back and heard Li Xian's words, his cold sweat couldn't stop dripping down. Father. Once Li Xian was gone for 5 years, everyone thought that he died out there, but I didn't expect that not only did he come back alive, but he's also as strong as he is. Master Zhao shook all over, holding onto his chair, and said with forced composure, do as he says, and call all the strong men in the clan over. Leaning Mountain Village is going to change. Naturally, Li Xian didn't know that his casual babbling would scare the Zhao family into this state. Self-consciousness returned to the house. Hugged the stone cairn in the courtyard. The long knife is already full of openings. If you kill someone tonight, you should sharpen your sword. Li Liangyu frowned slightly, his expression of wanting to speak shook Li Xian's head slightly as he watched. Tonight, you go with me. How? Big brother, second uncle is asking you something. Li Shi covered his ass and walked over to Liangyu. I don't want to go. Dang. The long blade trembled slightly with Li Xian's flick, and the muddy water on the blade swept away like waves of clouds. Don't want to or don't dare? Li Xian coldly stared at him with a pair of tiger eyes fiercely. Li Liangyu shivered even more. I think we can have better. All right. Li Xian interrupted. Taking out a packet of sugar cubes from his arms, second uncle is joking with you. Here, take these candies and eat them, distribute some to everyone in the family. Li Xian held the sword in one hand and touched Li Liangyu's head with the other, not saying anything for a long time. Chapter 9, No Moon Tonight, When Killing People. Father, what are you doing polishing your sword? Don't think of anything else, Liangyu and the others have hidden in the hills to the west. Your mother is old, since it cannot walk. Tonight if you come back, our Li family will be considered to rise, if it is not back. Your old man I also want to pull 1 or 2 cushions. Men's mouths were hard, especially between father and son, and whatever Li Xian asked, Li Ping answered. Never to be concerned about anything else, and never to cry out of concern. Then you use this knife. Li Xian handed Li Ping the long sword that was sharpened to a snow-white shine. This is the sharpest knife in the house, it's the smoothest to cut people. I'm getting old, I can't use this knife anymore. Li Ping took the knife and stroked it, and for a long time he laughed twice cheerfully, as if spitting out years of unwillingness and anger that had been pent up for a long time. Li Xian respectfully knelt on the ground. Li Ping staggered to his feet, holding onto his chair to straighten his hunched back. Tapping Li Xian's head 3 times lightly with the hilt of his sword. I, Li Ping, can't read a single word, and I can't learn the scene stealing of those big gates. As your father, I will teach you 3 last things. For one thing, do things decisively, don't hesitate. Secondly, hatred can only be washed away with blood. Third, no matter what you do, you can't regret it. After saying these words, Li Ping handed over the hilt of the sword to Li Xian and turned around to slowly sit down on the chair. At this moment, it was as if Li Ping had been drained of his essence. No longer just the momentum, and then look, just like a dying old man look. Behind him, his sister-in-law Huang knelt on the ground and shook her head at Li Xian's figure. Thank you uncle for avenging your husband's death. There's no moon tonight, so it's a good time to kill. Several figures masked in black scarves gathered around Li Xian from all directions. Xian. Brother Xian, the Sun family's households in the west are empty, and the old people and children are all gone. Even if the Zhao family's men had bows and arrows, swords and axes in their hands, they were unusually fearful in the face of Li Xian. The impression left by this man who had been pressing them since they were young was too much, not to mention, the blood of those 3 households had not yet dried. Do we have to search the other houses as well? The village is poor and remote, mostly illiterate croppers, but the people also have their own way of survival. Huddle up, the village has just the right amount of prestige. Li Xian drew out his long sword, the sharp blade bouncing off a burst of sand. There's no need to look, go to the Muramesa's house. Green bricks and black tiles, a 2-minute yard, and a cowshed for firewood. I didn't realize that after 5 years of absence, the village was rich. But how do you save money with this constant natural disaster and reduced food production? This village chief's family is very rich. Tonight the bandits attacked the village, we villagers fought to the death, but the poor village chief's family died at the hands of the bandits, and the family's property disappeared without a trace. Ai poor me, Li Xian only brought a sword tonight and didn't prepare a cloth bag of any kind. I can only rely on you brothers of the Zhao family for this cleaning job. The moment Li Xian's words came out, the eyes of the originally fearful crowd all lit up. Brother Xian is a man of great deeds, this kind of cleaning work should be done by us brothers. Li Xian grinned and kicked the door open. Holding the gate with one hand, he turned to look at them, then. Please brothers. Don't let a single bandit escape this courtyard. With a creak, Li Xian closed the door and inserted the not to mention. Bring it to me. Muramesa was just about to step forward when an urgent child's voice suddenly came from behind, Grandpa. Li Xian looked over, he had an excellent memory and recognized that this was the child who had been the first to slip away at the entrance of the village today. Good seedling. Li Xian praised. Muramesa handed the cloth bag to a strong woman. The strong woman took it with a shaking hand and took a step towards Li Xian. Your son family is also too timid. So many men actually let a woman come over. Yutian, Ergu, Paki. Each and every one of you, it's better to wear flowery dresses. Ha ha ha. Li Xian's burst of mockery caused the Sun family's crowd to gnash their teeth, but a few people had a teasing look on their faces. When the strong woman approached, she was just about to hand over the cloth bag. Pust. Li Xian's long blade stabbed through his chest as if he had pierced through a cloth bag full of gravel. Why are you shaking all right? Could it be that you have a ghost in your heart? I've promised and you're still scared, it upsets me. Fiercely pulling out his long knife, a blade splash chopped off both of the strong woman's arms. Li Xian! How dare you! The Sun family's crowd was filled with disbelief that this Li Xian was so vicious to such an extent. Daughter-in-law! One of the men rushed up with a nail rake raised. Li Xian's long blade picked out a lordly blade, and the huge head rolled down with a grunt. Li Xian stopped trying. He thought that this group of people had any tricks that could threaten him? He didn't expect it to be just a bag of poisonous silver. One can only say that there is a bit of brains, but not much. Li Xian approached with a big step. Let's go together. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't kill him. Half a quarter of an hour later. Li Xian scanned the heads in the courtyard, looked at Muramesa, and pulled out his ears. What did you just say? Muramesa had been stunned, and in the next moment, his own throat was sweet and his inhalation was 100 times smoother than usual. But why is my head falling down? Li Xian kicked away Muramesa's head and kicked all the houses open one by one. He really had to thank Muramesa for that. If not for him, the Sun family would not have been able to get together. Saved him a lot of effort. Hey, look what I found. So you're all hiding here. When your Uncle Shin finds you, he will cut you all into ugly monsters. Uncle is coming. Before Li Xian's intimidation could proceed to the next step, a tender girl's cry rang out from the bottom of the cowshed in the back room. The corner of Li Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile, a few knives picked apart the hay, and underneath was a large covered wooden board. I told you, what's a barn without cows? So it's hiding the lifeblood. Li Xian pulled back the wooden boards and jumped straight into the cellar. A few moments later, Li Xian walked out carrying a child covered in bloodstains who was struggling haphazardly. You came up with the idea of hugging and using poison silver? You made that noise on purpose just now, didn't you? Just to make it look more like the real thing? Uncle, it's not me, it's really not me. Uncle, I'm just a kid, can you spare me? I can work for you as a slave, as a tenant, and I know where my father's money is hidden. Please. With a click, the child's neck was snapped. Normal kids should be so scared at this point that all they do is scream, just like your sister. You're so articulate. Oh. I can't keep you. A knife chopped off the child's head. 83 members of the entire Sun family, old people and children neatly, one and all. Li Xian raised his sword and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back. This kid is a little too smart. Kind of like the main character in a talk book. Li Xian's eyes were cold, copied the long knife and chopped its flesh into meat paste, until it turned into a puddle of blood and water before giving up. Chapter 10, Capturing the Lucky Bead. Li Xian pushed open the door. What, want to be the yellow bird? Set me on fire? Zhao Tianyou awkwardly scratched the back of his head and handed the torch to Li Xian. What yellow bird? If Brother Xian wants to eat a bird, I'll bring a few people up the mountain to dig it out some other day. There's no moon tonight, and our brothers are afraid that Brother Xian won't be able to see the road. Li Xian took the torch. Ha! Get in there and clean up. There's a cloth bag in that yard, and you should have heard it out there just now. Although the money is good, but I Li Xian only wish that my own big brother can go peacefully. Hey! Oi! Two heavy sighs. Brother Xian is benevolent. As soon as Li Xian left, the dozen or so Zhao family Hans who had gathered around the village head's house scrambled to rush in. Upon seeing the yard full of headless corpses and one wide-eyed dead head, a strong feeling of nausea went straight to the sky. Vomit! Vomit! Zhao Tianyou forced himself to endure the nausea and picked up the burlap bag on the ground. As soon as it was opened, a blast of fishy, foul-smelling gas hit his face. With a clang, Zhao Tianyou planted himself on the ground. Li's yard. Li Shi's eyes were slightly closed, and his fingers tapped rhythmically on his arm, though his anxiety was evident in the steps he moved from time to time. Li Ling looked toward the courtyard gate, clutching the iron cone in his hand, leaping forward. Master, Uncle Zhao has already come to the door to seek medical attention, which means that the Sun family's matter has long been resolved, so why don't we still see second uncle coming back? After the Zhao family came, Li Ping called his 3 grandchildren back. Linger, guard against arrogance, don't talk too much, just wait patiently. Master, is it possible that second uncle has also been poisoned by that silver? Shouldn't we go and think of a way to prepare second uncle, and maybe get a favor or two from the Zhao family? Li Liangyu frowned and spoke faintly. Could it be that big brother is still interested in the Zhao Tianyou family's Ernie? Sandy, I. With a creak, Li Xian pushed the door in. Father, not a single one was left behind. Seeing that Li Xian was safe and sound, Li Ping's hanging heart finally landed. It's late at night, go to bed all of you. A master, that. Li Liangyu was about to open his mouth when Li Shi suddenly pulled him towards the house. Big brother. Go to bed. Li Ling skimmed his lips and ran to Li Xian to look here and there, even daring to dip Li Xian's blade in blood and stuff it into his mouth. Li Xian slapped him on the side of his head and scolded him with a laugh. Gutsy skin monkey, go to bed. Sleep, how do you sleep? Tonight, the mournful wails of the Muramasa family resonated throughout the village, and every house closed its doors and windows tightly for fear that the bandits would break into their houses. Li Xian didn't sleep well either, he had just gone outside the village to retrieve the belongings buried under the dead tree. Setting the gold and silver aside, he picked up the bead and scrutinized it. Outside the door, Li Ping's voice came. Go to bed early, there's not much left of that pine oil. Li Xian responded and blew out the lamp. Sitting on the end of the bed for a while until he heard the thin snoring next door, he lit the lamp again. The bead was overall round, half the size of an egg, and exuded a grayish aura, like a mushroom that had just broken the ground and was spewing out spores. Oh precious pearl, what is the... Unbelieving, Li Xian cut another slit, squeezed out a small half bowl of blood, and completely immersed the beads in the blood. Half an hour later, the beads began to emit a faint glow, like fireflies in the night, vast and faint. The blood at the bottom of the bowl also began to decrease. Li Xian was overjoyed and once again released blood into the bowl. Half an hour later, the beads flew up in the air to drill into Li Xian's abdomen. This is... Ah! Before Li Xian could react, his abdomen violently suffered a sharp and unbearable pain, as if a small knife was digging into his flesh and blood bit by bit. Li Xian strengthened his spirit and sat cross-legged, trying to smooth out his breathing. Suddenly a huge wave of information entered his head, and Li Xian couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Who? Li Xian sat up violently, panting heavily, cold sweat falling from his forehead. With a twist of his head, Li Ping was sitting beside him, holding a paper talisman in his hand, with a glint in his eyes. Dad! Don't worry, none of theirs saw any of this, they all got chucked out by me. You are so tired that sleepiness is a normal that thing, no one will suspect. Li Xian sighed in relief. Father, how long have I been unconscious? It's noon the next day. Hearing this, Li Xian could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and laughed in a low voice. Did father recognize these objects? A trace of remembrance and fervor flashed in Li Ping's eyes. When I first fled the famine and came here, I have seen immortals making this object. This is an immortal's object. No, this is your son, my prey. Li Xian briefly finished the process of beheading the cultivator. Li Ping's breath caught in his throat as he listened. Immortals. My son actually beheaded the immortal. Even though Li Xian spoke lightly, how could Li Ping not guess the ferocity of it? Can my son become an immortal? Li Xian was here safely at the moment. It was pointless to pursue the process of whether it was treacherous or not. The most important thing now was, can he, the Li family, cultivate with this immortal relic? Mortals have clans and families, and cultivators naturally have immortal clans. Li Ping has heard that in that Whitewater County city, there are several immortal cultivation families. They come and go high every day. Each of the immortal clan is under the circle of 10,000 acres of grain fields, thousands of mudlegs to provide for the food, eat as the mountain treasures and seafood, whereas damask and silk, even those heavenly officials are given to them respectfully. If his Li family can also become an immortal family. Li Xian grinned, a trace of mana flowing from his fingertips as he flexed his fingers and exploded a fist-sized crater in the. But it's different when you're in my hands. Chapter 11, The Antidote. Li Xian nearly laughed out loud when he was informed of the function of this luck-snatching bead. If this bead is placed in the hands of those scattered evil cultivators, it will definitely be a party of evil treasure. However, when placed in the hands of someone like Li Xian who wanted to grow his family, it was the best thing to suppress the family. What is the greatest fear of the immortal cultivation family? There's no one to follow. And with this luck-snatching bead, Li Xian would be able to ensure that the family had cultivators in every generation. If the children of the families who obtained these sub-beads fell, Li Xian, the owner of the luck-taking bead, could still absorb their cultivation qualifications. Enhance your realm and grow your family at the same time. Father. Our Li family is going to take off. Li Xian didn't have a spiritual aperture, but the good thing was that he had the luck-taking bead. The luck-taking bead helped him open his orifice as soon as it entered his body, and it was a 3-inch spirit orifice. Even without the gong method, the remaining aura from the luck-taking pearl was automatically running in his body, and he was now a cultivator at the first level of the embodied spirit realm. Unfortunately, the luck-taking bead consumed too much under the heavenly thunder and needs to be slowly restored, so for the time being, it can only be divided into 2 daughter beads. After the morning, Li Xian casually found an excuse to test the spirit orifices of his 3 nephews. There's no suspense. Not a single enlightened one. An imbued spirit cultivator could use their mana to detect whether or not one had a spirit orifice, though they could not accurately measure the size of the orifice. Li Xian sighed and looked at his 3 nephews in the garden, thinking for a long time. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the worn wooden door. Li Liangyu hurried over to open the door. Elder Zhao stood in the doorway with a young girl of 11 or 12 years old. The little girl child cried and cried, but as soon as she saw the grim-faced Li Xin in the center of the courtyard, she was so scared that she hid behind Master Zhao, not daring to breathe. Ernie, you're here too. Grandpa Zhao, come in. Master Zhao didn't come in and glanced at Ernie. Ernie immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, choking under her breath. Please beg Uncle Li Xian to save my father's life. The corner of Li Xian's mouth hooked up slightly. It seems like the one who got hit was Zhao Tianyou. Come in. Master Zhao was immediately overjoyed and waved his hand to the back, and several Zhao family Hans hurriedly carried Zhao Tianyou in the back into the door. Yellowish face, dark lips, and bloodshot eyes. Li Xian picked apart Zhao Tianyou's clothes, only to see a black line spreading from his neck towards his heart. 5 poison scatter. The Sun family is a good fortune. I have traveled the world for so many years, even in the south where snakes and insects abound and raw materials are plentiful. This poison would cost 1 or 2 silver pieces a serving. Elder Zhao was overjoyed to see that Li Xian recognized the poison. There was no doctor in the village, and only in the town was there a medical clinic. Reliable Mountain Village is 30 miles away from the town, and by the time the people are transported there, I'm afraid the bodies will stink. The only one who could count on now was Li Xian, who had a lot of knowledge and outstanding skills. Brother Xian, can this poison be cured? Elder Zhao asked hurriedly. He originally had 5 sons and 3 daughters, but only 2 sons and 2 daughters survived the natural and man-made disasters. Zhao Tianyou was his oldest son and the one with the most outstanding abilities. Li Xian sked twice and shook his head slightly. Ernie, who had just stood up, instantly rolled down, tears rolling down her face. Please, Uncle Li Xian, please. Li Liangyu went to pull her up, but he couldn't. Li Ping walked over and frowned as he kicked Li Liangyu out of the way with some disappointment in his heart. Ernie, get up first. I didn't say it couldn't be cured. Just quite a bit of money. However, a moment later, Li Xian took out an elixir from within the house. 3 years ago, I saved a person in Guangnan province. That person then gave me 4 pills, saying that they were casually refined for him. It can cure all the poisons in the mortal world, and without poison it can also strengthen the body. One is worth 100 taels of silver. On the way back to my hometown, I encountered a poisonous snake and used up one, but I still have 3 left. My elder brother died early. These 3 pills I plan to give to my 3 nephews, exchanged for silver to do their lives to settle down the capital. Elder Zhao was silent. It's worth 100 taels of silver. The Sun family has only been able to raise 50 taels with the efforts of the whole family, and it is hard to say whether the Zhao family can raise 20 taels. Where are we going to find the remaining 30 taels? Does Brother Xian have another cure? Other cures require a large amount of medicinal herbs, so at least we have to go to town to pick them up, but once we go back and forth, Brother Tianyou will definitely not last until then. Elder Zhao bowed his head and smiled bitterly after a long period of silence. Brother Xian. Excuse me. Master. Ernie couldn't stop kowtowing. Li Liangyu looked at the scene and mused. Second uncle, can I have one of these antidotes for me? Li Xian raised his eyebrows and advised, this elixir, it's your future. What nonsense. I'll kick you to death. Li Ping was enraged. Big brother. Be careful with your words. Li Shi also frowned. Li Ling was even more direct, drawing out the iron cone at his waist himself and gesturing at Ernie and Master Zhao, get out. Everyone in the Zhao family get out. Ernie was 11 years old, a year older than Li Liangyu. At this time, he also hurriedly hugged Li Liangyu's thigh and begged bitterly. Li Liangyu's face was calm, like a puddle of ripple-free lake water. Second uncle, I want this elixir in advance. Grandpa Zhao, I'm willing to give this elixir to Uncle Tianyou. I only need 30 taels of silver, and... Li Liangyu picked Zhao Ernie's chin end. In that case, give. Li Ping's eyes trembled when he saw this scene. The jade bottle that Li Xian took he had just seen, this was no antidote to poison. This is a relic of an immortal. It's an elixir. Chapter 12, 100 Generations of Struggle begins. Zhao Ernie fed Zhao Tianyou the antidote pills, but in a few moments, Zhao Tianyou's face looked much better, and the black lines on his neck quickly disappeared. Solved. It's really solved. Many thanks to Uncle Li Xian for giving me medicine. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank Liangyu. The Zhao family carried Zhao Tianyou away, and Ernie followed them back. Li Liangyu was now but 10 years old, naturally cannot be married. Zhao old man will discuss with Li Ping, and so Zhao Tianyou sober will choose a good day to let the two and I into the door, the first to do the child bride, and so on the age of the natural water to the end. The immortal pills had all been eaten, so Li Ping could only hold his nose and admit it. As soon as the Zhao family left, Li Ping copied the stick and hit Li Liangyu's buttocks with it. Bunny! That's 100 taels. Do you know how many girls 100 taels can buy these days? You like that Ernie so much. Ah! Li Ping didn't dare to say that it was an elixir and could only push the cause to the silver. Li Liangyu knelt on the ground without saying a word, and when Li Ping had beaten him enough, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke his mind. Then you shouldn't have given that potion away either. Dad, come on, there's no harm in giving it to him. Li Ping threw down his stick and stopped speaking. Since last night, this family was Li Xian's master. Father, Liangyu, Sheer, and Linger, all of you come to the room. Seeing this, Huang helped Zhang to go to the kitchen. In the room, Li Xian opened the jade bottle and took out 2 rounded pills that looked much better than the rounded one just now. There are 3 pills. When the immortals had said that the poison can be detoxified if it is poisonous, and if it is taken without poison it can strengthen and temper the body, laying a good foundation for practicing martial arts. Come on, Sheer and Linger, 1 for each of you, swallow each. Li Shi and Li Ling received the elixir but did not swallow it. Second uncle? Not changing silver? Li Xian shook his head. I saved a lot of silver over the years, I don't need to change it. Big brother, you eat it. My body is much stronger than yours. Li Shi handed the elixir to Li Liangyu. Master, take this one. Li Ling also handed the elixir to Li Ping. Li Ping shook his head. Li Liangyu didn't pick it up either. Second brother, eat it quickly, big brother has already used up that one. Li Shi frowned slightly, and then saw second uncle's smiling face. No longer hesitating to swallow directly, and even helped Li Ling's one into his mouth as well. The elixir was hard in the mouth, like a bead that just wanted to be chewed and then instantly turned into a hot stream and slid into the stomach. Li Shi only felt a warm current flowing in his abdomen, which was extremely comfortable. Feeling it carefully, you could even feel a subtle clicking sound, as if something had broken out of its shell. It was only after half an incense stick that this strange feeling gradually stopped. Amazing! Li Shi swung his fist and felt his strength become much greater. Second uncle, this elixir is so amazing, if we can get the formula. Vigorously refine this elixir, my Li family will surely prosper. Li Xian laughed out loud, this is an immortal's item, how can it be so easy to get the formula? Immortal! Li Ling exclaimed. On the contrary, Li Shi just bowed his head in contemplation without any semblance of surprise. The more Li Xian looked at it, the more satisfied he became. The immortal that second uncle met only gave a bottle of elixir? Of course. More than. And you're all grown up, so it's about time you were told. At this time, Li Ping, however, walked out and also closed the door of the room tightly. Copping a knife and wandering around outside the house. Those villagers who were hiding in the shadows and peering at them saw this and hurriedly withdrew their gazes. Immortals I have seen, but not to save, but to kill. The two beads have been let Li Shi and Li Ling swallowed. These two are not unexpected as the second generation of the Li family of cultivators. Li Xian naturally will not hide them. As for Li Liangyu, the road is his own choice, the three brothers will not have a suspicion. Thinking about this, Li Xian was somewhat helpless. Li Shi is ruthless and cunning enough, and acted carefully, is Li Xian's most favored son and nephew generation. Although Li Liangyu has a sheepish and meek nature and is too kind, he is thorough and has a groove in his chest. Li Ling reckless one, but ruthless and fierce enough to treat the two brothers as also a knife-mouth tofu heart. The two sub-beads must have one for Li Shi, and for the remaining one, Li Xian was torn between the oldest and the youngest. It happened that Wang Tianyou was poisoned, so Li Xian let Li Liangyu make his own choice. If he could be ruthless and not give the elixir to Wang Tianyou, it would mean that he had made up for his shortcomings, and this Zizhu would be his. If your heart is soft, this pearl will be Li Ling's. Whatever the outcome, it's fate. He chose his own life. Li Xian told the process of his immortal beheading again. Of course there were many parts that were concealed. Like the raider's bead, like the time and place. In that case, second uncle is already a cultivator? The three brothers were all excitedly looking at Li Xian. Naturally. Although the cultivation is shallow, it is also slightly different from mortals. Come. Let second uncle show you guys if you have spirit orifices. A few moments later, Li Liangyu walked out disoriented, while Li Shi and Li Ling, on the contrary, were flushed with excitement. Li Liangyu sat alone in the courtyard. Big brother, it's alright, when I become a cultivator, I'll make sure you eat and drink well. The three brothers just sat side by side until Li Ping entered. Father. Sierra and Linger are enlightened. Li Ping froze for a moment. He had heard rumors of cultivators when he was young. It's rare for 3 or 4 people out of 1,000 to become enlightened. I did not expect in Li Ping an ordinary old farmer. There are 3 enlightened children and grandchildren. This immortal fortune has truly been delivered to my Li family. What a blessing from the ancestors. The news that Li Xian had been rewarded by the immortals spread throughout the village. There was no need to think that the Zhao family did it, and Li Xian didn't stop him. The villagers are ignorant. The cultivator in their eyes is the omnipotent immortal. Li Ping has been rewarded by the immortal, that is not the immortal shelter. This Li Xian was already strong, and now he has the blessing of an immortal. This Li family is about to take off. No wonder. It's amazing. Zhao Tianyou of the Zhao family has given his daughter away, and it seems to have hitched a ride with the Li family. It's not unlikely that we're going to have an immortal in our leaning village. 6 months later. It's finally done. Li Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and put away the paper filled with words. He didn't find a cultivatable technique from Huang Liji, and he didn't dare to rashly go out and search for it. There were some simple mnemonics recorded in the luck-taking bead, and although it was not systematic, he had barely figured out the cultivation method of the embodied spirit realm. I didn't realize that the sleeping Dan breathing technique, which I used to relax my body and mind in my previous life, would come in handy. Li Xian's previous life as a mercenary, often switching between the training ground and the battlefield, term so the body load is too big. He specially went to the Taoist temple to learn this sleeping Dan. At most, I can only cultivate up to the 6th or 7th level of the embodied spirit. Hey! Let's make do for now. The path of my Li family to cultivate immortality will begin from this point on. No matter what, even if the road ahead is treacherous, I will lead the Li family to see what that immortal cultivation world has to offer. One day, the name of my Li family will resound through the immortal cultivation world. Chapter 13, Formal Cultivation. Uncle 2. Seeing Li Xian's arrival, and I respectfully carried a bowl of tea over. Where has Liang Yu gone? Haven't seen him for a day or two? The tea is translucent, there is a tea odor, but drinking without that anhydride iron, and I do not know how many times the tea is blocked. Husband has gone to town with some of my native uncles to buy grain, and will be back this afternoon. Li Xian nodded and handed her the tea bowl before looking around the construction site. Half a year ago when the Sun family was destroyed, Li Xian carried silver to the county town and came back with 2 large carts of grain and the deeds of the Sun family's 25 households totaling 100 acres of land. As for the house deed, the houses in Kansan village are all built on straw, and there is no such thing as a house deed. The Sun family's fields are all considered good, but unfortunately, there have been years of drought, and no crops can be grown. 3 months ago, the villagers of Leaning Village vaguely saw a real dragon flying through the sky and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow. A few moments later there was a light rain. It also relieved some of the drought. Unfortunately, the land is still not able to grow crops, and the rain that falls is gathered in the deep-lying river gullies, which is barely enough to keep people from dying of thirst. Li Xian with grain back, with 300 taels of silver to buy the mountain village west of the hill, and with the Sun family's property in exchange for 100 acres of land under the hill. It was said to be a small hill, but it wasn't really small, it was 300 meters high. It is shaped like a drum, steep on all sides but flat at the top. Because there was originally a large white bamboo on top of it, Li Xian named it Jade Bamboo Mountain. Everyone is working harder. When we have compacted this side of the land, the Lord's house will release the meal. Dozens of men were feverishly busy. It is now late fall, but the weather is still not cool, the Hanzi steep only wearing a thin layer of hot sun, large beads of sweat spilled. Seeing this, sister-in-law Huang and Ernie hurriedly served tea to everyone. The reason why Li Xian wants to buy the Jade Bamboo Mountain is because there is a water vein underneath this Jade Bamboo Mountain, and the water in Li Xian's well at home comes from this water vein. The first thing he did when he bought Jade Bamboo Mountain was to drill 5 water wells at the foot of the mountain. Being closer to the water vein, the water output of the wells was naturally not comparable to the one at home. These 5 wells, Li Xian gave 2 of them to the Leaning village, not that Li Xian is kind-hearted. Rather, they all died of thirst and there would be no one left to work for him. The bottom people, but where there is a mouthful of food and drink, they will not think of leaving their homes. Some of the Hans in this scene are the aborigines of the Leaning Mountain village, and some are the new villagers that Li Xian tricked over from the deep water pool, and once the Sun family was destroyed, the entire Leaning Mountain village became a small family, and the only thing that is bigger is Li Liangyu's in-laws, the Zhao family. Li Xian looked at this construction progress. At most a few more days will be completed. This is a set of 3 into the courtyard, covers an area of 2 acres, repaired at the foot of the Yuzhu mountain. Behind the courtyard is a straight stone steps, leading straight to the top of the mountain. Li Xian had built several wooden huts for cultivation at the top of the mountain. Jade Bamboo Mountain was steep on all sides, not humanly climbable, so if you practiced at the top of the mountain, you didn't have to worry about being spied on by the villagers. There was a 3-meter-high fence around the yard, and as soon as the gate was locked, the whole yard was a circular bunker with a sense of security. Li Xian didn't watch for long before returning home. Uncle 2. Li Xi and Li Ling just came back from running outside. Previously, since there were no cultivation techniques, Li Xian had been training them with the same methods he had trained in his previous life, and in half a year's time, they had made great progress. Wash your face and come to your room, something is done. The 2 of them did as they were told with calm faces. With Li Xian's teachings, they were no longer the brats they were half a year ago. The ability to not show their joy and anger was the most basic ability. Li Xian handed Li Xi the gongfu he had written down. Is this the cultivation technique? In the end, it was only a 10-year-old boy. Even the calm Li Xi's hands could not help but tremble at this time. This is just some remnants that I've compiled based on the relics of the immortals, and I can barely cultivate up to the 6th or 7th level of the embodied spirit. That can be practiced too, can't it? Go and practice with your brother, don't be impatient, take your time. The embodied spirit stage did not need to refine heaven and earth chi such as blood chi, mountain clear chi, and grass and tree chi, but only needed to use the absorption of the free spiritual chi between heaven and earth. If you only absorb aura without attributes, it means that the path you are practicing is undecided, so you don't need to care too much about whether the technique is good or bad. Because of this, Li Xian's first choice is to revamp the sleeping Dan breathing technique. Half a month later, the Li family officially moved into the newly renovated compound. Lianyu, the gongfu has been finalized. Your two brothers and I will focus on cultivation from now on. I'll leave these silver tails in your custody. Your grandpa and the others are getting old, so go to the deep water pool and buy some honest girls and children to serve as servants. Yes, uncle too. Li Lianyu watched Li Xian and his two younger brothers go up the mountain from the backyard with envy in his eyes. Why, for the life of me, can't. Li Ping appeared behind him at some point, looking at his grandson's thin back and sighing silently. Leaving the affairs of his home in the hands of Li Lianyu, Li Xian was finally relieved of his burdens and could concentrate on cultivating immortality. Inside the three cabins, Li Xian's three men each held a spirit stone in their hands and began to cultivate. The spirit stone lit up with a faint halo, flickering slightly as the three of them breathed, and the aura ran through the circumference of the sky, transforming into a trace of pure mana that converged into the spirit orifices. One night passed. Li Xian was the first to wake up from his cultivation. Cultivating for a night, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired, instead, he was refreshed. Previously, at the first level of the embodied spirit, there were only 3 strands of mana in his body, and now there was an additional strand of mana in his spirit orifices. The spirit stone in his hand dimmed quite a bit. The free aura of this heaven and earth is also too thin, but this can't be supplied by just using the spirit stone to cultivate. Huang Liji only had 17 spirit stones on his body, and according to this cultivation speed, this spirit stone would run out in less than a month. Li Xian stood up. The 2 huts next to him still had their doors closed. Looking at the sunrise in the sky, Li Xian sat cross-legged and slowly exhaled. The concentration of aura in the early morning is really a bit richer. Does this count as the day essence in immortal cultivation novels? Is there still moonlight at night then? An hour later, the sunrise turned into a blazing sun, and the aura thinned out again. Li Xian frowned slightly as he quietly pondered. It should be a normal phenomenon in the immortal cultivation realm for auras to be more dense under sunrise and moonlight. Once the sunrise passes, the aura concentration will return to normal levels. According to the settings in immortal cultivation novels, immortal cultivator's cultivation place should be on top of a spirit vein. But I'm a little shrimp, where am I going to get a spirit vein? 2 days later, the first spirit stone used by Li Xian turned into pieces, and the spirit stones in Li Shi and Li Ling's hands were also on the verge of shattering. Squeak! Li Shi opened the door. Second uncle, I've broken through the first level of the embodied spirit. Li Shi picked up an iron sword. A strand of mana was poured into it, and with a smooth chop, the bull-thick small tree instantly fell to the ground, silkier than cutting tofu. How many strands of mana are in the spirit orifices? 2 strands. Li Xian nodded, a guess in his heart. Chapter 14, Many Sons, Many Blessings. He had 3 inches of spirit orifices, and there were 3 strands of mana in his spirit orifices when he was at the first level of spirit embracing, while Li Shi had 2 inches of spirit orifices, and now he only had 2 strands of mana. According to this projection, the size of the spiritual orifice represents the initial capacity of mana? Or is it something else? I also don't know how many strands of mana the second level of the embodied spirit can hold. 3 days later, Li Xian rode an old horse that had lost its hair to Baishui County. He had used up another spirit stone during this time, and the mana in his body had reached 6 wisps, but there was still no sign of a breakthrough. The value of this spirit stone was still unknown. Li Xian did not intend to use the spirit stone to cultivate anymore. Even the 2 of them, Li Shi and Li Ling, had changed to cultivating at night and in the morning, only gobbling up the essence of the sun and moonlight, and the rest of the time, they would be beating their bodies and practicing their mundane combat techniques. Sir! Please do me a favor. Buy my girl. Just 2 pounds of corn. Sir, you buy me. My girl is 11 years old, is the age of water, washing and cooking can do all the work, a day only eat a mouthful of bark powder paste can live. Gongzi, buy me. I don't want money, just a mouthful of food. Half a year without coming to Baishui County, but I don't know when so many stragglers have gathered outside the city. With a zip, Li Xian drew out his long sword. Scram! Otherwise don't blame Mr. Han's long sword for not having eyes. Li Xian pitied them, but would not help them. If you are poor, you are alone, but if you are rich, you can help the world, and his Li family can be very poor now. 10 coins? A certain family passed by 3 days ago for only 5.51. You black-hearted people, do you think I'm easy to bully? At the entrance of the city, a big-bladed man clamored. The gatekeeper guarding the gate sneered, carrying goods on your person, collect a tax of 10 won, totaling 21. You! Do you really think a certain family is afraid of you? I'll do it. I'll do it. Feeling the cold blade on his neck, the Hanyu immediately conceded. 3 days ago 5 won could buy 3 taels of bark flour, today it has to be 10 won to buy it. Grain stores can raise prices, why can't we? What are we going to eat if the prices don't go up? Li Xian held the old horse and lined up silently, and soon it was his turn. 10 pence. Li Xian glanced at the door soldier and silently paid 10 won. Li Xian hadn't gone far before he heard them talking. Boss, that man has a horse, why does he only charge 10 won? Why don't we find an excuse to rob his horse and slaughter it for our brothers to eat meat? 2 dogs. The calluses on his tiger's mouth are thicker than you and I combined. Who dares to ride a horse around in these chaotic times? Li Xian did not take this episode to heart. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, just the law of survival since ancient times. Sometimes Li Xian even wondered if he hadn't come back, would the Li family congregation have been like these stragglers, annihilated in this blazing wave? If the outside of the city is a hell of mourning, the inside is a rare peaceful earth. Not to say that they were wealthy, most were also thin and poorly clothed. But fear of contrast in all things, to the stragglers waiting to die outside the city, this group was already human. Li Xian turned around in the county town for a day, using various excuses to inquire about the basic situation in the city of Baishui County. This county has a population of hundreds of thousands of people, the biggest force is the county office, the county magistrate is in charge of large and small affairs, the county chancellor has a few hundred under his command, plus large and small door soldiers, under the number of thousands. Secondly, there were the Zhou and Shui clans, and it was heard that these clans had immortal lords. And then secondly, there are some medium-sized families like the Wangs and Lis, which have quite a few properties in the county chancellery. Mr. Wang. I didn't expect the Wang family to develop so well in just 5 years. Li Xian can still remember, 5 years ago when the Dark Team to take orders Wang family although also counted as a rich family, but still far from being able to rank in the county. Shopkeeper, a pot of tea and water, and 2 pounds of corn rice and a dish of vegetables. Handing the old horse over to the junior, Li Xian went inside and found a secluded seat. If you can still open a restaurant these days, your strength should not be underestimated. Your Honor's sincere favor, 1 silver, or 2. Another guest room for 5 days, and the horses are fed some grass. Maki, 6 taels. Li Xian secretly shook his head, the prices in this city were surprisingly high to this extent. Fortunately, a large amount of food was procured some time ago. Tomorrow is the full moon banquet of Mr. Wang's grandson, and I don't know if I can get what I want. Only grandchild, full moon feast, looks like the waif he brought back is either dead or hiding. Some time ago, Li Liangyu heard the news from the merchants in the town, saying that this Mr. Wang is going to hold a full moon banquet for his only grandchild, and invited a lot of dignitaries in the county. This one. There's also the Wang family's nemesis, the Ma family. It's something to think about. Now it is the turbulent years, the second generation of the Wang family does not have a single male child, and the third generation has only such a surviving son, it is reasonable to say that the Wang family is at a time of exhaustion. What's all the fuss about a full moon feast? And made a big deal out of inviting the nemesis. Admission of weakness, coercion, or ulterior motives? Li Xian went outside and bought some disguise stuff and started to dress up in detail. Not a moment later, Li Xian, who was full of recklessness, transformed into a handsome showman. It's a pity that this face of mine, what a handsome guy, has an extra scar on the side. While the scar isn't so obvious after the disguise, it's still a subtle difference. Day 2. The Wang family opened its gates to welcome guests, and the famous actors and actresses on the stage sang, and from a long distance away, Li Xian could feel its lively atmosphere. Boss son of Clothworks, delivering a pair of golden locks. Late generation Ma Tianyou, half a year ago suddenly heard that Wang Yu elder brother passed away, suffering from the important affairs in the body cannot come to offer condolences. Some time ago, I actually heard that my big brother Wang Yu even has a surviving son, I came to pay my respects, I wonder where my nephew is? I don't know how much more heroic I am than my big brother Wang, huh? Ma Tianyou spoke politely, but his face was full of arrogance. Wang Yu, so what if your cultivation is 1 level higher than mine? Still died in front of me. Ha. The Wang family's domestic servant didn't dare to be angry or say anything, and respectfully invited Ma Tianyou in. This many sons, many fortunes chart must be put away. There are only many sons and many blessings, if this son is less. Your master is afraid that he will cut off your heads. Thank you, Mr. Horse, for your teachings. The guests silently watched the good show, expecting the worse the fuss would get. They didn't come here for a banquet. Chapter 15, Mantis Catching Cicada. All of them are the dignified characters of this Whitewater County, all of them are what family background everyone knows very well. This Wang family and the Ma family are both immortal cultivation families, although they are only Yumming families and have not been burned into the immortal family treasure of Zhao, but an immortal family is an immortal family, and there is a world of difference between them and these mortals. The Ma family is the Whitewater inheritance of hundreds of years of family, has been in control of 1/6 of the 100 County grain sales, is the Whitewater County city in addition to the county magistrate county minister, Joshua two families outside of the 5th major forces. I didn't know that 5 years ago, the Wang family, which had always been known as mortal merchants, suddenly appeared as a cultivator. And the cultivation level is still one level higher than the young master of the Ma family. Now that's something to play with. Monks need sustenance to practice. The Ma family was originally the dog that picked up things to eat behind the asses of Joshua's two families, and originally it could barely get enough to eat with one dog, but now a dog a little bit bigger than him suddenly sprang up to grab food from him. Isn't that a mortal enemy? Mr. Wang walked out, and he was followed by a woman with a baby in her arms. Obviously it's a full moon banquet. Why does this Wang family's youngest grandma look like she's crying like her son died young? Sitting in the corner, Li Xian peeled pine nuts and stuffed them into his mouth one after another. The guests at the same table couldn't help but laugh when they saw that he was clearly dressed as a scholar, yet he was so gluttonous and looked like he hadn't eaten before. I'm afraid you're here to grossly recommend yourself as the Wang family's youngest son's enlightened husband, aren't you? Oh, what makes you say that? Because so is the old man, and not only that, but this table is all. AI, this Wang family's youngest son doesn't have a spiritual aptitude. Master Wang is bent on making him a scholar. We all heard the news and came to present ourselves. This gentleman also knows about spirit orifices? Could it be that Mr. is also an immortal? Li Shen lowered his voice with an expression of shock that made him want to kneel. Hee, how do I know what spiritual tricks are? It's all spread out by the Wang family's subordinates. Li Xian nodded, his mind more certain. Who's a good person to spread the kind of news? There must be a ghost. On the other side, the old man. He said and grabbed directly at the baby. The woman, however, clung to the baby and would not let go, and her tears could not be stopped. She looked begrudgingly at her eunuch, only to find that he didn't even look here. Ma Tianyou grunted as a trace of mana flowed out, instantly sending the woman flying. Seeing this scene, some of the guests in the courtyard were already sneaking away from the venue, but the vast majority didn't move. To go or not to go? Li Xian thought about it and also followed this small group of people to leave. He couldn't see through what kind of cultivation this Ma Tianyou was, but just based on that hand of him shocking the woman away, Li Xian asked himself that he couldn't do it. Be careful, if you miss your chance, you miss it, and if you die, you lose everything. A trace of mana roughly surged into the infant's body. The huge amount of mana held up the baby's 7 orifices and made him cry. The shaken woman heard the baby's increasingly weak cries and slowly crawled to Matayu's feet, pulling at his robe. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of Su Wan's eyes. How could she, an ordinary person, withstand a cultivator's blow? Her internal organs have been shattered. Available at. This is her son. Su Wan used her last ounce of strength to beggingly shake Matanyu's robe. Don't kill. Before he could finish his sentence, his nostrils stuttered and he was no longer heard. As she was dying, Su Wan walked back through her thoughts. If she hadn't been sold by her own father, if she hadn't been tested for spirit orifices, if she hadn't married into the Wang family. How good it would have been. Pity. Pity. Ma Tianyou's face showed regret. This woman was a 2-inch 1 spirit orifice. The Zhou and Shui family's seniors said that your Wang family's ancestors had produced a violet mansion great cultivator. Although I don't believe it. But now. Wan Yu a 1-inch 8, this Su Wan a 2-inch 1, 2 immortal edged children actually gave birth to a mortal with no spiritual aperture. Master Wang, do you think it's a pity? Elder Wang did not reply, but only squatted down and gently closed the eyes of the dead Su Wan and whispered. I have long said the end, why bother, you are not my Wang family, you obviously can live. Then stared at Matayu. My Wang family's immortal destiny has been broken, can you let this child of mine live? He's just a mortal. Hearing these words, the last bit of Ma Tianyou's doubts dissipated. For a cultivator like him who had not yet entered chi cultivation, any kind of means to conceal his bloodline would not be visible. Officer Wang sneered, immortal cultivation inheritance? Ha. What are you laughing at? I laughed. The time should be coming soon. Li Xian stood on the attic 1,000 meters away and gathered his mana in his eyes, seeing everything in the Wang family clearly. That coffin nail hovering around Ma Tianyou should be the magic weapon. That said, why hasn't he made his move yet? Didn't he say he was a mortal enemy? Grating, like a pussy. Wait, this is. A large crossbow bolt shot out of the side of the courtyard. Bed crossbow. Ma Tianyou let out a cold smile. As the only cultivator of the Ma family, he had experienced more battles than he could count, and his dodging of concealed weapons had already formed a physiological instinct. Effortlessly dodging a bed crossbow. Mana flowed and a long nail shot out, aiming straight for Member Wang's door. This is something you wanted me to do first. Even if the county magistrate asks for punishment, I'll have a defense. Blast! Master Wang shouted, a golden light flashed, and a semicircular cover enveloped Master Wang. Li Xian's eyes glistened as he watched from the attic. Talisman. I knew I wouldn't have guessed wrong, this old Wang family really has something. Kung Fu. Spirit stones. Encyclopedic knowledge of the immortal cultivation world. What my Li family lacks, this Wang family should have it all. Chapter 16, the yellow bird is in the back above. Waste. This golden shield talisman was worth 7 spirit stones. In this Chining prefecture, where the spiritual qi had been drained, the price had to be doubled. You're actually a cultivator too. It's a pity that it's just a waste of a first level of Yunling. Seeing Elder Wang, a first level of impregnating spirit, trashing the talisman, Ma Tianyou roared angrily. These will all be his talismans soon, ah. How dare you use it privately? Mana surged, and the arcane chi pulled the 5 long spikes to frantically attack the cover. Don't do it yet. Mr. Wang roared angrily. 5 or 6 bed crossbows flew from all directions. The bed crossbows broke through the air, bringing up gusts of wind. Seek death. Ma Tianyou's mana surged, a flying nail flew out, and after a few miserable screams, the entire courtyard was completely silent. Just then, Tianyou suddenly felt that the mana was rapidly disappearing. Golden Toad Spirit Transforming Powder. Old thing, you dare to poison. Ma Tianyou hurriedly withdrew his magic weapon and pulled his mana to try to expel the poison from his body. In just a few breaths, the offense and defense changed shape. This time, it was Ma Tianyou's turn to use the golden shield charm. Guys, aren't you coming out yet? This poison won't last long. Swish, 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 silhouette after silhouette appeared in the courtyard, and a few even walked out from the house. Old thing. Where have you hidden all the Gongfu spirit stones? A big man with a masked face kicked the baby on the ground with a black face and black blood flowing from its 7 orifices. The Golden Toad Spirit Transforming Powder could only serve to block spiritual orifices and dissipate mana for cultivators, but for mortal martial artists like them it could be highly toxic. You're ruthless, to use your own grandson as poison bait. Black blood spilled from the corners of Mr. Wang's mouth, he also held the child and was also poisoned. Staggering over to pick up the baby's body, he pointed at the big man who had just said harshly, "Kill him. I'll tell you all about it. Don't you dare." That big man how also did not expect their own but kicked that poisonous baby a foot, this old man even hair hard to this. However, while he put harsh words on his mouth, his body flew towards the courtyard wall. 2 swishes. Several concealed weapons of various styles were inserted into the back of the big man, and the big man struggled for a few moments before he lost his voice. Still do not say, when it is really going to be cheaper for your nemesis Ma family. Mr. Wang laughed out loud. Cheap him? That's not necessarily true. Just now you guys left. There's more than that. There were several people among the silhouettes whose faces changed wildly. That's just it, there's no harm in telling you. There's a muscled vase in the second row of the bookshelf in my study. The treasures are in it. A few people looked at each other, and one of them violently kicked over, and the baby fell into Su Wan's arms. The other person smoothly chopped off the head of Elder Wang with a sword, and without the slightest hesitation, several people ran straight towards the study. Flutter. Mr. Wang's headless body knelt heavily in front of Su Wan's mother and son. Ma Tianyou's face under the golden shield talisman cover was horribly gloomy. Those cultivation sustenance are mine. Mine. I will kill you all. As long as you all dare to reach out, I will bloody refine your entire family. Come back here, you pariahs. Without magic power, he is no different from mortals. At this time, do not dare to hastily withdraw the golden shield talisman, can only put a threat. In the center of Baishui County, an attic building that was 20 feet tall stood. The tall building was like a pillar, nailed dead center to the land. Top floor. Magistrate Zhao Wuji fiddled with the broken chess pieces with a depressed face. Beside him, there was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe and meditating. Countless ethereal chi drifted out from the thousands of homes in Baishui County, converging into a grayish aura. This is exactly the smoke and fire in the air of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and sucked in, like a large whale in the sea swallowing water, violently inhaling this smoldering gas into his belly. A few moments later. Who? The middle-aged man let out a long cry, and a white pike was spat out from his mouth. Zhao Wuji said enviously. Is Elder Zhu's cultivation another step forward? The magistrate is joking, you're half a rank above me, where's the senior? Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth slightly, his heart fuming. Late generation, senior, and Daoyu were the terms of address between cultivators, and he, immortal, was not qualified to address senior. Xu Changren, the old ancestor of the Zhu clan, stood up and looked into the distance, rightfully inquiring. Did that little guy surnamed Ma make a move? Aha! Zhao Wuji responded in a nonchalant manner. He had been sticking his hot face on his cold ass for 5 years, and now he didn't want to do it anymore. A monk? What's so great about a friar? He, Zhao Wuji, has a trace of royal blood. That little guy from the Wang family's chi is gone. It seems like the Wang family has really been destroyed. Not a single seed left? Pity. Pity. The hallowed purple mansion immortal race has fallen to this. Zhao Wuji didn't see the slightest bit of pity from Zhu Qingren's face, instead he saw relief and elation. He did not understand, the Wang family and Zhu family ancestral friendship is quite deep. The county minister Zhu Changren even put out the word to protect the peace of the Wang family. How come now really out of the matter but do not listen to it? Even the destruction of the Wang family and his smooth sailing. Although Zhao Wuji didn't have a spiritual aperture, his surname was Zhao, and he was a county magistrate enthroned by the royal family of the kingdom of Zhao. It was even in charge of the tax revenue of the registered immortal clan in Whitewater, and its eyes were all over the entire county. Zhao Wuji couldn't think of anything. After all, when it comes to being cunning, he really isn't a match for Zhu Changren. The county minister in front of him, who looked younger than him, was actually 124 years old. Chi refining cultivators live 200 years, but unusual chi practicing can live to 150 years would be considered a long life. That means the old man doesn't have many years left to live. If you can't give birth to an immortal-edged child, even the biggest family will perish at some point. Zhu Chengren's face sank, his offspring spirit aperture qualification is not good. Even among his children and grandchildren, none of them have achieved chi cultivation so far. Just mind your own business. Zhao Wuji's teeth were about to break. But he didn't dare to play rough with Zhu Changren anymore. Once a cultivator starts to fire, he will not care what official position you are. He, the county magistrate, will only be able to play the bully every year when he collects the spirit tax. You really don't care about the affairs of the Wang family? After all, it's a former Purple Mansion immortal clan, so it's not unlikely that there are still some treasures hidden. Xu Changren shook his head. I will naturally do what I say, let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, a flying sword shot out and Zhu Changren left with his feet on the flying sword. Pretend you're a mother. A broken chi practicing 7th level pretending to be like a foundation establishment cultivator, let's see how many more years you can jump around. Zhao Wuji walked to the side and grabbed a small bell and gently shook it. Under the loft, dozens of big men in disguise left in an orderly fashion. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, although the Wang family's good treasure I'm afraid that has long been into your Zhu family's treasury, but the rest of them must also have a little bit of oil and water. Hey, want to leave a bit of family business to the children and grandchildren really difficult Li Shen looked at the word Ma mansion along the door of the courtyard in front of him and knew that he had not found the wrong place. Sneak into the backyard. I should be the first of the batch. Li Xian articulated his dagger and gently knocked on the door. A flirty voice came from inside the door. Who is it? Jade? Is that you? Chapter 17, The Yellow Bird is behind the bird below. The man in the room was hesitant with a bit of excitement and a bit of lewdness in his voice. Just as he opened the door, a bright dagger plunged straight into his chest. You! Li Xian covered him. If there were no cultivators, Li Xian would have just started slaughtering. But now, Li Xian didn't want to gamble. He didn't even have the second level of Yunlin himself, although he took advantage of the spiritual aperture in mundane martial arts, but he didn't have a concept of what kind of strength the fourth level of Yunlin was. Li Xian suddenly had a flash of insight. Wait a minute. Isn't there another group back there? The water's gone. The water's gone. Come quickly to put out the fire. Li Xian set a fire and then hid it honestly, watching a group of servants busily putting out the fire. Unfortunately, the sky was dry, and Li Xian had lit more than one fire, and the fire was so intense that he couldn't even save it if he wanted to. Murder! There are robbers! A group of belatedly arrived masked men barged in, slashing at anyone in sight. Find it fast. Time is running out. As soon as the leading big man made a sound, a long, brightly shining nail pierced right through his head, spilling blood all over the ground. Bastard! How dare you come to my ma's house to spread your wildness? A few masked men looked at each other and threw out a small bottle in unison. The vial exploded on the ground, and a strong, fishy odor spread through the yard. Bitch! Bastard your mother! I hate these two words the most in my life. Side by side. It's just a fourth level of Yunling, let this old man taste the power of us pariahs. Li Xian was all smiles as he hid in the shadows and quietly went around the backyard. The dagger was at the neck of a flamboyant woman. Say, where is the forbidden place of the Ma family? That is, where you are usually not allowed to go. Book. Study, the one on the right. Answer correctly. Reward you with a knife. Li Xian backhanded the noblewoman's neck. Study, study, study. Li Xian kicked open the door of the study and scratched his head as he looked at the rows of bookshelves. Mother-er. Kicking over the first bookshelf, not this one. The second one was also kicked down easily. Neither. Until the third one, which Li Xian failed to kick down even with all his strength. Li Xian grinned, is the bookshelf still rooted underfoot? Throwing all the books on it that could be moved to the floor, only one vase remained motionless. Turn the vase gently. There was a click and two floor tiles gently buckled. Jia, found it. Entering the secret room and looking at the shelves full of objects, Li Xian pulled out his burlap pocket from his pants. Recognize it or not, and whether it works or not, spill it into your pocket. Pity about all this gold and silver. Li Xian casually stuffed 2 ingots of gold in his pants, picked up his rag pocket and ran outside. Wait. No. Just out of the doorway, Li Xian immediately reacted. It was now broad daylight, he was too conspicuous running out like this, and it was too easy for him to be set on fire. Li Xian clutched his pockets and headed for the back of the house. Pust. The old man of the Ma family spat out a mouthful of black blood and staggered towards the study after looking at the corpses all over the floor. What kind of poison is this? It's so violent. The biggest difference between a cultivator in the spirit embodiment stage and immortal is that there are a few more strands of mana in the body, and except for the body refining cultivator, the rest of the difference in physical qualities is not that big. Just now, he had clearly suppressed it with his mana, but he didn't expect that it would cause the poison to erupt instead. On the way, Master Ma couldn't help but feel panicked when he saw dead bodies everywhere, and all of them had their necks wiped out with a knife. The more he feared something, the more it came, and just as he entered the study, he saw the secret room that had been opened. Who? Who is it? Who dares to take away my Ma family's century-old foundation? Instant rush of fire and toxicity erupted. Another mouthful of black blood spurted out. Elder Ma completely fainted. No. How could there not be? Once upon a time, the Violet Mansion Immortal clan. Even if the spirit stones are depleted, it's impossible to not even have a single merit law. Say. Where are you hiding? With a wave of his robe, a Hanyu was cupped by his throat with one hand. 5 long, shiny spikes were aimed at the big man's head. Say. The group of masked visitors were still a step too slow. The vase that Mr. Wang spoke of was indeed a mechanism, and it did open up a secret room. But there was no treasure in the secret room at all. Instead, it was a refined corpse of the 4th level of the embodied spirit. A few of them almost found their way to the Tao, and although they were not injured, they were entangled in the refined corpses and could not get out. He was finally caught red-handed by Tianyou, who had regained his magical powers after getting rid of the poison. Say. That big man knew that it was hard to escape death, staring at Tianyou. He sneer. We mud legs but let go, can snatch the immortal edge is best. It doesn't matter if we can't grab it. Rather, it's you, Ma's family. Ha heave. The big man spat a mouthful of thick spit in Tianyou's face. Seek death. Tianyou was furious, his mana shook and directly pinched the big man. A few others saw this. We'll wait for you down there, Ma's family. Ha ha ha. Saying this, he cut his own throat and died. Rage incomparable Tianyou maneuvered 5 long nails ready to slaughter the Wang family servants to vent their anger, which Noah circled down with the Wang family actually no one alive. Ah! A moment later, the calm Tianyou recalled the words of Elder Wang and this group of masked visitors just now. That's not the only thing you just walked away with. Instead, it's your Ma family. Tianyou was shocked in his heart, and a sprinting talisman was attached to his feet. The talisman instantly burned, a spiritual light wrapped around Tianyou's feet, and his figure directly fastened out of the residual shadow. In less than a cup of tea, Tianyou nearly fell to the ground as he looked at the yard full of dead bodies and the house with more than just fire. He's had his home stolen. Chapter 18, Enmity becomes enmity. Tianyou had no time for anything else and went straight to the study. Usually his old man was practicing in the secret room of the study, although his old man's cultivation was not high, but he should have no problem fending off those masked visitors. But as soon as I entered the door, I saw my old man lying on the ground, covered in black blood, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Dad! Tianyou shouted, then ran straight to the entrance of the secret room and followed him, no longer caring about his father's death. As long as he was still around, as long as the inherited resources were still there, his Ma family would still be around. A father who was a 4th level of the spirit. A little bit of wind and frost is just a little bit of wind and frost. Tianyou entered the chamber. Frozen in place, nothing. Nothing. Aha! I'll kill you all. What is it? He picked up a small black jar, and there were a dozen other small jars exactly like it on this floor. Not far away, there was a cotton thread that was about to burn to the end. Before Tianyou could check, an inexplicable sense of crisis swept through his body. Boom 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 boom. Those little black jars exploded violently. The violent impact lifted the stone tiles directly off the top of the chamber. The loud noise spread to half of Baishui County. High up in the attic, Zhao Wuji looked at the Ma family, which was on fire in the distance, and stroked his white beard. Funny how this magistrate is still late. When his men went to Wang's house, Tianyou was already gone. After a careful search, he found another secret room, but unfortunately there was nothing in it except some gold and silver. I also wonder who the Wang family's underpinnings have been taken away from? That junior Tianyou? Or? Zhao Wuji's gaze looked into the distance, that was the direction of the Zhu family. Li Xian seized these treasures and didn't dare to stay for a moment. But it was broad daylight, and he didn't know any spells like invisibility or dryness in sleeves. How should he bring so many things out of the city? Those gate guards at the door can be tough to deal with. Not to mention. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Tianyou, will definitely skin you and refine you into a blood elixir. Tianyou crawled out of the chamber, cloaked and tattered, his mouth full of blood. Not much better than the stragglers outside the city. Li Xian, who was hiding in a private house, couldn't help but freeze when he heard the roar. Damn, I added nails and poison to that bomb. A dozen mines worth of charges didn't kill him. Is this the strength of a high-level cultivator of the embodied spirit? It seems that things like explosives don't have any effect on more powerful cultivators. Tianyou was really going to collapse. He only had 3 talismans on him. 2 golden shield charms and 1 sprint charm. It's all used up now. What kind of magic weapon was that just now? It clearly didn't have the slightest fluctuation of mana, yet it was able to deliver the full force of a cultivator of the 9th level of the impregnating spirit. If it wasn't for that golden shield talisman, I'd be half crippled right now if not dead. Home was stolen. With only a dozen or so spirit stones on him as well, he was now truly panicking. He had just touched his old man's corpse and only found a fireball charm. It had been at least an incense stick of time since Pops had breathed his last, and the thieves who had taken his Ma family's inheritance must have left long ago. There are only 2 ways out of this situation. One is to find the legacy of the Wang family. The second is to go to the city gates to block those thieves. But there are 4 city gates. Ma Tianyou clenched his teeth and turned his head toward the Wang family. The Wang family definitely still has secret rooms. Yushu family is not moral, the county minister said he would give me the bell. As long as I'm certain. You have never oppressed my Zhu family, but a favor becomes a grudge, and you are unwilling to take the initiative to let my Zhu family leave. That's revenge. I will not kill you myself. But neither will I shelter you. Now that the Ma family has been destroyed, it's time for the mind to be perfected. Chapter 19, I want the other one too. A few dozen miles outside of Baishui County. Wang Tianyou, the steward of the Wang family, was walking with difficulty with 2 family members. Pipe? Master. A family man pursed his dry, cracked lips and said, holding a map, Master. Ahead is Black Tiger Mountain. We once sent so many silver tails to Black Tiger Mountain, they should shelter us, right? How about we give them some more of the silver tails we have on us? Even if they don't take us in, they should let us through. Another houseboy chimed in. Wang Tianyou didn't say much, but just tightened his swaddling clothes, with a bit of doubt on his face. The little young master is 10 months old. It's supposed to be a crying age, but now. Too quiet. He doesn't look like a normal child at all. Every day, he was so groggy that his breath was weaker than that of an ordinary infant, just like an old man who was terminally ill. Master. Seeing that Wang Tianyou did not listen to himself, the housekeeper shouted again, his tone a little shy. The Wang family is gone. Still acting like you're in charge. Who are you pretending to be? Wang Tianyou nodded as if in a dream. From a pocket sewn into the tattered lining came a pouch of sheepskin. I left in such a hurry that I only brought an ingot of gold and some broken silver. This ingot will buy peace. You guys take the gold and go ahead and ask for directions and probe those mountain bandits. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the 2 houseguards, not realizing that it would be so easy to trick the gold. The family man took the cloth bag, and the 2 of them clasped their fists and fled as if they were fleeing. Wang Tianyou looked at the 2's distant backs, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Young master, the last bit of danger has been removed, and now? No one knows about your birth anymore except me. Wang Tianyou leaned on a wooden stick and hobbled in the direction the 2 had left. In that parchment bag he hid poison needles. 4 days. Li Xian in the coffin finished eating the last small piece of cake. Putting his ear to the coffin, he listened intently for a few moments to make sure the host family were asleep before slowly propping open the sheet panels. Tiptoeing to the ground, and taking advantage of the night, Li Xian picked up the burlap sack end. But now, the doorway out of the city was lined with a long line, and the soldiers at the door seemed to be lining up for something. Li Xian exhaled deeply. He came to the gate and stepped on it. Now there's a gate tax to get out of town. The good thing is that it's just a light inventory check, even if there's something on the entering or leaving the city that the gate soldiers see, as long as they give some favors, they can usually let. Li Xian cannot be denied, the gate soldiers are afraid of too much coaxing to cause the stragglers to attack the. That's a nice little lady, but one isn't enough, I'll take the other. Chapter 20 The Su of Tu Su, the Jade of Mei Yu. Li Xian was insatiable, but the old man wasn't angry, instead he laughed with him and pushed the other half-grown girl child into Li Xian's arms as well. Then thank you, strong man. The old horse was carrying 3 big pockets and couldn't sit on people anymore. Li Xian could only lead it slowly forward, with the 2 little ladies following Li Xian's side. Since you 2 are already my people. Sooner or later, you'll have to come with me. Why don't you get closer to your old parents now? I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future. One of the young ladies tried to say something, but was scared off by a look from the other, more mature one. Old Airhead, who was following a few meters behind, said smilingly, since the 2 of them are already strongman's people, they naturally have to stay with strongman. And like the strongman, this kind of hero good man, in the future certainly will not treat them poorly. The old man lowered his eyebrows and bragged about Li Xian. Along the way, there were stragglers with red eyes who tried to come up and grab them, and they were slashed by Li Xian's head. The rest of the stragglers were scared by Li Xian's ruthlessness and didn't dare to make another move, so when their group left they gathered around the hacked-to-death body in unison. It rained once before March, but this rain is not enough, not to mention planting crops, not even enough to drink. The old man gradually approached Li Xian, his mouth chatting idly. After walking a few more miles forward, Li Xian suddenly spoke out. All right. That's it. You're not tired, my old pack horse is tired. Rest before you go. The old man smiled at his words and hastened to say yes. Wifey, get out the pasties and share them. The old man with a simple face took the pastry and handed it to Li Xian with both hands. Strong man to taste. The two little ladies sat together, the more mature one hugging the smaller one even tighter. Li Xian eat with a face full of disgust. That's all you guys eat? Smoothly, he took the pastry and placed it in his lap, twisting his head to pull a large handful of jerky from the cloth bag he carried. He picked the thickest one and stuffed it into his mouth, and gave one to each of the other few. Eat up, eat up. Good dog jerky. I've added so many little ingredients. The old man saw that Li Xian was the first to eat, so he also blearily took over and chewed. That tastes good. Everyone ate. The old man's trio ate the most, even the toddler ate no less than an adult's amount. Looking at the empty small pocket, the old man apologized with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, strong man, the old man has never eaten such delicious dog jerky. I can't believe that I didn't pay attention to all of them. Strong man is still hungry, right? Quickly taste this cake, although it's not as good as the strong man's jerky, well at least it can top the hunger. Li Xian grinned a fierce smile, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. I say, that's all it takes to get me to eat this pie. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a teasing expression. It's not poisoned in here, is it? The old man knelt on the ground with a horrified face. Little old man didn't ah. The life of the little old man's family is entrusted to the strong man. How dare he victimize the strong man? Said he was ready to eat that pie first to prove his innocence. Li Xian struck his hand, which was as dry as a tree root, with a knife. No need, I believe you. It doesn't matter if you're down or not. After all, I'm down. The old man's face was horrified, just wanted to do it but found that he couldn't lift his strength, and his abdomen was like a knife twisting. Looking back, the middle-aged woman, the toddler, and even the two little ladies were all in cold sweat from the pain. Li Xian stopped talking nonsense and slammed his heart. With two more slashes, the toddler and the middle-aged woman's heads flew up without any resistance at all. When you're out and about, didn't your mother teach you not to eat from strangers? Idiot. Li Xian stripped off the clothes of the three and searched the parcels on the women's backs to find a few bottles of poison, some concealed weapons, 10 tales of gold and 3 books of mundane martial arts. Li Xian froze for a moment as he looked at this book of disguise in his hand and slashed the faces of the 3 men with his knife. Suddenly I felt a chill. Mother ing dead midget, older than me and still calling me ing uncle. Putting his things away, he walked over to the two little ladies, who were now rolling around in pain. You have 3 sentences. Li Xian's faint voice rang in the ears of the 2 men, and the older one forced himself to endure the pain and raised his head, kneeling down at Li Xian's feet and grasping Li Xian's pants leg with a trembling hand. We're not with them. Well, I know. First sentence. It was my ignorance that prevented my sister from reminding you, please be generous and spare. Shan Yangzi's second sentence was interrupted by Li Xian before she could finish it. Stop. This second sentence is wasted on you. The little lady was silent, shivering as she followed the ground, not daring to speak again. Li Xian shook his head in disappointment and turned around, ready to leave. Just then, the little lady suddenly raised her head and said with tears in her voice, I felt a hot current just now when you took me by the waist. You are a cultivator. And I have a spiritual aperture. Li Xian stopped and turned around to stare at her expressionlessly, and? It's not just me, my sister has it too. My sister and I are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives, to blossom and give birth to more immortal-edged children with spiritual orifices. When a cultivator combines with a cultivator, the probability of having a child with a spiritual aperture will be much higher. However, while there are many Qian cultivators in the world, Kuan cultivators are few and far between. Many Qian cultivators have given birth to immortal-edged children in order to start a branch, and they suffer from the lack of Kuan cultivators. So they hit the idea on the young girls with spirit orifices. They will take the young girls home, provide them with resources, so that they can reach the first level of the spirit of embrace, so that they are also considered a cultivator, and the chances of being able to give birth to a son of the immortal edge will be much higher. Li Xian's eyes flickered as he hesitated. The woman did indeed possess an aura, and while he couldn't detect the size yet, his instincts told him it was at least an inch. An inch. That's not small. Mundane people with spiritual aperture is only 2 or 3 thousandths of a person, and the vast majority of them are only a few points in size, such as the second son of the Wang family that he escorted. It was not too much to say that those who could truly be born with a spiritual aperture of 1 inch or more were 1 in a million. Seeing Li Xian's hesitation, the little lady shivered and crawled to Li Xian's feet once again, kowtowing her head unceasingly. You're smart. Even the ancestors were broad, or you couldn't have known you had a spirit orifice. Li Xian squatted down and stroked her head as if he was petting a kitten. The kitten that had been wild and had to submit to his feet. I know that this poison will only cause pain and will not be fatal, but I want to fight for a chance to live for myself and my sister in this chaotic world. Please. You're really smart. Li Xian complimented once again, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. This woman had been giving him the benefit of the doubt up to this point, saying that the poison wouldn't kill anyone, showing that she wouldn't harbor any resentment. Picking up her chin, what's your name? Su Yu. The Su of Tu Su, the jade of beautiful jade. Li Xian unlocked the gourd at his waist and filled her with a mouthful of water. Here, give your sister a sip too. Also, you guessed wrong. That poison is just deadly. Tears glistened in the little lady's eyes. Holding the gourd, he stumbled to. The rest of the bite is held by the Zhao family. The other villagers either take water from Zhao's house or come here to rob the ruined house of Li's family. But apparently, trying to get water from the Zhao family, which boasted 24 men, was not an easy task. Even this ruined well, the Zhao family has come to intervene. The man in the back gulped. He hadn't had any water for days, his stomach was full of hay, he couldn't, and he'd long been dizzy and footsore. He's still here in line, holding on by a breath. The man lowered the bucket down, and instead of the thud of a barrel entering the water, there was a clunk. It was a long time before the man reluctantly pulled the barrel up. The man fixed his eyes toward the bucket and was surprised to see that it was empty. Where's the water? How come there's none? There's no water at all. The man broke down instantly and gasped violently a few times. Collapsed backward, his soul returning to the sky on the spot. No one cared if he was dead or alive, and the man behind him was in a hurry to get down the barrel again. It's still empty. It's gone. Not a drop of water left. The men in line behind them instantly exploded. Is there any water left? Water cut off again. How can the water be cut off? I don't believe it. The pusher in the back stepped forward, and the Zhao family members stepped back silently with their wood knives and steel forks. There's still water at Song Laoer's place. I don't know who shouted. Get him. Song Laoer was rounded up and beaten to death by them, and the bamboo tube shattered, gone, nothing left. Jade Bamboo Mountain. There's still water at Jade Bamboo Mountain. There's a couple wells down there that we've all hit before. There must still be water there. The voice sounded again. The crowd swished quiet, and no one dared to stagger anymore. To rob the Li family's well? Oh. The image of the Zhao family pushing a crate full of corpses out of the village headman's house that day could still be vivid in my mind. There were dozens of people, men, women and children. The whole village was terrified by their ferocity and strength. To this day, the courtyard of the village chief's house is still red. Who dares to go after the Li family? Li Xian has gone to the county seat, it's been 10 days. Talk about dying out there. A harsh voice rang out from the crowd, and the crowd looked over. It was Blacksmith Hu. The only blacksmith in the village, widowed and alone, lives by beating up the villagers' farm tools in the peaceful years. Blacksmith Hu gritted his teeth, his dry, cracked lips filled with bloody gouges as he squatted down and grabbed a handful of slightly moist dirt in his mouth at the place where the bamboo tube had broken. Sucking in the moisture from it, enjoyment, obsession and madness on his face. It's a death anyway, I just want water now. Just want to drink water. Just want to drink water. Hu Blacksmith kept chanting, as if obsessed with the devil to lift a side of sharp machete, step by step toward the Li family. There was one and then there was a second, and with Blacksmith Hu leading the way, more and more people followed him. Only once the crowd was gone did Zhao Tianyou and a group of Zhao family Hans come out from the back. Brother Tianyou, this Li Xian is not at home. Liang Yu sent someone to send word for us to do this. Isn't it a bit dangerous in case? The groundwater under the Jade Bamboo Mountain has decreased, but it is still far from the point of letting the abandoned house wells dry up, and the Zhao family manages a well against this matter in mind. But now this abandoned well. Zhao Tianyou's harmless face surfaced in his mind and shook his head to shake the ridiculous thoughts away from his head. Liang Yu has his own plans. Which one of the Li family is a good match, so just do as you're told. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. On this side, the villagers came towards the Li family in great numbers, while the Li family opened their doors. There was no barrier at the door, not even a house servant woman sweeping the floor. When he neared the door, Blacksmith Hu stopped in his tracks instead. Standing far away, he shouted, "Li family master. Can you come out to see me?" The hoarse voice echoed through the yard, but received no response. Li family master. The water is cut off. We can't even survive. Master Li, can you let out 2 wells? We are willing to do labor work for the master's family. Master Li. After not getting a response for a long time, blacksmith who couldn't wait any longer. Lifting the firewood knife, he rushed in, and a large group of men behind him followed. As soon as they entered the door, the group of Hans realized that the courtyard was not deserted, and on each side of the courtyard, there stood a half-grown child. It was Li Shi and Li Ling. Before Li Yi didn't die, the Li family's life was quite rich. Their 2 brothers grew already strong. Li Xian returned to his hometown this half-year, but also jumped a cut. The 2 brothers were 9 years old, but taller and stronger than the 13 or 14 boys from the same village. Li Shi glanced at them and lowered his head to rub his knife expressionlessly. On the other side, Li Ling, however, was full of eagerness. You're here to make trouble? Li Ling spoke excitedly. Li Shi glared at him and said flatly, my second uncle is not here, go back. We're dying of thirst. Blacksmith who clutched his firewood knife. Li Shi raised his head, his cold eyes staring at blacksmith who, oh, and then what? What's his family got to do with you dying? When his father, Li Yi, died, no one stood up and said anything. Hu blacksmith's face rippled with veins, the anger and madness in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Oh, you paralyzed, I'll chop you to death, you little bastard. Men are good at saving face, especially when they've been pushed to the brink, and the whole thing is like a powder keg that explodes at the slightest point. Those shouts at the door just now had been the last of his sanity. Hu blacksmith perennial iron, a strong muscle, fierce a few steps stepped over, according to Li Shi's head is a knife. Li Shi raised his sword to block. There was a clunk and sparks. Blacksmith who shook violently a few times, and the tremendous force shook his arm. What strength! You can't stay. Blacksmith who let out a roar, don't do it yet. Don't you guys still expect the Li family to give you water? As long as we occupy this place, once the gate is closed, even if Li Xian returns, he won't be able to break through. Chop up these 2 boys. Li Shi teasingly smiled and raised his sword to go straight into the crowd. Chapter 22. The second uncle and his 2 younger brothers had become immortals, and Li Liangyu was both excited and sorry in his heart. He wondered all the time how good it would be if he had a spiritual aperture as well. The second uncle went to the county after his release. The 2 younger brothers were drunk on cultivation, and grandpa and grandma were getting older. He is in charge of all the big and small affairs of this Li family. Big river, where the hell is that short tree? Li Liangyu wiped his hot sweat, and the household servant Da Jiang hurriedly took the water pouch at his waist and handed it to Li Liangyu. This morning he heard the house servant say that someone had found an odd-looking dwarf tree on the mountain, but the man didn't recognize it and only thought it was unusual, so he exchanged the news for a handful of corn and a bag of water at the Li family. Ever since there was a cultivator in the Li family, Li Liangyu, who had gone to school, had started collecting all kinds of strange and weird things. Bugs, herbs, uncommon trees, meteorite iron, ores of all colors. As long as it was something rare, the Li family accepted it. Even messages such as this one collect. The 2 house servants looked a bit embarrassed. They were ordered by young Master Shi to trick the eldest young master into coming. Where was the rare dwarf tree? Now that Li Liangyu asked about it, he could only make up something stiffly, and then continued on his way. Young Master Shi said that he would go home at the point of noon. Omi looked at the sky and thought it was about time. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he pointed at an oddly shaped sapling on a small hill and said, Young master. That plant. According to the location, the man said, it should be that plant. Li Liangyu fixed his eyes on it. Only to see a small tree half a man high, green and delightful in the midst of a withered yellow, fluttering in the wind. It looked like a small willow tree, with one branch hanging slightly to the ground and a grape-sized fruit on the trunk. Most of the fruit is green, with only a few at the very bottom slightly reddish. What is this? Li Liangyu frowned slightly, flipping through the medication illustrations he had brought with him to look for a moment, and nothing matched up. No matter, all the trees around it are dead, only it is alive. It must not be a mortal object, dig it back first. Upon hearing this, Dachan and Deha hastily rubbed their hands together and hung onto the big dead tree on the small hill with a rope attached to a rock and climbed up the rope. Be careful, I'm afraid there isn't a poisonous creature guarding this treasure. Li Liangyu reminded. Don't worry, young master, it's late fall and approaching winter, surely there is no. Ah! Da Jiang just touched the short tree, words have not yet finished, suddenly covered his hand, screaming. A 5 or 6 feet long black snake bites on Da Jiang's hand, no matter how he shakes it off cannot be shaken off. Seeing his brother bitten by a snake, Day rushed up and chopped the black snake in half with a woodchopper. "Get down here." Li Liangyu looked at Da Zheng's wound and frowned slightly. The snake was afraid to be poisonous. Decisively wrapped the top of the wound tightly with twine. Day, build a fire on the spot. Shoving a wooden stick into Omi's mouth, "Bear with me." He then pulled out his instantaneous dagger and gently slashed the wound, allowing the poisonous blood to drain out. "Young master, the fire is up." Oka covered the fire folders with an anxious face. "Put your brother's wound on the fire." Roasted a little longer. Omi's screams echoed through the mountains. It was a long time before he sat down on the floor in a state of weakness. "Date you go." But even so, they now have mana-enhanced physical quality, only a line worse than the original uncultivated Li Xian. Hit these villagers who have no foundation and do not know the rules and regulations, simply hand-holding the pinch. The surrounded villagers were all filled with panic. They were really close to breaking down. Who's a half-grown kid who can surround himself with dozens of adults? He originally wanted to just get those few villagers who were chewing on his tongue killed, but then Li Shi's words woke him up. Thinking back to that day on Jade Bamboo Mountain, Li Shi, who was only 9 years old, knelt in front of him with a sincere expression. "Master, second uncle, and I and third brother are all cultivators, so all the trivial matters of the family in the future will depend on Big Brother alone. But Big Brother is soft in nature. He has learned to read and reason with his husband, and always thinks that all things can be solved by gentle means. But the truth is not as good as it is portrayed in the books of the husbandman. In a great drought and a great disaster, everything depends on the sword in your hand. Second uncle said that cultivation has no years, so it's impossible for us to accompany Big Brother all the time. With Big Brother's nature, I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress those demons and devils. Rather make a game of it. If Big Brother's heart is soft, what's the harm in letting him stay soft? If our hearts are cold, we'll kill them head to head before letting Big Brother come to their rescue. Good to teach those people to see. In this Li family, the only one with a soft heart is my Big Brother. The only one who can shelter them and treat them as human beings is my Big Brother. So, then they will also honor him and willingly work for him." Li Shi said with a loud voice, not caring that this would make his reputation as stinky as Li Xian's. Li Ping thought long and hard and nodded. It's all about the family. Chapter 23, Who Gave You the Guts? 10 miles outside of Leaning Mountain Village, Li Xian led his horse slowly. Suyu and Suyu followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind even one step. The wilderness was too dangerous. Even the hordes of stragglers didn't dare to wade into the mountains. If they didn't follow Li Xian closely, they were afraid that they would be dragged away by the wild wolves in less than half an hour. Still walking? Want to take a break? Seeing that the old horse was foaming at the corners of his mouth, Li Xian knew that this was exhaustion, so he offered to rest. The two sisters nodded. "Listen to your husband's arrangements." The journey took 5 or 6 days in order to take care of these two women. Through these 2 days of understanding, Li Xian also knew the bottom line of these two. Both sisters were from Qingmu County, south of Changning Prefecture, which was not far from Baishui County, where Li Xian had escorted darts many years ago. The whole Changning province drought constantly. The Su family was originally a small rich family. In this disaster directly declined. 2 sisters above there was an older sister, but unfortunately in order to survive was sold to the teeth of the people. Later, when almost all the male members of the family died, they cut their hair and wiped their faces with black ash in order to survive, mixing with the displaced people and struggling to survive. After being spotted by the man in the middle, he has been following them around, being used by them as a tool for deception. These were the two of them telling themselves, and as for truth or falsehood, Li Xian didn't care. Giving them both some food and water, they rested for a few moments and then set off again. "I don't know how things are going at home." At this time, Li Liangyu was hugging the short tree back to the front door of his house. "What's going on along the way? Why are those villagers looking at me so strangely?" Li Liangyu shook his head and looked straight at the wooden whistle that topped the door. Suddenly realizing something, he stared back at Oka. Day's head was almost buried into the ground, not daring to meet Li Liangyu's eyes at all. Li Liangyu grunted and removed the wooden whistle. Squeak! The people in the courtyard turned around, and those villagers who were surrounded directly cried out when they heard the sound of this open door. "This is..." Li Liangyu was shocked by the scene in the courtyard. His face turned white, and a chill went straight to the sky. The ground was full of corpses, blood was splattered everywhere, and the entire courtyard was filled with a strong fishy stench. Vomit! Li Liangyu held the edge of the door and vomited. "Big brother! Young master! Eldest young master, help!" The two young masters are trying to kill us. When a group of villagers saw Li Liangyu, it was like seeing a savior. Bang bang bang, the kowtowing on the stone floor. This group of people were scared out of their wits. Li Shi and Li Ling were like hunters teasing a rabbit, directly scaring them to collapse. Big brother, why are you back so early? There was some apprehension in Li Shi's voice. Li Ling heard out, also have the same example, and even directly began to admit fault, for this bureau busy for so long, waiting is not now? The villagers also heard that these two killers were afraid of this soft-hearted young master, and were even more convinced that Li Liangyu could save them. Young master! I have a wife and children at home. Young master, we were forced by blacksmith who? Enlighten me, my lord. Li Shi pursed his lips and slashed the head of the nearest person beside him before Li Liangyu could react. Noisy! It's your turn to interrupt when our brothers are talking. The crowd was shocked and stepped back in unison. Stop! Second and third brothers, what are you doing? Li Liangyu woke up as if from a dream and loudly scolded. Big brother, they forced their way into the courtyard with blades in their hands. Should be killed. That. Li Liangyu still wanted to chide, but realized he couldn't find a reason. Then we can't kill indiscriminately. They are all villagers of the Leaning Village. Why to this, why to this? Li Ling couldn't stand it anymore and interjected, Big brother, we're doing you a favor. They don't listen to your discipline. Both second brother and I know all of this. We listen. We will definitely listen to young master, we really don't dare. The villagers hurriedly cried. Let them go. The villagers, almost all of them with injuries, helped each other to leave, passing by Li Shi, their bodies couldn't help trembling, fearing that he would chop himself with a knife. Go back and recuperate well, let the families and children of these dead villagers come and take the corpses back. Mo into the belly of the wild things on the mountain. Young master is merciful. When the crowd had all left, Li Liangyu sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes looking at his two younger brothers. Which one of you two's idea was this? In terms of intelligence, he was the best of the three brothers. The short tree, the villagers make trouble, and he rushes back at a pinch. Coupled with his own second brother's rather suggestive words, intelligent as he was, how could he not see it? But what's the point of seeing it? So many people had already been killed that he could only play along with his two brothers. Otherwise, one of these villagers will be counted as one, and I'm afraid that they will really have to be copied and exterminated, just as the second brother said. My idea. With a creak, Li Ping opened the door and walked out of the inner courtyard without hurry. It was all my old man's idea. Do you know what they say behind your back? Do you know that your daughter-in-law was scolded and cried a few days ago? Li Ping walked up to Li Liangyu. Hatefully, he looked at this eldest grandson of his, this eldest grandson he used to love the most. Water and food come from my Li family, and you dare to chew on my Li family's tongue, Liangyu, do you know who their guts are? Li Liangyu was silent. Who gave it to you? Big brother gave it to me. On the side, Li Ling skimmed his lips. Li Shi twisted his head around and glared fiercely at his third brother, his lips moving slightly. Chapter 24 Ma Family Cultivation Inheritance. Although Li Shi didn't make a sound, Li Ling, who was familiar with him, could still tell at a glance that his second brother was saying shut up. Li Ling grunted and turned around to go up to Jade Bamboo Mountain. He didn't understand how his big brother could act like a sheep when he was obviously a milkman. Master, I know Ernie has been wronged, but I've already had the Zhao family teach those villagers a lesson, and I've even taken back one of the wells. It wasn't that Li Liangyu didn't know about these things, and he had done them in time to punish them, but he hadn't thought that they would lead to so many people losing their lives. Li Ping shook his head and placed his hand on top of Li Liangyu's head, gently caressing. Liangyu, have you ever thought that according to this heavenly time, even if we don't pinch it, that ruined well will dry up sooner or later? This innings we just advanced him, though. What would be the scenario if your two younger brothers had no cultivation to protect them today? What would you have done if your two brothers had been killed? Answer me. I will kill them all. Li Liangyu replied without the slightest hesitation. He's just kind, but he knows the inside from the outside. Li Ping was helpless with a hint of relief. Patted the top of his head, go on, we will not force you, the bureau has already been made, it is pointless to argue, in the future your means to be softer will not hurt. Li Liangyu stood up and sighed as he looked towards the Jade Bamboo Mountain in the backyard. Afternoon. Li Xian entered the village only to find that all the villagers were avoiding him. Although the people in the village were usually afraid of him, it was nowhere near what it was today. You! Come here! Li Xian casually pointed his finger to a 13 or 14-year-old kid. The boy's legs trembled in fear at the call, but he managed to walk over. Why did you run when you saw me? Grandmaster, I. My father didn't go to attack the Li family, my father didn't, and neither did I. I. Heavenly joke, his two nephews. As long as the door is closed, the full force of the implementation of the open, even if the villagers of the leaning village together, is impossible to break through the Li family mansion. Go! Go home and see the fun. Li Xian had gained a huge amount this time, and even his mood was much better. As soon as he entered, he smelled the heavy stench of blood. The bodies had been taken back by the families of those men, and the only thing left in the yard was the great river washing away the flagstones. He chanted as he juggled, why bother? Isn't it good to live honestly? Now the water from this brushing stone slab is enough for you guys to drink for a few days. Seeing him, Li Liangyu, who was on the side, just wanted to call out to his second uncle, but before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Li Xian. Gesture him to keep quiet. The short tree was nourished by the aura, instantly revitalized, even the wilting leaves were bright green for a few minutes. It took a long time for Li Shi and Li Ling to collect their breath from collecting their energy. Second uncle, you're back? Li Xian nodded and asked, what? 173 spirit stones. And a bag of crushed spirit sand. Feats, techniques, insights from the immortal cultivation world and the Ma clan's cultivation sense totaling 16 books. There are 2 books of gong methods. The smoke and fire eating chi method absorbs the smoke and fire of the earth. In this Changning prefecture where the spiritual chi is scarce, it would have been the most appropriate cultivation method, but unfortunately there are only the remnants of the yumming spirit stage. And the impregnating spirit stage can only gulp down spiritual chi, unable to absorb heaven and earth chi. This method is 10% chicken ribs. The greenwood longevity method, which absorbs a series of wood attributed heaven and earth chi such as grass and tree clear chi, mountain and forest clear chi, and after cultivation, mana vitality will flourish, prolonging one's life the best. This method can be cultivated up to the chi practicing stage. Li Xian put the 2 feats aside. The golden light technique, evil expulsion technique, fixation technique, sprinting technique, sentinel technique, and small cloud and rain technique total 6. The other 7 are all cultivation insights from the spirit embodiment stage. We can also learn from them. Uncle 2, didn't you say there were 16 books? Li Xian took out half of the remnants of the book from his arms. This is a method to raise a family. As soon as he saw this half book, Li Xian couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Cultivation of the Immortal 100 Arts Legacy. Spirit Planting Fu. Though it's only of the first order, and it's still crippled. Li Shi's eyes lit up. Second uncle, the dwarf tree that Big Brother brought back from the mountains, can there be a record on this? Li Xian handed him the book, signaling him to flip through it. But in a moment, Li Shi found it. Multi-Treasure Fruit Tree. Chapter 25, The Fruit Tree of Many Treasures. Doppelganger Fruit Tree, a first-order medium-grade spiritual plant. The plant is low and resembles a willow, bearing fruit once every 3 years. Doppelganger fruit can be used to brew spiritual wine, the bark of the branches can be used to refine magic weapons, and the leaves can be used as a good medicine for brightening eyes, which has a miraculous effect on mortal beings, and it has the effect of weekly gathering spirits. Planting method. Good baby. After Li Xian heard the effects of this multiple treasure fruit tree, he only felt that the heavens had blessed his Li family. He brought back this crippled first-order spirit plant Fu inheritance, and Li Liangyu brought back this multiple treasure fruit tree. It is really a blessing from the heavens. Brewing, medicine, and spirit gathering. Any one of these is a great benefit to the Li family today, and I didn't expect that all 3 would be gathered. The name of this multi-treasure is not a false rumor. Li Xian took out the last few things again. A blood test ruler, an orifice measuring stone, a few magic weapons and some talismans, and some small jade bottles. Is this the orifice detection stone? The treasure that can detect spiritual orifices in the Book of Words. If this stone was placed a year ago, it would be a treasure that Li Xian would not dare to dream of, but now. Uncle 2. How about you? How old are you? Li Xian received the orifice measuring stone and did as he was told. A faint halo of light slowly spread. 3 inches. Li Shi and Li Ling stood up with a miso and looked dead at the light engraving at the groove of the orifice measuring stone. It was a long time before Li Shi lowered his voice in excitement. Not bad for Uncle 2. Worthy of being second uncle. A family of 3 cultivators, each with the opportunity to practice qi. If my Li family doesn't gain momentum, which one can still gain momentum? Spare the calm and ruthless Li. She is also excited at this time. 3 inches of spirit orifices. It could be said that as long as there were enough cultivation resources, there was an 80% to 90% chance that his second uncle would be able to enter qi practicing. 89%. That's 100%. On the side, Li Ling's breath was even more disorganized. The 9-year-old boy of a poor family had long been a half-grown laborer, much more mature in both mind and method of dealing. Now that the future of the Li family depended on the 3 of them, how could they not be excited now that the second uncle's talent was so high? Li Shi's smile suddenly froze, contemplating for a moment and frowning. Uncle 2, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten that bad idea. Li Shen looked at Li Shi. This nephew was the person he favored the most. His mind and wrist were not lacking in any of them. What was even more rare was that he was sincere to his brothers, respectful to his elders, and his heart was toward the family. In Li Xian's heart was the existence of the second generation of the Li family that could pick up the slack. What makes you say that? Today, my Li family has obtained this more complete set of inheritance, so we can hide and develop slowly. We only need some time. When the power has accumulated enough, where can we not go in the greatness of Changning? But my nephew made such a mess today. The villagers of Kanshan village have centrifuged themselves from my Li family, and the villagers' suspicion of my Li family is getting stronger and stronger. We may not be able to hide. Previously trapped by the Gong method, Li Shi was worried that the 3 could never make a breakthrough, leading to a break in the generation, so he was bent on letting the family take complete control of the Leaning Mountain village in order to consolidate resources to feed the Li family. With more resources to provide for, the Li family would be able to vigorously develop its population, and there would always be immortal-edged children when the population. Li Xian laughed out loud. Reasonable. It makes sense. Being educated by his own third brother, Li Shi's ears flushed a little. It's my nephew who was worrying about nothing. Li Xian laid out the remaining weapons and talismans. Come on, take. The 4th level of the embodied spirit. It's really extraordinary. Chapter 26, Cold Spring, Weir, and Old Dragon King. 3 years had passed since he had returned from Baishui County. 3 years had flown by like a snap of the finger, and he had also broken through from the 1st level of the embodied spirit to the 4th level of the 4th level of spirit embracing. This is still too difficult. Ever since he found that cold spring on the big mountain, he's been running to the Duobao orchard from time to time. Li Ling also tasted a bite, and he felt a hint of spiritual energy in it. This trace of spiritual energy was not as good as the sun essence and moonflower for cultivation. It was really chicken ribs, but it was not bad for irrigation. Linger, you've made a great achievement this time. Since the branches could take root and sprout under the irrigation of the cold spring, the spiritual qi in it could certainly supply the Duobao fruit tree to blossom and bear fruit as well. As long as the multi-treasure fruit tree expands, he himself would be able to utilize the multiple treasure fruit to rapidly increase his cultivation. It's all about the family. Rumble. As he was talking, thunder rolled in the sky as if the heavens were shaking. That augur has come to lay rain again. Li Shi narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. More than 2 years ago, he had heard the people say that there had been people who had seen the Dragon King laying down rain, and at that time he had only thought it was a mortal's fantasy, but how could he have known that he would believe in such a claim not long afterward? Because he saw it with his own eyes. That night, Li Shi had just begun to meditate when suddenly there were dark clouds and gusty winds. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and without it he couldn't practice, so he took a rare day off. But as if in a trance, looking up at the moon, he saw a pale blue long snake twisting and tumbling between the towering clouds. He was astonished beyond measure, and was about to activate his mana to take a closer look, when a majestic, wobbling hum like the might of the heavens exploded in his ears. And then there was no more. He was stunned by the hum. When he awoke 3 days later, Uncle Tu told him that it had rained again 3 nights ago. He told Li Xian and Li Ling what had happened. The two were also surprised beyond belief. I didn't think this old Dragon King would have mercy on mortals. Or maybe it's not mercy, but it's under the orders or control of whoever had to lay the rain. Who cares, since we know that this rain will come every few months, we might as well dig a weir to store water. It's also a good idea to have the fields of the Leaning Mountain village plowed. Chapter 27, Concubines. The matter of excavating the weir was then handed over to Li Liangyu, and the 3 of them hardly asked about the trivial affairs of the family, and these things had to be arranged by Li Liangyu. The Li family has both money and food, power and force, the whole village young and old together, a year to build a small weir on the big mountain covering more than 2 acres. A small canal was cut around the weir to ensure that more rainwater could be collected. The only pity is that the construction process exhausted 12 families. Last year's 4 rains a year didn't amount to much water to grow large crops, but it was barely enough to. Suyu frowned slightly. Ame, what are you doing in the backyard again? Did I tell you not to be a bully? The Li family mansion was a 3-entry courtyard, and the 2 sisters lived in the middle courtyard. Suyu pouted and muttered. That Zhaoerni can freely enter and exit the backyard, why can't we? We're still a generation older than her. What kind of asshole words to say? Suyu chided. Suyu shrunk her head and didn't dare to be talking back. Like a gust of wind, the door to the room suddenly opened. My first mistress seems to be a little upset. Li Xian walked in with a smile, dressed in a navy blue Taoist robe. Suyu, who was sitting on the chair, hurriedly got up and slightly saluted, husband. Li Xian glanced at her and opened his hands to Suyu. Suyu gleefully hugged Li Xian, husband. I missed you so much. Tell me what's upsetting you. Suyu quietly glanced at her own sister's face and shook her head. No, little Yu is very happy. Li Xian didn't recognize her either, he just twisted his head to look at Suyu, the smile on his face. Although you are the elder sister, Xiao Yu is the proper wife. You are only a concubine. Don't forget about honor and inferiority. Yes, husband. Suyu lowered his eyebrows and didn't dare to have a single argument. Let's go, it's raining today and the sky is cool and crisp, just in time for a family feast at noon. Yes, husband. Li Xian pulled Suyu's hand away. Xiao looked at Suyu and went up to help her. Lady, let's go. Suyu, however, waved her hand and followed, looking at the 2 loving people in front of her with a hint of a smile on her face. Suyu was smart enough and had the guts to know how to seize every opportunity, and the way he knelt at Li Xian's feet and begged 3 years ago was the best proof of that. But this is the Li family, the underpopulated and rising Li family. It would be an extremely frightening thing for such a Li family to have an overly intelligent, unpredictable mind, and a mother in charge who had also experienced the destruction of her family, life and death. Therefore, Li Xian chose to make Suyu, who was rosy in nature, kind and lively, and well protected by her sister, his main wife. And Suyu was just a concubine, and only a concubine. 2 years ago, Li Xian had used an orifice measuring stone to check both of their orifices. Suyu's orifice was 1 inch and 8 inches, and Suyu's was 2 inches. Over the years, Li Xian's trio had almost checked out everyone around the Leaning Mountain village and deep water pool. Of the thousands of people, there were only 2 natural-born spirit orificers. An old woman and a young child. All of them are under 1 inch. It could be imagined how rare this natural-born spirit orificer was, which made Li Xian even more reluctant to let go of these 2 women. Li Xian gave each of them 2 spirit stones and the sleeping Dan breathing technique, allowing them to step into the first level of the embodied spirit, and then subsequently never provided any cultivation resources. The Li family's dining places and many more, this main room was seldom used. Today, Li Xian's trio had a rare chance to go down the mountain together, so they opened this wider room. Li Xian took the lead and stepped into the room, calling out to the second old man with white hair and thick wrinkles on the main seat. Dad! Mother! Li Ping is 60 years old, which is considered a high life expectancy among mortals. Although Li Xian's trio often used their mana to groom his body, his little bit of weak mana couldn't stop him from aging. Sit down. It wasn't long. The rain came down from the sky, slapping and crackling on the brick roofs. Li Ping's eyes were clear when he had taken the duobao tree leaves, but his eyes became a little cloudy when he saw the raindrops dripping down in that courtyard. Spring rains are expensive, it's just that this one came a little late. A figure blocked the doorway, and seeing the visitor, Li Ping's cloudy eyes cleared up again. Liangyu, you're here, sit down. Li Liangyu generation in charge of the Li family for 3 years, the entire mountain village are under his control, over time on the body also on more momentum. Nowadays, Li Liangyu is more mature and stable, the only thing that remains unchanged is the smiling and gentle face. Liangyu, gentleman like Jade, this name is really not wrong. In today's Leaning village, who doesn't know about Li Jialiang dear? Master. Second uncle. Li Liangyu cried out affectionately. Quickly sit down, where is Ernie? Zhao Ernie had joined the Li family more than 3 years ago, and had been serving by Li Liangyu's side, waiting only for next year when she reached maturity to be able to share a room. In the back. The family has finally arrived, the Li family farming family origin, the power has not been a few years, not those big families to share the rules of. None of the people thought to finish either, the days were still long. It's raining a bit abnormally. 3 days. It rained for 3 full days. Both weirs filled with water, and the parched white water. Li Liangyu thought he had misread the situation and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Then with a swish he fell to his knees. Immortal. Immortals. The big river behind him was even worse, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing vigorously. Legends of cultivators had been circulating in this world, and ordinary mortals had an extremely complicated mentality when faced with cultivators. Admiration, worship, fear, the list goes on. The white-robed middle-aged man standing at the top of the tree rightfully hummed. Are you villagers from the nearby mountain villages? What are you doing up here on Qinggu Mountain in these days of heavy rain? Li Liangyu slightly raised his head and respectfully returned, back to the words of the immortals. The small people in the mountain excavated a weir. These days the heavy rain overflowed. The small people specially went up to the mountain to dredge and deal with weir? It's a good method to benefit the people. Okay, go back quickly, and don't go up the mountain again these days. This drought will pass in less than half a year. Perhaps because he was at Li Liangyu respectfully, the white-robed cultivator. Liangyu, what's all the panic about? With a wave of Li Xian's hand, a cup of purple-red translucent doppelganger fruit wine hovered in front of Li Liangyu. This pot of duobao fruit wine is of very low vintage, and mixed with cold spring, the blazing fire of the wine and the coldness of the cold spring are harmonized, so it is not only not intoxicating to drink, but also nourishes and cleanses the spirit, which is a wonderful thing to do. Li Liangyu took the glass of wine and drank it all in one go. His head cleared up at once as the liquid went down his throat, and he recounted what had happened in the briefest of words. Second uncle, that cultivator was truly terrifying, transforming into a spirit light and blinking away. I didn't even see his feet on a flying sword. Liangyu, don't be in a hurry, since that cultivator even reminded you, he shouldn't be a vicious person. What second uncle said is true. I'm just worried about the sudden appearance of such a great cultivator in our poor countryside, where the spiritual chi is thin. Could it be that there's going to be some big change? Li Xian bowed his head in contemplation and then said, a 7-year drought is inherently abnormal, and I had previously suspected that there was some great cultivator or monstrous demonic creature that practiced the fire attribute cultivating in this place, and that's what called for the thinness of the spiritual chi and the high fire chi in our place. Secondly, as your second brother witnessed that cloth rain scaly dragon, cloth rain is also abnormal. A few days ago was more consecutive cloth rain 3 days, coupled with the rain after the more blazing heat. It seems to be worried about the amount of rain is not enough. Once again it is that great monk you saw. He wouldn't let us go to the mountain and was sure that the drought would be solved within half a year. Deeply influenced by the novels and talk books, Li Xian has been able to determine that this Changning house really have something in the cultivation. The least is what heavenly materials and treasures to come out of the world. And the location is in the big mountain. That is, that cultivator's mouth, Qingwu Mountain. A bad year, what bloody bad luck. The Li family is not easy to get on the right track. There are cold springs and multi-precious fruit trees in. At most another 10 years, Li Xian will be able to break through the chi practice. But now, I'm afraid that it won't be long before this Qinggu Mountain will become a place where cultivators gather. How does this tell the Li family at the foot of Qinggu Mountain to develop at ease? In the afternoon, after the Li Shi duo finished meditating, Li Xian called the two of them together, along with Li Liangyu, to discuss countermeasures. No flying swords in sight, turning into streams of light and winking away. Li Shi had a complicated look on his face. Several of them had read the cultivation experience that the Ma family had compiled into a book. The embodied spirit realm was unable to fly, and the 9th level of the embodied spirit was barely able to maneuver a flying sword to briefly pack a person into the air by virtue of the sentinel technique. The chi practicing realm could fly with a sword, but limited by the strong wind and mana, it couldn't fly much farther. Foundation establishment realm mana was self-generated and mixed as one. As long as there was no fighting, the internally generated mana could ensure the consumption of the imperial sword, and the speed and distance were greatly increased, but that was all. Turning into streams of light and unseen flying swords, he defended the air out of thin air. Is this Zifu or Jindan? Li Shi didn't know because the Ma family's cultivation experience only went up to the foundation establishment realm, and the foundation establishment realm all only had words. Li Xian was skeptical of where he had heard it from hearsay. Li Xian looked at the still calm trio and nodded with satisfaction. There's no need to be overly paranoid. My Li family's proximity to the Qingwu mountain range is both a danger and an opportunity. Besides, didn't that monk say that the drought can be solved in half a year? That means the odds are that we still have half a year to prepare. Li Xian stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff. 3 days of incessant rain, the whole Lining village seems to be revitalized, with dead trees sprouting and villagers rejoicing. Tianyou, stay with me in the village for the next 6 months, don't move around, just carry on as usual. Shear and Linger will depart in 3 days, and the family will declare to the public that you have gone to the county to pursue your studies. The two of you will split into 2 paths, using Baishui County City as a point, with one heading east and the other west. Find a quiet place to hide. Where you go is up to you, don't tell anyone the location, including me. Not even me. Li Shi opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Li Ling was silent for a moment and gave a muffled Planting trees for some days now, Li Ling's impatient nature has been restrained a bit, and his brother is more and more like. The two of you must not be contacted even after you depart. Since that cultivator said half a year, let's take a year and a half as the deadline. After a year and a half, each of them will send someone back to explore and confirm that it's safe before returning. You. Do you hear me? The three froze for a long time before arching their hands in unison and speaking aloud. Yes. House Master. Chapter 29 Miles of Thunder Escape Talisman. These 3 days, Li Shi and Li Ling also did not go up to Jade Bamboo Mountain to cultivate, but accompanied Huang and the 2 old men. Li Xian didn't tell the second elder and Huang because there was no need to. Huang and Zhang didn't know anything, but only felt that Li Shi and Li Ling had a lot of free time in the past 2 days, and it was great to be able to accompany them. Li Ping felt to see the unusual, but did not ask anything more. He is old. Everything listen to the son is, he will arrange everything. 3 days later, Li Shi and Li Ling were alone on a horse, with luggage hanging from the horse's back. Got everything? The things that Li Xian was talking about were various types of cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and talismans and elixirs. Especially the pills for detoxification and restoration of mana, and the talismans for escape and defense. Li Xian had almost fully divided his family's wealth between his 2 nephews. Bring it all. Remember, when you meet a cultivator, hide if you can, fight if you can't, escape if you can't, kneel down and beg for forgiveness if you can't escape. If you can endure, endure, and save your life first in everything. When you meet a strong man walking the rivers and lakes, remember not to take it lightly. The most powerful people in the Jianghu use poison and concealed weapons, always pay attention to the entrance gadgets. Li Xian carefully instructed. He escorted darts in his early years and traveled the rivers and lakes, and later he even brought Wang Tianyou back to Baishui County across the 2 provinces with his own strength. Those who were familiar with him might think that he relied on his exceptional courage and a handful of skillful swordsmanship, but in fact, only he himself knew that he could survive all because of his superb poison skills. Poison making, poisoning, and detoxification, a master of his generation. Don't worry, second uncle, my nephew has taken note of it. Waving his hand, let's go, be careful on the road. Li Shi and Li Ling exchanged a glance, clipped their horses' bellies, and tugged on the reins to leave. Li Shen looked at the duo's backs and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. With a twist of his head, the 2 sisters, Suyu and Suyu, stood silently at the front door and watched him. Husband, has the Li family encountered any difficulties? The Li family? Li Shen shook his head with some curious tone. I'm no match for a strong enemy. Smart as you are, tell me what to do. Li Xian's eyes were too blunt, clearly inquiring, but full of the teasing of a cat playing with a mouse. Concubine doesn't know. Li Xian waved his hand and crossed over to the 2 of them. It's best if you don't know, don't say much and don't ask too many questions. You should have understood that when you were kneeling at my feet begging for your life the other day. As soon as Li Xian left, the frightened Suyu hurriedly hugged Suyu's arm. Sister, what is going on between you and your husband? Obviously sharing the same bed, and I haven't seen how you've messed with him. Why do you guys always seem like enemies, wary of each other? Suyu smiled and tenderly touched Suyu's head, as if he was completely unaffected by Li Xian's words just now. You, just be a good girl and be your first lady. Why do you ask so many questions? Me and him are one of a kind. The only difference is that he's stronger than me, he's more ruthless than me, and he's in control of his own destiny. Is something really wrong with the family then? The departure of the 2 nephews just now really seems like when father separated us from big sister. Suyu's eyes were filled with fear and remembrance. She remembers that day. On the way to escape the famine, Papa cut her and her second sister's hair and smeared their faces with ash. But big sister's hair wasn't cut, and with his last gulp of water, a daddy helped big sister wash her face. Then with his last grain of broken silver he bribed a servant from a large family in Baishui County to stuff big sister into a car in exchange for 3 pounds of corn and 2 bags of water. Papa sold his big sister and gave them all these things as he limped and pushed them along, dragging that crippled leg. He remembers Papa's face buried in the dirt, his hair white and wrinkled, crying to them. "Ah, Dad is sorry for you, giving this living to your big sister. Ah, Dad is useless. Ah, Dad is useless." Suyu had tears in her eyes, her previous liveliness and spirituality all disappeared. "It won't." Suyu looked at Li Xian's back, his robes hunting, striding forward without making a single more stop. Since he's still staying here, it means he's prepared for anything, otherwise, he would have fled with all the Li family members and raised his family. He's not a reckless man. Then why did sister ask something like that just now? It's obvious that you know the answer but still want to ask. Husband dislikes us meddling in the family's affairs the most. This is what you told me, Achan. Suyu flicked Suyu's little brain. If you want to ask, you can ask, little girl, when is it your turn to lecture your sister? Do you really think you are the first lady? On Jade Bamboo Mountain, Li Xian played with a lavender jade talisman. The jade talisman was purple jade without a hint of mixed colors, half the size of a palm, with odd runes inscribed on it. Miles of Thunderbolt. This jade talisman was retrieved from Huang Liji. When he didn't have mana, he didn't know what this was for, but only after he cultivated his mana did he understand what it was for. Miles of Thunder Escape. Tearing through the void, fleeing 10,000 miles in an instant. 10,000 miles. What's more, this object's escape point was completely random and unpredictable, so even the legendary Purple Mansion in Jindan could not possibly catch up. This was also one of the underpinnings that Li Xian still dared to remain in Leaning Mountain Village. Li family in the mountain village development 3 or 4 years before slowly stand firm. Now there are cold springs here, there are many treasures fruit tree, and far away from the human population without other cultivator family competition, Li Xian cannot afford to give up this good and hard to stand firm heel. I'm a small cultivator of the spirit, not even practicing qi, not worthy of those big cultivators to kill me. Even if I really meet a madman, the big deal is to disappear. If I leave, the Li family 3 years to pay will be ruined. If I do not leave, waiting for that exotic treasure or high cultivation to come out, if I can fish in troubled waters to pick up some leftovers it would be great. Li Xian knew that with his current cultivation level wanting to pick up leaks that was impossible, but there was always a psychological comfort wasn't there. The time is now, and so is fate. Standing on Jade Bamboo Mountain, Li Xian looked up and up. 2 buckets of water slowly floated up. Still only able to control 2 buckets of water. 3 consecutive trips were made to bring all 6 buckets of water into the dabbler's orchard. The last cuttings all came to life, and with the cold springs, the survival rate of the branches was frighteningly high. Sometimes Li Xian was suspecting that this cold spring was not as simple as it appeared. Li Xian lightly executed the little cloud rain technique, using the cold spring as rain to irrigate this orchard. 1 mother tree, 100 cuttings of seedlings. When these seedlings grow up, a single harvest can at least brew several hundred jars of duobo wine. Seedlings enjoy absorbing the cold spring, a piece of young leaves huddled into a ball stretching out, a good look of vitality. After watering the duobagua tree, there was still a bucket of water left. Li Xian took to the other side of the bamboo forest, where there were mostly trees that were dying. Li Xian had planted some ginseng and other valuable medicinal herbs in this mountain. Watered day after day with diluted cold springs, it grows delightfully. Absorbing aura for years and years, even if it can't turn into a spiritual medicine, it should be more effective than ordinary herbs. The Li family is poor. There are few resources. There were even fewer resources that could be supplied for cultivation. Li Xian could only utilize all that he could around him. After doing this, Li Xian walked towards the small hill to the west. This was the only undulating place at the top of Jade Bamboo Mountain. Using this mountain bag as a door, Li Xian dug downwards, taking more than a month to dig out a secret room. The chamber was cooled by several buckets of cold springs. A groove was cut into the stone wall next to it. Each alcove held something, either a wooden box or a jade vase or a book. These were all borrowed by Li Xian from Huang Liji and the Ma clan, and now they had a common name, the Li clan cultivation inheritance. There are 112 more spirit stones. Let's take 32 more. 1 bottle left of the 3 bottles of spirit recovery pills will do. I have to break through the 5th level of the embodied spirit as soon as possible. Cultivation is a difficult and dangerous path, and spirit orifice qualification is only the foundation. Enlightenment, perseverance, and karma are indispensable. The family's credentials, heritage, and master-teacher instruction are even more important. The Li family had nothing but to be careful with their finances, utilizing every cultivation ration to the utmost. It's been more than a month, the winds and waves in the Leaning village are calm. I wonder how Sierra and Linger are doing? That is to say, Li Shi and Li Ling separated from outside Baishuwei County, Li Shi to the east and Li Ling to the west. Li Ling didn't know what he had gotten himself into. I should have known that I would have listened more that day when second uncle was talking about field marching and recognizing directions. Li Ling rode on the back of his horse, eating a cake with one hand and holding a map in the other. This is a small road, look around our mountain forests, dead trees scattered, a wind blowing, a mass of dead leaves fluttering, the feeling of bleak and depressed came to life. Ghost place. The demon wind gusts are afraid that there is no demonic creature? Li Ling shrugged his nose, his mouth tinged with some amusement. Rolling over and dismounting, he unzipped his water bladder and took a sip, and the horse snorted and came over. Li Ling was so smothered by the snort that he couldn't help but slap it. Open your mouth. Giving the horse a few big gulps as well, the road ahead was treacherous, so Li Ling didn't ride it anymore and held the reins well and walked. But I didn't want to go out far, a miserable cry came. Help! Help! Indeed, it was a pretty little lady, who was followed by 3 burly, sword-wielding mountain bandits. That little lady's skin snow, red lips and white teeth, perhaps the weather is too hot or fleeing between the inadvertent, its clothes thin, shoulder straps slipped, revealing the snow-white shoulders. Li Ling secretly skimmed his lips and watched her cry and run. Suddenly, he drew the long sword on his horse and gave a loud cry. Let go of that little lady. How dare you be insolent in front of a certain family? Li Ling came to the little lady in a few leaps, still dared to be reckless. Die. Li Ling is regarded as the sword as a knife to make, all the way, in Li Ling's men perished no less than 100 bandits, alone these few bandits which is his opponent. It was resolved in a few moments. Li Ling looked at the snow-white bright long sword and shook his head, his heart already clear. Is the little lady well? The little lady wept silently, not saying a word. Li Ling asked again, but the little lady looked like she was frightened and just cried. He grew impatient. Li Ling sked, pulling out a brocade bag from his arms and handing it to her. Oh Gongzi, this. Aha! This smoke is poisonous. Li Ling's screams came from the poisonous smoke. Humph, brat, poisoned by your grandmommy. You. Old Mrs. Huangfeng looked down at the long sword stuck in her heart. The tip of the sword was blood red and still had some broken flesh. Its eyes were filled with shock. Crazy. How dare you learn the imperial art at the second level of the embodied spirit? Aren't you afraid of damaging roots? The long sword stirred, completely churning its heart. Li Ling walked out of the poisonous smoke with a pale face and weak steps. Ugh! Stupid! Don't come out to cheat people if you don't have enough Taoist skill. What kind of sword has no blood on it when it kills someone? Illusions don't even get detailed. If you don't die, who will? Chopping off the weasel's head, he called out, and the horse came clopping along. Pulling off the water pouch next to the horse's neck and filling it with another mouthful, he ate another rejuvenation elixir for a long time before slowing down. This water bubble antidote Dan method is really good, worthy of being one of the best tricks of the second uncle walking in the Jianghu. Although the antidote effect is weaker, but the victory is in the fine water. Even if it is suddenly poisoned, it can still last for a few moments. Meditate silently for a few moments to regain your form. A year ago, when he had just broken through the second level of the embodied spirit, he practiced this imperial art without telling Li Xian and Li Shi. He could barely perform it once in his full strength, but after each time he performed it, he would be as he was now, with his feet floating and his spiritual orifices raw and aching. Chapter 31 Entrenchment in Qingfeng Mountain. Damaged the foundation? Oh. The second uncle in the family is gifted, the second brother has a strong heart, which one is not a pillar of my Li family? I only know how to fight and kill, want to be so good foundation for what? It would be better to learn how to fight and kill, or to protect the way for Uncle 2 and Brother 2. Second uncle needs no introduction, my Li family. This was the southeastern part of Changning Prefecture, a full 800 or 900 miles away from Qingwu Mountain. Since separating from his third brother, he had traveled to the east alone with one horse. But the further he went, the more desolate he became, and then he turned his direction directly to the south. Passing by this mountain, accidentally found that this Qingfeng mountain products are good, and in the 2 counties must pass through the place, the transportation is developed, often people flow, then up in this long residence intention. And then later on, they came across this group of mountain bandits who were robbing a dark caravan. Then, he killed several of the leaders and diehards of the dark team and the bandits. First, drag these bodies to be burned. It is you yourselves who will cry if you have the plague. Fetch another bucket of water, my lord wants a bath. There was quite a bit of rainfall a while back and this bath water is still there. Li Shi painfully took a bath, such as wearing good clothes, before shouting, Master, come enchanting, waiting for 2 incense sticks, your old arms and legs do not give tired. The master at the door was shocked in his heart. Good horrible perception, he has been counting the time from waiting outside, no more no less exactly 2 incense sticks. A thought suddenly welled up in his mind, could it be? Cultivator. The master teacher hunched his back and carefully pushed open the door, only to see Li Shi dressed in a black robe, looking at him with a smiling face. No one would have thought that this plump, handsome, and modest-looking young man would be a murderous devil. The master teacher was just about to shiver and kneel down when a light voice came. I'm curious, obviously you're the strongest person in this mountain fortress, why would you let such a stupid person be the headmaster while you yourself are willing to be a division master? The master froze, kneeling or not. Okay, sit down. Let's talk about what interests you, like the cultivation of your heart and soul. The master gulped, his head lowering even more. In front of Li Shi, he was as if he had no clothes on. Is this the terror of a cultivator? Seeing the master teacher's little action, Li Shi smiled. Just now he wasn't sure, now he was. This person really knew something about the immortal cultivation world. Then it's time for some good planning. Li Shi rubbed the book on his chest. This was what he had copied from the cultivation experiences left behind by several old ancestors of the Ma clan. In it, 3 heaven and earth chi collection techniques were recorded. Popularity, mountain clear air, and blood breath. There is aura in the world as well as heaven and earth. Aura is the root of all cultivation sustenance. Without aura, one can't even think of talking about cultivation, such as the Li family's 3 people like the spirit of the small cultivators, all of them are exhaling aura. As for heaven and earth chi, it was based on spiritual chi, but it was more like an upgraded version of spiritual chi, like a mix of various attributes of spiritual chi. The small cultivator of Yunling could not use heaven and earth chi, but when he broke through the refining chi, he needed to attract a heaven and earth chi to merge with the chi inside the spirit orifices, and then slowly infiltrate the chi. Until one achieves practicing chi, the resources for cultivation in the future will change from spiritual chi to heaven and earth chi. The 3 members of the Li family all had spirit orifices of 2 inches and above, and all of them had the opportunity to achieve chi cultivation. 2 years ago, Li Shen borrowed a few bottles of heaven and earth chi from the Ma family, but the quality of these was too poor to be used for breakthroughs. Early thoughts are still needed. Nowadays, the mountains, rivers and lakes, not to mention the heaven and earth gas, even the aura is thin and unusual, such as that of the grass and trees, clear gas in the water, clouds and mist, etc., but don't even think about it. This is the only way to start with the people. Human beings are born to nurture 3 heaven and earth chi, human chi, fireworks chi, and blood chi. Popularity needs to be offered. Smoke and fire gas need to be a bit of a lattice. Only this blood. Just the killing. Heaven is impermanent and the Tao is constant. Everything is entangled in cause and effect. This blood chi is tainted with killing, and in the future, I fear that my heart will be constantly demonized. It's just a cage, there are so many cages on the path of cultivation, it's not so bad as this one. Li Shi looked at the kneeling master teacher on the side and slowly opened his mouth. I originally Guangnan province a family cultivator, but talent stupid, the family is no longer with my sustenance, so they came out to seek that opportunity of the great Tao. Right now, I have an embodied spirit stage technique and a blood chi collection technique. All of which I would like to view with you. But in exchange, Master Shifu's eyes widened in disbelief. Practicing the law. Where did this come from? Surprisingly, I am willing to pass on the cultivation method to me. Thanks to Immortal's unwillingness to give up, the little old man is willing to saddle up to repay Immortal's great favor. The master was high on the cultivation law, The cultivation method that he had wasted half his life without obtaining was now close at hand. Not to mention this false promise, it would not hurt to let him die immediately. Li Shi let out a light laugh and waved her hand, Go out, I'm tired. A light sentence, but like a basin of cool water poured over the spirit of heaven. Master Shifu's half-extended hand instantly retracted, forcing down the throbbing inside. Yes, Grand Master. This area has many mountains, many bandits, and many pedestrians. With a groundhog like Master Shifu charging forward, he could relax a lot. only knowing about the embodied spirit method, but not knowing about the Qi practicing method and the uses and limitations of heaven and earth Qi. It seems that this little old man doesn't know much. In that case, excellent. Love this poor guy who is half knowing but dedicated to the path. Chapter 32 Deep in the Qingwu Mountain Range. Deep within the Qingwu Mountain Range. In the midst of a towering volcano, bursts of dense spiritual energy vibrated, like the wild waves of the sea, one wave after another lapping in all directions. Good sustenance. Good sustenance. This fire gas is as thick as water, and the grade is so high, if you let the Qin blazing fire sect the dead dwarf see. I'm afraid it's going to be another big battle. A black-robed silhouette stood out of the air, and seeing this crater as if it were a substantial wave of fire couldn't help but stroke his beard. Beside it also followed a teenager. The teenager's eyes flooded with spiritual light, looks dynamic to the extreme, but like a newborn baby generally looking around, apparently quite curious about the. Once again, the state of Yu, with its clans and families, is good at refining parasites. Qingfeng Shuyue came from the Qingfeng family of Tianshui province in the state of Zhao, and was one of its Jindan ancestors, and although he had been in seclusion for many years, he still knew a little bit about this East Pole immortal cultivation world. The conflict between the 300 Insect Valley families is really getting worse. Is this an opportunity? 100 Insects Valley, the #1 clan in the Yu country, was jointly held by the Yu, Ning, and Xiong clans. Jindan cultivator's perceptiveness is horrible, perceived Qingfeng Shuyue's gaze. Xiong Huang not only did not cover up, but instead will be behind the teenager pulled out to show her greatly. Fellow Taoist Xiong is still really the same. Say you're fat and you're still panting. If you keep flaunting like this, I really have to hold my hand and rob you of this nirvana compass. A hoarse voice came from the distance, and a huge swarm of fiery red flying ants flew and coalesced into a human face. Fellow Taoist Xiong and fellow Taoist Qingfeng, Ninghui is courteous. The flying ant human face's mouth opened and closed, spitting out a voice, and when the words fell they didn't even look at the two of them and flew straight toward the crater. Qingfeng Shuyue narrowed her eyes. Although the words are polite but the person is rude, this 100 Insect Valley Ning is really wanton. Bear God saw this scene, with a smile on his face moved toward the Qingfeng Shuyue side again. After 3 days had passed, this crater neighborhood had been filled with people. The Blazing Fire sect, the Blood Demon sect, and the Everlasting Sword sect, the 3 Jindan forces of Qin had all gathered. The Zhao Imperial clan, the Tianshui Qingfeng clan, and the Dongyang Lin clan, the Jindan forces of Zhao had also gathered. Only the Yu. Only Xiong clan and Ning clan were present in the 3 families of the 100 Insects Valley, and there was no sign of Yu clan. A little boy with red hair that was falsely open and powdered sat high on top of the head of a Jindan-level blazing fire 3-eyed lion. With a spirit fruit cupped in his hand, he was eating it with a big mouthful and said in a vague voice. I say, the Jade family. What? What's going on? All the Jindan forces in the East Pole are here. Well, yuck. The little boy spat out the kernel of the fruit and casually wiped his hand on the top of the head of the blazing flame 3-eyed lion. Even the Lin family, which has just been promoted to a Jindan family, has sent a little purple mansion doll, and she doesn't come. Is it possible that she is looking down on this old ancestor? At those words, a white-robed figure in Zhao's camp pulled the corner of his mouth. He was the little doll of the purple mansion in the mouth of the blazing flame old ancestor. If Li Liangyu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this little doll of the purple mansion was the absolute great cultivator he was talking about. Fellow Fire Taoist. That Yu clan has been struck by a great calamity. I'm afraid they won't be able to come. Zhao Emperor Zhao Tianming, dressed in a purple robe, spoke softly. The blazing flame old ancestor glanced at Zhao Tianming and clapped his hands. Zhao Tianming, this old ancestor doesn't want to know about the sordid affairs of your 2 countries, Zhao and Yu. What's in front of us now is how should this dragon phoenix be divided? When these words came out, all the cultivators present were silent, with their own calculations in their hearts. 7 years ago, a rich fluctuation of fire chi suddenly emerged from the depths of this Qingwu mountain range. But this Qingwu mountain range is the territory of the demon race, and deep within the mountain range is the royal court of the Jindan Great Demon. The countries of the East Pole were unable to enter the Qingwu mountain range, so after thinking about it, the countries joined hands in an unprecedented manner and laid down 3 formations in the crater of this volcano with the most intense spiritual energy to block the demon race. Fire Taoist friend, now this dragon phoenix breaks the shell fear still need 3 months, so anxious for what? Instead, let's think about how we should deal with the several demon kings outside of this formation. Zhao Tianming's smiling face full of suggestions. Do not look at this blazing fire old man childlike. but the East Pole first cultivator, Jindan Great Circle, a hand of blazing fire burning heaven skill ferocious power cover the world. Only Zhao Tianming in the audience can pass a few moves with him. Zhao Tianming, I'm giving that old bastard from your Zhao family face, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The blazing flame ancestor spoke indifferently, but the foreign beast under his seat fiercely struck out, a horrifying fire mass descended from the sky, and thousands of spiritual energy locked onto the Zhao camp like a great sun covering the sky. Zhao Tianming was not in a hurry, the smile on his face remained the same, with a wave of his big hand, the fire mass bulged and shrunk, he held it in one hand and laughed. Fellow fire Taoist rests his anger. All of the cultivators present had their hearts and minds stirred, this Zhao Tianming's cultivation has advanced another step. They are all old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years, and the East Extreme Immortal cultivation world is such a big place, who doesn't know who? Now that this Zhao Tianming's cultivation has greatly improved, I'm afraid that the pattern of this East Extreme Immortal cultivation world will have to change again. Yes. Seeing that his foreign beast spell had been lightly dissolved by it, the blazing flame old ancestor, instead of being shocked and angry, shouted with excitement on his face. No wonder you can sit on the throne, much better than that brother of yours indeed. When he heard the word brother, Zhao Tianming's face skin trembled and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Come. Have a painful fight with old ancestor. It's been many years since I've met an opponent. Come. Zhao Tianming grinned at the corner of his mouth, his skin smiling but not smiling, the cold light in his eyes not diminishing. Then I'll respectfully follow your order. He also wanted to know how far he was from being the number one cultivator in the East Pole, and how far he was from his grandfather's generation of high cultivators. How much is still missing? The blazing flame old ancestor casually made a spell seal, the void tore apart, and stroked the head of the blazing flame three-eyed lion that was sitting there. Little cat, you stay here. Zhao family boy. Don't follow me yet. The people in the room looked at me and you, all shaking their heads. After a moment's thought, the people made a concerted effort to reinforce the three formations once again. A huge spiritual energy vibrated, and from afar, 3 array discs that covered 100 miles in a circle flickered. On a high mountain in the distance, a giant ape as strong as a mountain opened its eyes. The human race. All damned. Chapter 33. For several months in a row, it was quiet in the Qingwu mountain range. Could it be that I'm worrying about nothing? On Jade Bamboo Mountain, Li Xian channeled his aura to run his entire body and slowly exhaled a mouthful of light practice. In at most one more month, we will be able to attempt to break through the 5th level of the embodied spirit. The 3-inch spirit orifices were indeed extraordinary, and with the support of the spirit stones and the spirit recovery pill, his cultivation had grown considerably in just 4 months. It still has to depend on sustenance. Without sustenance, even if one's talent is outstanding, it's all just a waste of time. 4 months had passed since the 2 nephews had left home, and nothing had happened in those 4 months. Not to mention those high and mighty cultivators, even a small cultivator of the spirit-embracing spirit like him had never seen it before. Of course, it was also possible that his cultivation was low and he hadn't noticed. The monk Liang you met had said that the drought could be solved in half a year. There are still 2 months to go. Is that treasure going to come out? While he was thinking about seeing, Omi's voice came from halfway up the mountain. Omi begs to see the family head. Li Xian sighed and performed the sprinting technique, appearing in front of De Jiang in a few breaths. What is it? Reporting back to the family head, a large number of stragglers have emerged on the White Water Road, they have occupied the deep water pool and seen blood, the villagers are confronting them, the Grand Duke has already rushed to deal with them. Omi wanted to say something else, but when he looked up, he realized that there was no one in front of him. Li family mansion, center courtyard. Sister, nephew Liang Yu did not think to inform husband, and if we make such a fool of ourselves, we might attract husband's wrath. So you already didn't recognize this sister a little bit, she obviously still advised herself not to meddle in the Li family's affairs, but she herself liked to meddle in these things the most. Not maybe, but definitely. That sister is still. If you're angry, you're angry. If he doesn't get angry, you and I will be insecure instead. Then I'll go and make my husband angry too. No way. I can, you can't. Why? Suyu smiled and nodded Suyu's little head without saying much. Suyu tilted her head and frowned, unable to figure it out. Whitewater Road is near a tributary of the Whitewater River, the one at the entrance to the village of Leaning Hill. Changning Province, a lot of official roads are built along the waterway, the people fleeing in years of catastrophe is also traveling along the waterway. I don't know where this group of stragglers came from. They fled to this remote place by mistake. Zhao Tianyou held a chopping knife and led the Zhao family and a group of village men to stop the group of stragglers outside the village. Those stragglers were not easy to deal with, each holding a wooden stick, knife and fork to confront them. "Hey! Get a leader out here and talk!" Zhao Tianyou roared. His daughter married Li Liangyu, although there was a suspicion of taking advantage of the fire in the beginning, but now it seems that it is not a bad thing. The Li family has risen to power. In this Lining village has been the existence of a unique class. The entire Lining village are living in its shelter and control. However, because of Zhao Ernie, his Zhao family had just become the Li family's #1 lapdog, but still, that wasn't a bad thing. Like now, when Zhao Tianyou opened his mouth, not only the Hans of the Zhao family's own family, but even the other people in the village, they also helped one after another, just as if they were centered on Zhao Tianyou. "Get a leader out here." "Right. Or get the hell away from me. Don't blame us." Lining village crowd roared in unison. Even this group of experiencing life and death of the stragglers is also people do not know 2 steps back. They were ragged and bone thin, whereas the villagers of Lining village, because of the presence of 2 weirs and water for farming, could already afford to eat and raise their bodies. There's a bit of a size difference between the 2 teams. The group of stragglers was about 200 to 300 people, half of them were young and strong, and the rest were all women and children, and even young children. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a rather bookish appearance was pushed out amidst a cacophony of noise. "Gentlemen, my name is Lu Yuxing, and I have come to talk on their behalf." Zhao Tianyou frowned at his words. This Lu Yuxing is very bookish. I'm afraid that he is a scholar. For the readers, these countryside mudlegs always have a kind of inexplicable respect, although it is not compared to the immortal, but in their eyes, the readers are also first-class capable. "Where are you guys heading?" Before Zhao Tianyou could finish his sentence, he suddenly remembered something and asked quietly to his own brothers on the side, "Has Liangyu ever come?" In the middle of the questioning, Li Liangyu walked in surrounded by 3 or 5 servants. Crowds of villagers moved out of the way. "Liangyu, you're finally here. How do you think this should be handled?" "Greetings, father-in-law." Li Liangyu slightly arched his hand and looked at that Lu Yuxing. Perhaps the same readers, sympathizing with each other, slightly arching their hands. "May I ask where the gentleman is from?" Lu Yuxing did not dare to be arrogant. This young man is obviously the real talker. Its side and servants, I am afraid of this place is the son of a large family. "My name is Lu Yuxing, we all came from the west, we are the villagers of a place in Yuzhu town of this county, and our village was originally quite affluent by the Yuzhu river. These years the great drought has been a bit bitter, but there was barely enough water to drink. But some time ago the riverbank collapsed after heavy rains, and the water stored in the river cascaded down in 1,000 miles, and on successive big days, the river dried up completely. What's even more bitter is that a month ago, a wolf demon came down from the mountain, as strong as an ox, spitting fire, and biting more than a dozen villagers to death in one night. We had no choice but to leave our hometown and flee all the way here. I implore Mr. Li to be able to take us in." Li Liangyu's pupils shrunk. "Wolf demon? What? Wolf demon? Are you not bluffing us?" A villager in Lining village exclaimed. Folklore has also been passed down since ancient times with legends of fairies and demons. The Li family of their own village is rumored to have attained immortal fate. The wolf demon that Lu Yuxing said. I'm afraid it's true. An old man was even trembling with fear. Whoa. When he was young, he had really seen demons. Li Liangyu glanced at his father-in-law. Zhao Tianyou roared, "What's the point of getting excited? Did that wolf demon bite your Gotzi?" "Shut up." Li Liangyu pursed his lips and asked, "That Jade Pearl town I know, not less than 100 miles from here, all the way to bandits, jackals and wolves all over the place, you guys just came over?" Li Liangyu said, and surveyed the women and children at the back of the stragglers. "Not to mention, no water or food along the way, you guys eat and drink the northwest wind for a living?" As Li Liangyu's words fell, Zhao Tianyou also reacted. "That's right. If it was so easy to escape, when the wells dried up, the villagers would have fled long ago, so they would have dared to rob the Li family's wells. Good you thieves, how dare you swindle us? I'm afraid it's not bandits coming in disguise." Zhao Tianyou roared while protecting Li Liangyu behind him. The long sword in his hand clanged. "Bold! Get out of here! Don't blame the knife in your grandfather's hand for not having eyes. The situation has further intensified and is quite literally about to see blood." "Wait a minute, Your Excellency. We really aren't thieves," said the man with a wave of his hand, and a straggler set out a small box. Lu Yuxing opened it up, and it was actually a box of thumb-sized pearls. The stones are rounded and snow white, and are of good quality. Since you know about Jade Pearl Town, you should know that the Jade Pearl River is rich in muscle beads, and this item may be able to prove our identities. Right, there's also this is the village official document stamped by the Whitewater County Yamen, it's also a proof. Chapter 34 deserves to be my nephew-in-law. Once this jade bead came out, Li Xian, who had been hiding in the shadows, came to be interested. It was because he had discovered an extremely weak spiritual energy on this jade bead. Oka tried to walk over to him with a knife in one hand. Carried the little box and paperwork over. Duke. Li Liangyu first looked at the paperwork, and it was indeed the Great Seal of the Whitewater County Yamen. Squeezing up a muscle bead, a familiar voice poured into his ears as he drifted off. Liangyu, take this bead and bring that Lu Yuxing. Li Liangyu nodded slightly, identity is no problem. But? Never mind, it's good that it's not a thief. Yu Sung sighed in relief. They walked all the way, can eat and drink all eat a clean, along the way encountered the village are all empty, it is not easy to meet this rich leaning village, cannot go on. There is a piece of land to the west of Jade Bamboo Mountain, half of it is deserted in thin fields, half of it is wasteland, and it is considered to be my Li. Liangyu Ernie isn't small anymore, look at you. Li Liangyu made a red face and hurriedly called out to Lu Yuxing, heading in the direction of the Li family mansion. I wonder what the gentleman called me for. Mr. Lu doesn't have to be like that, just call me Kid Liangyu. Lu Yuxing saw that Li Liangyu looked frank and gentle as jade, not like acting. The favorable opinion of the young man increased a few more points. Hey, Ryoga. It is the second uncle at home who wants to meet Mr. Lu. Second uncle. Lu Yuxing mouth chewing these two words, this Li Liangyu gentle and elegant, talk polite, obviously read books, know the manners, think that the second uncle in his mouth is also so virtuous generation. In this way Lu Yuxing settled down a bit. It's good to be a reader, the same reader, he knows clearly its strengths and weaknesses. This is your residence? Lu Yuxing looked at the three large courtyards in front of him and the mighty stone lions at the entrance, his beard was pulled off a few times, it's really grand. Oka followed behind and couldn't help but lift his chin when he heard this, running over and pushing the door open. Mr. Ryu, please. The main room in the front yard of the Li family. One moment, sir. Lu Yuxing nodded slightly, although this Liangyu second uncle was a bit rude, but people under the roof had to bow their heads. He was sitting down and taking a small rest, when he suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder, and a cup of warm tea was handed out from behind his ear. Thanks a lot. Ryu Yuxing took the tea and looked up his arm, but it was a hideous face. Li family master? Li Xian touched the scars on his face like centipedes crawling about, and said with a smile, it seems to have scared Mr. Lu? Nope. Well. A bit indeed. Rather a truthful man. Li Xian spread out his hands as if he wanted something, I gave you a cup of tea, Mr. Lu, as a scholar, shouldn't he return some of my gifts as well? How can you ask for a gift like that? Is this Liangyu's second uncle? Lu Yuxing was indignant in his heart. I fled all the way here, and all I have left on me is a tattered robe. Li Xian threw off his robe and sat on the main seat, looking at him expressionlessly. 100 miles of traveling, with women and children, and you've made it here alive, as if by a miracle. With a wave of Li Xian's hand, the teacup in Lu Yuxing's hand flew out of his hand and landed steadily in Li Xian's hand. I've seen outsiders die with this hand. Lu Yuxing froze for a moment and let out a bitter smile. He honestly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, the thing is in my daughter's place, and that thing can only be used by her. Please also ask the immortal to let us live. Li Xian had just slapped him that one time and already knew that this Lu Yuxing didn't have a spiritual aperture and couldn't possibly be a cultivator. But apart from the cultivators, only the treasures of the cultivators could protect 200 to 300 people traveling through the mountains and forests to 100 miles. Oh me. Master of the house. You and Day go and bring all of his family, and tell them that Liangyu and he have met at first sight, and that they want to give him a reception. Omi led the way. Li Xian looked at the kneeling and trembling Lu Yuxing and gently helped him up. Mr. Lu, as a scholar, one should have the temperament of a gentleman and be indomitable, it's not good to kneel without moving. I wonder how it would be if I arranged it that way. Lu Yuxing revealed a smile that was worse than tears, many thanks to the immortals for their hospitality. In a short time, Lu Yuxing's family was brought, a woman who was quite bookish, a boy of 8 or 9 years old, and A female child who was weak beyond words. That girl child has fair skin and picturesque eyebrows, just like a porcelain doll, a beauty flower that cannot grow in this poor countryside. This is your daughter? Looking at Lu Yuxing again, Li Xian had a bit of sympathy in his eyes. Lu Qingqing spread her face and smiled, revealing a warmth and generosity that was different from the people of the countryside. Cyan didn't blame, just woke up in the middle of a muddle and was violently so, a little flustered. Good. Understanding daughter-in-law, this is for you. Li Xian waved his hand and a small red fruit floated in front of her. Eat it, it's good for your body. Lu Qingqing took it but didn't eat it. Instead, she took out a flowing bead from her personal scented pouch. Crunchy laughed. Second uncle gave me a gift for meeting me, Qingqing should return the favor herself. Li Xian looked back at Lu Yuxing and took in the space. From now on, you are Liang Yu's wife, a flat wife. Li Xian waved his hand and Lu Qingqing rushed forward to help Lu Yuxing up and leave. Qingqing, it's been hard on you, I should have known we shouldn't have stopped here. Father, that bead guided us to this. It means that this is the best place for us. Everything is heaven's destiny. Hey. Sister. Did that thief hurt you? I'll go chop him up. The male child who managed to get up with great difficulty said with a fierce face. What are you talking about? Lu Qingqing rubbed her own brother's head. Sister married, that's sister's second uncle, don't be rude. Go. Let's go see the new home in the future. Ji was led by Lu Qingqing in a muddle, only the word marriage remained in. With 50 great roads and 49 heavenly derivations, one of which is hidden away, this object was able to catch a glimpse of heavenly opportunities. What a great karma! Li Xian was silent. The preciousness of this item does not need to be said, but it is not available to those who are not of the bloodline, and it is chicken ribs for him, Li Xian, to husband. Husband, spare your life. As soon as Li Xian let go of his hand, Suyu violently sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Don't pretend, I didn't exert any force, you have the first level of cultivation of Yunling in you, not to mention this time, even holding your breath for an incense burner is not a problem. Suyu rubbed her raw neck and stumbled to her feet, the tea she had just brought had already spilled. Silently picking up the teapot on the side table, he poured Li Xian a cup of herbal tea. Husband, calm down, my concubine knows she's wrong. Knows you're wrong but won't change, right? Ha. Suyu, you know I've never left myself in trouble, and in these 3 years, you've been considered the only trouble. I know that you have been struck by a great misfortune, and that you only seek to live and work towards that end. But in the Li family, I'm the one who makes the decisions. Just because I can't part with the spirit orifices of you two sisters doesn't mean it has to be you. Li Xian tapped on the table. Not to mention the far away, just came Lu Qingqing, people beautiful, temperament and gentle, do not fight, not rob, natural talent is still high. Then why doesn't husband take her into his room in favor of giving her to Liang Yu? Li Xian grunted. Because of the lineage of husband's elder brother, both brothers have cultivation qualifications, only Liang Yu. Husband but his heart is guilty. Li Xian grinned indifferently and reached out to gather her in his arms, his large hand touching her neck. Suyu only felt a morose chill crawl straight up his spine. Li Xian had really moved to kill. Only after a long time did Li Xian stop. You guessed right. Guilty, but no regrets. I don't regret anything I do. Li Xian picked her up by the waist and swaggered straight to the bedroom. The servants and maids along the way had a clear view. What is husband doing? Suyu was a little flustered. What else is there to do back in the bedroom? Of course it's to do what can only be done in the bedroom. You're so smart, I'm scared. But the children you have must be smart too. After I give birth, I'll kill you. Li Xian said truthfully. Suyu smiled faintly, and her hand around Li Xian's neck tightened. Chapter 36, The White Tiger. Nightfall. Suyu was sore and weak, lying on the bed, and the pillow had long been empty. Her husband said he would kill her after giving birth. Suyu couldn't help but laugh at the thought of it. Husband's words are never a talisman, the child in your belly is. When she first came to the clan, she opened her mouth smartly and used Li Xian's name to establish herself in front of the servants. Since then, all the servants and maids of the family have been treating the sisters with respect, but they have also ruined their husband. In the days that followed, she became more and more afraid, until her husband favored the sisters half a year ago, and only then did her hanging heart drop downward. But that's not enough. She didn't want to die, she'd had enough of dying and begging on the streets. She wanted to be firmly established in the family. Since she was young, she was smart enough to know how to read people's minds and hearts, and she could tell her husband's character from the way he handled himself. Husband couldn't let go of her and her sister's spiritual aperture qualifications. However, he was also afraid that her life of blood feud and extreme character would spoil the growth of the next generation. He's been hesitant. Suyu then thought, instead of waiting for her husband to make a decision, it would be better to force him to do it herself. She has been meddling in the affairs of the Li family at any time, and every time, she has left room to take the initiative to admit her mistakes, giving her husband a kind of illusion that he can pinch her at any time. Although this may not be an illusion. Then go crazy and show your worth and show your heart. Just seeking to live, nothing more. She and her sister, Suyu, were tied together, and if her husband killed her, Suyu would not survive. Then she won her bet, and the 2-inch spirit orifice woman was really worth it. Suyu touched her stomach. 2 years, finally can sleep peacefully. Big sister, I won't follow in your footsteps, father. I'll bring my sister to live well, live well. Outside the door, Li Xian, who should have been walking away, stood slightly still and nodded slightly as he heard the thin murmur in the room. Clever woman, but not so nasty this time. Under the jade bamboo mountain. Recently, the sky has been dry and hot, with no wind or rain, so Lu Yuxing and the others have not been in a hurry to build houses. Simply put up a couple of shelters for shade and you're ready to sleep. Husbandman Lu. The grain is almost finished again, why don't you go to the Li family to borrow some more? 2 or 3 old farmers came to Lu Yuxing's side, their tone was respectful and they didn't dare to be arrogant. Came to this and leaning against the mountain village for 3 days, they also know what kind of existence is the Li family. Now Lu Yuxing's daughter into the Li family door surroundings, then Lu Yuxing is no longer once the downtrodden scholar. They're all still dependent on him, this group of people. Ryu Yuxing frowned at his words. It's gone? That's 3 stone of grain. Is father-in-law available? While the group was worried, Li Liangyu came over with 2 carriages. Beside him were Zhao Tianyou and Lu Qingqing. Pops. Ryu Yuxing beckoned, signaling that he was here. Ryoga, what are you? I figured that my father-in-law was running out of food here, so I sent some. AI. It's thanks to Liangyu, I was waiting for the rice to come off the pot at noon. The 3 old men rushed to say. Humph. Zhao Tianyou narrowed his eyes and glared at the old men. Liangyu was called by you, tenants should know the rules. Lu Qingqing also frowned her pretty eyebrows and shook her head at Lu Yuxing. Well, father-in-law, it's not a big deal, they're all older people, it's no big deal to call Liangyu. Zhao Tianyou was a little disappointed to see that Lu Yuxing didn't protect his shortcomings. This Lu Yuxing stood out to speak for this group of stragglers as good, or to call it to know the power of his Zhao family. Inexplicably popped up such a beautiful daughter. Also valued by the head of the family. I just hope Liangyu doesn't get cold feet on Ernie. Li Liangyu was just soft in nature, but he still saw things clearly. The Zhao family has become too powerful in the village, so it looks like it needs to be suppressed. This Lu family is just right. But this degree still has to be properly grasped. Lu Qingqing to be his flat wife, he naturally had no problem with it, to get a gentle and beautiful wife for nothing, he couldn't be happier. As for Ernie, the same thing applies. Neither he nor Ernie had spiritual orifices, but in the bottom of his heart, how could he not envy his 2 younger brothers? Second uncle said Qingqing talent is extraordinary, he treats her well, but also for the Li family, for his lineage to give birth to a fairy-edge son before. Father-in-law, these villagers are all people brought by your old man, the affairs will be left to you to take care of. Li Liangyu didn't think of letting him refuse, continued, tomorrow I officially welcome Qingqing over the door, between the countryside in such a hurry is slowing down Qingqing, I hope father-in-law forgive me. Li Liangyu's marriage to Lu Qingqing was done in a very simple manner, a little worse than when Zhao Ernie entered the house, but almost the same. Zhao Tianyou is happy, a simple banquet, consciously or unconsciously with Lu Yuxing mentioned that this row is not as big as his family Ernie. Li Liangyu took it all in stride. Uncle too doesn't care, he has to run and arrange all these things himself. After the wedding, it's a done deal. Li Ping and Zhang sat in the upper seat, smiling as he watched his eldest grandson busy himself, turned back to Zhang and smiled. Qingqing and Ernie are about the same age, I wonder who will first be able to give birth to a great-grandson for my Li family. Zhang's hair was white and old, but when she heard this, she gave him a blank look. Early, the day you see it. Sitting cross-legged inside the stone house, Li Xian's mana flowed around him. With a click, the spirit stone in his hand turned into pieces. It's coming soon. It's going to be the 5th level of the embodied spirit soon. Li Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Ever since that day when the luck-taking bead had sucked the spiritual energy and luck of that treasure, he always had a feeling of restlessness. But when I sensed it carefully, it gave another auspicious omen, and even the luck-rating bead guided me towards the depths of Qingguo Mountain, where there were benefits to be had. Nonsense, don't I know that there are treasures in Qingguo Mountain? The point is, do I dare to go and rob it? There's only one 10,000 miles thunder escape talisman, so I don't need to use it if I can. Aha! Wait! Suddenly, Li Xian felt a faint aura, like someone in the family was in danger. Near the foot of the Qingguo mountain range. Liang Yu. Not long ago, Da Jiang ran up the Jade Bamboo Mountain in a hurry, 100,000 fire. He could not care about the rules at this time. But there was no sign of Li Xian. It's over. It's finished. What's going to happen? At the foot of Qingguo Mountain, Wang Tianyou dragged Li Liangyu out with one hand and yelled in a hurry. Stop it! Stop the big bug! Where are the archers? Where are the hunters? Release the arrows! Release the arrows! Only to see at the foot of a withered tree, a 10-foot-long eye-dropping white-fronted tiger was having a leisurely pee. The group was not given a second thought. Chapter 37, Preparing to Enter the Mountain. Li Liangyu covered his stomach, with a large amount of blood stuck to the corner of his mouth. The whole thing was as red as a boiled prawn. 2 or 3 Hans had already fallen in the field, and even Dade was lying dead or alive not far away. Big River. Li Liangyu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Just now, if it wasn't for Big River blocking one of the big bugs flinging tails for him, he was afraid that he would have been killed on the spot. Liangyu. Quickly stop talking, I'll take you back to Jade Bamboo Mountain. Yes, I'll take you back to Jade Bamboo Mountain. Wang Tianyou's cold sweat broke out in a hurry, and he could only keep patting his face, both to keep him awake and to save some strength. Father-in-law, I have pills in my lining, feed them to me. Although the big bug's flinging tail didn't hit him directly, under the indirect contact, the huge force still shook his organs. When Wang Tianyou heard this, he panicked and rummaged through his clothes to find the bottle of elixir. Eat. Swallowing the elixir, Li Liangyu only felt that his body was warm, and the severe pain he had just experienced was relieved for the most part in an instant. Wang Tianyou had already run dozens of feet away from him in his arms, but this distance was only a matter of 1 or 2 breaths for that big bug. Those with nail rakes and pointed spears stand outside, round up those who can shoot arrows, and together will back away slowly, making no unnecessary movements to annoy it. Li Liangyu took a breath and was barely able to stand up with Wang Tianyou's assistance. When the villagers saw that he was fine, they had a backbone and slowly backed up around him. When that big bug saw that, a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes in a very humane way, and he started to eat the corpses of those few villagers on his own. What a vicious big bug! How dare he treat us like nothing? Liangyu, don't talk first, save your life first. Wang Tianyou saw Li Liangyu's agitated tone and pulled him back in a panic. It doesn't matter if they die, Liangyu is going to die here. Then the consequences he didn't dare to think about. A dozen or so Hans circled around and walked backward, and the big bug didn't stop them, but instead ate with gusto. A company ran to the entrance of the village. The people saw the situation surrounded, heard such a description, one by one sucked in cold air, cowering no longer dare to speak, for fear of high sound attracted that tiger demon. I personally saw Flower Dog Z take an arrow and shoot it. The distance was only 3 or 4 feet, but even its fur didn't break through. What is that if not a demon? Pity my brother, but it was eaten alive into his belly. When Lu Yuxing heard these words in the crowd, it was as if he had evoked bad memories, and he couldn't stop his cold sweat from pouring out. Back then, before that wolf demon entered the village, it also injured someone at the foot of the mountain. Nowadays. How similar. Sins. The man who had just said Flower Dogsy saw it and was instantly enraged, surname Lu. It's all your fault. It must have been you stragglers who attracted the demon. We've never encountered a demon in our Leaning village, and you've only been here a few days and this has happened. I blame you guys. Right. It's all your fault. Get out of Leaning village. Get out. Lu Yuxing and the people behind him were all anxious upon hearing this, except for Lu Ji, whose eyes flashed with a hint of excitement and anticipation. No. It wasn't us. Guys, we don't know. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Liangyu hurriedly shouted, "Shut up! Separate! However, he was already seriously injured. Zhao Tianyou several also kept pulling him to prepare to leave here. No one listened to him at all. Who threw that rock? Brothers, him. One of the most arrogant villagers roared loudly as he touched his bleeding head. Farmers are pugnacious, and a fight at the drop of a hat has become the norm. When he saw that he was about to make a move, a blood-stained tiger corpse descended from the sky and straight away crushed the villager. I threw it, you don't like it? A light voice came from behind the crowd. Brother Xian. Householder. When the crowd saw Li Xian, they all shivered in fear, and the two groups of people immediately separated, uncharacteristically fast. Tianyou, what are you doing pulling my nephew? Don't you know he's hurt? Brother Xian, aye. I just think it's too dangerous here and I want to take Liang Yu back to the mansion. Seeing Li Xian's overriding gaze, Zhao Tianyou was also apprehensive. The villagers just now were arranged by him. As he was thinking about how to explain, in the blink of an eye, Li Xian arrived in front of him and gently patted him twice on his back. Here. Deal with it, don't let me down. Li Xian said, picking up Li Liangyu. The sprinting technique worked at full strength and disappeared in a few breaths. The Zhao family pulled the villager out from under the tiger's corpse. Brother Tianyou, what should we do? A Zhao family man pushed the pale Zhao Tianyou, but he didn't want Zhao Tianyou to violently spurt out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Tianyou wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and looked at Lu Yuxing with some hindsight. Mr. Lu, it seems that I have just suffered from some injuries as well, so I'll ask you to please do it here, and some other day, Zhao will personally come to the door to thank him. Help me home. Brother Tianyou. I said help me home. Lu Yuxing looked at the dead tiger corpse and then at the confused stragglers. First, carry this tiger carcass to be disposed of, strip off the skin and gut everything. Jade Bamboo Mountain, cabin. The mana operating within Li Liangyu's body gradually withdrew. Okay, it's okay. Blushing, Li Liangyu sat up and scratched his head in some embarrassment. Thanks, Uncle too. Li Xian didn't have the heart to slap him on the head, talking to your second uncle about this. Also, didn't I tell you not to leave the village during this period of time? If it weren't for Dade and Zhao Tianyou being quite loyal, you'd be afraid of dying somewhere. Li Xian shook his head. Forget it, go out and report to your master and the others. Yes, Uncle too. Li Xian stood at the edge of the Jade Bamboo Mountain cliff, looking at the towering and rolling Qingwu Mountain in the distance. Finally? This tiger demon should have just cultivated. The spirit is slightly open, only the second level of cultivation of the spirit, only the strength is bigger, the flesh is harder. It was still not as good as the wolf demon that could spit fireballs that Lu Yuxing and the others encountered. It seems like the bottom tier amongst the demon race in this Qingwu Mountain has been squeezed out. Li Xian touched the longsword and felt the guidance of the luck-snatching bead in his spiritual aperture. When we break through the 5th level of the embodied spirit, we'll go into the mountains to kill some small demons, and if we can't touch the treasures, it's good to hunt some demonic beasts' meat. I just don't know what kind of light is in the depths of Mount Qingwu. Boom! 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 A trembling sound like a giant elephant treading on the ground came from that towering volcano. The dragon phoenix is about to break out of its shell. Around the volcano, a dozen figures stood out of thin air. Good. A fire Dao Rui beast of such a high grade is truly destined to be with old ancestor me. Hey, little guys. I thought you guys said you wanted to share? Old ancestor will come and share. The blazing ancestor stood atop the head of the cooking fire three-eyed lion and said with a blank stare. I'll take this Rui beast, and you guys can split the rest of the fire essence, fire chi, and eggshells and such among yourselves. Old ancestor. That eggshell is of great use. In that case, that eggshell old man also laughs at it, and you guys can split the rest. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tianming stood aside with a gloomy face, his breath a bit weak. He could only take 100 moves from that dead midget. Boom! There was another loud thud through the sky. A fire phoenix, a dragon soul circled and hissed in the crater, a magnificent scene. The huge spiritual energy and fire chi converged into a wind that was unstoppable, like a dragon scrolling over a... The other day so many small demons were hanging around at the foot of Qingwu Mountain and ate a lot of villagers. Li Xian didn't dare to go out and just instructed them to hide as much as possible. These days, the village looks empty, all hiding in the cellar. I haven't heard a sound in 3 days, so it should be close. Forget it, just wait. Li Xian waited this time, and another 5 days passed. As the first rays of sunlight rose in the morning, Li Xian brought along his recluse talisman and various talismanic elixirs and prepared to set off. There had been no movement for so many days, and the real fight for the treasure or something like that must have been over. It's time for him to step up. You've waited so long for this day, haven't you? Now in the Qingguo Mountain, big demons and big cultivators are definitely not there, and small demons are definitely messed up as a pot of porridge. He might be able to pick up some elixirs and kill a few more demonic beasts. The rest of his family's capital can't be enough to support him to cultivate to Qi practitioner. Second uncle, you're out. In the secret room of the Li family, which was designed and built by Li Xian himself when the Li family mansion was first constructed, the backyard was used as a door to connect to the interior of Jade Bamboo Mountain. Li Xian and his two nephews had also personally built a secret passage that led to the other side of Jade Bamboo Mountain. Well, Liangyu, Qingguo Mountain hasn't moved for 7 or 8 days, so there shouldn't be any problems either. You send someone to pacify the villagers, I'll go first to eradicate those demons at the foot of the mountain. Second uncle take care of everything. Li Xian nodded and carried his sword. All the important figures of the Li family were in this secret room, including the 2 Su sisters and Li Liangyu's 2 daughters-in-law. Husband, will my father and the others? Li Liangyu touched Zhao Ernie's hair. Once that yellow-haired girl who was thin as a spar, is now also a generous big girl. Don't worry, when we moved into the chamber, we already sent Omi to inform them. With a whoosh sound, the Zimu soul-pursuing nail shot out violently, penetrating through the head of a spirit-embracing triple-heavy monkey demon. This monkey demon is so swift, obviously only at the 3rd level of the impregnating spirit, yet it's 3 times faster than me. Li Xian ate a spirit recovery pill and continued to explore forward. After traveling dozens of miles along the way, he had already decimated 3 demonic creatures. It's a pity that we only came across a mountain ginseng of a good vintage, it's not even a spiritual medicine. The deeper you go, the denser the aura and the heavier the fire. 3 hours later, the sky had darkened. Li Xian painstakingly killed a bear demon of the 4th level of the impregnating spirit and directly occupied its cave. Well, it stinks. Li Xian pinched his nose and walked in, casually tossing the bear demon's corpse aside. This cave was not big, the entrance was only 1 person high, and the inside was only 3 feet square in size. That bear demon is not very intelligent, eat, drink, and sleep all in this cave, the stench is incomparable. The stinkier it is, the safer it is. Better meditate and mediate first. This bear demon's skin thick flesh, I do not know from where also learned some human sword art, to claws as a sword is very difficult to deal with. Li Xian used a cold ice talisman to get it dead. From the Ma family's cultivation experience heritage, in normal years a cold ice talisman was worth 3 spirit stones, and this bear demon of the 4th level of the embodied spirit was worth more than 10, so this deal wasn't a loss. As night fell, Li Xian was meditating with his luck when he suddenly felt a tremor in the luck rating pearl and hurriedly held his breath and collected his qi. Shui Qingshan, do you really want to go on and on with my Zhou family? A silhouette fled quickly with a flying sword on his feet, and he was followed by 3 other cultivators who also had flying swords on their feet. Hiding in the dark, Li Xian didn't dare to breathe a breath. Can you fly? To say the least is practicing qi. Li Xian was thinking that it would be good to. The talisman paper in Shui Qingshan's hand instantly turned into flying dust, and 3 golden light shields wrapped him in. Awesome. This hand of moon-worshipping sword technique of brother is getting more and more exquisite, I can't stop looking at. Old Taoist Chui's voice was hoarse. All 4 of them were at the middle stage of qi practicing, but he was the only one who was at the 6th level of qi practicing, while the other 3 were all at the 5th level. And he is a poisonous skill, single combat steady suppression of these people, speak naturally bottom. As he was talking, Ding Hongyi's 3 talons fireball formation dragged Zhou Guyue down for a breath, and Shui Qingshan's blood vine instantly climbed up his thigh. Ding Hongyi, old Taoist Chui, do you guys really want to be immortal with Zhou? Ding Hongyi and old Taoist Chui looked at each other. Since fellow Taoist Zhou has spoken to this point, we can only be respectful. Seeing Zhou Guyu's defeat, the 2 decided not to stay. This Zhou Guyu has been famous for a long time, although only the 5th level of qi cultivation, but a hand of the moon worship sword art of the moon worshipper is not to be underestimated. Originally also ready to wait and see, after all, Shui Qingshan promised them something, go to which house to take is not to take. They had given in Zhou Guyue a slight chance, but unfortunately he was useless. Kill. No one is willing to talk nonsense, things have come to this point, the face has been torn, it is immortal. Old Taoist Chui's withered hand slapped at his waist and a brocade pouch flew out, sweeping in moths from all over the sky. 5 poison spirit moth. Heh, think this is a talking book? Still making breakthroughs on the brink? Shui Qingshan roared, two fellow Taoists, don't hold back any longer. I only want the moon-worshipping sword technique. All the resources of the Zhou family will be given to you two fellow Taoists. Shui Qingshan! Come die! Zhou Guyue roared maniacally and suddenly rose up in the air. Under the moonlight, it was like a spirit ape lifting its sword and waving it around. Its moves were unusually agile. In a flash, Zhou Guyue appeared to be transformed into a remnant shadow, his sword chi flying in a fierce manner. The three of them, Shui Qingshan, were actually forced to the mountainside by him for a while. Hee, let's see how much mana you still have. But this moon-worshipping sword art is really powerful. With such a powerful sword technique, old Taoist Shui and Ding Hongyi had some small thoughts. It was as if Shui Qingshan hadn't heard the implication in his words as he silently spoke. I'll reside in the heavenly position to resist his sword chi, fellow Taoist Shui will reside in the position, and fellow Taoist Ding will reside in the human position, so beware of precautions. Yes. The two men's vigilance was a few points smaller, exposing their backs to both of them. This Taoist Shui is open. Shui. Xing. Mountain. Zhou Guyue completely and utterly fell into madness. With a wave of his hand, the spirit sword in his hand split into 18 channels, turning into streams of light and heading straight for Shui Qingshan's face. On the verge of out of the fat light cover when it is violently turned and shot to its behind Shui Lao Dao. Good guts. Old Taoist Shui was ultimately a step too slow, and the Dharma shield in front of him was shattered. He who was already fishing in troubled waters had been pondering how to get his hands on this moon-worshipping sword technique as well, but he didn't expect this lunatic Zhou Guyue to let his life and death enemy go without killing him and run to attack him. With a poof, a mouthful of black blood spurted out. When one person was injured, the defense formation of the three talents position directly collapsed, and without even thinking, old Taoist Shui ducked behind Shui Qingshan. Old Taoist Shui. Then, a fist-sized orb was thrown over, and old Taoist Shui was just about to dodge it when he realized that the Shui Qingshan in front of him had suddenly disappeared. It wasn't until the orb came close that the chi. Seen your brother. Get rid of the evil. Zhou Guyue said with narrowed eyes. Shui Qingshan nodded and instantly threw out two heavenly thunder beads. Under the huge power of thunder, old Taoist Shui, who was pretending to be dead, went up in smoke with his unwillingness. Zhou and Shui had a good check until they confirmed that old Taoist Shui was really dead, then they stepped on their swords and went straight to Ding Hongyi. Ding Hongyi, who was trapped by the golden thread rope, looked dumbfounded, although he was considered to be relatively slow among the group of Qi practicing cultivators in this Changning prefecture. Even he could see that this was a setup for him and Shui Laodao by these two people. I still have a heavenly thunder pearl here. I have two more here. Zhou Guyue was naive and honest as he scratched his head. Fellow Taoist Ding, do you think these three heavenly thunder beads of the two of us can or can't also break through these three golden shield talismans of yours? Ding Hongyi swallowed and trembled his voice. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I Ding have no grievances with you. Why do you have to be like this? My Ding family has quite a lot of resources, cultivation resources, gongfu stove tripods, talismans and magic weapons. As long as you let me go when I return home. Li Xian, who was hiding in the mountains, silently affixed another breath-converting talisman onto himself. Converting his body's chi to the extreme, he was motionless and buried in the barren grass, just like a dead man. Chapter 40, Everything is just a big dream. The two men listened in silence as he begged for mercy. Finally, Zhou Guyue weighed the heavenly thunder bead in her hand and directly interrupted him. If Brother Ding could only come up with these. You'll really have to perish here. My master brother and sister killed the Chui old devil, but for the revenge of the master, we really have no grievances or hatred with friend Ding, but friend Ding that family capital and territory. The two of us can't afford to give it up again. You should know that Qingmu County can be much larger than Baishui County. Brother Ding's family in Qingmu County has occupied 4 towns with a population of 30,000 to 40,000 people. The monthly popularity and smoke and fire. I'm afraid they can all collect quite a bit. What the hell do you guys want? Ding Hongyi asked through clenched teeth. He was the only one practicing Qi in his Ding family. Once he died, the Ding family would be swallowed by the rest of the people in Qingmu County with no skin left. I've heard that. Fellow Taoist Ding's family has a broken third-order inheritance spirit artifact. It only requires the essence blood of 99 or 81 family cultivators to restore it. There are only 17 named cultivators in your Ding family. But it doesn't matter, a cultivator of the first level of Yunling is also a cultivator, and there are quite a few people in your family with a few points of spirit orifices. Well, I don't want your Ding family's family capital or territory, I just want that inheritance spirit. Zhou Guyue stared at him with a gleaming gaze, no longer seeing a trace of naivety in his eyes. Ah ha ha, well. I'll give it to you. Isn't it just the family? If it's ruined, it's ruined, if the roots are pouting, it's pouting. As long as I'm still around, the Ding family will still be around. We swear by the heart of the Wei. The corner of Zhou Guyue's mouth curled up into a smile. He cut his finger and used blood as ink to outline the runes of heaven and earth. I, Zhou Guyu, swear today by my Dao heart that if Ding Hongyi hands over the bloodline spirit item to me, I will spare his name, and if I violate this oath, my cultivation will be dispersed and my Dao heart will be silenced. I, Ding Hongyi, today. Taoist heart can be silenced. Once the vow was made, an underworld of fortune enveloped the two. Ah, well. Zhou Guyue pinched a spell, the golden thread rope withdrew in the blink of an eye, and Ding Hongyi withdrew the golden shield talisman in dismay. Zhou Guyue stepped on his flying sword and came to his side, pretending to persuade him, Brother Ding, it's fine, it's just the family, why not be as dashing and happy as Taoist Chui is alone? Zhou Guyue was really happy, he originally just wanted to use hearsay rumors to swindle him, and in the meantime delayed for a while waiting for the golden shield talisman to expire, did not expect that this blow-up actually blew up a big surprise. Ding Hongyi seemed to be truly comforted, pulling the corners of his mouth and smiling bitterly, fellow Taoist Zhou, there is one thing I don't know about you, how did you come to know about my Ding family's unspoken riddle? Zhou Guyue didn't say anything, but just stared at him with a smirk. Oh, I see. The messenger talisman in Ding Hongyi's robe instantly burned. I'll give you the stuff first, my Ding family cultivators are not enough for the number of 99, I'm afraid that Dao Frenzhou will have to wait a few more years. No harm done. Zhou Guyue breathed a few times faster. It's so important that this dumbass carries it with him. Ding Hongyi took off the storage bag from his waist with a trembling hand and threw it to him in frustration. Zhou Guyue was also mesmerized by the third-order spiritual object. He even forgot about his previous caution and was going to open it in a dignified manner. Shui Qingshan, who was on the side, was about to remind him, but he was still a step too slow. A stream of black mucus sprayed straight onto Zhou Guyue's face, making a zipping sound all of a sudden. Aha! How dare you lay your hands on me? Heavenly fire from the thunder, earthly fire from the veins, human fire from the heart, three fires converge, please burn my body. The three flame rounds were attached directly to Ding Hongyi's body, and in the next second, it directly turned into a flame giant that was 1 foot tall. Zhou Guyue. Accompany me to die. Ding Hongyi held Zhou Guyue firmly in his arms as the three talents' fire burned fiercely. Boom! 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 A heavenly thunderbolt fell, splitting the two men straight open. Zhou Guyue instantly fell down, covering his face and rolling and howling madly on the ground. Senior! It happened in the blink of an eye, and Shui Qingshan, who was already standing far away, hurriedly flew down. Shifu! Senior brother, save me! Shifu! Shui Qingshan's head was covered in sweat as he hurriedly fed all the healing pills he had on him to Zhou Guyue, applying mana to heal his wounds. But as soon as he touched Zhou Guyue, Shui Qingshan was shaken. Senior brother, you practicing qi at the 6th level. GGG, you found out. Zhou Guyue snapped her head up, and a face full of rotten flesh appeared in front of Shui Qingshan. Senior brother. Help senior brother. Help senior brother achieve the late stage of qi cultivation, will you? Zhou Guyue hissed, and a second-order fixation talisman was instantly affixed to Shui Qingshan's forehead. Zhou Guyue crushed a resurrection purple spirit pill and sprinkled it on his face, clapping his hands as he staggered to his feet. Senior brother, isn't that surprising? Ha ha ha, is it hard to figure out? Can't figure out. Obviously we have been plotting for so many years, obviously we have already killed old Taoist Chui, captured Ding Hongyi, and have already accomplished the task of the old Zhu family monster, why do I still want to kill you? Zhou Guyue pulled out another fixing talisman and pasted it on Shui Qingshan, turning his head and carrying his sword staggered towards Ding Hongyi, who was about to swallow his breath on the other side. Ding Hongyi's mouth was open, and the three talents' fire on his body had only a small flame left, wavering as if it would go out in a gust of wind. Successful king or failure, fellow Taoist Ding, go well. As he was saying this, Zhou Guyue slowly blew out a breath into the fire. Ding Hongyi stared at him, deadpan. Want my Ding family. The most precious treasure, want to damage my Ding family's foundation. Dream on. Your Zhou family. will be better than my Ding family. 100 times more tragic. 100. The fire went out, Ding Hongyi's eyes gradually lax, consciousness gradually blurred, as if to fall into an endless slumber. It's getting dark all around. His eyes suddenly cleared as he saw ahead of him, a venerable old man in a Taoist robe sitting on a worship mat. Pops. The old man glared at him. Clan chief. Ding Hongyi shrunk his neck. He was the most afraid of his dad and loved his dad the most. Hongyi, you're the young patriarch now. In the future, you'll even be the patriarch of my Ding family. Why are you so playful? How can you support the Ding family like this? Patriarch, I didn't. I have cultivated properly. I've been working day and night, summer and cold. I'm now at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. I'm even more powerful than you, father, and I can protect the clan. I can. Those few in Xingmu County. They all laughed at me for being a 2-inch spirit orifice, but now, even if they am more than 10 years older, so what, aren't they still not as good as me? Ding Hongyi looked like he was inviting credit. Then you. Why did you come here? The old man sighed as if he was disappointed in Ding Hongyi. Ding Hongyi froze, and the 50 or 60-year-old man was dropping teardrops like a small child. Father, I'm sorry father, I lost my life and the family's 100-year foundation. Pops. I'm so tired and I'm in pain, the 3 talents fire is so hard to practice, it burns and it hurts. I want to sleep. Ding Hongyi, a little closer to the old man, carefully tried to lie on the old man's knees. Sleep when you are tired, sleep. The old man stroked his head and comforted him. As the fire went out and the native qi dissipated between heaven and earth, Ding Hongyi's body flew into dust like wind erosion and decay, until the face with a grim and happy expression shattered. Everything, like it never existed. Chapter 41 Moon Worshipping Sword Technique. Xingmu County, Xinhua Town, Ding Family Mansion. Inside a secret room under the mansion, a youth around 20 years old violently dispersed the aura that had been transported to half. What's going on? These 3 talents of fire clearly all succeeded yesterday? The youth touched his chest, feeling stuffy. The matriarch has been gone for half a decade now, and I don't know how the situation is. My spirit orifice is only 1 inch 9, I heard that the Zhou family's girl is extremely talented, if... Never mind, can't be lazy. Go on. The youth was about to cultivate when a call came. Honger. Father. Ding Hong hurriedly stood up and surveyed the surroundings but could not see anyone. Is father returning from a great victory? I'll go and prepare some wine. There is odd dad's favorite. Successful wine. The chamber was dark, a little heavy, a little stuffy, and he could even hear his heart beating, but no one answered. It doesn't matter if you lose, there's no need to worry, Dad, my child can already use the 3 talents fire and can share it for Dad. Still no answer. Pops. Dad. Ding Hong shouted anxiously, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. Honger, there are traitors in the family, don't listen, don't believe, don't speak. Honger, protect. I know. The child knows. Child will protect the family. Protect yourself. Father. The sleeping Ding Hong sat up violently, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and surveyed his surroundings, which were empty. Dream? He wiped the cold sweat and tears from the corners of his eyes and sighed in relief. Instead, he saw that a piece of talisman paper slowly floated in front of him. 2 inches of spirit orifices, stepping into Qi cultivation by relying on a single portion of 2nd grade fire Qi, and practicing Qi at the 5th level in 15 years. Doubled the Ding family's territory. Although it is taking advantage of the light of the Qinggu Mountain's greatest treasure, it is still worthy of the word patriarch. Patriarch Ding. Walk well. The power of the 3 talents fire was extraordinary, and apart from a flying sword, Ding Hongyi did not leave any cultivation resources behind. Zhou Guyu looked to the other side. Senior. Your turn. Don't bother, a 2nd order fixation talisman, or 2, if you break through foundation establishment in place there is still a possibility of getting out. But is that possible? Zhou Guyu waved his hand and a formation disc flew up steeply, down a spell formation to surround. Xue Qingshan's eyes were red, but there was nothing he could do. Sometimes when the fake is real, I can't tell the difference. Can't tell if little sister loves you or me, and if master loves you or me. TSK, just. No more. After saying so much, your soul base is finally about to collapse. It's not worth all the words I've spent. Activating the spell formation, spreading the spirit stones on the ground, lighting the god concentrating incense, and swallowing the clear jade god suppressing pill, Zhou Guyue held the wind avoidance bead in one hand, and pressed one hand on the top of Shueqingshan's head. You're one step behind me after all. Elder brother, go well. In the distance, between the mountains, Li Xian was covered in cold sweat. Want to get out? That's 4 Qi practitioners. 4 Qi practitioners. The last 2 are taking over their lives. Taking over their lives, ah. How did Li Xian's luck-taking bead come about? Just take advantage of it while it lasts. A few moments later, Li Xian shrank back into a ball, just. The luck-taking pearl was trembling madly. So close, so close. 1 hour later. Shueqingshan pushed Zhou Guyue away and slowly stood up. It's been loaded for half an hour, and it's still not coming out. Can it be that at the very beginning one's senses were wrong? Shueqingshan was just about to pack up the relics of a few people, but his face violently changed. Not good. Late Qi practicing stage. Without saying a word, he turned around and stepped on his sword. The heroes of the world are really like the carp that crosses the river. Since more than 10 days ago that week Guyu. Shueqingshan has not returned since he left after cleaning up the mess. But even if the luck rating bead showed auspicious omens, Li Xian hardened and hid until now before he dared to come out. This group of cultivators is also too. Li Xian couldn't find any adjective for. It looks like the struggle deep in the Qingguo Mountains has really been resolved. The weather is slowly returning to normal now. I just wonder who the winner is. After obtaining the shadow retaining stone, Li Xian finally figured out why that bear demon had a handful of human sword techniques. This shadow stone is Zhou Guyue and Shueqingshan's master worship Moon Shangren left. 10 years ago, the day of the solar eclipse, his cultivation greatly retreated. Was Zhou Guyue drilled a hole in the abolition of cultivation imprisoned in that mountain. Half a year he couldn't stand the torment of telling Zhou Guyue about the flawed moon worship sword art, and then left the complete moon worship sword art inheritance in this shadow retaining stone. This shadow stone is reflected by the moonlight, and will be revealed once every month. The black bear that occupied the cave later on relied on this shadow stone to learn sword skills. Li Xian, who thought about this, was instead a little curious about the great ethical drama between the three of them, master and disciple. The 4 major forces in Baishuwei County, the county magistrate Zhao family has the highest official position but is immortal, the county chancellor Zhu family has the strongest combat power, and the Zhu family's old ancestor is a late stage of qi cultivation. These 2 families are followed by Zhou Guyu's Zhou family and Shueqingshan's Shui family. But after this battle, who should be left behind in the Zhou and Shui families? As for Qingmu County, Li Xian didn't know that the only memories he had of Qingmu County were the Dart escort and Suyu's 2 sisters when he was young. Walking to the foot of the mountain, far away from the distant farmland, many people are draped in straw raincoats laboring. This land is the villagers' own. The Li family's power in Leaning Mountain Village was getting bigger and bigger, and the amount of good land they occupied was also getting bigger and bigger. So far, nearly 70% of the entire Leaning Mountain Village's land was under his name. It is not that he is taking by force. A few years of drought, especially some time ago, more farmers take the land deed to the door in exchange for grain, water. There is no need to use those underhanded means. Master Li. A Zhao family man with sharp eyes saw Li Xian dragging a large string of prey and rushed forward to offer a hand. Uncle too. Go back and talk. Li Liangyu nodded and turned his head to start arranging various matters. The first thing Li Xian did when he returned to the Jade Bamboo Mountain was to tend to those multiple treasure fruit trees. After hiding in the mountains for 10 days, and emptying dozens of miles of demonic creatures along the foot of the mountain village of Leaning Mountain, it was a month of coming and going. Second uncle, I come to water the cold spring every other day, but the growth has gotten better and better in the past few days. Li Xian was silent for a moment. The aura has gotten a lot thicker, that's why it's growing better. Second uncle hunted so many demons and displayed them at the foot of the mountain for the villagers to see, but is he going to publicize the fact that the family has obtained the immortal fate? Li Xian touched the branches of the multiple treasure fruit tree. This was all the future of the Li family. Is there a difference between saying it and not saying it? Indeed, since that day of the tiger demon, the whole village, old and young, almost all knew the secret that was laid out in plain sight. But everyone kept this a secret, and no one would personally come to the Li family to ask. Liangyu, if a regular person asks, no need to pay attention. If a cultivator asks, Then say, Family Master Li Xian escort dart on the way, rescue a wounded immortal, get to pass on a set of broken contain the spirit of the Gong method, Spirit Stone 10, 3 pills. The last was fortunate to have a spiritual aperture, and stepped into the path of immortal cultivation. This speech has been circulating among the villagers for a long time, we are now but to make him complete and do the truth, anyone will not suspect. Li Xian originally did not want to be exposed, but now that the aura was gradually recovering, the pattern of White Water County had tragically changed drastically. Do not fight not, at least must first put the name out. Around but Yunlin's small clan, drag family, not as good as those scattered cultivators to the pleasure, think will not cause the big repair coveted. Liangyu, I'm counting on you for the next thing. I haven't seen this Baishui County town for more than a year, but it's become a bit more prosperous. Li Shi looked at the 5 copper plates in the bowl and smiled at the thought. And 3 days after entering Baishui County City, Li Shi ran into a half-assed cultivator. A cultivation level of first level of Yunling wouldn't even be able to hide himself. Such goods can see one, I think those like him hiding in the dark cultivators must be quite a lot. Li Shi, who was dressed as a beggar, stood up and begged on his stick with a sad face. Grand Master, do me a favor. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Grand Master, have mercy. Scramble, scramble. Being soiled the Lord's clothes. Li Shi traveled all the way to the evening, only to follow a group of beggars in a rotten shack for the night. Don't crowd. Go that way. Who the touched my balls? He was entrenched in Qingfeng Mountain for a year, doing the Qingfeng walled city's big boss, the days of that called a free and easy, every day is not hunting, or cultivation. Until he met another monk. Touching the palm-length scar on his chest, which to this day haunts him, just an inch or two away. At that time, he had just broken through the 3rd level of the impregnating spirit, and he had absolutely no chance of winning against a cultivator who had learned the sentinel art at the 4th level of the impregnating spirit. Luckily, he used the poisonous smoke to drive the mountain bandits to resist for a few breaths of time and vanish into the river to escape. Waiting for a month to return to Qingfeng Mountain again. There was nothing left but the 10 bottles of blood qi that he had hidden by the side of the cliff. The poor master teacher was split in half before he could make his dream of cultivation. Chapter 43, Mud Bloods. After the destruction of King Fengsai, the homeless Li Shi can only continue to look for the next landing point, but he found that not every cottage has a master of that smart and excellent people. After consecutively slaughtering 2 mountain strongholds, Li Shi, who hadn't even scraped together a hurry home and tell Uncle Tu that this may be another opportunity. Brother Tianyou. Brother Tianyou. A young man of the house came running from the entrance of the village, squealing and dancing. Master. The lad stopped at the door and shouted, then hurried into the courtyard. Zhao Tianyou was splitting firewood in the backyard, his face was a little white, stopping to rest every now and then, just 1 crate of firewood, he had split it for 2 hours. Brother Tianyou. Roar what? Has the sky collapsed? Zhao Tianyou chided in a good-natured manner, throwing down his axe and sitting paralyzed on the firewood, his large hands gently rubbing his shoulders. The teenager had just run in, and when he was yelled at by Zhao Tianyou like this, he immediately shrunk his head. Brother, I saw the second prince at the... There can be 2 helpers, or 3, but never just 1. Do you still remember, the other day when Ernie came back with that big gold bracelet on her hand? This is the only one, that girl child of the Liu family doesn't have one. That Benjamin lad was listening to the clouds and just thought it was so profound. Zhao Tianyou, however, his eyes lit up. Immediately, he put down his axe and went out. On the other hand, the old villagers who had seen Li Shi's ruthlessness on the other side were shaking their heads. The second young master has changed a bit, becoming more smooth and old-fashioned. Also, he's treated us like human beings. But that's all. Chapter 44, a chance to admit mistakes and soften. More than 1,000 people. It's possible to collect 2 or 3 bottles of blood qi. After saying this, he sked twice and sighed rather sadly, it's a pity that they are the tenants of the family. The family's output still depends on them. After a few more moments, 3 or 5 Hans came one after the other. Creak. Second prince. Li Shi narrowed his eyes and put a smile on his face. Uncle Zhao. This is... Li Shi and Li Ling happened to be away from home when Lu Yuxing came to Leaning Mountain Village, so naturally, they didn't know each other. This is your in-law uncle. Yu Sung. Zhao Tianyou's face flushed a bit when he heard Li Shi call him uncle. Uncle Lu. Li Shi nodded and slightly arched his hand, why is Uncle Lu so formal? Just call me brother Shi. The three of them exchanged a few words of politeness, and Li Shi handed over the reins to Da Jiang, who had rushed to meet them. Li Shi noticed that Zhao Tianyou's face didn't look right and touched him carelessly, raising his eyebrows and stopping talking. The two of them sent Li Shi back to the mansion. When he reached the door, he asked, Da Jiang, where's your brother, Dave? Omi's eyes went red for a split second. He's dead. A curious look appeared on Li Shi's face. It seems like a lot has happened in the house during my absence. Li Shi unhooked the traveling bag on his horse's back and didn't bother to greet Li Ping and the others as he went straight up to the Jade Bamboo Mountain. Setting foot on this land again, Li Shi's heart was finally a little more peaceful. He hadn't slept a single day of peaceful sleep since the destruction of Qingfeng walled city. Li Xian appeared behind him holding 2 jars of Duo Bogwa wine, back. He had long since sensed that Li Shi had returned, and although the implicit spirit cultivator did not have spiritual sense or the power of the divine soul, he had the luck-taking pearl. Within a certain range, as long as one was in possession of a Zizhu or his Li family's bloodline, he could sense one or two things. Uncle too. Li Xin threw him a jar of wine, so uncle and nephew sat on the stone in front of the cultivation wooden house and drank the wine in large gulps. How is it at home? Big brother, I heard that you married another house, Tisk. Younger brother, I am also only 1 year older than you, how so far even a woman's mouth has not been kissed. Li Liangyu looked at his own brother. The more you look at the more satisfied, this kid is finally smooth, at least the mouth is no longer at every turn to kill the whole family. If you want it, big brother will immediately go find it for you. Absolutely virtuous and beautiful. The three of them had a casual conversation about family matters, interesting facts and achievements. In 3 years, they rarely had the chance to get together like this. Li Xian drank the altar of wine and looked at the two brothers who were lying on the rocks sleeping full of hope. The nieces and nephews are all grown up too. They are all men who can carry things. It's just that they can't hold their liquor. Li Xian lifted them up with one hand and sent the two of them into the wooden house where they were cultivating. Sleep. After the sleep, Liang Yu has a lot of work tomorrow, and Shier's cultivation must not fall behind. Li Xian closed the door to his room. The soundly sleeping Li Shi rubbed against the cuddled worship cushion with a relaxed smile, and gradually a second snore sounded in the room. It's good to be home. Outside the door, Li Xian, who was meditating under the moonlight, sensed the commotion and cursed with a smile, "Brat, playing such tricks in front of me. Haven't seen you for a year, but you've grown quite a bit. I just don't know how Linger is doing. That kid is stubborn, I hope he can grow up some too." But Zhao Tianyou, who had returned home, was finishing rubbing the medicine under the ministrations of his own mother-in-law. Brother Xian is so hard-hearted, they're all playmates from childhood, and Ernie is still married to Liangyu. How can you say you're going to lay hands on them? It's been a year and it's still not getting better, really. Before the woman could finish speaking, Zhao Tianyou roared, "Shut up!" I raised my hand to slap her, but I didn't go down on it after all. Do you want to get our whole family killed? Zhao Tianyou lowered his voice. It was supposed to be my fault, and it's only right that the Lord's family give some punishment. Hearing the word master's family, the woman was alarmed. What master's family? We are not tenants. A woman's opinion. The management of the village is too scattered, there are both homesteaders and tenants, and the tenants pay different rents to each other, and there are too many things, big and small, such as releasing water and repairing drains. Liangyu is too busy for this these days. Our family doesn't have any strong laborers, it's useless to keep the fields, so we might as well sell them to the Li family. Pawnbroker. You can't do this. Erwa is still young, if you sell the fields, how will you let Erwa live in the future? The woman's tears came down immediately, regretting that she shouldn't have just said Li Xian's fault. Zhao Tianyou was silent, and he didn't want to give up his fields. Only 30% of the self-cultivated land in Leaning Mountain Village, 25% of it is surnamed Zhao, and half of this 25% is his Zhao Tianyou. Now that the second prince was amiable to both him and Lu Yuxing, and Liang Yu never interfered with the decisions made by Li Xian, this was a fight he lost. Master Zhao was right, today was an opportunity, but he was too stupid to grasp this opportunity. This was the only way to make the Zhao family's life more comfortable in the future. Both become tenants, both families are in-laws of the Li family, same position, same lack of threat. The Li family's attitude will always change for the better. Anum. Ding dong. Zhao Tianyou stood up and pulled his clothes over his body. Who? Opening the door, the moonlight reflected Omi's simple and honest face. The prince asked me to deliver something. By the way, Zhao family master, many tenants haven't paid the rent for last year's fall grain, the family doesn't have any extra money or grain to buy land now. With those words Omi turned around and walked away. Zhao Tianyou turned around with that porcelain vase and saw Elder Zhao standing in the courtyard. The old man, mortar and pestle crutches, leisurely said, "The old man, I guessed right again, today is an opportunity to admit mistakes and soften." Chapter 45, Shueqingshan's concubine. From the prince? Which one? The first or second prince? Zhao Tianyou pulled off the stopper on the porcelain bottle. A refreshing medicinal fragrance mixed with the aroma of wine came to his nose. Just by sniffing a mouthful, he felt that his body had soothed a lot. The woman looked at the pitch-black elixir in her own man's hand and looked nervous, opening her mouth but saying nothing. What? Did you not think it was a poison pill? Zhao Tianyou didn't have the heart to care about this woman with long hair and short knowledge, took the knife and split the elixir into two halves, half of which he directly swallowed. A burst of warmth rose from his belly, and a steady stream of it rushed through his body, making him grunt in comfort. It was only after an incense stick burned that Zhao Tianyou opened his eyes and felt his injuries heal, his eyes glowing. Immortal pill. It really is an immortal pill. With that, he split the remaining half of the elixir into two more portions, one to the woman, and one turned his head and gave it to Elder Zhao. Eat quickly, eat quickly. This immortal elixir is powerful, eating it makes me feel lighter all over. The woman held a quarter of the elixir and hemmed and hawed for a long time. What? Still afraid it's a poison pill? The woman shook her head, and Zhao Tianyou guessed what she was thinking. In the end is his own hair wife, although short-sighted, but in the end is concerned about themselves, tight Zhao family. Alright, we all have it. In the future when Ernie gives birth to her eldest grandson, are you still afraid that Erwa, who is an uncle, will have less of this elixir? Words here, the woman ate the elixir. Without a moment, essence are much better. It's just the residue of the doppelganger fruit after brewing wine mixed with some old medicines rubbed together into pills. It's not a precious thing. After Li Shi finished sitting, he realized that Li Liangyu was sitting beside him watching him cultivate, and in the bottom of his heart, he sighed a little that he had become so careless when he returned home that he didn't even notice when someone walked up to him. Li Liangyu shook his head and indeed threw that wine dregs down into his mouth as if it were a sugar bean. I'm not talking about that. I'm just curious as to why you've changed so much, second brother, that I can't even. That son-in-law of mine is kind and generous and won't rush you. But my old Zhao is a reasonable man. Tenants should pay the ing rent. Words to this point, Zhao Tianyou but suddenly laughed. Of course, if this is really Mr. Lu's intention, my old Zhao to give face does not matter. After all, the two of us are also considered in-laws. Not far away from a small courtyard, Lu Ji coldly sharpened the ox horn sharp knife with a rustling sound. What do you want? Lu Yuxing peeled his beans and looked up at him. Ah, Dad, not doing much, just a dull knife. It needs sharpening. Have you read books in a dog's stomach? You're not even as good as that simpleton Zhao Tianyou? If the sword is dull, let it go. The village under the Li family's rule is safe, so what's the point of sharpening it? Is it useful? Father. That idiot from the Zhao family is clearly targeting us. Lu Yuxing gave him a blank look. Go to your room and bring the Zhongyang to read. If you can't read it, keep reading. If a brat like you can see that, can any other bright-eyed person? Get the hell back to your room. Lu Yuxing continued to peel the beans, looking at the full beans, his face was full of satisfaction. The head of the family wants his family to fight the Zhao family, so let's do it. You come and I return, anyway, we'll not be missing anything, just as a play. It's only Zhao Tianyou, that iron bean, who couldn't understand it before. Now that's the way it is, the good times are finally here. Last fall's grain harvest was great. Last fall's grain harvest was so good. I didn't hear of anyone's family being short of water and having a drought. What's wrong with hiding the good harvest in your own grain jar? Zhao Tianyou saw that the door to the small courtyard next door was tightly closed, and his heart truly confirmed what his father had said last night, and at the same time laughed at the stupidity of his previous thoughts. I'll pay. Can't I just hand it over? The man saw that the Lu family hadn't moved, so he too was deflated. What kind of bull is that? Make it sound like the Li family owes you, it makes me want to slap you to death. The man immediately shrank his neck and no longer dared to speak. It only took 2 days for all the rents to be collected, and not a single person from the Li family showed up during the whole process. Only in the end when Zhao Tianyou brought dozens of crates to deliver grain to the door, did Li Liangyu go out to receive it. Really thank you father-in-law. Some days ago Liangyu occasionally feel the wind and cold, but it is hard father-in-law labor this one. It's good that Liang Yu is okay. And after a few days, have not seen for a long time. Zhao Rennie's home to CC, but also brought some of the village did not have the pastries. I heard that the Lu family that girl also went home to see. Li Shen, since he did not have the heart to care about these camps in the village, this is all Li Liang Yu in the lead. Li Shi came back and pushed a hand. Making any noise wouldn't disturb his cultivation. People from the county said that the Shui family and the Zhou family had tied the knot. The old ancestor of the Shui family, Shui Qingshan, took a granddaughter from the Zhou family's sideline as his concubine. The noise was so exaggerated. However, none of the people who knew a little bit about the doorway said that Shui Qingshan was an old cow eating young grass. Instead, they all claimed that old man Shui was benevolent and righteous, and that the two masters and brothers came from the same school, but their philosophies did not match, and they were notorious for having a grudge in Whitewater. Now that Zhou Guyu's whereabouts were unknown, when the Zhou family was in a state of turmoil, it was Shui Qingshan who stood out instead. Although the nabbing of the Zhou family's most talented grandchildren was suspected of taking advantage of the fire, but if one could still stand up for the Zhou family at such a time, one would already be called righteous. Righteousness? Oh. Li Xian almost laughed out loud when he heard this news. Zhou Guyu. Shu Changren shook his head, signaling that his didn't know either. Seeing that he didn't get any words out, Zhao Wuji didn't stay much longer and went downstairs on his own. With a clang, the teacup that Zhao Wuji had just drank from shattered on the ground. Humph. If it weren't for the once every 3 years spirit tax to be paid, a mere mortal is worthy of being called brother and brother to me. Zhu Changren stood up with a cold face and looked toward the bustling Shui family mansion in the distance. Zhou Guyu, are you really dead? By Shuwei County borders Qingmu County, the land of spiritual opportunity scarcity cultivation resources are already insufficient. Qingmu County and Bai Shuwei County's various cultivators are naturally competing for each other. He joined forces with Zhou Guyu and Shui Qingshan to make a game for 7 years, spreading rumors that the two families were at odds. Until more than a year ago, the depths of Qinggu Mountain suffered a great change. Shui Qingshan promised heavy benefits to Qingmu County Ding Hongyi and loose cultivator Chui Laodao tricked out. Originally, it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect it to be a lose-lose situation. He even gave Shui Qingshan and Zhou Guyu 3 heavenly thunder beads each in addition. Zhou Guyu, I was too high on you after all. Now that Ding Hongyi and old Taoist Chui are dead, there are still 2 chi practitioners in Qingmu County, and now Whitewater has me and Shui Qingshan, 2 against 2. TSK, no, we need to find another helper to come. The drained aura is gradually recovering, a great world of cultivation is coming to Changning Province. The Shui family. Shui Qingshan looked at the female child sitting on the bed. He couldn't help but snort a laugh. Still not out? I haven't heard any rumors even after all this fuss? It seems that Shui Qingshan really didn't have any means of preserving his life, and no one was prying into that mountain at that time. Picking up the jade ruins and picking off the girl child's cover, a small pearly face was presented in front of her eyes. Jokemo's heart was as if it was dead. She just kept mumbling in her heart, Grandpa Guyu, where the hell are you? Shui Qingshan narrowed his eyes. A year's time, and my cultivation has finally recovered to the 6th level of chi practicing. This great stove tripod. Tonight, it will surely enter the 7th level of chi practicing. 3 years later. Between the fields and the village of Leaning Mountain, a group of men with plows and harrows and hoes are opening the water channel. Zhao Tianyou and Lu Yuxing each stood on one side and commanded, the 2 of them glaring at me and cursing you. The villagers also as to see a hilarious laughter. Everyone, step it up. Hey yo. Hey yo. 3 years are like a snap of the fingers. The mountain does not know the month, cultivation does not know the year. Go in the jade bamboo mountain of cultivation of Li Xian is considered to truly understand the sentence. For him, every day was just practicing and practicing and practicing. With the gradual concentration of aura, there were times when he could even not leave the cabin for a decade. Occasionally, when a demonic beast came down the mountain, it was Li Shi who went ahead to kill it. Nowadays, in the Li family's ice cellar, there could still be quite a lot of concocted demonic beast meat. The current Li family urgently needed a strong person to top the door. Li Xian had the best talent and the best basic strength, so he was naturally the perfect candidate. Finally. The 7th level of the embodied spirit. A year ago Li Xian had reached the threshold of breaking through the 7th level of the embodied spirit, but he had hard-pressed it for a year and turned his head to start refining the moon-worshipping sword art. The more he studied this sword art, the more extraordinary Li Xian felt. Although he hadn't reached minor success so far, he was barely able to split into 6 sword shadows. It was not as good as the 18 channels of Zhou Guyu and 12 channels of Shui Qingshan that he had seen before, but to the other implicit spirit cultivators, it was a direct dimensional blow. With his hand pinching a spell, a long sword magic weapon like a swimming fish then hovered around Li Xian. Giggle. 6-inch deep sword mark suddenly appeared on a millstone-sized piece of meteorite iron placed in the secret room. Not bad, not bad. If we add the golden light technique, the power will definitely increase greatly. Putting away his long sword, Li Xian walked out of the secret room. Now it's just a matter of grinding water. It will be easier. In 6 years, from being immortal to the current 7th level of the embodied spirit, Li Xian didn't dare to stop for a moment. He was afraid that a strong enemy would come and he would be unable to do anything about it. Now, as long as it is not the Zhu family ancestor and Xue Qingshan, those two practicing qi. Under practicing qi, even if you can't win the fight, you can still escape without using the 10,000 miles thunder escape talisman. Second uncle. You're out? HM. After 20 days of seclusion this time, I've finally broken through the 7th level of the embodied spirit. Congratulations, second uncle. Li Shi sighed in relief and bowed. Sheer, I've just made a breakthrough, my mana is weak, the next step is a watermill, this matter of taking care of the multi-precious orchard will be left to me, and you should hurry up and go and cultivate too. Li Shi only broke through the 4th level of Yunling early this year, a breakthrough to rush out of the gate to take care of the Duobao orchard. Yunling 4th level of the first spells learned also chose a small cloud and rain art. Those 3 years were kind of wasted for the most part. Yes. Li Shi also did not think of excuses, the third brother is not, Li family is only 2 people, he and the second uncle, always have to sacrifice a person to take care of the orchard, and there is nothing unfair, division of labor is just, all for the sake of the family. By the way, second uncle, sister-in-law Ernie and sister-in-law Qingqing are about to give birth, and Aunt Suyu is 6 months old. Big brother is afraid that he'll have his hands full when the time comes, so he's already sent someone to town to ask the best midwife to go. After Li Shi finished speaking, he zipped into the cultivation wooden house without looking back. Ha ha ha, it's finally coming. Last year when Li Liangyu full of 15 after, for a long time do not care about things, Li Ping suddenly forced him and Zhao, Lu 2 girl child round room. Of course, also being pointed at and scolded is Li Xian. Then, within 2 months, Zhao Ernie and Lu Qingqing were both pregnant. In another March, Suyu was also pregnant. Li Xian was only a spirit cultivator and did not have spiritual awareness. He couldn't tell if the 3 babies had spirit orifices through their bellies. But according to the probability passed down since ancient times, Zhao Ernie belly which the probability is not. Lu Qingqing had outstanding talent, and was even a cultivator of the 1st level of the embodied spirit, so it was very likely that she would give birth to an immortal edge child. If you have it is your life, if you don't have it, I won't give you this 1 sub bead, which is also your life. Liping 2 sons. The eldest house, Li Yi, had died early, and 2 of his 3 heirs had Zizhu and became cultivators. But Li Xian's lineage could only have him as the only cultivator. That Zizhu in Li Xian's hand was bound to be reserved for his son. It's not about affinity favoritism, it's about balance. If one house is dominant and the other is weak, sooner or later the family will have problems. Chapter 47, The Li Family. Ah! That hurts. It hurts. A mournful scream echoed in the courtyard, but Zhao Ernie led the way. Step it up. Yes. It's coming out soon. Young lady. Try harder. Outside the door of the room, Li Liangyu walked with flustered feet, not stopping for a moment, as if that would help inside. Li Xian stood at the edge of the jade bamboo mountain cliff and looked down. Li Shi, on the other hand, was still practicing, and he had gotten a little impatient during this time. Sitting on the chair, Li Ping looked at his eldest grandson who was like an ant on a hot pan in front of him and stroked his beard in relief. Don't be anxious. Ernie, that girl has a strong body and bones, and your second uncle has made all the plans, so it will be fine. Li Liangyu paused and slapped his head, it's still true. It was me who was in a hurry. If it was an ordinary family carrying a baby and giving birth to a child, it would be dangerous, but he, the Li family, had a cultivator. It wasn't difficult to preserve a mother and child with the means of a cultivator. Half an hour later, there was a flurry of hands and feet in the room, followed by the joyous sounds of the laboring woman. Born. It's born. It's a big fat boy. 2 slaps on the baby's ass cheeks and a flood of cries echoed through the yard. Li Liangyu was just about to push his way in, but he was called back by Li Ping. What's the hurry? You don't want Ernie to get winded. Oh. Right. Nee. Li Lianyu's palms were sweating with excitement, and he walked around the yard even faster. Within a few moments, a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s walked out holding a tightly wrapped swaddling cloth. Congratulations to the young master, congratulations to elderly, a young master with a belt. Li Lianyu's hands trembled as he hugged the child, an inexplicable feeling of closeness sweeping through his body. The baby is wrinkled and can't open his eyes, probably tired of crying, and is now sleeping with his mouth open. My son. Ma'am. Ma'am. A young maid with a clean look hurriedly ran into the room. Madam, Lady Zhao's side has given birth. It's a boy. Lu Qingqing put down the book in her hands and smiled. It's good to have a safe birth. Kyer, go and bring my embroidered tiger shoes. Forget it, it's inconvenient to think about it these days. I'll personally deliver them after I'm done giving birth too. Ma'am, why aren't you in a hurry at all? That Mrs. Zhao is. Before she could finish, Lu Qingqing said, I'm thirsty, go pour a cup of warm water. The little maid stomped her foot and turned away. It is I who have indulged you too much. Basing on the fact that your appearance is still good, you even gave birth to thoughts that you shouldn't have, this mansion can't tolerate you anymore. Lu Qingqing shook her head, and with a determination in her heart, she turned her head and picked up the book of medievalism again. Divine order is called nature. Therefore, the gentleman is prudent in his solitude. Li Lianyu smiled all the way up the jade bamboo mountain with the baby in his arms. The servants and maids in the mansion all felt a strong sense of joy. For they were each given a reward of 120 cents. Uncle 2. Second uncle. Before he even went up the mountain, Li Xian heard Li Lianyu's urgent roar. Laughing, he shook his head, a baby has caused you to mess up. In a few days, you will still have a son to give birth to, and by then you will be laughing your ass off. Don't tease me, second uncle. Quickly see if this son of mine is. Li Xian lifted the swaddling clothes and touched the baby's belly. A few breaths later, he shook his head, that luck really didn't fall on this kid. The smile on Li Lianyu's face froze for a few breaths, then he smiled again and spoke, no harm done, honestly being a rich man and a scholar is not a blessing. Thanks, Uncle 2. Li Lianyu walked towards the stone steps with the baby in his arms, and had just stepped into the first stone step when he looked back suddenly. Second uncle, the Li family is not what it used to be, so it's time to take the characters for the Li family's children and grandchildren. Li Xian pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and the paper floated towards Li Lianyu. Right on. The Tao seeks to hide the fronts, the Dan star and moon fluoresce, the cloud hides to ask for the edge, and the borderless returns to the truth. 16 words in total. Tao seeks hidden frontiers. Tao seeking hidden frontier. Li Lianyu looked at the baby in his arms, his heart was full of mixed feelings. Ryoga sighed. From now on, you will be called Li Daoyin, read 100 words, hear the words and know their meaning, not to be disturbed by the outside world, but also to a. Being a cultivator, the birth was naturally much smoother, and after the labor and delivery lady said it's just 2 days away and I can feel it. He's so perky. But at that moment, Suyu walked in with a pot of tea. Yo, rare. Li Xian's face instantly turned cold. Suyu hurriedly said, husband, the pastries are choking, I want to drink water. Li Xian grunted and ingested a teapot and teacup through space, pouring a cup for Suyu. Only after Li Xian left did Suyu frown and say helplessly, second sister, I'm about to give birth to a little baby, why are you still messing with your husband? Suyu touched Suyu's large belly and frowned, not knowing what she was thinking. Second sister. Don't worry, I'm just a little bit unconvinced, obviously I'm the older sister, and I've been in the same room with my husband more often, why did you get pregnant first? Suyu smiled and pulled Suyu's hand, people are big houses and still look pretty. Suyu nudged her head with her hand and rolled her eyes, beautiful you. The pregnancy of the two sisters, Suyu and Suyu, was something that Li Xian was intentionally controlling. This kind of thing wasn't hard for him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a situation where they had been sharing a bed for 4 or 5 years, but only Suyu was pregnant with a child. According to the Ma family's model cultivation experience, the higher the cultivation realm, the lower the probability of getting pregnant, but the higher the probability of giving birth to a spiritual orifice child. There is a 2 in 1,000 chance that a mortal will unite with a mortal, but of those 2 in 1,000, most spirit orifices are only a few points in size. The probability of a mortal combining with a cultivator is raised to about 1%. When a monk and a cultivator combine, they begin to divide the realms. There was a probability of about 1 in 20 in the realm of embodied spirit, and about 1 in 10 in the realm of practicing qi. All of the above probabilities are for practicing qi and below. As for building a foundation? Even if a foundation establishment cultivator combines with immortal, there is a 50% probability that the child born will have a spiritual aperture. Of course, although the spiritual orifice rate of rumble. A burst of muffled thunder rang out and bean-sized raindrops sprinkled down, slapping the bonsai in the courtyard. Didn't it just rain 2 days ago? Why has it started raining again? I don't know, maybe God is having a temper tantrum. Li Xian said. The next day, Suyu went into labor. Li Xian waited outside the door, a sub-bead converging out of his palm. Unlike the previous sub-bead which was solid, this sub-bead was more like a hazy light bead. This was a usage he discovered by chance. The sub-bead could appear in any form. Li Xian could even punch it into the child when it was still an embryo without attracting attention. With a gentle push, the subjuice turned into streams of light and drilled into the house. Not long after, a cry came from the house. Oh wah wah wah. Born. It's born. It's another little boy. Jade Bamboo Mountain. 7 pounds. Rather robust. Second uncle. How is cousin's qualification? Li Xian revealed a bitter smile, 2 inches 1. The Zizhu could expand the spiritual aperture by 2 inches, which meant that the baby was originally just a 1-point spiritual aperture. Li Shi, however, was relieved. God bless the Li family. Li Lianyou's tightly furrowed brows also loosened, and his face showed delight. Great! We have a new cultivator in the Li family. The child is still too young. If he wants to cultivate, he will have to do so after he is at least 5 or 6 years old. Babies are in a daze every day, and at 2 or 3 years old they can't even recognize all the words, so how can they possibly practice? Only when one is 5 or 6 years old, conscious and able to read as well, can one begin to cultivate. It has waited since. And so it should. The group of people were talking and were about to carry the child back to the room, but they didn't want a sudden and unrivaled pressure to press down on their heads. With a poof, Li Shi fell straight to the ground and couldn't move. Li Xian hugged the child, half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling, and his body was even emitting a toothsome clicking sound. Second brother, second uncle. The sudden turn of events caused Li Lianyou to panic for a split second. Returning to his senses when he immediately bowed his head and saluted. Dare I ask where the immortal is? Can you not be toying with me and other small... Surprisingly, someone has circled the earth and established a clan under your nose, even though it's only a tiny 7th level of the embodied spirit. As soon as Tu Suming raised his eyes, all of the conditions in this dozen miles around were instantly familiar to him. Doppelganger. Nice and well taken care of. Also built secret rooms and tunnels. TSK, look honest, but you have quite a lot of heart. Li Xian's various means were just like a decoration in front of Tu Suming. Li Xian listened in a cold sweat. Zhu Changren. That's the county minister of Baishui County. The highest combatant of Baishui County, and now he was following this cultivator like a house slave. It's a late bloomer's lapse. Zhu Changren still wanted to explain, but he didn't expect Tu Suming to directly snort, losing sight of the situation. Lack of ability is lack of ability. What excuses are you looking for? Immortal. Immortal, may I first? Li Lianyou took advantage of this opening and pleaded in a thin voice. It's a good skin, but it's a pity it's immortal. Tu Suming glanced at him expressionlessly and commented. Then with a wave of his hand, he collected the pressure. As soon as the pressure disappeared, Li Shi immediately curled up and started coughing. Li Xian was better, but he couldn't stand up for a long time. Before getting the method of refining the body, this resistance to pressure is too weak. A stone bench rose up from the ground, and Tu Suming sat down with the baby in his arms, his fingers ruffling the baby's face as he grunted and coaxed. It was at odds with the expressionlessness of a moment ago. This. Senior, I don't know if the Li family has done something wrong? Tu Suming didn't even raise his head. No, just passing by, stumbled upon you guys and came to be interested. I came here 20 years ago, when it was just a small village with a few dozen families. I didn't expect that after 20 years of not seeing it, not only did the population exceed 1,000, but a spirit-containing family also appeared. Speaking of which, a brittle voice came from the distance. Big brother, big brother. So much fruit. So much fruit. Tu Susu flew in on a red diamond, still holding a bunch of duobao fruits in her arms, her little mouth bulging with a hint of red-colored juice at the corner of her mouth. Look, big brother. Over there, what a big piece. It's the first time Su Su has seen so many wild spirit fruits. Tu Su Ming huffed and knocked her little head. What wild? It was grown by someone else. Ah. Then why don't we have it growing on our family's spiritual mountain? This fruit is so delicious. Miss Su Su, this duobao fruit is of too low a grade. Unworthy of being planted on your family's spirit mountain. The county minister's son who followed behind him complimented. Oh, what a pity, this fruit has little aura, but the flavor is very good. It must be very tasty when made into dried fruit. Knowing that it was planted by someone else, Tu Su Su lost the desire to continue eating and pulled out all the fruits in her arms. Looking around, only Li Liangyu was still strong. These are returned to you. By the way, I don't have any spirit stones to compensate you for the ones I. Little man a pariah, where is the match? Just see this immortal like. Alright. Put away your little mind. I didn't show up this time to suppress you guys. You don't even have practiced chi, you're not worthy. I came only for this baby. Li Xian and Li Shi, who had slowed down, looked at each other, and both of them nodded at the same time. Please show me the way, senior. Li Xian respectfully saluted, not daring to show a trace of resistance or transgression on his face or even in his heart. My name is Tu Su Ming, from the Tu clan of Tu Ling Immortal Island. I have a foundation establishment Cultivation. Li Xian's head went even lower. I happened to pass by this place, but I saw that the spiritual rhythm was vast and stretched for 100 feet, and its source was in this baby. Immortal. Immortal, I have measured with the orifice measuring stone. My son only has a spirit orifice of 2 inches in 1, and there was no strange event when he was born. Li Xian was a bit puzzled, seeing that this cultivator's heart was still kind. He asked boldly. After all, it's a small mountainous clan that doesn't even know about the spirit rhythm body. That's just it. I'm not in the mood to talk to you about this. I only ask you one thing, this baby I want to take away. Can you agree to become a medicine refining child under my door? Promise. Promise. It's a blessing for the little one. Seeing how quickly Li Xian agreed, Tu Su Ming in turn looked a few points higher at Li Xian. If an ordinary Yunlin minor clan could give birth to a 2-inch 1 immortal edge son, they would definitely fight to the death to protect it, not to mention that he had just mentioned the spirit rhythm body. This small clan, although I do not know what it is, but I guess we'll be able to know which is not extraordinary, and then let go of the fear that the heart will be like a knife. Nice. Not bad. Does this baby have a name? Li Xian's mind turned 100 times, and with a clench of his teeth, he blurted out. Li Tu Su. Tu Su Ming froze, then laughed out loud. Good, good, good. What a bold junior. Ha ha ha, interesting. It's really interesting. Tu Su Ming stood up and walked over to Li Xian. Junior, do you know that if you guessed wrong, this entire village will have to die? Senior, the late generation. Did not guess. Tu Su Ming waved his hand unconcernedly, guessing or not guessing didn't matter to him. As long as this baby is under his door. He tapped Li Xian twice on the shoulder. A huge spiritual energy poured into Li Xian's body like a water dragon scroll. Li Xian only felt like he was about to explode. It was like an inflated balloon that was getting bigger and bigger and more bloated. Boom! He broke through. The 8th level of the embodied spirit. After 2 more breaths, the familiar and exciting sensation came again. Boom! Embracing the spirit. 9-fold. Only one step away from him breaking through to chi practicing. Chapter 50. Zhu Qingren's eyes red, 2 jade talismans. This mortal wants to make offerings to my 2 family. Good. I'll fulfill him. Wish Changren. Upper Ambassador. Shu Changren was so jealous that his body trembled. This little clan that popped out of nowhere, what great luck. First the spirit rhythm body, then the affiliated families. Damn, do you understand this offering? Hizhu family is not even qualified. What right does this small mountainous clan have? Give him 3 years, and after 3 years, you personally come here to engrave the clan name for their family. Yes. After saying these words, Tu Su Ming slapped his waist, 2 jade talismans flew out and stuck to his forehead, and 2 flashes of light flashed by. Take that. This baby. No, this Li Tusu will be my medicine refining child from now on, a member of my 2 family, and has nothing to do with you. No longer have anything to do with you. Can you understand? Li Xian couldn't stop trembling as he held those 2 jade talismans in his hands. The late generation understands. Good to know, Suz, let's go. We've got some catching up to do. Tu Susu skimmed her mouth, it's been half a month of rushing, so annoying. Oh. Tu Su Ming pinched a spell, and a haze of light flashed across the sky, revealing his true form within a few breaths. Instead, it was an airship that was a dozen feet in size. It was engraved with runes that Li Xian couldn't understand, hazy and colorful, divine and extraordinary. Tu Su Ming stepped on the flying sword and went away. Tu Susu pitifully looked at the duo Baoguo in Li Liangyu's arms. Li Liangyu immediately understood and took the initiative to stuff the duo Baoguo into Tu Susu's arms. Looking at Tu Susu's movements of wanting to and not being able to wipe his face, Li Xian suddenly had a vestigial feeling of watching a child in his previous life receiving a New Year's red packet. The fairy is thirsty on the road, this fruit will moisten your throat. That? Well then, this is what you volunteered to give me. Oh, I didn't grab it. Oh. The bracelet on Tu Susu's wrist flickered slightly, and all the duo bao fruits suddenly disappeared. Don't worry. After eating your fruit, your younger brother will be under my protection from now on, guaranteeing that he will be able to eat and drink in spirit slaying Immortal Island in the future. After saying that, he drove the red diamond away. As soon as he took the two men away, Sun Xianhua, the county minister of Qingmu County, gave a slight nod of his head. Taoist friends are lucky, now that you've climbed the big tree of the two family, your future is bright. Elder has tormented my juniors. A mere Yunling, I dare not cross the line and call myself a Taoist friend. Li Xian pondered in his heart, sighing that this Sun Xianhua was so powerful that she had achieved Qi practicing with a woman's body and was still able to serve as an official. Zhao cultivation community is mostly family-based, mostly men carry the tripod, Kuan Xiu is not no, but can be cultivated to the high realm of not many. The cultivation of the immortal family is understandable, but in the cultivation of the lack of sustenance of the small family, is really rare. No harm, just 3 years. When you achieve Qi cultivation, I will definitely come and ask for a drink. After saying that, he stepped on the spell and flew towards that airship. Xu Changren stared at him. Good guts, there are 80 loose cultivators in this Whitewater County without 100, and there are more than 10 in the late stage of Yunling, but very few dare to set up a household on top of a door and surround a field to set up a clan. You count as one. Have some balls. I'll come back in 3 years, and I hope that by then you'll have entered Qi practice. Humph. When the group had all disappeared, Li Liangyu sat down on the ground with his legs limp. Second uncle, did that last person have preconceived notions about us? Li Xian wasn't much better, spitting out a mouthful of sulkiness and nodding. Zhu Changren, the county magistrate of Baishui County, and the strongest person in Baishui County in plain sight. The county minister? Looks like we've lost his face by hiding in this nook and cranny and secretly setting up a clan. More than that. Li Xian picked up the 2 jade talismans in his hands and his expression settled a little. And he's eyeballing it. It's just a shame that the cousin, still so young. Li Liangyu said, twisting his head to look at Li Shi and nudged him, but there was no half-hearted response. There's no harm, although I don't know why that spirit rhythm body? But that Tu Su Ming, being a foundation establishment, is so attached to it, it must be extraordinary. My Li family is weak, I'm afraid I can't protect him. And that little girl is ancient, virtuous and sensible, and not very old. If it were a vicious fairy clan certainly could not raise such a nature. My son going to such a powerful and benign immortal race would be a good homecoming instead. Li Xian patted the dirt on his body and laughed. But if it regards the cousin as a seniority, if regarded as capital, long ago slaughtered the village and captured people, why need to ask me and other aunts' opinions? So do the plate, certainly will be good treatment to cross the heart. It's my nephew who thought wrong. Li Liangyu also sighed in relief and leaned down to help his second brother up, but he couldn't. Second brother. Li Xian was also startled, he hadn't even noticed just now that Li Shi had fainted. A slight pulse. No harm done, he should have tried to forcefully carry the prez. Sure, but ended up damaging his meridians and was fainted from the pain. Li Xian carried him back to the wooden house, fed him an elixir, and used his mana to freshen him up a few times before he woke up leisurely. With the loss of her newborn child, the middle house is naturally in a state of flux. Suyu cried and fainted several times, her voice was muffled. They had just seen the streaming spaceship in the middle of the sky and thought it was something good, but they didn't realize that it was actually taking her son away. Li Xian spoke about the causes and consequences for a long time, but it didn't work. In the end, it was Suyu who didn't know what to say in her ear, and only then was she comforted. Don't cry, we're still young, we can still have babies. Suyu's mouth turned up to cry again. Su Yu heard this sentences even more directly rolled his eyes. Normal people who will be so comforting. Husband, you'd better go and cultivate. Leave this place to me. Li Xian also realized that he had said the wrong thing and made a fool of himself by leaving. The old man sat in the center hall, squinting and faking sleep. Shenner, Liang Yu has already told me the cause and effect, there is no need to be explaining. I don't know about things in the immortal cultivation world, old man, just grasp it yourself. Li Xian didn't say anything more, and with a slight arch of his hand, he went straight up Jade. If his Li family was strong enough, where would this scene be today? Within 3 years, I will break through Qi practicing. In the secret room, Li Xian took out the 2 jade talismans. Tu Suming invoked the aura to instill him, and although he broke through the realm in a few breaths, his foundation was unstable and his breath was weak. I'm afraid I'll have to freshen up for some days. As for these 2 jade talismans. Li Xian pressed one to his forehead. A huge wave of information came into his mind in a flash. It was actually the basic distribution of forces and general knowledge of cultivation in this Jiao cultivation world. So this is the spirit rhythm body? The cultivation generalizations in this jade talisman were not comparable to the model experiences handed down by the Ma family. Li Xian searched for a while before finding an introduction about the spirit rhythm body. Chapter 51, Formation. All worldly practitioners have spiritual apertures, which are like tiles holding water. The larger the tile jar, the more water it holds, and the faster it scoops, so that there is a distinction between the size of the spirit orifices. However, in addition to spiritual apertures, there are a very small number of cultivators in the world who are born extraordinary, such as spiritual rhythms, spiritual bodies, divine aptitudes, accompanying spiritual artifacts, and the Great Way's favorites, the Great Chiluckers. But there are 2 drawbacks to this spirit rhythm body. One is the size of the card's spiritual orifice. Spirit-embodied cultivators could not draw true talismans or refine pills, only Qi practitioners and above who possess spiritual awareness could do so. That is to say, the spiritual orifice must be 2 inches and above, otherwise even if one possesses a spiritual charm, it is still nothing more than a waste. The second is the number of sub-spiritual rhythms. Like some people, the spiritual energy only barely penetrates the body, so this kind of thing is not very useful. The one that stretches for 100 feet like Li Tusu is an outstanding talent, which is rare in the entire country of Zhao. The most powerful record in the entire East Pole immortal cultivation world for 10,000 years was stretching for 5 miles, but unfortunately he was killed at the age of just 10. No wonder. Tusu's spirit orifice is 2 inches by 1, and he can break through to practicing Qi, plus 100 Zhang spirit rhyme. If he is cultivated with all his might regardless of his resources, he might not be able to break through to foundation establishment and achieve that 4th order Great Pill Master. Most normal cultivators were proficient in one art, such as alchemy and weaponry, and their rank matched their own rank. If the Qi practicing realm can refine a 2nd order elixir, the foundation can refine a 3rd order elixir. However, those with deep spiritual charms were different, as they could practice multiple arts as well as cross-stage alchemy of pills or weapons. Li Tusu's 100 Zhang spirit rhyme, if he breaks through the foundation, there is a great possibility that he can refine a 4th grade elixir across the steps. A 4th ranked Great Pill Master. That was an existence that could refine purple mansion pills. No wonder that Tu Suming will discuss with me, this kind of talent, if it is taken by force, once it has grown big after Tu Su no, I'm afraid that it will be centrifugal. It's better to give a small favor and buy off this affection. Li Xian sighed and discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind as he picked up the 2nd jade talisman. The jade talisman did not contain any knowledge, but rather 3 array inscriptions and their arrangement methods. 1st order Pan Mountain Locking Mist Formation, 2nd order Spirit Gathering Formation, 2nd order Wood Spike Returning Dragon Formation. Concealment, Spirit Gathering, Defense, all matched. Once these 3 arrays are laid down, to have a few moments of the immortal race. But Li Xian's brows furrowed as he recalled all the resources used to set up these formations. With the current Li family's family fortune, they would only be able to lay down that 1st order Pan Mountain Locking Mist Formation used for concealment. The spell inscription was only the core of the formation, and it wasn't like it was a formation disc that could be activated by transmitting mana. He had to prepare all the materials himself. The 2nd order Spirit Gathering Array can barely be set up by pulling out the family's money. As for the wood thorns back to the dragon array, not to mention the need for 4 array flags, 8 stone sculptures and 2nd order rattan plants, just that a large number of spirit stones that the Li family cannot afford. That's just it. It's better to lay down the Pan Mountain Mist Locking Formation and the Spirit Gathering Formation first. Li Xian raised his feet and walked out of the secret room. The inscriptions in this jade talisman were disposable, and when all 3 formations were set up, the jade talisman would disintegrate on its own. Taking out all the cultivation home and the secret room and the wooden house together with some good mortal materials. In just an hour, the 2 formations were set up. Jade Bamboo Mountain began to diffuse a light green mist, and within a few moments, the green mist wrapped the entire jade. On the hill next to Jade Bamboo Mountain, Li Shi stood behind Li Xian and said silently. A first-order formation, it can only cover up the embodied spirit realm and mortals for a bit. For practicing Qi, there isn't much difference between the presence or absence of this mist. Didn't second uncle say there was another second-order defense formation? Li Xian laughed. We are too poor, although we have the inscriptions and arrangement methods, we can't get the materials together. With that, he told Li Shi about the required materials. Li Shi sniffed in silence and suddenly had a flash of insight and took out a brocade bag from his bosom. Second uncle? Do you think this can be used as the main material for that rattan-type spirit plant? When he poured out the contents of the pouch, it was a seed that was muddy yellow with bloodlines. When counted, there were more than 100 of them. What kind of seed is this? Li Xian picked up one and looked at it, finally placing it in his mouth and biting it. Ugh! It's fragrant and stinky, like the scent of grass and trees mixed with the stench of blood. Li Shi held his stomach and laughed. Second uncle, I chewed one at that time too, and my mouth stank all day. He picked up a seed and said. Back then, after I got out of Qingfeng Mountain and started wandering around, I found this vine-type spirit plant on a small mountain, when it had 3 main vines, 2 big ones and 1 small one. 2 big ones, both more than 12 feet long, 1 yellow and 1 red, and in between them sandwiched the small one, which was no more than 1 or 2 feet long, with bloodlines in the yellow of the rattan skin. So strange. I originally wanted to dig it up whole, but I didn't want the vine to move and almost strangled me. I barely managed to escape. Then the more I thought about it, the more angry I got, so I burned that mountain with a fire, and finally potted its roots, and found these seeds in its roots. Li Xian put these seeds back into his brocade bag. This vine can be burned to death by mortal fire, at most it's only of the first rank. I'm afraid it's not good enough. Even if it can barely be used, the power of that formation will be greatly reduced. But you can cultivate it first and see. The big deal is that you can change it over when you find a second-order spirit plant. As it should be. Many people saw the airship in the sky that day, and many villagers even knelt down and kowtowed at that time, calling out to the immortals. Naturally, the changes in MT Jade Bamboo could not be hidden from the villagers. Now that the matter has come to a head, the 2 families' leg is considered to be embraced, and the Li family naturally does not need to cover up anything else. Li Liangyu then completely seeded the name of the immortal race through the Zhao and Lu families. The Li family has really produced an immortal. Daughter, you're hiding so much from me. Although Zhao Tianyou had long guessed, as long as he didn't see the flying in other means with his own eyes, or if the person himself admitted it, who would dare to be sure? Zhao Ernie laughed bitterly. Father, I'm a member of the Li family now, and husband doesn't allow us to talk about it. After saying that, she added, that Lu family doesn't know either, and husband doesn't allow Lu Qingqing to say anything either. With those words, Zhao Tianyou suddenly thought of something and stood up violently. Daughter, can my doubting grandson also become an immortal? Zhao Ernie bitterly shook her head. Cultivation requires spirit orifices, and Dao Yan has no. Zhao Tianyou instantly slumped in his chair. But father, relax, Dao Feng is not there either. Zhao Tianyou revealed a smile that was worse than crying, which was a blessing in misfortune. Chapter 52. Usually. I thought it was because the materials I used weren't good enough, but I didn't realize that it was a slow convergence of auras, not an overnight success. Li Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the wooden house, slowly exhaled a mouthful of white practice. 3 days passed. The aura of this Jade Bamboo Mountain was more than twice as rich as before, and now it could supply him with cultivation, and in another year or 2, it would be enough to. As for Li Shi, he didn't need the aid of spirit stones at all now. First-order formations had a small coverage, just like that Pan Mountain locking mist formation, which could only cover Jade Bamboo Mountain. Second-order formations were very different. This spirit-gathering formation didn't just cover Jade Bamboo Mountain, but also the fields at the foot of the mountain and part of the small mountain next to it as well. The concentration of aura also decreases outwards with the Jade Bamboo Mountain formation islet as the center. Rather, we need to plan the usage of the fields and mountains. Since the Li family is going to make offerings to the Tusu family, they naturally have to have their own spiritual fields and mountains to grow spiritual plants. 3 days later, the Li family announced that all the farmers at the foot of Jade Bamboo Mountain would be moved out. The Li family will rebuild the destroyed houses one by one. Creek. You take these dregs of Wangdan and go to the town to sell them. sell them to those big families and exchange them for some silver and grain back. Is second uncle buying land? Li Xian nodded. The Li family's current land was not enough. As the third and fourth generations of the Li family grew up, this land would barely be enough to feed them. Not to mention the need to plan for spirit fields. It's mostly ordinary farmland. These 3 small hills in Leaning Mountain Village are all under our name. All the land in these 3 hills and the village of Leaning Mountain Village should be vacated. Our family wants to open up spiritual fields and create a lake to feed the water veins. The new fields purchased will then be reserved for the villagers to build houses and cultivate in order to provide for the mortal heirs of my Li family. Let's disorganize the villagers into 3 villages, situated in 4 directions. From now on, Leaning Mountain Village will be removed from the name, and from now on, this place will be the Usually clan. What are you doing sharpening your stupid knife again? Did you finish your homework today? As soon as Lu Yuxing entered the door, he saw Lu Ji, who was already almost as tall as him, squatting in the courtyard sharpening his knife. It was still the same bullhorn sharp knife, and for several years he would take it out and sharpen it whenever he could. The blade was pressed against the whetstone and pushed and pulled back and forth with a clicking sound. The original rusty, ox-horn-tipped knife was now sharpened to a snowy shine, and the handle was made of fine sandalwood and rubbed with oil. Ryoshi looked up and responded with an expressionless face, "Done." "Finished? Can you read it?" Lu Ji pursed his lips and said faintly, "Daofeng has no spiritual aperture. What are you angry at me for?" Ryu Yuxing stalled and sighed as he entered the house. Ryoshi continued to sharpen his blade, muttering in a low voice. "Father, the book says, a fool is less than a fool. Where the hell do I fall into this category? I'm having a little trouble finding my way around." Ryoshi had read the book too many times, and whenever he was distracted he would take it out and read it carefully, speculating on it. But even so, that book didn't give him any answers, and instead he became more and more upset and agonized. "D?" A soft call awoke him. "Hiss-ha!" Lu Ji violently flung the ox-horn-pointed blade in his hand away, scarlet blood oozing from his wide palm. I didn't realize that the first person to be wounded by the knife he had been sharpening for several years would be himself. "Sis." Lu Ji looked at the woman in the doorway holding swaddling clothes and holding her hair in a bun, and went forward in surprise. Approaching but then violently stopped, naively scratched his head and said, "Sister. Why are you here?" Lu Qingqing frowned, handing over Li Daofeng in her arms to Kair, who looked pretty but had tearful eyes behind her. Taking the embroidered handkerchief from her bosom, "Hold out your hand." Lu Ji honestly took the handkerchief out from behind his back and said with a smile, "It's alright sis, it's just grinding faster. What's the use of you sharpening this knife all day? The material doesn't work, the workmanship doesn't work, it's not half useful, except to. There are not many books at home, but there are still some. In the future, do not read the rituals, instead of reading in the. Forget it, you can read whatever you want, or not." Lu Ji clenched the embroidered handkerchief in his hand, oblivious to the pain, and picked up the ox-horn-pointed knife on the ground with the slightest trace of blood. Glancing at the whetstone, "Too much is too much profit hurts you. The book says, a gentleman is a gentleman in his place." Ryoshi shook his head and whispered a soft laugh at the absurdity and hopelessness of it. "So much the better. Moving the village is imminent, so we won't talk about false rituals, and we will welcome you to the door tomorrow. The years have come and gone, father is also old, as the only male member of the Lu family, it's time to vegetate in his place." Lu Ji turned his head, his stern aura gradually converged, and now he was like a scholar. Inside the house, Lu Yuxing washed his face with tears. "Idiot son." "Idiot. Yes, husband. Husband." Things were done in a hurry. Originally only wanted to eat a good meal as a family, but did not want a Zhao family, Li family, and the village slightly larger households have come to people, sent gifts. Luckily, Li Liangyu called the servants and cooks and arranged everything properly, so he didn't make a joke. For the next period of time, Leaning Village was bustling with activity. First, Li Shi went to the town to sell pills, although it is only the residue of the duobao fruit with some old medicine rubbed out the pills, but also let those big households tend to rush. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, in just a month, even Baishui County spread the rumor that there is an immortal clan selling pills in the northernmost village of Leaning Mountain. Although the cultivators who knew the inside story were trembling with jealousy, they wouldn't be foolish enough to mess with the Li family. However, some loose cultivators of the first and second level of Yunling seized the opportunity and rushed towards the Leaning village. Once and for all, some merchants and a dozen or so casual cultivators actually appeared around the Leaning Mountain village. There is also a large number of people who want to move to live around the Leaning village. Chapter 53: Relocation of Villages and Enclosure of Land. These populations are mostly from neighboring villages. The people grew up listening to stories of immortals beheading demons and living forever as they went to sleep, and they naturally held reverence and admiration for the monks. It was just that the immortals were so high up that no matter how much they bowed down and were pious at heart, the immortals never had room for them in their eyes. Now that they suddenly heard that there was an immortal in the Leaning Village, how could the neighboring villages not be excited? Is this the Leaning Village? It's really a place where immortals live. Breathing in a breath is so much more refreshing. An old man in short beats stroked his beard in excitement. With the second order spirit gathering array in place, even if it was out of the coverage area of the spirit gathering array, the concentration of its spiritual chi was still a bit higher than other places. Behind this old man, there were dozens of villagers who were all well dressed. There are only 3 kinds of people who can leave their homeland and go to other places. One is especially poor, one is especially rich, and one is especially difficult. Lu Yuxing and the others belong to a particularly difficult category, forced by demonic beasts, forced to leave their homeland for survival. This group of villagers would be of the exceptionally wealthy type, and they are strong enough to find a better place to live. There is another category. This category either dies on the road or gets a foothold in any place before it reaches the finish line and spends a lifetime working as a cowboy to put down roots in the area. Li Ping, who fled to Kanshan village more than 20 years ago, is one of those people. As they were talking, 2 burly men on high horses patted their horses and galloped along, raising gusts of dust. Just that old man ate a stomach of gray, open mouth to curse, but not yet open a knife light cut, suddenly blood flow. Ah! Murder! The villagers in the back dispersed. The 2 burly men twisted their heads to look at the visitor with a rather scornful expression. Tianyou, you still dare to be so unbridled in the Li family's territory? Don't you think that the Li family master is a vegetarian? Tianyou was born fat and strong, with coarse features. She was originally the daughter of a butcher, coincidentally stepped into the cultivation, a cultivation to the 5th level of Yunling. In this Whitewater County scattered cultivators are quite arrogant and domineering. I'm just trying to help you, that is about to yell at you, I don't want him to yell at me. And Lu's brother is also aware of it, people yellow flower girl, and cannot use his hand to cover his mouth. Have no choice but to use a knife. Hearing Tianyou's pretentious pinching of her orchid fingers, the Lu brothers were simply sick to their stomachs. However, both of their brothers only had the 2nd level of cultivation of Yunling. Even if they were bundled together, they were not enough for her to beat with one hand. With a regretful glance at the old man, he threw down some broken silver. Tianyou, I still advise you not to make trouble. I heard that this Li family master is very protective. Che, this is what to be afraid of, around but a Yunling realm. 10 years ago my mother has not heard of this side of the Li family. This family, I do not know where the wild seed got the luck. And what a butcher's affiliation, Pa, I've never even heard of it. If that Li Xian dares to come in front of me, let's see if I don't. Before Tianyou could finish her words, a light laugh suddenly came from mid-air. Oh, I'm coming, what are you going to do? The 3 of them looked up in horror, but they saw Li Xian with his feet on top of his flying sword, looking disdainfully at Tianyou. Royal sword. Practice chi. No. It seems that the rumors are not false. This Li family lord is ruthless but has principles and is protective of his shortcomings. Strong enough too. Lu Erdeo added with a shiver. Big brother, are we still going? Go. Why don't you go? We're here now. The 2 of us have low strength and poor talent, so if we can find a job in the Li family and save up some money for cultivation, it would be better than being lonely souls in the immortal cultivation world. Lu Dazhou pulled up his own brother, and the 2 of them mounted their horses and headed in the direction of Leaning Mountain Village. In just 3 months, more than 800 people had gathered in the vicinity of Jade Bamboo Mountain. Apart from some caravans that came and went, counting the villagers alone, there were 600 or 700 people. Li Liangyu was not willing to let go of the population, around just some fields, and still have to pay rent to him. Wine-dregs pills weren't considered true pills, but they were indeed excellent for some cultivators and mortals at the 1st or 2nd level of Yunling. The new batch of duobo fruits were also all brewed into duobo wine, and the remaining dregs were all rubbed into dregs dan. Li Liangyu sold all the dregs dan, and also sold 3 jars of duobo wine. The silver obtained bought all the surrounding land and mountains, and bought a lot of food. A detailed calculation, with Yuju Mountain as the center, the Li family occupied more than 30,000 acres of good land and forests. This field is just enough to feed thousands of people. That's just it for now. Wait for second uncle to break through chi practicing before making arrangements for expansion. On the floor of Li Liangyu's study, a large map was spread out, and he walked on it barefoot, using charcoal pencils to plan the locations of the 4 villages and reclaimed fields. Originally, it was only going to be divided into 3 villages, but with so many villagers moving in, the entire Li family rule had already exceeded 2,000 people, and 3 villages were obviously not enough, so another one was added. The 4 villages cannot be too close together or there will be disputes over water and land use. But not too far away for management. TSK, that's not a good arrangement. With a creak, Lu Qingqing walked in with her meal. Looking at the busy Li Liangyou, she smiled gently and said, "Husband, it's better to eat first. The cook has warmed up this meal several times." Li Liangyou threw down his charcoal pencil and responded with a smile, "Good. Right this way." Li Liangyou and Lu Qingqing were married by Li Xian's order. However, Li Liangyou is kind and calm in nature, and is a perfect match for the gentle and virtuous Lu Qingqing. After a few years together, the fit was perfect. Chapter 54 Driving Away the Scattered Cultivators. Li Tusu was taken away by the Tu family, and without her child, Suyu has been depressed these days. Li Xian would often go down the mountain to keep her company. The possibility of Li Tusu returning to the Li family was slim to none, but Li Xian's lineage could not be without an eldest son. 3 months later, Suyu was pregnant again, followed a month later by Suyu. Pregnant, that Suyu woman finally settled down a bit. After completing the old man's task, Li Xian planned to continue his cultivation on the mountain. But Li Liangyou came in a hurry. "Second uncle. Nephew begs to see you." Li Xian collected his own qi and pushed open the wooden door to walk out. But what happened? "Second uncle, after the 4 villages are built, how should the village heads of these 4 villages be chosen? I always ignore mundane matters, these things you decide on, but the 4 villages have been built, it is reasonable to give them to collect their hearts, our Li family rule is not so good to stay. When relocating and moving in, I'll go and open their eyes. Yes. There's one more thing, there are several casual cultivators who want to make some errands in the Li family. What do you think?" Li Xian didn't answer, but threw the question to Li Liangyou. "My nephew thinks it's feasible, these loose cultivators are not strong, most of them are in the 1st or 2nd level, and the highest one is only in the 4th level at the beginning. Nowadays, the spiritual qi of our land is becoming more and more dense, and there are many small demons coming down the mountain. If there are these loose cultivators guarding the 4 villages, it will also relieve second brother of the pain of running around." Nowadays, Li Shi had to take care of the spiritual fields and also had the task of beheading demons on the side. At the end of January, less than half of the time was really available for him to cultivate. But the family doesn't have any extra spirit stones to hand out offerings. The Li family was poor, and Li Xian was even poorer. If it is ordinary property is okay, but this group of loose cultivators want to cultivate sustenance, this thing, the Li family themselves are not enough, how can there be extra supply them? Uncle has not forgotten about this spirit gathering formation. Li Liangyou took out a drawing from his arms. Half of that small hill next to Jade Bamboo Mountain was covered by the spirit gathering formation, and although its spiritual qi concentration was not as good as that of Jade Bamboo Mountain, in comparison to the outside, it was 2 to 3 times higher. My idea is to carve out a few caves on this hill and drive the scattered cultivators to serve the family in exchange for the time spent cultivating in these caves. On the other side, Li Shi, who had finished irrigating the treasure-seizing orchard with the little cloud and rain technique, walked over to Li Liangyou. "Big brother, didn't you say that there is another one at the 4th level of the embodied spirit? How is his person, and can he know the little cloud and rain technique?" Li Liangyou shook his head. This kind of thing like magic spells was not something that just any casual cultivator would know. Even those who were in the 1st or 2nd level of the impregnating spirit did not know a single technique and only had a few strands of mana. "This plan is feasible, sire, so follow your big brother and arrange this matter." With Li Shi, a cultivator of the 5th level of the spirit-embracing spirit, by his side, those loose cultivators would surely not dare to act out. Yes. The Li family's actions were so loud and clear that they naturally couldn't be hidden from the loose cultivators outside. The 2 brothers, Lu Dedao and Lu Erdao, were considered the cultivators who had been here the longest. They had rushed here as soon as the news of the Li family's sale of Dan spread, and then they had waited and waited and waited. They also didn't dare to be arrogant and domineering, not to mention not daring to privately contact the villagers under the Li family's rule, but instead pitched a tent in a wooded area of the White Water Road. "Big brother, come and eat quickly." As soon as the drought passed and the rains fell, the White Water Road gradually regained its vitality, and Lu Erdao caught some fish in the river next to the White Water Road and grilled them. Lu Debao took the grilled fish and took a big bite. Big brother, why don't we just leave? The previous 13 cultivators, nearly half of them have left. Those who didn't leave have also melted into the villagers, just the two of us, hiding here every day to eat fish, our mouths are fading out of the flavor of birds. Second dagger, things should be done with perseverance and meticulousness. Wait a little longer. Lu Erdeo sighed, only feeling that this immortal cultivation world was different from what he thought. What about the promised sword and the might of the world? What about the promised immortality and the game of red dust? Talking books are full of lies. Running around all day for sustenance is not as comfortable as being a woodcutter in the mountains. In a few bites, he stuffed the grilled fish into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it along with the bones and spines. Touching his mouth, he was ready to tow once again to continue practicing. Suddenly, there was the clicking of feet on branches in the forest. Lu Erdeo instantly stood up, his eyes alertly staring at where the voice came from. Lu Debao, on the other hand, froze for a moment, while wearing a smile on his face. Li Liangyu walked slowly with two servants. Li Liangyu of the Li family, meet you too. Li Liangyu arched his hand in an unassuming manner, and Lu Dazhu hurriedly returned the salute, kicking his frothing second brother in the process. Xiao Xiao Lu Dedao, meet Mr. Liangyu. Lu Erdeo also followed suit and curtsied. Although Li Liangyu was immortal, behind him stood a suspected chi practitioner Li Xian, who would dare to be disrespectful. I'm here to ask you two for a favor. A favor, not an invitation to be a doormat. This is something that Li Liangyu separates very clearly. Li Liangyu gave a brief account of the affairs of the 4 villages in the town. The concentration of aura in this great banyan mountain is 2 or 3 times that of the outside world, and practicing in it for a day is as good as practicing outside for 3 days. If the two of you are about to make a breakthrough, it couldn't be more suitable. Liangyu has heard that the concentration of spiritual chi in some of the marketplaces is not as good as my Li family's big banyan mountain, and that they even open up a few caves and charge cultivators a large amount of spiritual stones as a rental fee. TSK. Big Banyan Mountain, the small mountain beside the Jade Bamboo Mountain, was named Big Banyan Mountain by Li Liangyu because of the huge banyan tree on it. The village of Leaning Mountain was originally a small depression surrounded by 3 small hills. As for the other hill that was a little farther away, Li Liangyu named it Mount Wangyu. Lu Erdeo looked at his elder brother. Lu Debao thought for a few moments and readily agreed. I am grateful for the favor of the prince, and I dare not follow his orders. Lu Dedao and Lu Erdao, pay respects to the master. Li Liangyu supported him with an empty hand, then Qinggu village will be handed over to the two of you. After saying that, Li Liangyu suddenly raised his head and said in a reprimanding manner. Second brother, don't forget the time. Return to Jade Bamboo. He was originally the son of a Yunlin family. 40 years ago, the moon worshipper was injured in a fight with someone and his realm fell. Feeling that he did not have many years to live, he chose to travel around the world. Cloud traveled to this accidentally met Zhou Guyu at that time. He was quite respectful, he remembered the hardship of the small clan, coupled with its talent is good, it will be accepted as a disciple. It would have been all in good fun. But how did he know that the moon worshipper had taken a concubine and had given birth to a female child with a spiritual aperture of 2 inches and 5 inches? And then everything changed. The moon-worshipping superior, who was originally still quite attached to Zhou Guyu, began to gradually alienate him, and also took in another Yumming clan scion in the area. What is this? Afraid that she, Zhou Guyu, will take that girl's inheritance? You even got Xue Qingshan to keep him in check? Halfway through the teaching of the moon worship sword technique is also not taught, the whole day is looking forward to that girl child grow up. And then... Master, I just can't figure it out, I suggested it many times back then. You marry your little senior sister to me. That way we'll be a family, and in the future, the child of little sister and I will be the next generation of the Zhou family head. You're not willing to make your little sister a concubine. Good. I'll repudiate my old wife. You were afraid that the heirs of my old wife's lineage would bully little sister, so I expelled all of that lineage from the Zhou family, and I even killed my eldest son with my own hands. But you still won't say yes. Why? Why? Xue Qingshan violently smashed the wine glass in his hand on the tombstone, and the red-colored wine slid down the tombstone and dripped onto the ground. Why are you forcing me? The furious Xue Qingshan suddenly laughed on the ground, his laughter teasing and chilling. You said I was too weak to deserve it. I used the cultivation of the 2nd level of Qi practicing to get rid of you, the 9th level of Qi practicing, and imprisoned you with my own hands. My disciple asks you, am I weak? You said the youngest sister couldn't see me. But I didn't see half of it when she was taking pleasure in my crotch. You said. More optimistic about Xue Qingshan? Said he is upright and bold. Zhou Guiyue suddenly stood up and, her hands as if showing off, look, I've become. He just paid his spirit tax. He's poor now. A small clan in the mountains, I don't know where they got a multi-treasure fruit tree, together with some old medicines, and brewed this wine with mundane methods, the luck is not bad. Brother Zhu, this is more than good. Becoming a subsidiary family of the two family, this is heavenly luck. Brother Zhu has been begging for it for many years, but didn't he get the chance? As soon as these words were uttered, the scene went cold. Zhao Wuji's face was flushed and his drunkenness was so high that he didn't realize that he had a mouthful. Brother Zhao, the spirit tax has already been paid. Please also be careful with your words. Deliberate my ass. Zhao Wuji staggered to his feet and violently overturned the desk. Xu Changren, you have hundreds of children and grandchildren, yet you only have 3 spiritual orifices, and the highest is only about 2 inches, what are you so proud of? Every day against old Xiaomi. I have royal blood. Zhao Wuji burped, and his stinky breath pounced on Xu Changren's face. Have the ability to go against me, you might as well go and mess with that Li family, he a mountainous and wild little clan, all still have an heir who has the hope of breaking through to practicing qi. You've got nothing. You old turtle. Xu Changren couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him across the face. Zhao Wuji flipped twice and slammed heavily on the ground. Brother Zhao, you're drunk. After saying that, he added 2 more kicks, and then with an iron face, he sent the imperial sword away. The servants downstairs heard the noise but did not dare to go upstairs. Until there was no more noise this time he climbed up with his head down. Master. My lord. Are you all right? Zhao Wuji, who was helped back to his room, opened his eyes violently and sat up from the bed rubbing his swollen face. This old turtle, he hit so hard. But? Good face, huh? Oh, the good show is about to begin. I wonder if you wish the turtle would fall for it. Ha 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 ha. Returning to the Xu family, Zhu Changren called Zhu Yuanwu and Zhu Yuanmei over and scolded them, berating them for not cultivating properly. The siblings just lowered their heads to be lectured, not daring to say anything. Old dog Zhao. Deliberately provoking me, huh? Do you think I'll fall for it? Old dog. Old dog. Old dog. A pariah, how dare you bully me? Zhu Yuanmei walked out, but her delicate face was bruised. It's all because of that Li family. Zhu Yuanwu clenched his fists and loosened them again, sighed, it's me who is useless, if my talent could be better. I heard from my old ancestor that the Li Xian is a 3-inch spirit orifice. Big brother, don't be discouraged. Isn't there a legend that there are cultivators who have achieved qi cultivation in less than 2 inches? I believe in you. Zhu Yuanwu smiled to himself and stepped away. There was once a monk of high Buddhist teachings who said, individuals have their own individual karma. Later the monk was asked, you were originally an ordinary man, how did you become a monk and cultivate such profound Buddhism, was it by fate? The monk shook his head, I met a young monk who had just shaved his head, I killed him, grabbed his Buddhist scriptures and cultivation method, and then I became a monk. It dawned on the man, individuals have individual karmas, but karmas can be robbed. I don't know when a rumor started circulating in the city of Baishui County. The newly risen Li family had been gifted by the Tu family with a treasure that could help those with less than 2 inches of spiritual orifices break through to qi practicing. Chapter 56 The Mystery of Practicing Qi. Who spread the rumor? The casuals don't know. The Tu family is that family? The casuals don't know either. But everyone is rumoring it, so it's bound to not be an empty rumor. This rumor, Xue Qingshan knew about it, Zhao Wuji knew about it, Zhu Changren knew about it, and even Sun Qianhua, who was far away in Qingmu County, had heard about it. Then both fell silent by tacit agreement, letting the following waves get treacherous and intensify. The immortal way is difficult, and there is only one word for all the years and steps toward it. Strive. Contend with heaven, don't dare. It's too hard to fight with the earth. The only thing to fight with. The easiest. Xue Qingshan looked at the Xue family's secret vault in front of him and smiled slightly. Difficult. 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 How can this qi practicing path be so difficult? Jade Bamboo Mountain Chamber. Li Xian looked over the cultivation experience of the Ma family. There were also more than a dozen brand new books with undried ink on his hand, which were the cultivation generalizations he had copied down from that jade talisman. Li Xian had come to the end of the line at the realm of embodied spirit I. With the 3-year time limit just around the corner, he had to eagerly contemplate how he should make a breakthrough. This practice experience and general knowledge says. Embodied spirit, the spirit into the body, wandering in the meridians, convergence in the spiritual aperture, the spirit to generate mana, a ray of convergence into a mouthful of after the weather. This mouth of the back of the weather was the key thing to break through the qi practicing realm. In order to break through to practicing qi, in addition to the second-grade gong method, one needed to fuse the 3 types of qi to pave the way for the foundation of the Tao. These 3 types of qi are first weather, second weather, and heaven and earth qi. The innate weather, also known as the innate energy, is the root of the spiritual energy that has been obtained since the mother's fetus. Except for the demented children with congenital defects, everyone has it, but it is divided into how much and how strong it is. This mouthful of innate energy would gradually dissipate with age, which was an important reason why it was harder for cultivators to break through the older they got. The latter day is the breath and the spirit orifices of the spirit-embodied realm cultivators, and in order to break through to practicing qi, this latter day must be intact, regardless of quality, it only needs to be intact. But unfortunately, in order to hold the complete Hotian qi, one needed at least 2 inches of spiritual orifices. The last one is the heaven and earth qi. Heaven and earth qi was common, such as the popularity and smoky qi obtained in Ma's family, and the blood qi collected by Li Shi when he killed people in Qingfeng Walled City, all of which were heaven and earth qi. It could be said that as long as Li Xian was willing, he could completely use some heaven and earth qi to make a breakthrough. But the ones that the Li family had gotten were all first-rate goods. These are not bad for qi cultivation, but it is too bad for breakthroughs. Except for those who are about to live out their lifespan at the 9th level of the embodied spirit, normal cultivators would not use this kind of qi to break through. For an ordinary cultivator to make a breakthrough, he had to use at least hundreds of first-grade heaven and earth qi of the same origin to combine into one second-grade heaven and earth qi. Li Xian sighed and took out the 2 merit laws he had obtained from the Ma family. Law on fireworks and gas consumption. The Aoki Changchun Law. As for the sleeping Dan breathing technique created by Li Xian himself. Don't mention it. This smoke and fire qi eating technique only had the impregnating spirit stage portion, and could only be considered a first-grade technique. Li Xian guessed that this gong method was feared to be obtained by the Ma family from the county magistrate or the county minister, wanting to pass it down in the Baishui County, where the spiritual qi was thin, by virtue of this method. However, those 2 only gave the remnants of the book in order to limit the Ma family, or the Ma family didn't pay enough. And it was overthrown before it could be practiced. As for the other book, the Greenwood Everlasting Spring Method, this was the only second-grade technique that the Li family possessed right now, and it could be cultivated up to the 9th level of qi cultivation. Now that the Gongfu was available, the first heavenly body was available, and the second heavenly body was complete, the only thing that was missing was a second grade would attribute heaven and earth qi. Not to mention second grade would attribute heaven and earth qi, the clan doesn't even have a collection technique for would attribute heaven and earth qi. Could it be that? Really want to become that miscellaneous qi cultivator? It is recorded in the general knowledge of cultivation that there is no distinction between positive and negative cultivators in the world, and that cultivators' goodness and evilness are self-determined. However, cultivators are divided into miscellaneous qi cultivators and positive qi cultivators. If a cultivator breaks through to practicing qi by choosing a heaven and earth qi with different attributes from the gong method, he is practicing to break through and cultivate. If the roots are different and many kinds of heaven and earth qi intermingle, the foundation is unstable and the cultivator is called a miscellaneous qi cultivator. It is difficult for such cultivators to enter foundation establishment. If a cultivator uses the same attribute technique and the same attribute of heaven and earth qi to cultivate, the upper and lower parts of the body are one, holding the beginning as one, then he is a cultivator of righteousness. As long as these cultivators are gifted enough, the road will be a straight path. Now there is manliness, smoke and fire and blood in the family. Blood qi for now. Nowadays, more than 2,000 people under the family's rule can collect 1 portion of heaven and earth qi and 2 portions of smoke and fire qi every 10 days, and in 2 years, 48 portions of human qi and 96 portions of smoke and fire qi can be obtained. Smoke and hot. Li Xian sighed and made a determination in his heart. Few cultivators are willing to practice a technique such as the righteousness method, which makes it difficult to collect sustenance. Haoyan Jingqi is too rare and difficult to collect. If I cultivate this method and don't have a corresponding source of Haoyan Jingqi at a later stage, isn't it the same as cutting off my own future? If at this time this son Qianhua again holds the Haoren Jingqi hostage and asks the Li family to listen to his orders, will I obey or not? Overall, none of them are nice to deal with, and each one carries a strong sense of purpose. The cultivation world of these Whitewater and Greenwood counties had been silent for too long. It's been quite manic in recent years. First, small spirit-containing clans like the Ma and Wang clans were destroyed. Then there was the nastiness between Shui, Zhou, Ding, Shui, and other Qi practicing cultivators. Now even the county magistrate and the county minister have to go down to the court to play chess against each other. If you want me to enter the game as a son, I won't. I'll stay in one place. With the amulet of the two-family attachment. I'll see who of you dares to make a move in the open? Chapter 57 Black-Skinned Wild Swine. Xinggu Village, under the rule of the Li family. Duck duck. A young boy dressed as a boy knocked on the door of the room and called out softly. Immortal master. With a creak, the shirtless Lu Dajia opened the door. What is it? A black-skinned wild swine came to the farmland at the foot of the mountain, half a zhan long. The bows and arrows of the village hunters couldn't pierce it, and fearing that it was a demonic creature again, Zhao Village Zheng sent someone to come and ask the immortal master to subdue the demon. Lu Debao's eyes narrowed, secretly saying that he had come to life again. Big brother, knife. Before he could react, Lu Erdeo threw a horizontal sword with a trick over. Lu Erdeo was also followed by a teenager. Never thought I'd see the day when you slackers would be more eager to work than I am. Lu Erdeo scratched his head and smiled. You two go get the horses and get the water boiling. The two teenagers had followed the Lu brothers for half a year, and had long understood their temperament, so they were both delighted at the words. I can eat demonic beast meat again today. The two Lu brothers patted their horses and left. It didn't take long to arrive at the farmland at the foot of the mountain, where Zhao Tianyou was commanding a dozen or so Han's fingers bows, arrows, knives and forks around a piece of farmland. This wild boar is not big, but looks rather sturdy, and is now arching around in the farmland, with chopstick-length tusks turned outward and bristles that look like steel needles. It's just a shame about the crop. Lu Dazhou hit the eye to see, the chest will have a fixed number, this boar should be just into the spirit, low wisdom, and has not tasted human flesh. Otherwise it would never have left so many Hans to go over the arching fields. Immortal master. You have come. Spread out. The two brothers looked at each other, drew their cross swords and went down to the field. The boar was enraged when he saw the two-legged beasts coming down to the field. How dare this two-legged beast steal food from it? At that moment, he grunted and arched his fangs and rushed towards Lu Debao. It had originally been foraging in the forest under the leadership of an old sow, when it stumbled upon a corn-sized piece of red bloody meat. The whole pig began to ache, and at the same time to be so hungry that he fell asleep under such circumstances, and when he awoke again he became larger than an old sow. He called in the forest for a long time but did not find the old sow. Instead, he found some bones with tusks not far away, but the bones looked a bit familiar. But he didn't think much of it, because he was hungry again, and instinct drove him to look around for food, and looking, he came to this granary. Lu Dazhou saw the little demon actively arching towards him, and immediately became even more vigilant. With a twist of his body to dodge it, he channeled his mana to infuse the blade and backhanded it. The blade of the knife cut on the pig's neck, and immediately issued a clacking sound of gold and gold. Lu Dazhou thought that he would cut the head of the knife, but I did not expect that this is still cut through a layer of skin. Ishikawaguchi is full of green stones, and the stones used to build the Li family's mansion and the town came from here, hence the name. The village headman is a member of the Cho family. As for the Three Water Bay, since the name of its three rivers, this place is the farthest away from the Yuzhu mountain, but the closest to the White Water Road. In order to facilitate the caravan into the town, Li Liangyu specially chose the recently married, but literate, a little bit of numeracy Lu Ji as the village head. In the 4 villages today, 2 villages are under the stewardship of the Zhao family and 2 villages are under the stewardship of the Lu family. With the exception of Qingwu village, each village was guarded by a cultivator of the 2nd or 3rd level of Yunling. The 4 villages surrounded Yuzhu mountain, barely a barrier. Lu Dazhou clanked and chopped off a pig's leg and handed it to Zhao Tianyou. Village chief, the usual rules apply, help us find some old medicine and we'll trade this pig's leg for it. Thank you, immortal master. Zhao Tianyou was not considered respectful to the Lu brothers, just polite, although he was immortal, who made him Li Liangyu's old husband. Of the 4 villages, only Ishikawaguchi's townspeople had to look good. Zhao Tianyou sent 2 villagers to push the wild boar in a crate to send it back to the Lu brothers. Lu Erdeo rode his horse and wiped his chipped horizontal sword with a piece of cloth. Big brother, this pig demon is unnaturally hard. It's also very strong, just the first level of spirit embodiment, but it's even harder to deal with than the wolf demon that had the second level of spirit embodiment 2 months ago. This 100 refinement blade of mine is ruined. Lu Daju shook his head, unconcerned. Maybe it's gifted, it's always hacked to death. This demon hasn't eaten human flesh either. Go back and stew it for a taste. Yes, extremely, yes, extremely. The two teenagers slammed their axes against the pig bones for half an incense stick, only dropping some bone scraps. Hisha, you two little dolls, you need to practice your strength. I'll do it. Lu Erdeo can't stand to watch. This pig is dead. Without the mana power to harden, where can it go? The plunge axe slammed into the ground. Then dropped a larger bone crumb. Lu Erdeo's old face was bashful, and he hurriedly utilized his magic power before splitting it into small pieces. Ahem, you guys still need to practice more. Go on, take it to stew. Lu Erdeo picked up a piece of bone slag and walked to the top of the attic to meet his big brother. Big brother, this pig demon is truly extraordinary. There's a hint of red rime in the dregs of this bone. Lu Debeo took the piece of slag and looked at it. The rest of the pig demons will be kept for now, and I'll send them to Jade Bamboo Mountain when tomorrow comes. The Lu family brothers are extremely affectionate. Lu Erdeo was even more Lu Dajo province funded food to bring into the immortal way. Although he couldn't part with this fine demonic beast meat, he was incredibly convinced of his own big brother's words. This pot of pork bone soup simmered for a day and a night. By the time Lu Daju returned from Yuju Mountain on the second day, the pork added to the soup pot was barely palatable. Well, it smells pretty good, like a suckling pig kind of milky flavor. Lu Erdeo tasted a bite, and the two teenagers in the other room all got a small half bowl of demonic. Most of the demonic beast meat in the pot had already been eaten, and the two of them had also gnawed on several bones. His stomach was bulging like a ball, and he obviously couldn't eat anymore. I was obviously very full, but the desire to eat did not subside at all, but rather intensified. Can this Lu brothers have harmful intentions? Li Xin instructed these, pinched a spell, performed the imperial art, and stepped on the sword. On the Great Banyan Mountain, an old man who was performing the little cloud and rain technique saw Li Xin leave and his eyes lit up. Then he remembered Li Xi's figure and silently shook his head. His surname was Wu, and he was the only one among the several loose cultivators who was at the 4th level of Yunling, and his technique would only be the exorcism technique. In order to liberate himself, Li Xi passed on the little cloud and rain technique to him, at the cost of taking care of the duo Bao orchard for the Li family for 10 years. 10 years. The old man will only live another 20 or 30 years at most. This little cloud and rain technique is still used to irrigate the orchard, when it's so black-hearted. Qinggu village was the closest to the Qinggu mountain range, and also the closest to the Jade Bamboo Mountain, with a straight line distance of only 3 miles. Within a few moments, Li Xian arrived at Qinggu village, only to see a group of villagers pointing on both sides of the river. There were also a couple of men propped up on bamboo rakes fishing for things in the middle of the river. Flying closer, he was actually fishing for the Lu brothers. There is there. You stuttering hombre, say what you have. The woman next to him slapped her man sharply. Immortals. As soon as the woman looked up, she saw Li Xin standing in mid-air with his feet on a flying sword, the cold wind surging in his robes hunting, so dashing. House Master. It's the House Master. Greetings, Family Master. Li Xin didn't stop for much longer and flew closer to execute the imperial art, scooping up the two and carrying one in each hand as he flew towards their attic. 2 slaps to their faces. Hey! Wake up! Seeing that there was no response, Li Xin slapped them a few more times before the two of them woke up leisurely. Master! Lu Daju shook his head, throwing them both a bottle of cold springs one by one. After the two of them took it, the fire in their bodies subsided and their minds were clear. No good, those two boys. Lu Debeo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pushed open the room of those two teenagers. Sure enough, he had fainted, and when he probed his nose, he was still alive. Li Xian took out a bottle of cold spring water, spilled out a few drops and floated them into the mouths of the two teenagers. It took a long time for the two to wake up. House Master. Thank you, Family Master, for saving my life. Li Xian pinched the wrist of one of the teenagers, his mana sinking into his body, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he secretly said that it was true. Don't look at these two teenagers now with deep cheeks and white lips, a look of a starving ghost, but a closer look reveals that their bodies are far healthier and stronger than the average teenager. This cold spring also relieves the pain of this body heat. Did you send this meat to another house? Liu Debao thought that he had caused a big trouble, his face was bitter and he didn't dare to hide anything. By the time Li Xian arrived at Zhao Tianyou's house, his family was holding that pig's leg without any help. You can't chop it anymore, and you can't even eat it if you want to. This meat is a curse to you, not a blessing, so I will take it away. Li Xian collected the pig leg and was just about to leave when he suddenly turned back. That's right, brother Tianyou, next month my son's full moonline, you have to prepare a gift for your nephew. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyou's face instantly smiled into a chrysanthemum and couldn't stop nodding his head. Yeah, brother Xian, I'll be sure to prepare properly. P.S. Please do it for the love of power. Chapter 59 Strength Pill, Protectorate. Li Shi pinched a thumb-sized elixir and put it under his nose to smell it. Why does this smell so strong? It's normal for the flavor to be a bit punchy with the addition of angelica, cinnamon sticks, gunpowder ginger, etc. Li Liangyu picked up his teacup and took a sip. Now he is the father of 2 children, and in charge of the Li family for so many years, although his nature is benign, but he also has the temperament of a superior. These are all herbs that are hot in nature, and with this fire, I'm afraid they're going to burn to death. There is no harm in it. Second uncle found that cold springs can relieve dry heat, and I have already brought some. Now that the aura was gradually recovering, the amount of that cold spring water on the outskirts of Qinggu Mountain was instead less, but the cold and aura in it was even more concentrated, in which even a first grade of the cold aura of the Yujian could be collected, but it was a pity that his family didn't have any of these types of collection techniques. All of these herbs are just to serve as firewood to completely ignite the fire in the flesh and blood, and when they are too dry and hot to stand it anymore, then they can just take some cold springs. Li Shi looked at him, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Li Jialianglu, when did he become ruthless as well? Li Liangyu looked at the 5 stout men in the courtyard and muttered to himself. Don't I always? Li Shi's eyes changed and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. 10 days later, the 5 slaves who had consecutively taken 10 body-strengthening pills were mingling in the courtyard with iron rods in their hands. Li Shi entered them with a wooden sword in hand and knocked them over in a few rounds. 10 is the limit, any more won't work. But with these 10 pills, a single one will barely have the strength of the first level of the embodied spirit. That pig demon is only at the first level of impregnating spirit but has the strength of second or third level of impregnating spirit. I'm afraid that he ate some fire-generated heavenly material and was slaughtered by the 2 brothers before they could finish absorbing the medicinal power. Li Shi casually threw the wooden sword back onto the shelf. You go down and polish your martial arts. From now on, you'll be the Li family's guards, and you'll get a lot of money and food. Thank you, second young master, for your kindness. To go from slave to retainer and still have such a strength is indeed a gift. But remember, it's not my gift, it's the Li family's gift. In another 10 days, the Li family's guards reached 20. Da Jiang was also one of them, and Li Shi gave him another bottle of wine dregs elixir, which made him one step better than the other guards, and became the head of these guards. Today is the day Suyu gives birth. The Li family mansion was within the spirit gathering formation, and the spiritual qi was so rich that even without the use of spirit stones, pills, and other sustenance, Suyu and Suyu cultivated into the second level of the embodied spirit. Lu Qingqing had even achieved the third level of the embodied spirit. Suyu gave birth this time, or a boy. Spiritual orifices 8 points, barely able to cultivate, Li Xian gave him the name Li Qingye, to inherit the family and take up the duties of the eldest son. A month later, the Li family held a full moon banquet for Li Qingye, and elder Li Ping was sitting in the upper seat holding his second eldest grandson, smiling from ear to ear. Zhan was also teary-eyed. Li Xian's elder brother, Li Yi, had died early and had not been able to enjoy this blessing, and now Li Xian had a child. Their old couple is considered complete. Suyu leaned on the wooden fence, looking down, only to see the guests full of seats. The words are happy, pushing the cups and exchanging all the praise for Li Qingye and respect for the Li family. Suyu touched her stomach and smiled gently, her eyes filled with memories. Pops, big sis, my sister and I are doing well now. Baishui County, Zhao House. I heard that Li Xian gave birth to another spirit trickster? The henchman nodded, yes, 8 points of spirit orifices. Zhao Wuji nodded, giving birth to 2 sons who both have spirit orifices. This Li Xian's luck is a bit abnormal. My subordinate has found out the information that Li Xian's 2 wives, both of them are stragglers from Qingmu County who strayed to Baishui County, and they are 2 sisters, both of them possessing spiritual apertures. Li Xian pushed them all into the embodied spirit realm. Both sisters are cultivators. It seems that Mrs. Li Xian's ancestry isn't simple either. 2 monks. A 1 in 20 chance plus a bit of luck can indeed do it. Go down. Zhao Wuji took out the reply letter Li Xian had given him half a year ago and casually threw it into the fire pit. Unwilling to enter the game, I'm afraid it's unlikely. Li Xian held the 2 porcelain bottles and smiled faintly. There are finally 50 servings of this pyrotechnics. 50 more copies will be enough to start the breakthrough. Just after returning to the Jade Bamboo Mountain, he saw Old Man Wu performing the small cloud and rain technique, and this multi-treasure orchard was well taken care of by him. After a few more days of seclusion, Li Shi came up to say that Suyu was in labor, and Li Xian rushed down the mountain. This time, it's a daughter. With so many male children in the Li family, there is finally a female child. Crumpled. The girl child turned her head arrogantly as if she sensed that his father was bad-mouthing her. Arrogant huh, let's see your father, I'll give you an ugly name so that you'll regret today's arrogance in the future. How about just Li Chunhua? Ha ha ha. Seeing Li Xian being childish like a child, Suyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lost asked afterward. Did husband feel it? Li Xian tightened his smile. So what if it's immortal? My Li Xian's daughter, even if she has no cultivation, is still a pearl in the palm of her hand. Li Xian looked at the little person in his arms and smiled. From now on, you will be called Li Mingzhu. As if she liked the name, Li Mingzhu rolled her head over again, her mouth whimpering. Li Xian wasn't interested in participating in the hustle and bustle of Baishui County and Xingmu County. He was now preoccupied with breaking through qi practicing. The bag of seeds that Li Shi brought back allowed him to plant some on Big Banyan Mountain. It's out of the ground now, and it's a foot long. The bloodlines interspersed in the dusky vine skin look hideous like an evil ghost, and because he didn't know what to call him, Li Shi named him Ghostface Vine. In another half a year, Li Shi finally broke through the 6th level of the embodied spirit. Lu Xi's daughter-in-law, Kair, is pregnant, and Li Liangyu accompanies Lu Qingqing to visit them in Sanchuan. Sister, brother-in-law. I didn't realize that the little boy who used to call his sister after my ass was going to be a father too. Ryoshi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Sis, don't tease me. Chi, what did you call me here for specifically? Brother-in-law, please look. Lu Xi took out a drawing. This is the town, this is Sansuan and the other 4 villages. Now that the harvest is good and a number of small children have been born in all 4 villages, I want to run a small school in the town, so that any small children in the 4 villages who wish to do so can come to school. Hearing this, Li Liangyu immediately became interested. He himself was originally a scholar, and indoctrination and education were things engraved in his bones. Although the second uncle and second brother they scoffed at the sage books and great principles he had learned, the second uncle even strictly forbade him to use that set of books to teach Daoing Daofeng. Having been in charge of the Li family for so many years, he himself had realized that many of the statements in the book were not applicable, or even completely out of sync with reality. But he still believes that one should learn reason. To read, to be literate, to be sensible, to have a good heart, and to be a good person to oneself, and to oneself to others. Force can be a means to an end, but it cannot be the root. Uncle 2 and their set is not the word to hold a home. I think it's great. With Li Liangyu clapping, the matter was quickly finalized. But now is the busy farming season, this school building is afraid to be built slowly. But at most 1 year, it can definitely be situated. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I'll just take my time and wait. It's just as well that I'm also writing some enlightening readings. Lu Xi stood at the entrance of the village, watching the carriage drift away. In his hand, he clutched a porcelain vial with 10 pills inside, smelling of flesh. Chapter 60, What is Father and Son? The Li family mansion. It's rare that I don't see you practicing. How can you come out today to let off some steam? My good big brother, today is my birth anniversary. Li Shi skimmed his lips. Li Liangyu laughed out loud. I thought you'd just put on a cold face of bitterness and hatred. Saying so, he took out an object from his bosom and handed it to him with a smile. A wooden mannequin. Armored and armed, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Uncle Ma's handiwork, I chose the best wood. Li Shi looked at the mannequin in a slight daze and reached out to take it, gently rubbing it with his dead calloused fingers. When I was 8 years old, I wanted this like crazy. But Papa just wouldn't buy it for me. He just casually perfunctorily told me that he would buy it for me later when I had fulfilled my promise. I was naive enough to believe it at the time. When I was 9 years old, I realized that my father had lied to me. An appointment? Ha ha. He wouldn't buy it for me even if I did a good job. He went back on his word. I cursed him in front of his coffin, called him a liar, called him not a man, not worthy of being my father. Li Shi's hand suddenly shivered and his voice became hoarse. but it's been 9 years, that old man still holds a grudge against me. He hasn't come to my dreams even once in 9 years. Big brother, you say he's a father, which is so careful. Not just complain a few words? Did he disown me? Li Liangyu suddenly grabbed Li Shi's wrist and gripped it tightly, just like his father Li Yi grabbed his hand and ripped him out of old Uncle Ma's house 10 years ago. The past is the past. Second brother, the Sun family is all dead and gone. Second uncle killed them clean, and so did you. Father has never held a grudge against you. What kind of father hates his son? He's just worried about you, he wants you to forget. Li Liangyu looked at the mannequin and smiled, but when you were slow to walk out, he told me in a dream yesterday to fulfill his promise. On the verge, he added, the second and third sons are all unconscious, but it's still Liangyu who knows best. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Pops will definitely make up for that. But big brother, this coming out of your mouth, there is the suspicion of a king's wife selling a melon. Li Liangyu waved his sleeve. Which is not. I'm just repeating what Dad said. Second brother, you can't just smear someone's innocence out of thin air. Guangnan Prefecture, Baichuan County, Shanjun Cliff. This Shanjun Cliff can be lively lately. Just don't know. A scholarly dressed male, a paper fan, swept the tea store around the tea guest travelers. I do not know who first come to touch this tiger, but a man dressed as a journeyman skimmed his lips and snorted. Ha! Your Excellency is so confident, why don't you go to the mountain to explore the reality? If your Excellency is skillful and strong, you may not be able to win with one strike, and nothing will fall to us. We will retreat at our own peril. Being taunted, that gentleman didn't get angry. Instead, he even said he didn't dare and sat down in a graceful manner. A tea stall in the mountains, in the past, but to the merchants and travelers to rest their feet. In the past, 3 tables were not enough to sit, but now there are no less than 7 or 8 tables. The tea stall owner piled on the smiles and served water to all of you. Shaking the tin teapot, he turned around and shouted, Wifey, bring up the other pot. Don't keep your guests waiting. Coming. A middle-aged woman came out of the shed carrying a large pot of tea, and the boss took it, adding tea table by table. The 2 women were the first to throw down their money and leave until sunset and dusk. The teetotalers in the back also left in a hurry. Until finally, everyone was clean gone. The tea stall owner whistled a little tune and wiped the table, while the woman on the side cupped a handful of melon seeds in her hand and got high. Big sister, can you stop throwing up? Che, it's not your stall, what's your hurry? The tea stall owner pulled the corners of his mouth and stopped speaking, only looking at the distant cliffs from time to time, his eyes flickering. 2 years of squatting. Finally a big fish. Say, have you drugged me enough or not? It doesn't matter if you die, don't put me on the hook. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes. Don't worry, the ancestral secret medicine, not to mention a group of yumming spirit 8 or 9, even the early stage of chi cultivation can give him medicine to turn over. The tea stall owner looked to both sides of the official road. Wifey, no one's here, close up. With that, he headed for the small house not far away. As soon as he entered, Li Ling clicked his features straight a few times and closed his dislodged jaw. There was a crunching of bones all over his body, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was transformed from a little old man into a lean and strong man. It was the wrinkles and drooping old skin on his face that had not recovered. It's still so soothing. Go to bed and sleep. Pick up fish in the morning. There was a creak, and the middle-aged woman drilled in. Ha. Big sister, the act is over, why are you still leaning on me? Sister Rare, you still cannot? Off and off. We'll go our separate ways after this one. It's time for me to go home. Sis will go home with you. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents, and besides, I'm not ugly. Off. I don't need it. You need to. The middle-aged woman directly rode on top of Li Ling, her hands strangling his neck as she viciously threatened, her cultivation of the 8th level of the embodied spirit on display. You're crazy. Hurry up and collect your breath. I'm wrong, okay? Big sister. Chapter 61 Fu Xing, White Bones, Taoist Resentment. Early in the morning of the second day, Li Ling woke up quietly. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he looked at the person beside him with the picturesque eyebrows. A few years ago, he killed that yellow-skinned man and found its lair, originally thinking that there would be some kind of heavenly treasures, and no more than a lot of spirit stones. As a result, all it had in its lair was a humanoid dead bone, a few Taoist books and a posthumous scroll. That withered bone was named Fu Xing, and came from the side branch of the Fu family in Guangnan province. This Fu family is notorious. Its old ancestor is a foundation establishment cultivator, known as the Green Fu Shangren. Although this Fu Xing had a spiritual aperture, it was only a mere 9 points in size, and his natural talent was extremely low. If he was born in an ordinary merchant and farmer's family, it would be just fine, but he was born in a cultivator's family, knowing the vastness of this heaven and earth, knowing that cultivator's freedom. He wasn't willing to come to this world for just one time and then turn to dust in a few decades. But he was a 9-point spirit orifices, who in the family would care what he thought, who would waste resources on a 9-point spirit orifices. Even his real parents had only hastily named him and left him in the care of their servants. He wanted to cultivate immortality, he wanted to leave the family. Then he took a couple of Taoist books with him and trekked along. I don't know how many roads I've traveled, how many rivers I've crossed, how many partings and grudges I've seen. He's been looking. Its suicide note reads, I have passed through 100 counties, crossed 1,000 mountains, and seen 10,000 people. I have looked at their skins, which are charming, vicious, foolish, simple, kind, good, and treacherous, easy to see and varied, and I have looked at their hearts, which have changed in 1,000 ways, and are hazy and uncertain, as if they were heavy mists that do not allow me to see their true faces. However, according to the Taoist book, the face is the reflection of the human heart, and the heart is the root of the human being, and its origin is from the human body, so why is it possible to look at the face, but not the heart? For 20 years, I have watched the skin and heart of others and have gained nothing. He was subdued by her, but she didn't kill him. Instead, she administered needles for him and barely suppressed the weird voice. She called it a roadblock. It is an obsession that is transformed after the death of a great cultivator, and it cannot be solved, but at most it can only be suppressed. Of course, Li Ling didn't believe a word of that. How could there be something in this world that could not be dissolved? Ultimately, the root of it was just that the cultivation was not strong enough. When the cultivation is enough, what garbage Taoist grievances can be solved with a wave of the hand? Li Ling asked her what realm of great cultivator she was. Chi practice or foundation building? Tao grudges, all of them must at least perceive, meaning Tao rules, and the most basic threshold for perceiving Tao rules is the. Then he spread the news that he was about to make a breakthrough by obtaining the second grade heaven and earth chi, and that he was carrying the pure blood grass. Then wait over a year. Finally attracted such a group of prey. Li Ling was thinking in a daze, oblivious to the fact that the Yunu beside him had woken up. After several years of fighting, his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the embodied spirit. This realm has become fully capable of meditating instead of sleeping. But he still loved the feeling of lying in bed and cuddling under the covers. Homesick again? Yunu suddenly spoke out. Her voice was as clear and crisp as a jade pearl falling on a plate, and it was good to listen to. Well, is the Li family that good? I've been with you for more than 4 years. Several times I've heard you talking in your sleep about the family clan. Yunu skimmed her lips, a little puzzled and a little depressed that Li Ling was so hung up on the family. Yunu was 3 years older than Li Ling, and was now 22, but her whole person was full of a delicate and naive temperament, and she looked even younger than Li Ling. At this moment, she had one hand propped up on her chin, her polished jade-like little face only a few inches away from Li Ling's face, a pair of big soulful eyes blinking and blinking, expecting Li Ling to say the answer she wanted. Li Ling gulped and violently pushed her away and stood up. A solitary casual cultivator like you won't understand the goodness of a family. What's more, my Li family? Forget it, you won't understand even if I say it. Get up quickly. In a moment, let the golden winged peek out to explore the realities first. Although your medicine has a miraculous effect, but the effect is extremely slow. Yesterday night that Shanjun Cliff also did not ring. Do not come to the time we went up but found that they are all still spirited will be funny. Li Ling said, a pair of large hands over his face, clicked a few times, the face directly into a tea stall owner. The already weak aura is even more converged to the extreme, a normal mortal appearance. Good. The head of the house is all at your disposal. The middle-aged woman's voice resounded again, and that mushy, oozing voice made Li Ling subconsciously shiver. Hurriedly, he pushed open the wooden door and walked out. Chapter 62 Li Ling's Calculations. To say what is the biggest growth of Li Ling in the past few years? That must be acting. When I first came out of the house, I was simply a rash and knew nothing. The first time he acted, he bumped into the yellow skins who were always trapped in the deep forests, so much so that he was a little dejected after he got his hands on his acting skills. It wasn't until later when he walked into the real world of immortal cultivation that he gradually recognized himself after a few severe beatings and then changed himself. Other than that, in the past, he would never have had the patience to spend over a year playing a tea stall owner. Wifey. Hurry up! There's a guest! Seeing a group of dartboards appear on the main road, Li Ling shouted to the cabin over there. 3 pots of tea. The head of the dart shouted, sat down on the bench, and had the men bring out the pasties to share. A thinner altar hand drank half a bowl of tea from all 3 pots and nodded after a moment without feeling any discomfort. The other dart masters then poured up their tea and ate it over the pasties. Li Ling watched honestly from the sidelines and didn't say much. After a moment, Dart shook his head and stood up. The other dart masters and scout hands were also a bit confused. My head was a little dizzy, but not like I was under ecstasy, but like the dazed feeling of just waking up. A few experienced dart masters looked at each other and instantly lowered their heads again. The dart master shouted, "Let's go!" Only then did the dart team and their group leave in a hurry. Yunu came from the sidelines and sighed as she kowtowed to her melon. The dart masters nowadays aren't easy to fool, yo. There are a few veterans who notice something's wrong, they should be able to see it. With that, he took out from behind him and produced a letter and a wooden box. The goods given to the main family by the white family's mundane sidekick. A piece of gold essence that weighs over 2 pounds. It's worth 100 spirit stones. Li Ling opened the wooden box, and sure enough, it was a piece of orange-colored irregular gold essence. Untouched, natural, and like it was just picked. Li Ling laughed, looks like we've dug up a gold mine. We've been trading on this road for more than a year, and we've already collected no less than 3 items from the white family alone. This Bai family has good luck. Li Ling laughed and sighed twice at the money-giving boy, and smiled as he hid under the cabin. Let's go, and see how the harvest is on that Mountain King's cliff. The other side. A few veteran dart masters were relieved to see that no one was coming after them. They had traveled for 20 years and it was the first time they had encountered such a thing. Although they were not poisoned, their intuition told them that the momentary daze they had just experienced was definitely not normal. I'm afraid I haven't met a cultivator. That feeling just now is definitely not something that can be made by ordinary sweat and psychedelic drugs. It was like hitting a ghost or being under a spell. His grandmother. Where did the poor crazy cultivator come from? Even the mortal's dart fleet is underhanded. But it's also fortunate that the caravan was full of mundane things that didn't lay their hands on them. A few old dart masters looked at the toadying young dart master and couldn't help but sigh. In the end, you were so young that you didn't even notice it at all. Also, don't know we few old guys can still protect you for a few years. It's just a matter of being able to stand up to the old dart head in the end. Li Ling didn't wait on this road for nothing. Once when Yunu saw a group of dart masters not knowing the rules, she thought to teach them a lesson, but she didn't expect to find 2 elixirs in this mortal's dart team. They later realized that many cultivator families used mortal dartboards to transport their provisions with the intention of concealing them from the world. From then on, any dart team that passed by would be enchanted by the Jade Slave. Mortals which blocked the means of cultivators, from the time they were stunned till Li Ling and Yunu finished searching the car, and then until they woke up without notice, but only at tea time. They themselves are not aware of it, at most a little dazed, but the entire dart team may be the only dart master's bottom has not been turned over. Gathering their things, the 2 of them ran towards the mountain monarch cliff with their sprinting technique. Originally set up, the 2 of them were naturally too familiar with this mountain monarch cliff to be familiar with it. Quietly, he came to the small platform under the rocky cliff. We didn't even take away that half-demon's cultivation sustenance, and his corpse was well preserved with cold jade. Those loose cultivators will definitely fight when they see it. There's the added power of the god drawing lost soul incense again. It should have beaten out the dog's brain long ago. You first release the golden winged bee to take a look, I'll protect you. This god-inducing soul loss incense is an exclusive secret handed down by Yunu, that's what she said anyway. It has no toxicity, and its effect is to reduce the willpower of the cultivator, and once inhaled, any emotion will easily be detonated. Just like that half-demon mountain king back then. He was drugged by the Jade Slave during his bedtime pleasures, and even in the face of the attacks of both Li Ling and the Jade Slave, he couldn't stop. While enjoying the pleasure of fish and water, he loudly and angrily scolded Li Ling and his duo, while being hacked by them and dying of serious injuries. By the time he came to his senses, he was no longer able to fight back. It's a bit of a nasty method, but I have to say it works extremely well. Thinking about that group of loose cultivators, when they suddenly saw so many treasures, the greed and tyranny in their hearts would definitely be ignited instantly. This is also why Li Ling to wait for a night in the mountain, wait for them to kill each other, and then go to pick up the present is not good? The Jade Slave sat cross-legged as a golden winged bee buzzed out towards the top of the cliff. Li Ling sat next to Tianyou to protect the law. This golden-winged bee was a spirit beast that Tianyou kept, and now there were more than 100 first order and more than 800 mortal insects. Although its tail needle is very weak in toxicity, its mouthparts are sharp, its body is as hard as gold and jade, and its wings are even 3 times harder than ordinary magic weapons. A single one could easily be taken in, but as long as the number got large, even if they were practicing qi, they would be bitten alive if they weren't careful. That said, you are also not older than me by a few years. How can you have so many rare and strange means and spirit beasts? Also family heirlooms, you're a casual cultivator who can get so many powerful inheritances? After more than 4 years together, the woman had more secrets than Li Ling could count. But it's a good thing she doesn't mean herself any harm. Otherwise, I'm leaving after this one, so hopefully you'll find your next partner later. Li Ling stared at her face and suddenly sighed. It's quite pretty, but it's a pity that her nature is weird. A few moments later, Tianyou opened her eyes. Her ears turned a little red and she flew. This array disc was a beast-trapping Betrayal formation, and it cost a lot of money. The effect is that you can only go in but not out. Li Ling was afraid that this group of people would leave after taking the cultivation sustenance, so he specially set up this formation on this cliff. When they took the rations but found that they couldn't leave, and then mobilized their emotions by the god-inducing soul loss incense, they would surely fight. The only thing I didn't count on was that this group of people was so strong. They even broke his array disc. At the entrance of the mountain monarch's cave, yesterday's white family's male son was confronting a woman. Both of their breaths were weak, and their bodies carried traces of blood. Women? I remember there was no Kuan Shio in that group yesterday? It's hard to believe that there were added in the back. Li Ling waved his hand, and another piece of the beast-trapping Betrayal formation plate fell. The curtain of light instantly enveloped the male and the woman. Well, you can't run away now. Chapter 63 Picking up a daughter-in-law for nothing. The duo under the field were both astonished until they looked up, which was when they saw Li Ling and the others. Damn it! So it was you guys who did this. In the end, they were cultivators, and both realized that something was wrong with themselves when there were only 2 of them left in their fight. Can't control the emotions at all. It's like mortals snorting 5 stone powder. Even the Bai family's son, who had always maintained a modest gentleman's demeanor, couldn't help but burst out. I originally thought it would be fine if I killed this crazy woman, but I didn't realize there was a yellow bird in the back. Li Ling smiled. Releasing his flying swords to attack down the field, Tianyou also released all the golden-winged bees into the formation. This trapped beast Betrayal formation can only go in but not out. Li Ling is standing outside the formation at this time. Of course he won't be stupid enough to enter the formation to fight with them in blood. The 2 just stood outside maneuvering their flying swords and golden-winged bees to attack, slowly consuming. The 2 heavily injured and unable to escape from the 9th level of the embodied spirit would not be able to wear out their welcome for long. The 2 men at the bottom of the field also scrambled to fend them off. However, he was already seriously injured and had no mana left, so he was killed in less than an incense stick time. I thought you'd keep that white family sidekick. The breaking delusion golden pupil is a secret tradition of his family, and every white family heir will make a Dao hard oath before practicing, so asking is not an option. Not to mention this overly obvious inheritance. Once it is leaked, I'm afraid that old undead of the Bai family will go mad. Miley family's small clan can't afford his fury. As he spoke, Li Ling maneuvered his flying sword to cut off the heads of all the corpses in the field, and waited for a few more moments to make sure there was no danger before putting away the array plate. The previous one was broken, and although its power was greatly reduced it was barely usable, and he put it away. Let's go! It's harvest time. Within a short time, the 2 had pooled all their resources together. Another storage bag. It looks like the background of the woman who ended up confronting the white family's sidekick isn't simple either. As he was saying this, Li Ling handed this storage bag in his hand to Tianyou. Here. That mountain monarch storage bag was given to me, this one is naturally yours. Yuna smiled and put it away. 372 spirit stones. 10 bottles of various types of elixirs. 11 talismans. Looks like most of them were used up in the battle. 13 magic weapons. Hiss. This is... Li Ling fished out a small box from one of the casual cultivators, and inside was something like a frog's egg. Pick one out and look through the sunlight and there's a little fish in the middle of each egg. Fish eggs? Spirit fish? Tianyou took it, sensed it carefully, and laughed after only a moment. Jade scale carp. Small, poorly fleshed, only the scales on it are somewhat useful. It's not worth much. You know so much. Li Ling said quietly. Ahem. It's a family heirloom. After rummaging around for a while longer and finding a few more oddities, not to mention, this group of scattered cultivators valuable to get things like jade scale Christian carp eggs, such rare and strange things on the contrary, quite a lot. Li Ling even found a half-eaten peach. A peach with aura but not much. It should be grown in the place of abundant spiritual chi of the mortal peach, long after the baptism of spiritual chi into spiritual plants, but this peach seed is still mortal. If it is the second planting, the fruit is at best more delicious than ordinary peaches. Putting it all together, the original old mountain monarch was eaten by that half-demon. That half-demon had half-human bloodline, and his corpse was fed to you for the golden-winged bees. The same goes for the bodies of these cultivators. Other half for each person. Of course, I want 7 of the magic weapons. What do you think? Li Ling gazed at her, rather unsettled inside. With the 13 cultivators plus the half-demon's family fortune, he had completely called this one a fat wave. He was already fantasizing that if he brought these things back to his family, the Li family would surely grow several times bigger. Second uncle will make wine. This peach seeds go on, the fruit used to make wine. Its flavor is certainly better than ordinary fruit brew. Take it to the county to sell, in the long run, or can become an avenue to earn money. This jade scale carp is kept in the weir. Later turns into a second source of spirit stones for the family. And so many magic weapons and spirit stones. Take these to the marketplace and sell them. You might be able to exchange them for a copy of second-grade Heaven and Earth Chi as well. Once second uncle achieves Chi practicing, the family won't have to hide anymore. You knew pursed her lips, just by looking at Li Ling's giggling face. She knew he was thinking about his bull family again. Not how. Li Ling's heart tightened and he thought of something else in a trance. The tense body slowly relaxed and smiled bitterly. Fine, you split it. I can't beat you anyway. You knew, ground her little tiger teeth, rather indignant. Am I that kind of person? He said and pushed all the sustenance towards Li Ling. All for you. All of it. Li Ling was confused and a bit puzzled as to what she was up to. You knew, I told you this was our last vote. Everyone's stuff won't be put together from now on. I'm going home. You knew was full of concern, her pretty face slightly red. Silly egg. Don't you understand anything? Li Ling was stunned and understood in a trance. This cultivator, who had traveled extensively and had never been merciful in his killing, suddenly stammered. I what? Just say whether you agree or not. This girl is here to tell you clearly. This girl is going to marry you. I'm going to go back to that Li family of yours with you. Me. Li Ling had just opened his mouth when Yunu suddenly pressed him to the ground and kissed him. Now. You have to agree. Even if you don't recognize me, I'll let the golden winged bee bite you to death. It was only after a long time that Li Ling, who had returned to his senses, froze and said a good word. Under the Moonwatch Mountain, the town, Li's schoolhouse. After a year, Lu Shi's longed-for academy was finally completed. The schoolhouse is not big, just a small courtyard. Under the eaves hangs a small exquisite copper clock, which is Wang Tianyou sent. Please get the town of copper craftsmen spent a month to carve, not counting the copper material will cost 3 taels of silver. Zhao Erhua has been bragging about this for a long time. Whenever school was over, he would always stand under the bronze bell and look at it, and he enjoyed the look in his fellow students' eyes when they looked at that bell. Erhua, your family is really rich. My father said that even with the labor and materials, I'm afraid it's not less than 6 taels of silver. This money can buy an acre of land. What, Erhua? Again, my name is Zhao Xiangan. That's my first name. None of you are allowed to call me Erhua from now on. For what? Aren't you Erhua? A boy child holding a snot bubble asked. No screaming is no screaming. There's no reason for it. Okay then, Erhua. You. Zhao Xiangan was about to get angry when a teenager ran into the yard. Miura Mesa. Miura Mesa. Ryoshi pushed the door open and walked out. What's wrong? Village. Village. Yes, it's going to be a baby, quick. Before the teenager could finish his sentence, Luji threw down the book and drew his legs and darted in the direction of Sangsawan. Erhua, what's going on with the husband? What's going to be born? The chattering noise distracted Zhao Xiandan. Again, my name is Zhao Xiang. Chapter 64 3 Qi Unity, Stormy Weather. Joy is going to have a baby. Lu Ji and Lu Yuxing are each in charge of a village, with Anisha Kawaguchi sandwiched in between, and Lu Yuxing is naturally out of reach. It was a good thing that half a month ago, Lu Ji's old mother came to Sangsuan to take care of Kair. The maternity wives of the native village of Sangsuan were also greeted in advance. Production was naturally smooth. A son, weighing 5 pounds and 6 taels, and upholding the principle that a cheap name is better to feed, Lu Ji named him Swine, and his first name was Lu Quan. Kair, hard work. Being together for so long, even an Iron Man should have feelings, and the couple has never quarreled, and now that they have given birth to a son, their feelings are naturally harmonious. The swine is not your husband's child alone, so why should your husband tell me hard things? Lu Ji was slightly stunned and laughed, all for this family, who doesn't work hard. Kair laughed at the depression in her heart and looked at the crumpled swine, gently teasing his little face and babbling, "It's Kair who's so stubborn that she can't see the status quo. What's the harm in that? Who hasn't fainted? Don't you see it's just now?" For the past 3 years, Kair seemed to have had a dream, an unrealistic and obsessive dream, but with husband, the dream woke up. Kair is really grateful to husband. Ryushi's gaze froze upward as he muttered, "Yeah, the dream woke up. Husband, wake up." Lu Qingqing put down the 2.5-year-old Li Daofeng. "This little guy can run and move, every day chasing chickens and chasing dogs, not at so little treatment to get rid of me. On what grounds?" After 2 years in this jade bamboo mountain, he had long ago inquired about the Li family. But it is just a lucky family of cheap farmers. Why can they get so much favor? Why can they develop into such a short 10 years? Why should he, the son of a rich merchant, erudite and uniquely qualified, end up in a situation where he is given a field to irrigate? I've wasted half my life, but I'm still not as advanced as that little kid Li Shi. What are you talking about? Why? The fierce light and anger in old Mrs. Wu's eyes flickered away as she shook herself and hobbled down the stone steps. It's time to practice calligraphy. As long as I find the right buyer, my old man can sell this calligraphy for a good price. Every time Li Xian went out to collect qi, he silently counted, and today it was almost time to get it all together. When he went up to the jade bamboo mountain, he saw that Li Shi was sitting in meditation in the treasure-taking fruit orchard. Sensing Li Liangyu's arrival, Li Shi slowly withdrew his gong and exhaled a mouthful of white practice. "Big brother. What's the hurry? I figured Uncle Tu would be back soon, now." Before Li Liangyu could finish his words, he saw Li Shi softly shushing. Li Liangyu hurriedly shut up. "To be closer," Li Shi said, "second uncle has been closed. Big brother, do not make some unusual behavior. Everything will be fine as usual, don't let others see the clues." The county magistrate Zhao family, the county minister Zhu family, as well as the Sun family of Qingmu County, and so many loose cultivators who are eyeing the situation. How many people were waiting for Li Xian to make a breakthrough in seclusion and then take advantage of the situation? However, the 3-year period was close at hand, and Li Xian could not delay it by half. These 3 years is the two family to the Li family shelter period, but also the examination period. If 3 years Li Xian cannot break through qi practice, it also shows that his Li family does not have any value. When the time comes after, the probability will not care about the Li family's death or life. That's why Li Xian had to take desperate measures to beat the clock. Together with the fireworks borrowed from the Ma family years ago, Li Xian had gathered 100 copies half a month ago. Going out on a high note this morning was a front. He turned his head and came back quietly. In half a month's time, 100 copies of a bottle of smoldering qi had been blended into a single second-grade qi by him. Now, he was already working on a breakthrough. According to the normal progress of a cultivator's breakthrough, after gathering 100 portions of qi, it would take half a month to blend the second-grade qi, and then half a month to fuse the 3 qi, and it would take a month for these 2 things alone. As for that last moment of ascending to practicing qi, some cultivators can do it in half an incense burner, some can't do it in their whole life. It all depends on the individual's fortune. Li Xian's plan was to make use of the 15-day time gap between blending the second-grade qi to ascend to practicing qi ahead of time, and if any cultivators came to attack, the ones they would face would be the practicing qi cultivators after the breakthrough. Of course, this was all based on the fact that he could utilize these 15 days to break through successfully. 15 days later, Li Xian united the 3 qi and began to impact the qi practicing realm. It's business as usual in the Li household. Not to mention outsiders, even the Li family's own family didn't notice anything unusual. Old Man Wu finished watering the duo-bao fruit garden with the small cloud and rain technique as usual, looked at Li Shi who was meditating and resting in the garden, and secretly retreated. By now, Li Xian should be starting to fuse the 3 qis. There was a rumble and a thunderclap in the sky. Li Shi opened his eyes, but he saw boundless dark clouds rolling in. It's going to rain again? Touching his chest, he was quite unsettled. Hopefully. May it go well. 5 Zimu soul-chasing nails were roaming around his body, and Li Shi took out a bead. This was the Ma family's magic weapon that he had chosen for himself back then. Dementor beads. I hope I don't have to use you. Li Shi got up and slowly sat down at the entrance to the western chamber. Cold raindrops hit his face and soaked. Maybe. I haven't heard of many cultivators when I was around before. The only ones who were more famous were the county minister and the Zhou and Shui families. Husband, should we go home first or stay here at the county seat for 2 days? Naturally, I'm going home first. Hurry up. I'll take you to see my second brother and second uncle. Shu family, mansion, Tianxin Pavilion. Wish Changren is the Changning prefectural lord personally stamped to authorize the official, when this small Whitewater County minister, enough 7 chi practicing family scramble. 2 in Whitewater County and 5 in outlying counties. But in the end, this official position still fell in his hands. Zhu Changren. Among the 7 families, his Zhu family was not the strongest, and he wasn't even one of the 2 local families in Baishui County. But why was he the one who had the last laugh? Zhu Changren opened his eyes and stared straight at a painting on the wall. On the painting was an odd-looking toad with 5 legs and 6 eyes, covered in blood. In the next moment Clueless sucked in a breath and sat paralyzed on the floor. An aura shot out from the toad's mouth and went straight into Zhu Changren's mind. A long time, Zhu Changren came out of the house, stingy red, like a spring breeze, where there is still half a bit of the previous woeful kind. Grandfather, you're out? Zhu Yuanmei smiled and walked out from the side. Say, what's the trouble again? Zhu Changren softly touched Zhu Yuanmei's head. After that great battle for the county minister, the Shu family cultivators were nearly decimated, and the ones who managed to survive also died one by one as their blood dried up. Only the 2 great-grandchildren, who were still alive in their mother's wombs at the time, were spared. This would have been delightful and joyous. But since then, the Shu family cannot give birth to a spirit of trickery. These 2 dolls, not yet 2 inches, became the only seedling of the family in addition to him. He's over 100 years old. If he doesn't make a breakthrough, he won't have many years left to live. Once he dies, the Shu family will have no one to follow in their footsteps. Nothing, it's just that big brother has been in seclusion for a month, and I'm a little worried about him. Old ancestor, or you go call him out. Okay, old ancestor. You've been torturing my old bones. Zhu Changren took out a bunch of golden shield talismans from his storage bag. Take these and call on Yuanwu. Time is almost up. Act with caution, you must not reveal your identities, let alone risk your lives. Thank you, elder ancestor. Zhu Yuanmei received the pile of golden shield talismans and joyfully went to find Zhu Yuanwu. With Zhu Chengren's order, Big Brother will definitely come out. Zhu Yuanwu sighed as he looked at his smiling little sister in the doorway. Failed again. After weather can never be complete, 3 years after 3 years. How many 3 years can there be in the realm of embodied spirit? How many more 3 years can Lao Zu wait? Why can't I be a 2-inch spirit orifice? Big Brother, old ancestor has asked us to do something. Zhu Yuanwu nodded and sighed, let's go. The Shu family is depleted, but Zhu Changren, as the county minister of Baishui County, sits on the population of a county. Hundreds of thousands of people provide him with popularity and fireworks. This is a huge resource for cultivation. Zhu Changren sold these popularity and pyrotechnics to the marketplace, exchanging them for a large number of spirit stones, magic weapons, talismans, and pills. It can be said that the 2 Zhou and Shui families together were not 1/5 as rich as his Zhu family. With these spirit stones, the Shu clan has a wide range of scattered cultivators. In this courtyard today, there were 6 people at the 9th level of the embodied spirit alone. Young master. Zhu Yuanwu nodded. Let's go, move fast. At the same time, the county magistrate Zhao family, the Sun family of Qingmu County, and many mountain cultivators who are powerful between the 2 counties have all acted. In a cave at the edge of the Qinggu mountain range, Ding Hon, who had escaped with his life, listened meditatively to the news brought by Spirit Sparrow, and a hint of madness flashed across his gloomy face. There are only so many cultivation resources in this nook and cranny of the land, and no one wants to see a new chi practicing family emerge. It would have been fine if the Li family had chosen to stand in line in the first place, but it's just. He wanted to stay out of it. Pops, here's our chance. Shui Qingshan. Zhou Guyu. I will destroy your entire family. Ding Hong touched the talisman paper in his hand and muttered to himself. Rolling. Bean drops of rain hit his face. It had been raining for a day, and Old Man Wu tried to go up the mountain as usual, but was stopped by Dejiang. Immortal Master Wu. It's raining too much today, the spirit water hasn't been called back yet, and the eldest young master said he doesn't need to tend to the orchard. Old Man Wu smiled and nodded, turned his head and went down. In a moment, though, a small bamboo tube went down a tributary of the Whitewater River. Chapter 66, Bastard. Zhu Yuanmei pinched a spell, and the bamboo tube that went downstream immediately flew into his hand. That loose cultivator surnamed Wu still has a little something, to think of using this method to deliver messages. Without the spirit energy it won't be discovered by cultivators, and mortals who happen to see it will only think, it's... Poof. Li Daofeng grabbed a stone and threw it into the fireproof tank with a small splash. Mother, good. Play. Lu Qingqing touched her chest, always having a feeling of uneasiness. This feeling had only been felt years ago when the wolf demon attacked the village. Too bad I don't have the beads anymore. Looking at her son who was playing happily, Lu Qingqing felt more and more uneasy. As soon as she picked up Li Daoyan, she said to the side, Da Zhang, quickly go and find husband to come. Omi hasn't taken a step away yet. A rumbling sound exploded in the distance, in the direction of the Li family mansion's gate. Young lady! Go and hide! With a shake of his shoulders, De Jiang instantly straightened the 3 short sticks on his back into a shiny black iron rod, and swept toward the gate with the iron rod in hand. Dang! Within a few breaths, a copper bell rang throughout the Li family compound. Li Liangyu, who was in the study, instantly stood up, his face horrified. Li Shi, who was at the mouth of the jade bamboo mountain chamber, also opened his eyes expressionlessly, and his lips mumbled for a moment before finally lowering his head. Jade Bamboo Mountain has a pan-mountain lock mist array. Yunling realm into the array will be like a blind man, as long as the big brother they hide in the secret room will be safe and sound. Everything to second uncle first. Li Shi muttered to himself, but the hand that clenched the soul-regenerating bead became more and more clenched. The secret room. Li Xian's forehead was sweating directly as his hands quickly formed seals in an attempt to suppress the 3 qi that were running amok in his body. It had already been 3 days since the 3 qi unification, but he had yet to make a breakthrough. The secret room was simply arranged with soundproofing spell formations, and to this day, he didn't even know that someone had attacked the Li family. As for the luck-taking bead, it will not take the initiative to remind without actively projecting, unless there is a first bloodline injury. In the 3 qi, the first and the second qi are clear and translucent things, but only that second great smoldering qi is turbid like sewage and gray. When the 3 qi are combined together, they in turn muddy up the 2 qi of the innate and the innate as well. After the fusion of the 3 qi, it is to lead the qi to run the circumference of the sky, and so on the whole body meridians are familiar with the heaven and earth qi this new master, and finally the body is one, the qi to the spiritual orifices. The practice of qi change is considered to be a success. This is a water grinding skill, and Li Xian does not dare to rush. Only have to take his time and take his time. Boom! A loose cultivator slashed Da Zhang, collapsing several walls one after another. A term of pariahs. I don't know what means. I used to have the strength of the first level of the embodied spirit, but it's just like that. A pariah is a pariah. Oh, he braced himself and tried to stand up, but he couldn't move with the casualty stepping on his chest. His tiger's mouth turned to rotten meat right before. Just one cut. A knife split his iron rod. The master rewarded him with a branch of the duobao fruit tree. He peeled the rattan skin wrapped around the iron rod, which usually axe cannot chop open. The rattan skin just blocked the thief a knife. Click. The crisp cracking of bone seemed so faint in the torrential rain, but it was so clear in his ears. Bastard, come on, tell me the route to this jade bamboo mountain and how to get up there? Omi spat out blood in large gulps, which was also mixed with bright red pieces of broken organs. The veins on his arms rippled as he tried to grab the long broken iron rod beside him. A hint of annoyance flashed in the eyes of the loose cultivator. Give face. A thudding leg kick lands. For the last time, how do you get up there? You're just a servant, a retainer. Do you have 1 spirit stone a month? Is it worth your life? Omi gulped down the blood and just stared at him dead in the face. Little by little, he crawled towards the iron bar. Pariah, pariah, why do you high and mighty immortals always love those 2 words? We're people. Living, breathing people. Yes, we are weak, so weak that we can't walk a town or a county for the rest of our lives, but so what? The Grand Duke saved me half dead from a deep pool of water. I am a human being. You know how to repay kindness, you know how to be kind, righteous, courteous, and trustworthy, you high and mighty things that are actually worse than pigs and dogs. Are the real bastards. Brush. The moment he was about to touch the iron rod, a blade light flashed, and the huge head flew up and down, smashing straight into the rain. Omi grinned, a smile on his face. His face was a little blurry in the pouring rain. But the only certainty is that you're the real ES. The other guards who had heard the news saw the head of the boss, who was like a brother, in pieces. At once, he roared and rushed towards those scattered cultivators. Pariah. May fly. From the time the bell rang until now was only 30 breaths. Lu Qingqing, Suyu, and Suyu, the three with cultivation, had already brought all of the Li family's direct lineage into the secret room. It's not safe here either. Go straight into the secret passage and head for the side of the mountain. Li Ping opened his cloudy eyes and continued his responsibilities as the old family head. Qingqing, and the two daughters-in-law of Erzi's family, you take their young ones and hurry. If necessary, only take Chang. Never mind, hurry up. Gong? I said go. Suyu sighed and nodded, pinning Qingye and Yuzhu in his arms and following the secret passage. Only Lu Qingqing, shivering, did not move. Qingqing, go quickly, in case there's an accident, leave a queen for Liangyu. Li Ping pushed Lu Qingqing and Daofeng Daoyin into the secret passage. Turning her head to Zhao Erni, Wah, you also hurry up and leave, if you can escape one, count it as one. Zhao Erni gave a slight salute. The granddaughter-in-law's flesh is mortal, so following them would be a drag instead. It would be better to leave more life for Daoyin. Li Ping was in tears. Liangyu's eye for people is much better than my old bones. No wonder your grandfather hid you in the first place. Ha ha ha. Zhao Erni smiled bitterly and shook her head, her eyes filled with worry. Husband in the middle courtyard, the situation is urgent, did not come, do not know how it is. Chapter 67, Siege. Clunk. The long knife that pulled and mana slashed violently at the golden light cover, piercing. It made a toothsome sound of gold gorges clashing. First rank golden shield talisman. A few 9th level of embodied spirit glanced at each other and struck out in unison, attacking on that cover one after another. With a buzzing sound, the golden shield talisman's magic shield actually flashed with a crack. I think your honor is the Li family's Liang dear. We merely wanted to come to the Li family to borrow some spirit stones to spend, and this is the Li family's way of treating guests? Thanks to you, you're still a reader? Why don't you open the hood and we'll just take the money and never hurt anyone's life? Li Liangyu, who was seated in the law cover, snorted. If you can't break it, just say so? Do you take me for a cutie? Do you? If you guys were able to break this spell cover, why would you need to talk nonsense to me? Li Liangyu took out 3 pieces of talisman paper from his chest there and deliberately waved them in front of their eyes. Besides, I have more than one. Well, angry or not. Poor devil. I'm afraid your master has never given you such a good talisman. Ha ha, yet I have 4 in the hands of a mortal. As he was talking, Li Liangyu picked up the teacup next to him and slowly sipped it, stalling for as long as possible. You Yatsked, you group of dogs, to whom it is not to be, it would be better to come under my Li Liangyu's command, and you may even be rewarded with 2 talismans. The leading 9th level of the embodied spirit looked like he had been spoken to, and immediately attacked in annoyance. However, no matter how he slashed and chopped, even if he transported enough mana, he was unable to cleave through the legal cover. Li Liangyu's face was calm, but his heart was thumping. Be afraid of death, but this group of cultivators came so fast that he didn't even have a chance. Li Xian. Li family master. Your great-nephew is about to die. Aren't you coming out yet? Even if the fog was so hazy that they could not see an inch, it did not stop them. The casual cultivator, that is not on the knife's mouth licking blood, but if you can grab a second-grade gongfu or chi picking techniques, they will be able to make the leap from loose cultivator to family cultivator. Li Xian, a farmer who started out in the mountains, was able to start a clan and encircle land to provide for his Li family. Why can't I? All of them are scattered cultivators and mud-legged people. As long as I grab the gongfu and chi harvesting techniques, I will definitely be able to do the same. The smile on the face of an infernal spirit 4th level who had mistakenly stepped onto the stone steps had not yet dreamed of perfection, and the smile on his face froze. Gurgling blood flowed from his neck, which had a bloody hole the size of a thumb egg right on top of it. Li Shi sat cross-legged at the mouth of the stone stairs, silently waiting for the next good luck cultivator. Jade Bamboo Mountain was smooth and steep on all sides, with a height of 100 feet, coupled with the foggy mist. It was impossible for those loose cultivators who didn't even know how to use the sentry technique to climb up. Just guard the mouth of this stone staircase. Li Shi. Still not coming out? This last golden shield talisman won't hold up. The roar of that scattered cultivator leader came again. Seeing that the spell cover was about to break, the corner of Li Lianyu's mouth hooked up into a smile. It's a good thing Ernie wasn't stupid enough to run out. The 6 cultivators were all at the 9th level of the impregnating spirit. Although their mana was not thick enough to cause them to not be able to rise up, they were by no means something that Li Shi, who was at the 6th level of the impregnating spirit, could deal with. Uncle 2 is in seclusion and needs time. As long as the second brother doesn't walk out of the Jade Bamboo Mountain, relying on the Pan Mountain locking mist formation to sneak in secretly, he might be able to withstand them for a day or two. Dang! The cracks on the spell cover grew bigger and bigger. Li Lianyu stood up, gently patted the robe on his body, and finished the last sip of tea in his teacup. What's the harm if I, Li Lianyu, die, but only suffer Qingqing and Ernie? As for the rest... Li Lianyu twisted his head and looked at the location of the Jade Bamboo Mountain in the back, smiling frankly. It's a loss that you're still the Li family's eldest son, huh? The lead cultivator laughed contemptuously. Since neither of your 2 cultivators from the Li family came to save you, then go to hell. With the combined efforts of the 6 cultivators, only a bang was heard, and the legal shield was completely shattered. The cultivator chopped out a strike of blade light. With a choking sound, a flash of golden light stopped the blade light. A dozen small porcelain vials flew and snapped and shattered on the ground, thick black smoke puffing up. Poison. Several cultivators hastily backed away. When he opened his eyes again, Li Lianyu was long gone. Ha 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 ha, that idiot Li Shi was actually willing to sacrifice his life to come out and save a mortal. Chapter 68, Crisis. When the 6 cultivators saw that Li Lianyu had been saved, instead of being angry, each of them had an excited look on their faces. The lead cultivator pulled out a long-nosed, white-furred rat from his arms. Little baby, there's no hurry, take your time to find it, make sure you have a fine route, not a hair's breadth wrong. Placing the tracer mouse on the ground, its long nose twitched slightly, making a squeaking sound as it walked off to the side in no hurry. We're all good-hearted casual cultivators, how could we be roughing up and killing people? My purpose from the beginning to the end was just to go up to Jade Bamboo Mountain and find Li Xian to borrow some spirit stones to spend. You guys say yes. Ha 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 ha. The 6 men followed the route the tracer mouse had traveled without deviating one iota. All of them are the old geezer and the loose cultivator, but all of them can live to this realm is not as stupid. In someone else's territory, who knows if there will be traps? Not to mention, just sticking 2 talismans anywhere and getting 1 or 2 array discs will bring them big trouble. They only want to complete the mission to earn spirit stones. It's naturally best if they can kill Li Xian. It doesn't matter if they can't, they won't go and get killed for nothing anyway. Like what? 6 of us, how can you possibly stop us? Besides, your Li family has a only for a split second. 3 flashes of golden light. The unrivaled blade light attacked, the sound of blood and flesh cutting rang out, and Li Shi's left hand was hardened and severed. Blood sprayed Li Lianyu's face. Seeing another blade light coming, Li Lianyu fiercely pushed him, which narrowly dodged it. Second brother. You go. Li Lianyu panicked for a breath, knowing that the problem was himself, and rushed away from Li Shi, trying to rely on his own breath to disrupt their direction. Cold sweat broke out on Li Shi's forehead and he nearly fainted from the pain, pulling out a handful of blood-red glowing pills from his arms and eating them. Within a few moments he was glowing, as if he had taken a large tonic. Employing the sun and mother soul-chasing nail, he fiercely attacked towards those 5 people, leaning on the mountain and the Pan Mountain locking mist formation to dodge between attacks. The 5 people couldn't see him, so they could only attack and dodge haphazardly, and for a while they were actually entangled. You guys pester him, I'll go get that Li Lianyu. The 5 didn't dare to delay, wanting a quick battle. Even if you can't finish Xu Yuanwu's task, you must at least finish the county minister's task. Seeing the man go after Li Lianyu, Li Shi nearly messed up his mind. With a choking sound, one of Li Lianyu's legs was chopped off. Blood spurts all over the place. Why don't you break through? Why don't you break through yet? In the secret room, Li Xian's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He sensed it from the moment Li Shi broke one of his hands. Now Li Lianyu has broken another foot. How could he still not know that the Li family was under siege? But now he was in the thick of it, unable to move his body. Come on. Hurry up. Just one last step. Just one last step. Li Liangyu was paralyzed on the ground, the sharp pain in his leg made him grimace. Black drops of blood flowed, just now that tile jar was a poison configured by Li Xian. It was just a mundane product, it had some effect on cultivators of the 9th level of impregnating spirit, but not much. Li Jiaoliang dear. I'll make you a dead deer today. The cultivator was about to chop down with a blade. Li Liangyu sneered, a hint of pain, a hint of confusion flashing across his expression. But more than that, it was resignation. If only I had a spiritual aperture too. We mortals face the cultivators really like lambs to the slaughter. What the books say is wrong, wolves don't reason with sheep. Unfortunately, I realized this too late. It's just that the second brother suffered. Broke a hand to save me. But after I die, he should not be that stupid and will be safe. Die. See who can still save you. Chapter 69, Protecting Them. Clang. A grayish bead blocked the blade. Li Shi, who was originally supposed to be on the stone stairs, suddenly appeared here, as if he had instantly come from out of nowhere. What? The cultivator was filled with horror and was about to retreat, but he didn't want the two soul-chasing nails to stop his back. Li Shi was holding the soul regeneration bead. Full of despondency, it's time to use you after all. I just don't know if the efficacy of the second-ranked magic weapon of yours is worthy of your rank or not. If you want to kill my Li family, let me see if you have that ability. Set it for me. Buzz. The soul regeneration bead trembled violently, suspended in the air, and a gray mist spread wildly like ripples. The cultivators who couldn't escape enough were wrapped in the gray mist, their eyes instantly losing their concentration. And then a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and his limbs began to move stiffly. Go! Kill them! The cultivator took a stiff step straight toward the cultivator who was entangled in the three soul-chasing nails. Old man, can that Li Liangyu be killed? One of them felt old man's chi and thought that he had killed Li Liangyu and returned, but before he could finish his words, a long knife came out from his back through his chest. Old man! You! With another slash of the Lord's head, the cultivator was instantly too dead to die. The remaining three also reacted and surrounded old man in unison. It didn't take a moment for old man to be hacked to pieces. 3 more. Once Lao Man died, Li Shi let out a bitter smile, his face pale like a ghost, and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Li Liangyu clasped his hands to the ground and dragged his stumpy body to crawl towards Li Shi, the blood-red and sticky blood underneath his body drew a long mark. Erdi. Again. Li Shi said and began to urge the soul regeneration bead again. But he's a 6th level of the embodied spirit. He's not even at the late stage of spirit embodiment. How can he manage this chi-refining stage magic weapon? A stream of blood gushed out of his nose, and Li Shi subconsciously reached out to touch. Then the eyes and ears. Until finally, Li Shi's 7 orifices bled and his breath withered. It's like a candle on fire in a gale, flickering and ready to go out. It's cold, it's really cold, I'm a cultivator. I'm the Li family's unicorn child, how can I be cold? The words drifted through Li Shi's head. Wait, what's going on in my head? I'm killing the enemy. What am I doing? Second brother. A cry exploded in his ears in the midst of the murk. Put. In a blur, his other hand was severed as well. Li Shi woke up in pain. That soul-regenerating bead violently bloomed a light, and then quickly dimmed. The 3 people who were illuminated by that light instantly froze. Ho ho! Blood muddied his throat and Li Creek couldn't speak. Big brother. In my arms. The charm. Fu. Run away. Quick. Li Shi held on to a strong breath and manipulated the dim soul regeneration bead to forcefully control those 3 people. The blood in the 7 orifices flowed faster, and Li Shi, who had no hands, could only sit on his knees, reciting over and over again, Fu. Fu. Run away. Run away. His consciousness was beginning to blur again, as if it were a dream of sleeping until the sky was dark. A voice called him in his dream. He listened, but when it reached his ears it grew fuzzy. It's a pity that I didn't get to see my 3rd brother again, and I don't know how that silly boy is doing. Li Shi stiffened and turned his head back, a string of tears mixed with blood flowing. Big brother? Take the jade talisman. Go away. Please. We can't all die here, you still have Doyen Dufeng. Big brother. Li Liangyu was lying not far away and had long since fainted. The call in Li Shi's head was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Ergo. Li Ling walked on the white water road, but a sense of uneasiness always hovered in his heart. They had heard about the family in Whitewater County and had been happy. But at the end of the day, they heard rumors from the casuals that the Li family had a treasure. He was afraid that something would happen and didn't dare to delay for a moment, but he didn't want to see such a scene when he just returned home. The elder brother was missing a leg and fell dead or alive at a distance. The second brother even broke both his arms at the roots, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and froze, chanting something. Second brother. Second brother. Li Ling was dumbfounded for half a breath, his forehead veins rippled, and he violently sacrificed his flying sword to cut down the 3 people whose eyes were lifeless. 3 heads roll. Li Ling hugged Li Shi's body and shouted with a trembling hand. Second brother. Second brother. Don't you scare me. The Yu Nu who was right behind him sealed Li Liangyu's bleeding wound and fed him an elixir. Yes, 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 the elixir. Pills. Li Ling slapped himself violently, took out his storage bag with a trembling hand, and poured out all the pills inside. Rejuvenation pill, restoration pill, antidote pill. Li Ling poured bottle after bottle into Li Shi's mouth. But it all leaked out. Li Shi clenched his teeth, bitterly maintaining the soul-regenerating beads. Big brother. In the arms. Jade talisman. Escape. Ho ho. Li Shi shed tears of blood, spilling the elixir in his mouth, unconsciously ho ho ho. The regal bead slowly fell, the dark light on it completely extinguished. The candle of fire in the gale was finally annihilated. Am I going to die? Big brother should have already escaped with the jade talisman, right? It's cold. Is this what death feels like? Where's Uncle too? Li Shi thought so in his head. Ever since his second uncle had closed down, he had transplanted the ghost face vine that had grown up on the big banyan mountain to the entrance of the secret room, and these days he had been frantically feeding the ghost face vine with blood and demonic beast meat. These days the ghost-faced vines had already sealed the entrance to the secret room. Even if I die, that ghost vine can still protect Uncle Tu for more than 10 days. Hey, Uncle Tu must not know that I lied to him again. I hope he won't blame me. This way, second uncle will have time to make a breakthrough, and big brother will escape in peace, so it's good for me to die alone. It's just such a shame. I never saw my third brother again. Li Ling tears like rain, hugging Li Shi's crying, the former that means ruthless, fierce as a wolf, the third son of the Li family became like an abandoned child. Second brother, I'm back. Second brother, I. Should have come home earlier, I should have come home earlier. Li Shi's remaining consciousness dissipated with the wind, and his world seemed to warm up. Out of nowhere he saw a familiar figure. You stubborn ass, still thinking about that wooden dummy? Your father and I can't afford to buy it for you. Dad. That's all I want. I can trade with you. I'll work for you on the farm, can you buy it for me? It's not enough to work the land. So what else can I do? Li Yi touched Li Shi's small head. Your big brother is weak, your third brother is reckless, our Li family is small and weak, you have to protect them. Don't let others bully them. When you can protect them, I will buy you. Good. Let's hook up. Dad. I got the puppet and I did it. Your grumpiest second son is going to bother you again. Chapter 70, It's easy to spare you. In the secret room, a ball of light that was invisible to the onlookers wandered around Li Xian's body, and finally slowly merged into Li Xian's spiritual aperture. Boom boom boom. Li Xian's body let out a popping sound as his spiritual orifices felt like they were being torn apart. But now, he could feel no pain, and great sorrow filled the chamber. That ball of light is the sub-jewel aura inside Li Shi's body. As soon as the sub-bead entered the body, the spiritual energy and spirit that belonged to Li Shi instantly infused the body. Li Xian's spiritual aperture was hardened and expanded by 3 points by this spiritual mechanism, spiritual rhythm. The restless 3 chi were slowly collected into the spiritual aperture. A mighty pressure grew from weak to strong and growing. Li Xian closed his eyes, but the situation around him was reflected in his mind like a clear mirror. This was spiritual awareness. Practicing chi. It's done. It was too late to adjust his breath. Li Xian forced down the agitation of the mana in his body. swept towards the entrance of the chamber. But by the ghost face vine blocked inside, sacrificed flying sword want to cut open, but found a time actually cannot help it. Only had to break through the stone wall on the side. When Li Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain, Li Ling hugged Li Shi's body and looked at his second uncle who stepped on the sword in midair and looked like an exiled immortal man, and burst into tears. Second uncle, just save second brother. I. Li Ling suddenly became incoherent, and a tear of blood flowed from his eye. Li Xian secretly said that it was not good. Husband. Look what I've caught. This old man is sneaking around trying to get up the mountain. He must be a thief. Yunu also saw this and hurriedly got old Manhwa, who had just been found by the golden winged bee, over to let Li Ling vent his anger. Second uncle, you save second brother, you save. He's the mole. He should be the one who spread the family's internal news. Li Ling's voice came to an abrupt end, mechanically turning his head and looking toward the shivering and trembling old man who was kneeling on the ground. Slowly, he put Li Shi down. Blood-red tears flowed down his cheeks, one after another and another dripping to the ground. Snappy, the rain has picked up. Why? Lord Family, I'm wrong. My dog's eyes were mesmerized. I really know I'm wrong. Between life and death, old man Wu finally knew fear. He only wanted to spread the news of Li Xian's breakthrough to the Zhu clan, but the exact route up Jade Bamboo Mountain was not revealed. He was waiting for Li Xian to break the barrier and Li Shi to be entangled before he himself went up to Jade Bamboo Mountain alone to scavenge, but he never thought that Li Shi would fight a bloody battle with the Zhu clan in order to save Li Lianyu, immortal. There is no such thing as acting like this. Immortal cultivators are all afraid for their lives, aren't they? You're relying on the Pan Mountain locking mist formation to tangle with them. It's just a mortal. A mere mortal. Seeing that Li Shi was going to die, he couldn't wait any longer and sneaked up the mountain. At this time, he hit a time difference. Li Xian just happened to go down the mountain. Everything was going fine, but suddenly they were surrounded by an odd swarm of bees. Why? Li Ling didn't recognize this person. I was wrong. Third young master, spare my dog's life. Born rich, half a life wasted, old man was snotty, one cowed out and begged for forgiveness. Why? Ergo is so powerful, why did he die? Why? Li Ling kept chanting and walked to Yunu's side, but he didn't want to be pulled by Yunu. Yunu took out a sledgehammer-type artifact from his storage pouch and stuffed it into his hand. Then he took out a small jade bottle and followed him. Mercy! Li Ling's blood and tears were blurred, and in his blood-red eyes was a madness that was hard to suppress. Spare you the easy part. You gave my second brother back his life. Li Ling raised his sledgehammer. A hammer. Click, click, click. Aha! A piercing wail rang out from Old Man Wu's mouth. Old Man Wu's legs were directly smashed into mush. A bolt of lightning streaked by, reflecting Li Ling's hideous, ghost-like face. The jade slave behind him opened the jade bottle and sprinkled a ground of spiritual liquid on Old Man Wu's legs. In just an instant, the flesh and blood that had rotted into mud on the ground unexpectedly surged up as if it were alive. It was as if Old Man Wu felt the presence of his legs again. Another hammer. That hammer hit that rotten meat. Ah! Spare me. The spirit liquid restored a sliver of life to the rotting flesh, but that sliver of life was supplied to the pain. Hammer after hammer. With every smash Li Ling made, the Yunu beside him sprinkled a drop of spiritual liquid. Only Li Ling's roar and Old Man Wu's mournful wail remained in the arena. Bang! Old Man Wu's head was smashed into pieces, yet Li Ling had absolutely no intention of stopping, hammer after hammer, without stopping. Yunu frowned slightly and took out another jade bottle. A wisp of green smoke floated out from it and slowly wrapped around Li Ling, who rolled his eyes and fainted. Husband, go to sleep, just sleep. Yuna said as she hugged him and gently stroked his forehead. Few 3 monks. Nope. It's 4. This Li family is hiding so deeply. On the distant Big Banyan Mountain, Ding Hong secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quietly withdrew. One of his family's family heirloom artifacts could be psychic, and the Li family's Pan Mountain locking mist formation couldn't stop him. Therefore it was clear to see. He originally wanted to save Li Shi in time in exchange for Li Xian's favor. But I did not expect that Li Shi was so stupid that he took his own life for the life of a mortal, and the beads were too weird. He was afraid to go down and be controlled as well, so he hesitated. The visitor is a guest. Your Excellency is just leaving? The onlookers are afraid that they will say that my Li family is not well entertained. A light voice came from behind. Ding Hong was horrified. Just as he wanted to take out his magic weapon, he only felt an unrivaled huge force pinching his throat and neck. Shoo! Don't move! Li Xian grimaced, forcibly suppressing the idea of abusing him to death, and said softly. Good. Good. I won't resist, Elder, spare my life. Elder, spare my life. Ding Hong could see that the current Li Xian wanted to kill someone and hurriedly nodded his head. Clunk! The loud sound of an iron door opening resounded through the dungeon. This is Li Shi a few years ago, when Li Liangyu in charge of the family. He is not good to refute the face of the elder brother to kill the slaves, but in order to punish some disobedient subordinates, then repair this underground water prison. Li Xian stripped Ding Hong's clothes and sealed his meridians and spirit orifices, and now he became immortal. Senior really has no ill intentions. Seeing that Li Xian was about to leave, Ding Hong raised his voice. I know, or do you think you'd be alive? Li Xian coldly glanced at him, then raised his head and left. Ding Hong looked at the iron door that was not closed, and felt the loose seals within his body. Sighing, he gave up his intention to escape. This is obviously waiting for me to make a move? It's better to be at ease. Chapter 71. Now that the Li family had suffered a great calamity, it was a time of trouble. If he went out to make trouble now, he might not be killed by that madman with a hammer blow. When he thought of Li Ling's devil-like figure at the foot of the mountain, Ding Hong couldn't help but feel a chill at the bottom of his heart. A few years ago, he received a transmission talisman from his father, Ding Hongi, before he died. There is a traitor within the family, do not listen, do not believe, do not speak, protect yourself. He made a snap decision. He used a storage bag to load the cultivation resources and spellbooks within the Ding family's treasury and quietly escaped from God's Fire Town through a secret passage. And did not dare to stay for a moment to disappear into the Qinggu mountain range. At first, for more than 10 days, there was no abnormality, but his father's transmission talisman was written so truthfully that he did not dare to show up. After another 10 days or so, the talisman he had left inside the secret passage was activated, and he felt it hundreds of miles away. Waiting for a few years after he came out. The Ding family has been destroyed, and the former Ding family mansion has been turned into ruins, encamped with a group of beggars and stragglers. Swords and fire, blood stains everywhere. He hadn't been able to find any of the surviving Ding family members. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Boundless hatred spread in his heart. He didn't know who did it, but that didn't stop him from having a target on his back. Ding Hongi Shui Qingshan called out, at the same time was called away from the county's scattered cultivators Cui Lao Dao, but finally came back only Shui Qingshan won. He had been trapped in the mountains and forests for several years, thinking of revenge all the time and waiting for the right moment. But his spiritual orifice is less than 2 inches, and he will not be able to break through qi practicing in this life, so how can he be a match for that Shui Qingshan? He has no choice but to turn around and seek outside help to avenge the murder of his father and the destruction of his family. Ding Hong's suffering since there was no one to talk to. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform of the water prison to rest, quietly waiting for the Li family's arraignment. The underground water cell was dark and sunless, but a light called hopefulness grew in Ding Hong's eyes. This may be my only chance. As long as I can destroy Shui Qingshan and slaughter the Shui family. I'm willing to do so even if I'm not going to be able to recover. On the other side of Jade Bamboo Mountain, Suyu, and Lu Qingqing fled madly and frantically with their 4 little ones. Fortunately, all 3 of them have cultivation, and Lu Qingqing is about to break through the 5th level of the spirit, so their strength is not comparable to ordinary people. At this point, they were already almost at the slanting moon mountain range. Wait! Lu Qingqing stopped and frowned. What's the matter? Don't think of anything else, we have 4 little ones with us, our footwork is absolutely no match for that group of thieves, go. Suyu held Li Mingzhu and paused, thinking that Lu Qingqing wanted to flee in all directions, and immediately scolded. Uncle Mother, nonetheless, some time ago I heard my husband mention that second uncle and Shulang Li Shi had carved out hidden landing sites in both the Slanting Moon Mountain Range and the Qingwu Mountain Range, so why don't we go wherever we want? Suyu sighed in relief and nodded, thinking that as long as she wasn't trying to distract, it was fine, and she had heard Li Xin talk about it. Now that the Jade Bamboo Mountain situation is not clear, only the 3 of them to stay together, set the strength of the 3 may be able to protect the 4 children safe. Once separated, even if someone escaped, it was very possible to kill the son and escape without the ties of several others. Suyu tends to think of human nature towards the end. She cannot believe anyone who was at the end of the road. Lu Qingqing, Suyu. and even herself. The three of them were double-checking the directions in their minds, and had just figured out the location of the landing point when a figure stepped on the sword and came. Mighty pressure and extremely fast. It was Li Xian. Husband. When Suyu saw Li Xian come out of the gate, she directly cried out. Lu Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xian's presence here meant that the matter of Jade Bamboo Mountain had been resolved. Only Suyu, she could see the abnormality in Li Xian's expression. Li Xian opened his mouth. Go back, it's safe. The group was escorted back home by Li Xian. Take the front door. As soon as he entered the door, his eyes were greeted by Omi's body and the iron bars that were scattered in two pieces around him. Looking further ahead, there are broken limbs and broken bodies all over the place, and these are all the guards of the Li family. A total of 21 people. They used their lives to block the group of cultivators for 30 breaths. They fought for 30 breaths for the Li family's women to enter the secret room. Ah! Suyu was shocked by this bloody scene. She has not seen dead people, but so miserable. It was really unbearable. Mother! Yes, it's Uncle Oe. Uncle Oe is dead. Li Daoyin was the oldest, soon to be 3 years old, and he was usually the one who played best with Li Daofeng and Dajiang. Omi also practically loved the two little ones in his heart. Lu Qingqing's lips turned white and wanted to blindfold Li Daoyan and Li Daofeng, but she heard Suyu say, Qingqing, let go of your hand and let them see. Seriously. The men of the Li family shouldn't grow up in the hands of a woman of the deep. Li Xian, who was walking ahead, turned back. The curtain of rain will stop, the cool wind blows again, and the mist with the slightest hint of coolness seems to cover the face. Suyu was a little hard to see. But vaguely, it looked like Li Xian nodded at her. Li Xian leaned down, cupped Oi's head with both hands, and gently helped him close his eyes. My Li family has been favored by you. My Li family will return it. Li Liangyu had his leg chopped off, but fortunately, the spirit liquid in Yanu's hand had a vitalizing effect. Li Liangyu was already mortal, and the effect of using it on him was even more remarkable. The leg has now been attached and is now recuperating in his room. Li Ping and Huang and Zhang, guarding Li Shi's corpse, didn't say anything to anyone. Huang's and Zhang's tears were like broken kites, but they forced themselves not to cry out. Suyu followed Li Xian all the way to the backyard, and all she saw was blood. There was actually not a single servant of the Li family left alive. Lu Qingqing was scared. This is not an ordinary thief? This is running to exterminate the family. Until they saw Li Shi's body, a few women even almost stumbled and fell down. Zhongfu? Mother, what happened to Zhongfu? Lu Qingqing didn't dare to talk back in return. Holding Li Daoyin and Li Daofeng in her arms, she was about to head to the bedroom. Li Xian looked at Lu Qingqing's back without saying much. Dad. It's all picked up. Li Ping nodded numbly and opened his mouth, his hoarse voice making it hard to hear. Xianer. Let Xier go in peace. He's too tired in this life. Yeah, too tired. Li Shi could be said to be the most tired person in the entire Li family, more so than Li Xian, Li Ling, and Li Liangyu. Li family unicorn child, these 5 words are appreciated, but how is not a shackle? Starting with Li Yi, everyone said to him, Liang Yu is weak and Ling Er is reckless, you have to work hard, you have to protect them. He did it. He not only protected his brother, he protected him as a second uncle. Li Xian sat down beside his corpse and reached out to touch a purple jade talisman from his bosom. Miles of thunderbolt runes. This was what Li Xian had personally handed over to him before he closed his mind. Xier, this jade talisman was obtained by me by chance. If I crush it, even if there is no magic power in my body, I can still escape for 10,000 miles. The exact time of my retreat is rarely known, but things happen. You protect me. With the Pan Mountain locking mist formation here, as long as you don't go out of the mountain, you can block anything under practicing qi. What's the rush? Can't you behave yourself? Learn from my Erwa. My own youngest son is a good scholar. Lu Ji, that guy, often praised him. Although his Zhao family and the Lu family did not deal with each other, he had to admit that the two father and son, Lu Yuxing and Lu Ji, did have some skills in the line of learning. Hu Village Square. South, a horse ran in from the south. That waifu gasping for breath, half a day to say not smooth, angry Zhao Tianyou want to give him a foot. And then Miles? The horse. The horse is stained with blood, lots of blood. Zhao Tianyou stalled, threw down his hoe and ran towards the attic where the Lu family brothers lived. Hey! That waif looked at Muramesa's back. Muramesa isn't quite in a hurry. When Zhao Tianyou arrived at the Liu brothers' attic, he realized that the blood-stained horses were in the courtyard. The Liu brothers were looking at the letter they had gotten from the horses with a horrified look on their faces. Immortal Master. This is... Liu Debao swallowed his saliva, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and handed the letter in his hand to Zhao Tianyou. Zhao Tianyou also followed Zhao Erwa to learn a few words. A closer look is also white lips, the two strands trembling. The thieves have come to the door and have been beheaded. No servant of the mansion has survived. Send someone to clean up the bodies. There was only this one sentence on the letter, stained with blood and in a beautiful script, as if written by a woman. Immortal Master, what should we do? Liu Dazhu fell back on his casual cultivator origins and quickly guessed the reason why. I'm afraid that the main family has made a breakthrough, and some loose cultivators want to take the opportunity to seize. Big brother, what should we do then? Liu Erdao asked in a trembling voice. Don't panic. Village chief, you find 20 young men and 20 women to accompany us to Yuju Mountain. At the same time, let all the villagers working in the fields go home and hide, so that the fleeing loose cultivators won't harm people. Then send someone to inform the other 3 villages. Hey, well. When the group arrived at the Li family mansion, they realized that the surrounding area was terribly quiet. Zhao Ernie stood in the doorway waiting for the crowd. Zhao Tianyou, see their own daughter safe and sound, suddenly relieved, asked carefully to learn the truth. The second youngest is just. Zhao Tianyou and the Liu brothers were all horrified, and Liu Debao even felt a chill running straight to the sky. Li family, under the rule of who does not know Li Shi is Li Xian's best favored offspring, now even died tragically. Wait, Liu De suddenly remembered something. For villages scattered around the Jade Bamboo Mountain, to put it bluntly, is to have the responsibility of the guard. They are these resident cultivators as one of the main force. Those servants are as good as dead. But now, even the second prince is also. They are afraid that they are not going to fall under the suspicion of dereliction of duty. As he was thinking, Su Yu walked out. My Li family has suffered a great disaster, and I still need to rely on you all to help me. 2 fellow Taoists, please come this way. Su Yu called the 2 over and arranged various matters. Seeing that Su Yu did not accuse, the 2 only then slightly put down their hearts. Lead the crowd into the Li family mansion to clean up the mess. One by one, white lanterns were hung high, and the entire Li family mansion was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Why isn't Ling's awake? Li Xian stared at Yunu and said with a tired expression. Second uncle just broke the barrier. It's better to go up the mountain first to mediate and stabilize the realm. Husband is fine, I just want him to get a good night's sleep. Yunu stayed by Li Ling's side and didn't leave for a moment. Second uncle? Husband? What is your name? Back to second uncle, Yunu. No last name? Li Xian frowned. Yunu froze for a split second, shaking her head. Mountain wild scattered cultivator, since young and displaced, not to mention the surname, even the name is taken by himself. Li Xian glanced at this Yunling 8th gravity Kuan cultivator who hadn't shown a trace of respect since the beginning and chewed on those 2 words. Secretly urging the luck-taking bead, after a moment, he nodded and turned to leave. This cultivator seems to be very dissatisfied with the family, but according to the feedback from the luck-taking bead, it's a blessing rather than a curse for the family. As soon as Li Xian left, Yunu looked at Li Ling, who was lying on the bed and still kept shedding tears, and couldn't help but sigh. Gently wiping away the teardrops at the corner of Li Ling's eyes, he peacefully lay beside him and fell into a deep sleep. Li Creek's funeral was simple. 3 days after the spirit stops, the 4 villages under the rule of the Li family are considered to know. Li Ling woke up the next day. He didn't say anything when he woke up. Carrying his long sword, he was ready to leave home. Huang wanted to stop him. She had already lost 1 son and didn't want to lose another, but she was called back by Li Ping. Let him go. Linger has been close to Sheer since he was a child, and you stopping him now will be a lifelong demon for him. Li Liangyu, whose eyes were red on the side, raised his head slightly, only to meet Li Ling's eyes that were as cold as blood. When I found Ergo, he was delirious, and he wouldn't answer me no matter how much I called him. Yuna says it's a disintegration of the soul. Second brother. Huang even slapped Li Ling in the face. What kind of asshole words are you saying? Li Ling said nothing, shook his head and turned around and walked away, leaving only a few raining teardrops in their place. Chapter 73, Engraving the Name of the Clan, Jade Bamboo Li Clan. Li Ling carried his sword and stepped onto the white water road. Husband, where are we going? Yunu held her sword and followed suit. Li Ling looked toward the vast mountains, his mind filled with images of his childhood running all over the mountains behind Li Shi. Unfortunately, it's all gone with the wind. There are no clues on those 6, but in the entire Whitewater Greenwood, there are only a few that can bring together so many embodied spirit 9. Is husband going to take revenge? Yunu frowned, her hand subconsciously touching her storage bag. Li Ling shook his head calmly. Soldier against general, we can't hurt practicing chi even if we sneak attack. But second brother is buried tomorrow, and I have to find him some tribute. The stone staircase leading to the jade bamboo mountain in the backyard still has the body of a cultivator of the 4th level of the Yumming spirit, who died from the second brother's soul-chasing nail, and those 6 were definitely not the only ones who attacked the family that day. I don't know how many of the casual cultivators in this Whitewater Greenwood County have set foot on the family's land. The viciousness in Li Ling's eyes disappeared, replaced by calmness and silence. Yunu, would you like to come with me? Yunu's hand that was touching the storage bag dropped as if he was relieved. Don't say it's just a group of casual cultivators, even if they are practicing chi, I'll accompany you. Where you go? Where am I going? In just one day, Li Ling and Yunu rolled over hundreds of miles and searched the entire Whitewater Road. Above the 4th level of Yunling, up to practicing chi, not a single one was let go. Innocent? Li Ling's expression was as calm as water, and he couldn't see any joy or anger. Okay. You are the local snakes of this by Shui County, you must be well informed, name and location of a loose cultivator who attacked the Li family yesterday, and you will be let live. One feeds the other until you end up stringing together a large group of people. When the man said his name, Li Ling smashed him to pulp with a hammer. I'm sorry, but my second brother grew up calling me stupid, and stupid people don't keep their word. That cultivator never understood to his death what the connection between stupidity and speaking one's mind was. Dang. The thick sound of gold and golfer clashing echoed within a cave. Wait. We really haven't been up into jade bamboo. We haven't been up there at all. A cultivator of the 7th level of the impregnating spirit loudly begged for forgiveness, and fought and retreated, trying to escape. This person was the same cultivator who had appeared when those 6 loose cultivators had attacked Li Liangyu's 4-layer golden shield talisman. He was confessed by a Yunling 5th weight. Li Ling didn't have any nonsense and chopped out with a sword. Li Ling, who was proficient in a variety of techniques and carried multiple magic weapons, was no match for these loose cultivators who didn't even know how to defend objects. Li Ling fought 1 against 2 and beat them back. With a boom, the loose cultivator of the 7th level of Yunling was chopped off an arm, and with another kick, Li Ling kicked him in the belly. Seeing that he couldn't hold out any longer, he hurriedly shouted. Old Ma! You stop him for 3 breaths. I'll use the talisman. The other horse-faced cultivator hurriedly answered yes. He knew that old Wang had a treasured talisman, but he didn't know what type it was. I just hope it's not the golden shield charm, it's useless in this scene right now. Old Wang, who had been given time to catch his breath, hurriedly took out his talisman. The yellowish talisman flared up out of nowhere. Old King instantly vanished into thin air. Old horse? Is this the talisman you've treasured for so long? Old Wang. Uing. The curses were stuck in his neck, and with only a moment's lapse of concentration, the old horse was beheaded with a sword. A tattered recluse talisman, 100 or 200 miles at most. The Yunu on the side came over and handed Li Ling a gourd containing a spiritual liquid that could quickly restore mana. The tribute has to be personally picked to be sincere, so Li Ling did not let her out. Husband, that cultivator has the mark of a golden-winged bee on him, should we chase after him? Li Ling picked up the old king how could not close the eyes of the head, enough 20, back to it. Li Shi is exactly 20 years old this year. The next day, in a light rain, Li Shi was buried. Li Ping wanted Li Shi to go in peace, and Li Xian felt the same way, but not everyone felt the same way. Fellow Taoist Li. Congratulations. Li has been around for more than 2 years and has finally accomplished practicing Qi. The Li clan was planning to lattice the lattice, but they didn't want a spiritual might to press in mid-air. The people in the arena were all mortals, so how could they resist? Buzz. The soul regeneration bead was suspended in midair out of nowhere, emitting a grayish, dark light. The originally smiling Zhu Qinren's face stagnated, and after a breath of time, an aura surged in his eyes. But it was held back for a breath by the soul regeneration bead. Li Xian stepped on his flying sword and came from the top of the mountain, and that soul regenerating bead lightly landed in Li Xian's hand. First rise in practicing qi, first time to make this bead, I hope that the county magistrate will not be offended. Xu Qingren's face was a bit unsightly, he was a man with a good face, and he was a bit unable to suppress his fire after being so darkly sarcastic by a junior who was at the first level of qi cultivation. Where? I didn't realize that someone in your family had passed away? But I don't know what the reason is? The unworthy descendant was bitten by the one who didn't know which one was raised. The county ministers honor you say who is not unworthy. The raised ones can still bite people to death. Xu Chengren's face became even more ugly. Indeed but 6 Yunling 9 heavens got it dead, indeed it's no good. How did the prefectural minister know that there were 9 levels of embodied spirit? Xu Chengren knew that he couldn't win the verbal battle against Li Xian. Interrupting this topic, he took out an ancient discerning sun from his storage bag. Spiritual light flowed on it, and the character Zhao was inscribed on the back, which was extraordinary. Come on, fellow Taoist Li. Since you have already broken through to practicing qi, you should have engraved your clan name on this immortal clan treasure. However, your Li family is affiliated with the Tu family, and the spirit tax paid once every 3 years should also be handed over to the Tu family, not the county magistrate. Although Xu Changren was jealous and unwilling, he didn't dare to blatantly disobey the Tu family's orders, so he could only bring out the immortal race treasure guide. The discernment was thrown and grew in the wind. Xu Changren took out another pen and asked, "What is the clan name?" Jade Bamboo Lees. Xu Changren put up his pen to outline, a stroke of power is extraordinary, vaguely a spiritual opportunity to look across the sky. May. The sound of the vastness exploded in Li Xian's head. Fellow Taoist Li came from a farming family, never seen any big scenes, it's only right to be afraid. Don't worry, it's just connecting the immortal identification magic treasure body of the national capital. Li Xian secretly laughed, an old immortal of more than 100 years old, but his heart is so small, even this can choke back a sentence. After engraving the clan name, a burst of green light flashed, and a seal the size of a baby's fist flew out from the discerning. Fellow Taoist Li, take it well and we'll meet again. Flying to mid-air, Xu Changren stopped again and sneered. Fellow Taoist must never forget the spirit tax. Don't ever forget it. Chapter 74 Wild Dog Mountain, Wang Tianyou. As soon as Xu Changren left, Li Xian secretly urged the luck-taking bead until he was sure that there was no evil omen before he sighed in relief. Although they were both practicing qi, the difference between the first and 7th level of qi practice was like a rift. Once you do it, it's hard to say whether he'll live or not, but these dependents of the Li family will never survive. He didn't even make a move when I sassed him just now, so it seems that this Tu family's name is still good. After breaking through the qi cultivation, completing the 3-year deadline, and passing the test, Li Xian was considered to have completely embraced the Tu. Nothing big and simple. Creek doesn't like noise and the whole family knows it. In addition to some gold and silver, there is only a wooden dummy. The funeral was over, and Li Xian hit to build a new shrine in the backyard. In the empty ancestral hall, there were only 2 tablets, Li Yi and Li Shi. It's getting late, go back to rest quickly. Li Xian silently appeared behind Li Liangyu. The boy had been standing in the ancestral hall for almost 3 hours, not saying anything, just standing quietly. Second uncle. I'm the one who killed second brother, I. What killed or not killed, you are brothers, if it were you and only one of you two could survive, who would you choose to let live? This is Shier's own choice. It is his responsibility as a cultivator, and it is also. Li Xian looked towards the tablet named Li Yi in the high position, his tone gloomy. It is also a promise to his father. Li Xian did not want to talk about this, and everyone is avoiding this topic these days, but in this situation right now, if we don't talk about it, Liang Yu is afraid that she will develop a heart demon, and a disconnect with Li Ling will also develop. But it's clearly me who deserves to die. Li Xian closed his eyes and smiled slightly bitterly. Liang Yu is kind by nature and most benevolent, but that's exactly what got him into the weird circle of a gentleman deceiving a party. When the words came, Li Xian knew that he couldn't make sense of it. Now he didn't have time to give him a thought, he had just finished engraving his name into the identification and got the seal of the immortal clan, and the family was just busy. He was the only qi practicing cultivator in the Li clan and had no time to waste. If you can't think about it, then don't think about it. Remember well. You say you deserve to die, but your life was exchanged for that Shier's life, and that life doesn't belong to you. Think about how you should return this life to your second brother. For example, think about how you should encircle the land, expand your income, and grow spirit medicine and spirit rice to pay spirit tax. With those words, Li Xian flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Changning Prefecture was close to the Qinggu mountain range, and the terrain in its prefecture was high in the north and low in the south, and it was mostly mountainous and hilly. At this moment, a mountain forest southwest of Whitewater. There was a poof, and a blood-covered hand came out of the dirt. This hand slowly picks at the wet soil, and within moments, another hand reaches out, followed by a huge head. The Li family is really inappropriate. I clearly didn't get anything, but killing a few slaves is this much of a hunt for me. The more the loose cultivator Lao Wang thought about it, the more angry he became, thinking that he had been running across Whitewater for so many years, who dared not give him some face. Even 2 days ago, when he faced those 6-9 levels of embodied spirit, he was still able to enter and retreat freely. But I didn't expect to be planted in the hands of a little Li family doll. But so what if you know more spells? So what if you have more protective spells and artifacts? Even if I only have 100 refinement sword and only know the sprinting technique and the evil expelling technique, when I treasure talismans, I will still be able to enter and exit freely. The euphoria of escaping from life made the old king a little complacent. He braced his hands on the ground and tried hard to pull himself out. This broken recluse talisman power is really extraordinary, although there is a small problem. Like getting stuck in the dirt and not being able to pull it out. But that little problem was easy as pie for him, Lao Wan. Easy as who take a break before you pull. Old Wang surveyed the surrounding area, deserted, surrounded by slight insects and birds, but where the did this get me? Wild Doggy Hill. A wooden, raspy, childish voice came from behind his head. Old Wang instantly exploded. What? Bang! A wooden club tied with a stone slammed into his head. Head lolled and fainted. But the person who knocked out the old king didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The stone axe was directly swung round and slammed dozens of times until it completely gagged before stopping. Old Wang's eyes were glazed over with intense unwillingness and disbelief. How can there be people in the middle of nowhere? Or is it a savage of such strange and unimaginable strength? In and out. What does that mean? The savage sat paralyzed on the ground, scratching his head, his eyes a little dull, without much aura of dementia. It stood up, rags wrapped around his body, full of sludge, not more than 4 feet tall. The whole person is thinner than a sparrow. The little savage threw down his bloodied stone axe, grabbed Old King's hand with both hands, and yanked him out with a violent tug. He copied the stone axe and tucked a huge bird's egg, flaming red with a floral pattern, into his pants. The other hand dragged the old king's heel as he slowly traveled. Aha, Pops! I'm back! I caught the talking monkey! The little savage shouted from the doorway, but received no response. With a snap, Old King was thrown to the ground. The little savage scratched his head in confusion. Why didn't Pops here come out to pick him up today? Just as he walked into the cave, he saw a ragged old man sitting cross-legged on the ground, slightly raising his head to look at the stone wall on one side. Various words were inscribed on the stone walls. Aura escaping. Unable to cultivate. Innate insufficiency. Spiritual intelligence is low. Each of these 4 words is followed by a long list of solutions in separate categories. As I write, the vermilion handwriting is getting brighter and newer, but it's also getting messier. Until finally, 4 words were left on the stone wall. The old slave was incompetent. Wang Tianyou sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall, with a large pile of books beside him, which were sketched and drawn, making it difficult to see the words on them. A tear-stained and creased page bears witness to the perseverance and reluctance of this faithful servant. Chapter 75 Dragon Phoenix Egg. Pops! What do you mean in and out? Seeing that Wang Tianyou didn't say anything, Wang Tianyou squatted beside him and clumsily put on a curious and inquisitive demeanor. He's so stupid. Pops used to say that all the time. He rarely saw Pops compliment him, and the only time Pops smiled was when he asked him a question. That's when he was so excited that he trembled and said, "Young master, this is a good question, a good question." Unfortunately, this time, he was not hearing the familiar compliments. Wang Tianyou was still staring at the stone wall, his mouth slightly open and motionless, just like a stone. Pops? Wang Tianyou shouted again, and what responded to him was still a dead silence. Wang Tianyou reached out and pushed him, and Wang Tianyou's body was like dry firewood, falling down with a light push. Wang Tianyou stared blankly at Wang Tianyou and reached out to touch his body. It was so cold. Pops? Wang Tianyou murmured dully. His face did not have half a bit of sadness, only bizarre to the extreme calm. In the next moment, Wang Tianyou suddenly stood up. Add wood, build a fire, add water. The whole process is eerily lucid. It was his third favorite thing to do besides swinging axes at monkeys and wild dogs and talking like Pops. The stone pot heated up extremely slowly and the soup wasn't ready until the evening. Wang Tianyou's stomach rumbled, he swallowed and clumsily held up the stone pot. The heat of the stone pot scalded his teeth, and he took a step to Wang Tianyou aside. Pops, drink the soup, it won't be cold anymore. Wang Tianyou broke his mouth and reached out to scoop up a bit of broth and pour it into his mouth. The soup flowed down the corners of his mouth, and Wang Tianyou still didn't half react. Wang Tianyou kept pouring the broth into his mouth, but not a single drop could go down. Still no response. He didn't move a muscle, just like the monkey he stoned. Num. Pattering, pattering, pattering. Wang Tianyou only felt that his eyes were so itchy, he used his hand to touch it, it was water. Put it in your mouth and lick it. So salty. Wang Tianyou's skinny body shook and grinned as he touched the tear tracks on his cheeks. Pops, Pops, wake up, what do you see here? What is this, Pops? It's so salty. Pops. Tears kept flowing and Wang Tianyou felt so bad. It was very, very hard, and he was suddenly a little speechless. Obviously he wasn't hurt in any way. Why is it so hard? Why? Why? Wang Tianyou suddenly turned his head, and his horror-like evil ghost eyes silently looked at the sneaky little monkey next to him. It picked up the red ribbon-patterned egg, was tiptoeing away. You say? Why is it hard? Little monkey? Wang Tianyou swung the stone pot with one hand and slammed it over. The little monkey squeaked in terror and dropped the red-striped egg and hopped away. It dodged the blow, and it humanely rubbed its chest to catch its breath. Squeak wah, squeak wah. The little monkey spilled and screamed, picking up the stones on the ground to throw Wang Tianyou, who stood up in silence. Throwing the rock in his hand, the little monkey narrowly dodged it, but he didn't want the next rock to slam him out of the way. Wang Tianyou, tears streaming down his face, walked over and lifted the little monkey. Another stone pot that had fallen with a large chip in it was picked up and set back on the fire. Add wood and water. Throw the baby monkeys into the stock pot along with the red-striped eggs. The one just now must not have been good and old Dad disliked it. This times must be able to warm up, Pops. Dry branches crackled and popped, and the stone pot warmed up a little. When Wang Tianyou's head turned around, the little monkey in the stone pot turned around in a ghostly manner and looked at Wang Tianyou in horror. Realizing that he was looking at the dead man, he hurriedly tiptoed out of the stone cauldron. Escaping from the cave with small steps, he exclaimed in exasperation, pointing at the cave just as wild dog seed soup. Hey, it's especially fragrant. Pops gave himself all the soup, he didn't taste a bite, and after drinking the wild dog seed soup for I don't know how long, he realized that his strength had grown. And then later. Hiss, it hurts. Can't think of anything else. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts. Wang Tianyou held the red-striped egg and cried while sucking on it. Crying and wailing at the same time. He was so hungry, he felt like he could eat 10 wild doggies. But why? Pops? I'm obviously eating? I'm eating this egg. Why? Why am I still so hungry? Getting hungry. Wang Tianyou swallowed the red-striped egg with a big mouthful, and at the end of eating, his whole body was like a boiled prawn, red as blood. Click, click, click. A crisp cracking sound came from his face, like cool water being thrown on a glaze that had been roasted by fire. Wang Tianyou, however, was as if he couldn't hear it, smothering his head and eating furiously. Click, click, click. The cracking sound is getting clearer and clearer, and it's not from the face, but from all over the body, even inside. Snap. 2 drops of blood dripped onto the eggshell. Wang Tianyou looked blankly at the blood on it and thought in his heart. So hungry. And whose blood is this? Fuzzy thoughts swirled in his head, and the next moment, a crooked head fell straight back. Pops, I'm so hungry. Wang Tianyou's mouth chewed unconsciously, his body was getting redder and redder, and the cracks on his body began to spread rapidly. Until the end, he was like a red-veined terracotta figurine that was about to shatter, as if it would completely disintegrate if he didn't pay attention. Put. Ebony blood spurted out from the crack. Face, mouth, chest, back, thighs. The whole thing was a blood gourd. These spurts of blood converged into streams of blood that flowed into the fire, but they didn't want the black blood to touch the fire as if it were gunpowder. A little goes a long way. Boom! The fierce flames went straight up to the top of the cave. Wang Tianyou was engulfed in flames. His mouth ho-ho-hoed and his hands kept slapping the flames. Pops! I'm hurting. Pops! I'm so hungry. Pops! I can't put out the fire. Pops! Monkey soup is gone. Pops! Sorry. Chapter 76 Seekong Man. Squeak wah wah wah. At the foot of the mountain, little monkeys stood gesticulating openly beside a little old man with a straw hat on his head. Every now and then they let out a pitiful yelp and looked comical. Ha! Are you saying you were beaten by a child with no cultivation? And almost stewed you? The old man stroked his white beard and his slightly stooped figure laughed even more. I fed you so many spirit elixirs, the unusual big insects are not your opponent, you were even bullied by a child. Ah ha 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 ha, you little monkey, are you not swindling me? The little monkey was so angry that he scratched and bit the old man's pants leg. Okay, don't bite it, it's not good if you bite me. The old man with you to see it, okay? Only then was the little monkey content to climb onto the old man's shoulders. The old man handed her a spirit fruit and laughed, there's really nothing I can do about you. Saying that, the old man patted the storage bag on his waist, a long stick appeared in the blink of an eye, and the old man sat on the long stick and flew towards the cliff leisurely. Within moments, the old man brought the little monkey to the entrance of the cave. The old man looked at the fiery red like light and blazing hot cave in disbelief, and muttered in his heart. I only came here yesterday, but I didn't realize that there were still fire Dao cultivators with such profound cultivation here. The old man immediately put away his stick and glared at the little monkey who was at a loss for words. You really have to be thankful for people's openness to the net if you can come back alive. His own spirit pet knows what kind of virtue he is. This monkey used to be okay, since he ate the elixir and opened his mind, he has become more and more arrogant. With the spirit of the first cultivation is to bully the weak, in the mountains and forests, the whole day is not chasing the wolf is to fight the tiger, arrogant. If you can't win, you steal someone's guardian spirit plant, and if you can't steal it, you run back and sue. It's a good day to run into a real high cultivator. The old man thought about it and arched his hand in greeting. I don't know which Taoist friend or senior is in front of me, I am here to make amends to senior for this monkey's mischievous nature and for bumping into senior today, Seekong warrior is here to make amends to senior. After saying that, he arched his hand and saluted again. After a few breaths, it was confirmed that the high cultivator in the cave had no intention of blaming or calculating. Seekong man breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stepped backward. Although he is about to end his life and does not have many years left to live, he does not want to die violently. Fortunately, he met a good-tempered monk. He was about to retreat when suddenly his ears twitched. A seemingly subtle sound came from within the cave interior. Pops. Sorry. Seekong man's face changed as he looked at the little monkey on his shoulder and suddenly thought of something. Running violently toward the cave. Bang! However, he didn't want to just walk into the well cave when an irresistible fire Dao spirit energy violently rushed him out. Seekong man stood up with a gray head. When he looked at his waist, the original well-hung protective jade plate shattered with a loud bang. What a dominating fire! Could it be a heavenly treasure? Seekong man clenched his teeth, and a dozen or so coal ice talismans hovered around him. Taking out another light blue stone, he held it tightly in the palm of his hand. Wifey, you must bless my old bones. Seekong man chanted divinely. Saying that, he took out another jade talisman from his storage bag and threw it to the little monkey who had long been hiding far away. Rats! Why are you hiding so far away, you death-hungry thing? The little monkey scratched his head in embarrassment, but embarrassed as he was, his body still moved back honestly. Seekong man laughed and scolded, ghostly wit. It's just. You take that beast defense talisman, if I can't get out you smash it yourself, and you'll be relieved in the future. But I'm not around, don't mess with those demonic beasts whose strength is stronger than yours again. Seekong man said, and resolutely walked inside against the fierce waves of fire. There is a great chance in this cave. If he could get it, he might be able to get out of his end-of-life predicament. The little monkey outside the cave clutched the jade talisman in his hand, his eyes blinking, the delight in his eyes could not be hidden. Ape First Class is already extremely intelligent, It is even ate the elixir to open up the wisdom, which cannot know their own once the situation and the things in the hands of what is. Boom boom boom. Every now and then, a fire dragon would erupt from the mouth of the cave, and the plants at the mouth of the cave had all been turned into ash. The little monkey hiding in the distance was even soaking wet with fur. Covered in stinking sweat. It stared intently at the hole, scratching its ears in impatience. The imperial beast talisman in his hand was raised and put down. It wanted to smash it to restore its free body, and it wanted to continue to follow Seacone Man to mix food and drink. Even a little sad to see the old two-legged beast go. Squeak wah squeak wah. Finally, the little monkey made up his mind. He was ready to smash it off, but then he realized that the cave had suddenly gone quiet. The flames at the entrance of the cave also disappeared, and for a while there was some eerie silence. Clunk! A large, blackened bird's egg half a man high was thrown out, with black smoke rising from it. A dark, bald head was now in front of the little monkey's eyes. It's Seacone Man. He limped out, his legs unable to stop trembling, and the light blue stone in his hand crumbled a little into ash, floating away in the wind. Its body was even more naked, and even its storage bag was burned away. Wifey. This deal is a loss. My third-order treasure. It's a loss. What a chance. As soon as he entered the cave, the cold ice talisman on his body didn't even last a breath before it was gone, and the whole time he was relying on the bottom card his Taoist couple had left for him to support him painstakingly. Until we find this soon-to-be congealed egg. Seacone Man looked to the side at the little monkey who held the imperial beast talisman high in the air. Rats, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet? The little monkey scrunched his head and eased the imperial beast talisman down, bringing it up to his mouth and hauling in a breath, wiping it off and rubbing it again. That look is like saying, didn't do anything, it's just a little dirty, I'll wipe it off. Put. The pitch-black egg was thrown into the river, and the hot egg touched the cold river water, instantly stirring up a gray indents. Large swaths of water misted the surface of the river, and in no time at all the fish and shrimp in the river floated belly up. So powerful. I'm afraid the doll in this eggshell is not simple. When he had just entered the cave, he had witnessed the blazing fire melting the earth and rocks to encase a doll, which then formed into a giant egg. I haven't been back to Zhao for decades. Are all the little Zhao dolls so raw now? Seacone Man spread out his palm, and in the center of his palm was a large piece of blood-red rotten flesh. No matter how much he used his mana to heal his wounds, the rotten flesh just couldn't heal. Instead, it hurts more. Just now, he just reached out and touched this giant egg. Chapter 77 The Old Story of the Ghostface Vine. So hungry. It hurts. Unbearable hunger, intolerable pain. Wang Tianyou fainted and woke up from the pain, woke up and fainted from hunger, and has been repeated over and over again. Time just went by and he kept being hardened by the pain. He didn't know what was happening, much less how to. Under the conditions of sufficient sustenance, Li Xian's cultivation progressed quickly. According to this speed now, without accident, within 30 years should be able to impact the foundation building. At the top of the mountain, Yunu, who was harvesting honey, felt Li Xian's spiritual sense and froze slightly. Said to Li Ling, who was on the sidelines. Husband, your second uncle is out of the gate. Li Ling's hands kept moving, maneuvering the spirit jade shovel to harvest the spirit nectar. Laughing. And also your second uncle. Let's finish these first. Go find second uncle in a while and discuss the matter of going to the workshop. Yunu smiled sweetly, good. Listen to husband. Since Li Shi's death a year ago, Li Ling has taken over what was once Li Shi's job tending to the duobao orchard. Today there are 600 mature trees of doppelganger. And because of the spaced plantings, 200 plants will bear fruit each year. Nowadays, the duobao wine and dregs of wine dan had become one of the pillar industries of the Li family. However, when Li Ling searched all over the mountain and abused the casual cultivators, the ferocity was too strong, resulting in not much casual cultivators dare to come to the Li family to buy. There were only a few mortal merchant caravans that would come every month to purchase a batch of wine dregs pills. Now the Li family, gold and silver and so on has long been no shortage. The nearly 1,000 jars of duobao wine in the mansion treasury were also worth a lot of money, so Li Ling thought of using this batch of duobao wine and the latest picked duobao fruits to go to the workshop market to sell them, and purchasing some other cultivation resources along the way. Uncle too. Not long after, Li Xian walked out of the secret room and looked at the busy Li Ling. It's getting late, so while none of you are practicing either, let's have a family feast together. The smile on Li Ling's face tightened slightly, and Yunu hurriedly answered at the sight. Okay, Uncle too. Let's go change and come. Seeing this, Li Xian sighed and stepped on his sword in the direction of the Great Banyan Mountain. It's been a year, and Li Ling still hasn't gotten out of the demons in his heart. Elder brother is like a father, but Li Lianyu is too sheepish. Li Shi, the second brother, is more like an elder brother instead. Although they are siblings, among the three brothers, Li Ling has always disliked Li Lianyu, believing him to be too weak and without commitment. But with Li Shi sandwiched between the two of them, the three brothers were generally amicable despite the occasional daily spats. But suddenly, his closest second brother died to protect the sheep he saw as worthless. He couldn't accept it. The bridge between the oldest and the youngest was severed, and the relationship between the two brothers was somewhat unspoken and rigid. So much so, that Li Ling spent the whole day nestled on Jade Bamboo Mountain. Li Lianyu also guilty, unwilling to go back to the mountain. The two have been half a year have not seen each other. Yunu took Li Ling's hand and shook it. Let's go husband, let's go change our clothes. I haven't seen that little girl Mingju for a long time either. The servants and maids in the Li family mansion were all bought by Li Ling in town. It's been tuned for a month and it barely works. Never as smooth as it used to be though. The guards also changed to batch 30, but unlike the bought servants, these 30 guards are all from the 4 villages out of the peasant children. They are loyal and reliable enough. Li Xian arrived at the Great Banyan Mountain without alerting the resident village cultivators in those caves. He came straight to the planting place of the ghost face vine. You've grown up quite a bit after a year of not hitching a ride with you guys. Li Shi had brought back a total of more than 100 seeds of the ghost face vine, and had only planted 20 of them in this big banyan mountain in the first place. 10 of them were dug out by Li Shi and replanted in the mouth of the secret room, and then used the blood and flesh of the demonic beasts in the ice storage to water and catalyze the growth. This year, or so Li Ling also often went out to hunt demonic beasts to water. Now those 10 have already almost grown into. As for these 10 plants, they look a bit malnourished. Sacrifice the Qingping sword to dig it out by the roots. Together with the 10 plants at the entrance of the chamber that were evenly distributed and planted at the foot of Jade Bamboo Mountain. Sheer, why do you have to lie to me? Your second uncle is not a good person, how can he care about those fine details? After pouring demonic beast blood on the 20 ghost face vines and watching them grow at a rapid pace, Li Xian muttered. After Li Shi's death, Li Xian found the cultivation senses he left behind in his cultivation cabin. Its top records his encounters on Qingfeng Mountain and what he saw later. He had indeed been the big boss of the Qingfeng walled city for most of the year, and had killed quite a few people. He didn't lie in the first half, but he lied to Li Xian in the second half. These ghost face vine seeds were not at all found unintentionally in the hills after escaping, but were found in the cargo of a rich merchant intercepted by a mountain fortress. This ghost face vine is born extraordinary, can move, can hunt, can rely on its own barbs to suck dry animal flesh and blood, and then continue to grow and even advanced. This was a kind of heaven-defying spiritual plant that could raise its grade. Li Shi planted these seeds in Qingfeng Mountain, and then searched the mountain like a scavenger hunt to cultivate them. Animals in the mountains, traveling merchants passing by, pedestrians. But he kills anything with flesh and blood. First, they take blood and gas, and then they chop their flesh and blood into mush to make fertilizer to water these seeds. But that little bit of fertilizer doesn't satisfy the needs of the ghost-faced vine at all. Slowly, Li Shi aimed his gaze at the villagers of the nearby villages. He had slaughtered more than 10 villages in a row and finally cultivated this ghost-face vine to the first rank. He had originally planned to continue, but he had inadvertently slaughtered the village of a 4th-level loose cultivator of the embodied spirit. Waiting for the scattered cultivator to go home, found that relatives and old friends are all gone, some exploration to find the Qingfeng cottage. Li Shi relied on the first-order ghost-face vine to besiege the loose cultivator, then burned Qingfeng Mountain with a fire. Only these 100 or so seeds were eventually found in the planting site. So what if a spirit plant that advances by blood? So what if you slaughtered more than 10 villages? So what if it hurts the peace of heaven? This is originally a world of cannibalism. Either you eat me or I eat you. We have traveled all the way, that human blood and beast blood we have not tasted less stained. How can I possibly blame you? If you had told me earlier that this thing could rapidly advance by sucking blood, I would have taken the lead in cultivating it to the 2nd rank and then set about setting up the wood thornback dragon formation. And why would it become so? P.S. There are definitely good people in this world, but the protagonist doesn't fall into that category. Chapter 78 Arrangements. But it was too late. And the Dementor beads. At first, his strength was low, did not see the great inefficacy of the soul regeneration bead, only thought it was the same as flying swords and letters soul-chasing nails, but did not want to let Li Shiboy picked up the cheap. A second-ranked magic weapon, is it something that you, a 6th level of the embodied spirit, can use? Smarty pants. Smarty pants. Li Xian was heartbroken and angry. There was a long silence, and he turned away. The main hall of the mansion. Second uncle. Just as he entered the hall, the two little ones, Li Daoyin and Li Daofeng, came thumping over. The two little ones are 3.5 years old, white and chubby. Li Xian took out an animal skin scroll and a piece of paper from his bosom. This is the map to the workshop and how to enter it. There are also some resources that need to be picked up. Buy as much as you can. Li Ling took it and looked at it. What was written on the paper was mostly what was needed for some formations. Is second uncle going to set up that with thornback dragon formation? Li Xian nodded. Just now I have transplanted those 20 ghost face vines around the jade bamboo mountain. When they grow to the second stage, once this with thornback dragon formation is set up, even if Xu Chengren comes in person, I'm sure I'll be able to leave him behind. Good. Nephew will do his best to buy them all. After dinner, Li Ling and Yanu packed up and left, but Li Liangyu came up to Jade Bamboo Mountain to find him. Come in. I thought I wouldn't be going up this Jade Bamboo Mountain again? Tell me about you, but 21 years old, your head even has gray hair. It looks a bit older than me as an uncle. Second uncle, don't tease me. Li Liangyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Snark? Li Xian snorted, I was reminding. You've been busy with all the chores this year and haven't stopped at all. I'm afraid you're exhausted. Tell me, what's up? Li Yi was stubborn, and all three of his sons were also stubborn, something Li Xian knew all too well. If there were no important matters, Li Liangyu would not have come up the mountain to find him. I want to think about second uncle to ask for some cultivation resources, spirit stones, pills, and multi-precious wine all. To whom? Li Xian frowned. The two uncles in Qingqing, and Lu Ji's son, Lu Quan. Lu Quan? Li Xian's mind instantly conjured up the figure of that little boy holding a bull's ear-pointed sword. That kid has a son too? That's right, he seems to be just a year or two younger than you. Giving Suyu their cultivation resources was naturally not a problem. When the Li family was weak and their provisions were scarce, they had to supply all their provisions to Li Xian. Now Li Xian has already practiced qi. In this Whitewater Greenwood 2 counties are also counted on the number of cultivators, coupled with the harvest of multiple treasures fruit. Cultivation resources are also more, naturally do not need to be stingy. Not to mention, after the battle last year, he also understood the importance of the number of cultivators. All three have already given birth to children for the Li family. They in the end return to the heart of the Li family. A few points is not yet easy to say. But at least they are not considered outsiders. But Willow's son. That Lu Quan, how old is he and how big is his spirit orifice? 1 year old, 8 points of spirit orifices. Li Liangyu hurriedly replied. Li Xian thought for a long time before saying, let's change the village head of Sangsawen. Lu Xu will arrange to stay in the town and be his teacher for a long time. As for his son, he will pass on the sleeping Dan breathing technique to him when he is older. When Lu Quan grows up a bit, nephew will make him take a Dao heart oath. Li Liangyu arched his hand and slowly left. Li Xian combined the other two techniques and extrapolated the sleeping Dan breathing technique a little further. It was now possible to cultivate up to the 9th level of the embodied spirit, but compared to other techniques, the foundation would be a little weaker. As for Suyu and Lu Qingqing, Li Xian intended to let them continue practicing the smoke and fire qi eating method. Although this method is only a part of the spirit, but better than the Li family has the collection of fireworks, as long as you find the back of the qi part of the qi practice, is a complete qi practice avenue. With this promotion is a positive qi cultivator. I'll have to think about my feats as well. Li Xian cultivated the Qing Mu Changchun method, which was the Li family's only qi cultivation stage technique, but there was no corresponding qi harvesting technique. Otherwise, Li Xian wouldn't have become a miscellaneous qi cultivator. Li Xian knocked on the table, his brows lowered, making it impossible to see his joy and anger. For the sake of today's solution, either we find the wood attribute heaven and earth qi harvesting technique, or we find the second half of the smoke and fire qi eating method. Zhu family, Zhao family, Shui family, Zhou family, Sun family. Wait, the Ding family. An aura flashed in Li Xian's eyes. And I almost forgot about you. Ding Hong. Chapter 79 Xian Snake Market. Changning Prefecture has a total of 3 mountains, 1 lake, 1 city and 28 counties. The 3 mountains, 1 lake, and 1 city were all base building forces. The 28 counties are then the gathering places of qi practicing families like Baishui County and Qingmu County. Of course, because Baishui County was the most northern and the poorest and most remote, it had the least number of qi practicing families. Like a county close to the capital city. It's normal for a county to have 7 or 8 qi practicing families. In the area of Whitewater Greenwood, there was a workshop that gathered cultivators from the land of the 5 counties, Shen. When the Li family moved the Lining village away, they excavated the lake directly on the original site of the Lining village. The original site of Lining Mountain Village was originally in a depression between 3 mountains, and a lake of 2,000 acres in size was formed after simple dredging and filling. Li Shi named it Qingxi Lake at first, and specially left a 100-acre-sized lake island in the center of the lake during excavation. Li Ling planned to utilize Qingxi Lake and the lake island to raise spiritual fish and grow spiritual medicine, adding to the family's heritage. Let's hope that we can buy all the spirits needed to hatch the spirit liquid. This map of the workshop was found in the Ma family's cultivation experience. This is also a kind of family heritage, otherwise, like the Liu brothers, such as scattered cultivators, not to mention find, I'm afraid that even the name of the workshop has not heard of. Just after stepping into the town, a few teenagers dressed as boys appeared in front of the duo. Do you 2 immortals need a guide? Immortal, my last name is Xian, and I know more about this workshop. Immortal, I only need 5 spirit sand. Pick me. Li Ling coldly glanced at them, and these teenagers, sensing that they were not to be messed with, instantly quieted down. Yuna looked over and pointed to the teenager who was squeezed to the very outside of the group. Just you. You show us the way. The skinny teenager who was pointed to was suddenly surprised and squeezed in, and the others didn't dare to show their displeasure when they saw this and retreated silently. Attachment, have met the 2 immortals. Possessed? That's an interesting name for you. Li Ling said and threw him a bottle of wine dregs Dan. Possessed opened the porcelain bottle and smelled it, and said in surprise, it smells so good. What kind of elixir is this? An unimpressive elixir. What? Not enough? Li Ling asked with a smile. Enough is enough. This bottle of 10, smelling this flavor is almost worth half a spirit stone. Thank you, Immortal, for the gift. He and Yunu traveled around for so many years, naturally knowing the usefulness of these workshop guides, naturally he would not gouge on these minutiae. Go, take us into the workshop. The Xian Snake Market was a market jointly established by the Xian clan of Xianmu Mountain and the 10,000 Snakes Valley. The market is very large, and there are more than 10 stores and many scattered cultivators trading stalls in it. The daily cultivator retention has been more than 300 people, and the 1st and 15th of each month will open a big market, reduced to the workshop spirit stone. To that time, the number of cultivators will double. Of course, most of these cultivators are those in the realm of embodied spirit. Qi practicing cultivators, few and far between. 2 immortals, tomorrow is the 15th day, why don't we stay outside for a night and enter the marketplace tomorrow? Good, then you first find us an inn in the town, and take more trouble. The appendage arched his hand and turned away cheerfully, but he didn't realize that behind him, a golden-winged bee was lying quietly. After waiting for a short while, the attaché ran over with a scarred face, panting, 2 immortals, the inn has been found, not far from here, absolutely safe and reliable. Tomorrow is the 15th, the 5 counties many cultivators will take advantage of tomorrow exempted into the workshop spirit stone rush to, the towns and are fast enough to use. Li Ling didn't care and walked forward with Yunu faithfully. Boss, is the room ready? Hey, coming. The inn is not big, 2-story small building, the first floor of the hall food, the second floor accommodation. The shopkeeper is quite big, estimated to be 60 or 70. Handing the horse over to the fellow, Li Ling reached out and knocked the appendage on the head, and taking Yunu's hand, he went up the stairs. Seeing that his little trick was recognized, Possessed was not embarrassed, but instead smiled sincerely. As soon as Li Ling and the others went upstairs, the shopkeeper said, beaten again? It's alright, shopkeeper Wang, when I find the gong method, I will definitely beat them to death. Possessed said and rubbed his hands together. Shopkeeper Wang glanced at him and took out a piece of broken silver from his money bag and handed it to him. These mortals leading the way are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and orphans with no one to rely on, like the attached son, have a low status in this workshop, and today, they robbed their guests, so it is the norm to be beaten. Your kid is resourceful, looking for cultivators who are good to get along with. I don't want those brats before, When they met the ones with almost the same temperament, they were slapped half to death. By the way, do you know if they are cultivators from that county, casual cultivators, or have a family? A glimmer flashed across the cloudy old eyes of shopkeeper Wang. This I don't know. Attachment Orphan 1 can live in this Shin snake town full of cultivator offspring for so many years, naturally is not a little cute. This kind of confidentiality that would cause trouble would definitely not go around talking about it. Attachment joyfully collected the silver, so much harvest, even the wound on the face does not hurt much. Li Ling was too lazy to delve deeper into the trick between the appendage and the shopkeeper. Because it's not necessary, anywhere. As long as it doesn't interfere with your own business. Chapter 80 Robbing the Market, Selling Spirit Wine. Li Ling nodded and said, "Is it possible to sell anything at a stall here? Or are there any taboos?" The appendage instantly realized that the lord he had brought with him was not just here to buy something. After thinking about it, he said, "According to the rules, you can sell whatever you want, but if you disrupt the market it will cause everyone to be unhappy." Mere unpleasantness? Won't make a move? If it was the turn of the immortals of Snake Valley to sit in on the town, there might be people who would make a move, but now that it's the immortals of the Xian clan who are sitting in on the town, no one would dare to be ungrateful and break the rules. Take us to that spirit store first. Zhuji Spirit Wine. Li Ling looked at the wooden plaque and slightly shrugged his nose as a strong aroma of wine hit his nose. Would this fellow Taoist like some? I, Zhuji, have first order peach blossom brew, yellow bud wine, and 100-grain wine. There's also the second order turtle blood drunk. These spirit wines. Li Ling has not heard of them, and did not dare to buy them hastily. I've heard of the great name of the Zhu family, but unfortunately my financial resources are limited, so I don't know what kind of spirit wine is the cheapest. Although the white-haired boss in front of him was only at the 5th level of Yunling, Li Ling didn't dare to take it big in the slightest. Although he didn't know which county's family the Zhu family was from, but to be able to sell second-order spirit wine, all of them were at least practicing qi, and they were practicing qi that had been based for a very long time. As soon as he heard that it was a poor man, the shopkeeper instantly lost his smile and beckoned to the boy behind him, signaling for him to entertain him. Li Ling still maintained a smile, and thought in his heart, "She practicing family only, its clansman will be so businessman, no degree and no amount, but also dog's eyes, even mortal merchants are not as good as, it seems that this Shu family's means of ruling the family is not good. Sooner or later it has to decay." Immortal Master. There were only 4 types of spirit wines in the Zhu family, 3 of the first rank and 1 of the second rank. The cheapest among them was the 100 grains wine. It was brewed with first-order spiritual rice, yellow bud rice, as the main ingredient, and dozens of types of mortal rice as the duobao wine brewed by his own family using the mortal brewing method, although he failed to utilize the maximum efficacy of the duobao fruit, but the duobao fruit was already richer in aura and of a higher grade than the yellow sprout rice, and the wine brewed was also able to enter the first grade. In that case, this Shu family's spiritual wine market, our own family will take it with a smile. Walking to the place where the scattered cultivators set up their stalls and choosing an unoccupied spot, Li Ling waved his hand and a black cloth was spread on the ground. Seeing this, Yunu tapped the storage bag on his waist, and 20 jars of duobo wine lined up in 4 rows on the black cloth. Come take a look and see. First order spirit wine, Jade Bamboo Li Clan's specialty duobo wine. 3 spirit stones for 1, 5 spirit stones for 2. Taste before you buy, limited quantities, first come, first served. When the appendages saw Li Ling hawking, they rushed to follow suit. On the contrary, it was Yunu, who took out a stool from his storage bag and a handful of melon seeds to get high slowly. She remembered her life as a tea seller on the official road. Jade Bamboo Li? This small street where the scattered cultivators set up their stalls was quite crowded with both cultivators and mortals. Hearing that there was a spirit wine for sale, he rushed over to watch the fun. Brewing wine is not alchemy, and it can't be made from 1 or 2 spirit plants. Every batch of spirit wine, no matter which kind, at least 100 pounds of spirit rice or spirit fruit to start, ordinary casual cultivators do not have this family capital. The Jade Bamboo Li family is that family? Never heard of it? I've never heard of it either. Could it be that a loose cultivator from somewhere is stranded here to woo and deceive? Mostly. A group of people chattered. However, there was a person who looked at Li Ling with a strange expression on his face and asked after a moment of hesitation. But that new qi practicing family in Baishui County? Li Ling raised his head slightly, scanned the circle, and responded, exactly. Practicing qi. Those few questioning loose cultivators just now immediately closed their mouths and didn't dare to speak, and there were even 2 that came to slowly flee for fear of noticing them. Never mind whether they recognize it or not, family cultivators are inherently higher than their casual cultivators by 1 head, and Qi practicing families are even higher by 2. No, 3 heads. In the 5 counties, there were an unknown number of spirit-containing cultivators, while there were only 20 to 30 Qi practicing cultivators. Each and every one of them was not something that they, rootless loose cultivators, could speak out and question. My name is Li Ling of the Jade Bamboo Li clan. This is the duo bao wine brewed by the family. Your Excellency can try it. Li Ling slapped his waist, more than 10 small wooden cups flew out, and the reddish as blood liquor instantly filled the small wooden cups. Fellow Taoist, please. The loose cultivator looked at the duo bao wine in front of him with shock inside in his heart that this Li family was so luxurious. A spirit-containing child. Surprisingly equipped with a storage bag. Okay, I'll taste it. The loose cultivator took it and took a slight sip, thinking to feel the spiritual and medicinal power in it. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he drained the entire contents of the small wooden cup in one gulp. Really 5 spirit stones for 2 jars? Today only. Make that 4. Boss. I got that wine. A boy carrying a wet cloth quickly ran into Zhu Jiling liquor shop. Chapter 81 The Pei Clan of Yuhua Mountain. Ouch. The boy ran so fast that he fell on his face. The liquor store owner lifted him up without a word and brought the white cloth full of liquor from his arms. Large hands clenched and blood-red liquor dripped into his mouth. The liquor store owner smacked his lips, and his face was suddenly gloomy. This wine. It's a little better than yellow bud. Duo bao. Duo bao, it seems to be brewed with duo bao fruit. Damn. This is stealing my Zhu family's rice bowl. The shopkeeper violently slammed the white cloth on the ground. Go! Call the Zhao siblings to me. This is the yellow sprout wine that Zhu Ji wine shop prices at 3 spirit stones a jar, so everyone can compare. Whether it's the aura, the wine's aroma, the strength of the medicine or the taste, my Li family's multi-precious wine is better than it. I, Li Ling, can fully say that this multi-precious wine of my Li family is worth going on even if it's 4 spirit stones per altar. But now we're only selling 2.5 a pot. Buy 4 jars and get 1 free. All of you Taoists are perfectly capable of going out of this workshop and selling it for 4 spirit stones. Li Ling followed the advice, bragging about the value of duo bao wine on one side and emphasizing the profits from its resale on the other. Hearing this, some of the cultivators who were originally shy and only intended to watch the action also moved. They couldn't afford to drink this multi-precious wine even if it was sold for only 1 spirit stone a jar. But if you take it and sell it, that would be of a different nature. Seeing more and more people pouring over, Li Ling frowned slightly and passed a look to Yunu. With a slap of the Yunu's spirit beast pouch, a swarm of golden winged bees instantly flew out and perched on the wine altar. The rats that had been sneaking around with their paws outstretched shrank back with a sardonic smile. Don't be in a hurry, fellow Taoists, one by one. In a short while, the 20 altars on the black cloth were bought out. Li Ling waved his hand and another 20 altars. Fellow Taoist Li, I don't have that many spirit stones, can I exchange them with some other sustenance? A thick-browed, blue-robed cultivator said. The spirit fruit flashed in Yunu's eyes, and she transmitted her voice to remind, Husband, this is a 9th-level cultivator of the embodied spirit, just 1 step away from practicing Qi. Li Ling immediately laughed brightly, Of course you can, but the exact value of this capital grain must be negotiated. A hint of a smile flashed in the eyes of that blue-robed cultivator as he looked around at the crowd that had gathered around him and sighed, This multi-treasure wine has a relatively large amount of what I need, so I hope that you will leave enough for me. How much? The blue-robed cultivator extended 2 fingers. Li Ling's eyes stared, not expecting this thick-eyed one to want to buy 200 altars. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, there is multi-treasure wine, and fellow Taoist spirit stones and sustenance must be prepared as well. Please also wait a moment to the side, fellow Taoist. In just half an hour's time, the 500 altars in Li Ling's storage bag had sold 300 altars. The others, seeing that Li Ling wasn't selling, also left in a hurry. These 300 jars of wine earned very few spirit stones, just 100 or so. These loose cultivators were too poor, the vast majority of them took some cultivation resources in exchange. Spirit plants, spirit medicine, unknown minerals, demon beast skin, demon beast meat, I don't know where the broken containment law, a variety of magic weapons full of gaps, a variety of maps, treasure maps, a variety of cultivation world secret wild history, and even a magic robe with blood. It had to be said that casual cultivators might be poor, but there were definitely a lot of rare and strange things. Li Ling collects spirit stones, Yunu collects those strange and weird things. Yunu's insight is far beyond Li Ling, a lot of things as long as she nods her head, usually not bad, at least higher than the value of the duobo wine. Fellow Daoist's family is afraid that they have a large multi-treasure fruit orchard. Just what I've just seen you, fellow Daoist, have sold 300 jars of multi-treasure wine. My name is Pei Wenluan, from the Pei clan of Mount Yuhua. So it's brother Pei in person. My name is Li Ling, from the Yuzhuli family. Li Ling slightly arched his hand, his etiquette was proper, and there was a slight envy in his expression, as if he had admired him for a long time. In fact, the Pei family? He had never even heard of it. Fellow Daoist, please. Please. The three of them did not go out of the marketplace, but found a secluded place. Just now, fellow Daoist Li said that he came from the Jade Bamboo Li clan? I've just returned from a trip, but I don't know which senior is practicing Qi again. It's really enviable. Pei Wenluan appearance is extremely good, neither big and thick, dark and yellow teeth, nor pink and white and soft, make a bad, looks extremely energetic and frank. Just by looking at his face, he was only in his 20s at best, but in reality, he was already 50 or 60 years old. I was 40 years old when 2 breakthroughs in a row failed, do not dare to spend the family resources again, out of the travel, during which another breakthrough. But now it still stays at the embodied spirit realm. Really helpless. Li Ling rubbed his teacup, thought for a moment, and laughed. I'm ashamed to say that my Li family was originally a small family of embedded spirits, and fortunately, the heavens favored the family with the birth of a spirit rhyme son. Its spirit rhyme through the body of 100 feet. 100 feet. Pei Wenluan directly stood up in shock, his face full of incredulity. It was only after a long time that he sighed enviously, good luck. Your family is really lucky. I wonder if this Ling Yunzi. Li Ling waved his hand as if it was just a small matter. On the day he was born, he just happened to run into the 2 families' foundation establishment high cultivator who was out traveling. After the family master named him, he directly brought him to 2 Ling Immortal Island. Seems to say what if accepted as a closed disciple. Spirit slaying Immortal Island. Foundation establishment disciple. Hearing those 2 words, Pei Wenluan's eyes reddened with envy. Although envious, the 2 families' name was still good, and under the line, he also put away the little bit of his heart. Li Ling and Yunu took it all in. Oh, isn't that how a backer works? Shocked and envious, Pei Wenluan didn't forget what needed to be done, and only waved his hand, and instantly several wooden boxes appeared. I need 200 jars of multi-treasure wine, according to the price of 2.5 spirit stones per jar for you, it is priced at 500 spirit stones. I only have 150 spirit stones on me. I wonder if you can see how much these can be converted into. Li Ling didn't move, and Yunu opened the first box. There was a blackened donut in the middle of it. It was fist-sized, with dirt on it, and smelled faintly of blood. What is it? Li Ling asked. Pei Wenluan shook his head, I don't know, I found it in a mass grave, saw that it had an aura, and put it away as if it was somewhat useful. It should be a blood brown condensed from human blood, it's somewhat useful for refining spirit beast Dan. 5 spirit stones. May. Pei Wenluan didn't care about the price, after all, he had picked it up casually, and to be able to cover 5 spirit stones was already something he had earned. Seeing his nod, Yunu's breathing heaved slightly and he carelessly threw it into the wooden box. Open the next box again. The tongue oil of the Zimu sycamore, weighing 8 taels and 1/3 of a cent, can be used to make 8 soul lanterns. Fellow Daoist's family is in its infancy, so I think you are in need of this kind of thing. Li Ling didn't admit or deny that the soul lamp was dispensable to their family. Market price, against 32 spirit stones. May. The next boxes were mostly spirit objects that could not be used by ordinary cultivation species, such as talismans used to promote birth and help pregnancy, spiritual turtle shells used for divination, and mutilated demon pills. The Jade nuns unanimously gave their prices, which were low, but almost as good as they came. Fellow Daoist, amongst these things only this mostly broken Qi practicing demon pill has some value, but together it's only 100 or so spirit stones. If you don't come up with something good, I'm afraid we won't be able to do this deal. Li Ling rubbed his teacup, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, but his face was filled with a sincere smile. Such a posture, with the yearly Shi and the King Feng's high look to the master is exactly the same. Chapter 82. Pei Wenluan secretly smacked his lips, this Kuan Xiu was so powerful. He took out a full 10 items, except for the first blood brown which really wasn't worth much. The others were all things that an unseen mountain cultivator could easily walk away with. But the bias of this Kuan Xiu are recognized, but also can accurately distinguish the value of geometry. He had originally wanted to bully the Li Ling clan for not being established long ago and not having enough heritage, and wanted to exchange this batch of rotten goods for that batch of duobo wine. It doesn't seem to be working now. I originally thought these things were worth some money, but I didn't realize they were this bad. My own vision is not enough. In the beginning, but spent a good price to get it. It's a loss. A light sentence that instantly unveiled this one. Probably because he knew that he could not take away this batch of dabo wine without paying something good, Pei Wenluan hesitated on his face. Then with a sigh, he beckoned, and a small jade box flew out from his storage bag. Fellow Daoist Li, please. The jade box was labeled with a Jedi Spirit Talisman, which was very precious. Lightly unveiling the Absolute Spirit Talisman, before he even opened the jade box, a wisp of fresh fragrance wafted out. Smells good and refreshing, good stuff. This is me in Guangnanfu Wash Sword Lake. Sword Washing Lake. Hearing those 3 words, Li Ling's face was scrutinized, and he was close to saying the words, "Who are you kidding?" What was Sword Washing Lake? It was one of the most famous forbidden places in the northwest domain of Zhao. Its fame was something that even ordinary loose cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the implicit spirit had heard of. Ahem. The workshop market near Sword Washing Lake exchanged it. Its name is Cold Water Lotus, a second-order spiritual plant. Yunu opened the jade box, only to see 9 emerald green lotus seeds lying quietly inside. The lotus seeds were both big and small, and there was even a deflated seed. Second-order spiritual plants. Precious indeed. Alright, I'll take these 9 lotus seeds for the rest of the spirit stones. AI. Brother Li is not joking. This is a second-order spiritual plant. It's still a lotus that can be planted. It's not some lotus leaf or lotus rod. I can only give you 2 at most. Not enough, 5. 3 at the most. Li Ling thought for a moment and finally said, 3 is fine, but that Yakuza has to be a hitchhiker for me. Pei Wenluan sipped his tea, pondering something in his mind for a long time before nodding his head to indicate a deal. The two exchanged things and before parting, Li Ling asked. No. Do you have the seeds of the Spirit Valley on you? Spirit Valley? No, this kind of thing usually won't be carried on someone's body, but you, Daoist Li, can go to the stalls of the scattered cultivators to have a look, and then you can go to a few stores in front of you. Li Ling nodded, and the two formally parted ways. As soon as Pei Wenluan left, Li Ling immediately utilized his mana to force out the tea in his belly. Husband, this tea is not poisonous. Fear not, this tea is what he took out, it's safest not to drink it. There are always poisons under the sun that we can't tell apart. Li Ling sighed and said, You knew, my Li family is weak, and it is the beginning of the development, the family's burden is all on us and the second uncle 3 people. Bitter you. Li Ling blamed himself a little, he had brought Yunu here, but he hadn't been able to give her a good life, and he couldn't even provide her with a peaceful cultivation environment. Every day is either tending the orchard or beheading demons and brewing wine. In just 1 year, even its essence has worn down most of its energy. Anything to be with you. Anything. Yunu smiled sweetly and said as she took Li Ling's arm. Ha! Broken. The other one seems to be covered by something. Pei Wenluan, who had just stepped out of the marketplace, frowned. It was true that he hadn't poisoned the tea, but he had added something else. He found a secret method a few years ago, whose configuration of drugs for people to take can play a role in tracking. Once the drug is taken, the effective time is 1 month, and it is non-toxic and tasteless, and even the aura is not there, and it is difficult for the onlookers to notice it at all. Interesting. What a cautious little fellow. This duobao wine contained a trace of coldness that was extremely faint but did exist. If he hadn't been born practicing the cold mountain mist law, and was naturally sensitive to cold, plus deliberately probing, he wouldn't even have been able to detect. I've traveled nearly 30 counties, and I was on the verge of despair, but I didn't expect to find you in the old country. Providence. God's will. A mere 200 jars of first-order spirit wine want to exchange for my cold water lotus, how can it be so cheap? Jade Bamboo Li family is it, huh? I'll wait for the day you grow the cold water lotus. Pei Wenluan stepped out, and the pressure of authority was released under his thoughts, staring the nearby low-rank loose cultivators with fear and trembling. Li Ling searched for half a day at the various loose cultivator stalls and bought some things that were valuable to the clan. A longbow artifact, the whole body is made of iron essence, but unfortunately there is no bowstring, the stall owner discarded it, 12 spirit stones sold cheaply. There were also 3 broken misty formation discs, and the 3 stacked together could barely set up a misty formation, but it was a huge drain on aura. If there is no spirit gathering array, relying on spirit stones alone, the average cultivator can't afford to pay for it. Li Ling waved his hand and packed 15 spirit stones. Bought some more of these scattered cultivators traveling around the world to see and hear. If these things were real, they would be more precious than normal spiritual objects, but most of these stalls are made up. Li Ling picked some. More than 10 books cost less than 2 spirit stones. He found the seeds of a kind of spiritual grain in the stall of a loose cultivator. It was the most common green moon rice on the market. This kind of rice has a greenish husk, and the grains are shaped like a crescent moon, hence the name, which was cultivated by a third-order spiritual planter in the southeastern region of the state of Zhao hundreds of years ago. With its delicate texture and clear flavor, it could be called a good flavor among a group of first-order spiritual rice, but because the spiritual chi it contained was too scarce and of low value, not many cultivator clans were willing to plant it. Most of the people who grow this kind of spiritual rice now are casual cultivators. Li Ling spent 10 spirit stones to buy 100 pounds of grain seeds. Yunu looked at the list given by Li Xian. Husband, the formation materials are still missing formation flags. Looks like we have to go to those stores. Aha! In fact, Li Ling does not want to fight with these families. The reason is that the bottom line is not enough. The Li family has just become practicing qi for only 1 year, while some families that are not established for 100 years, the depth of the foundation. Many families have 2 qi practicing cultivators. Even Pei Wenluan, who just left. Its Pei family is even the second-ranked family in the 5 counties besides the Snake Valley and Xian family. There were 2.5 qi practicing cultivators in plain sight alone. As for why it's 2.5. Possessed says he doesn't know, everyone says so. Chapter 83 Xian Mu Mountain, Formation Flag. If this Pei family is so strong, why doesn't it open a store in the marketplace? Is it because they don't want to open one? Li Ling buried his doubts in the bottom of his heart and held Yunu's hand as he walked into the only store in this marketplace that sold magic weapons. This is the Zhen family store. The Xian family. The strongest family among the 5 counties. Snake Valley didn't count, although the 2 of them were of equal strength. Snake Valley was a clan. Fellow Daoist is really lucky. In just half a day you've earned no less than hundreds of spirit stones. It's really enviable. As soon as he entered the door, a laughing voice came. The words were very gentle, but it always sounded a bit awkward. It has the feel of a butchered tug-of-war text. Sure enough. Looking up, on the black wooden cabinet in the store, a big man with a false brow and hair, black face and leopard eyes was lying on the cabinet surface, gazing at Li Ling. His eyes then moved to the Yunu behind Li Ling, and immediately both eyes lit up. Mother Lu, good-looking Koan Xiu. Nyang Lu. Mother. The shopkeeper held up the counter, excitedly stood up, bold and coarse. There is no just now in the words of the Sven. Only then did Li Ling realize that he was 8 feet tall. A foot is 33 centimeters in this article. He was 3 or 4 heads taller than Li Ling. His body was gnarled with muscles and flesh, with a broad chest and long arms, living a humanoid demonic beast. Just standing there, it gave Li Ling a strong sense of oppression. Li Ling's eyes narrowed, and his hand behind his back gestured towards Yunu. The 2 men slowly backed up, and 3 fireball charms appeared in their hands as well. Buzz buzz. A halo of light flashed through the store, and Xian T. Hammer suddenly remembered something and tapped his head. Somewhat awkwardly, he sat down. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go, you two. I'm not the good guy. Ah shucks, I'm a bad guy. Nope, I'm a good ING guy. A proper gentleman to boot. Seeing that the 2 were about to run, Xian Iron Hammer hurriedly shouted. Husband. This silly big guy looks naive. Yunu transmitted. Li Ling let out a slight sigh of relief and stood his ground, holding Yunu back. Slightly arching his hand, we came to buy some things. Shopkeeper, you are too scary. Hey, can't help it, my family's like that. Look like this. Xian Iron Hammer scratched his head, and there was some helplessness in his tone. He also lied a little. Everyone in his family was tall and strong, with a face like an evil ghost, and with his physique, he was considered skinny and clean in his family, or else he wouldn't have been sent to guard the store. The true face has been exposed. Xian Iron Hammer simply do not pretend, usually clip the voice to do business really ing difficult, or with the original voice Kula. Fellow Daoist, is the Kuan cultivator behind you for sale? Li Ling's face darkened as he angrily said, "This is my Dao couple." Xian Ti Hammer skimmed his lips, "Fine. Say, what do you want to buy?" "Not buying." Li Ling pulled Yunu's hand and twisted his head to leave. The Xian family is so powerful that he doesn't dare to speak out and provoke the family into trouble. Not buying is the only thing he can do as a husband. However, Yunu pulled Li Ling's hand. "Let's buy formation flags. A second order one. Preferably what attribute?" "The voice is so nice." The Xian Iron Hammer's face showed infatuation, then violently shook its huge head. From the cabinet in the back, he took out several sets of formation flags. White birchwood, blood horseskin. Barely into the second rank, a set of 480 spirit stones. Black ironwood, flagstaffs woven from the down of a spotted bird, a set of 150 spirit stones. 9 sons of wood, flagstaff of fireworm silk. "This is the only second order formation flag in the store now. Which one does the little lady want?" Yunu pulled Li Ling's hand, telling him not to act out of anger. Li Ling took a deep breath, pushed down the humiliation and anger in his heart, and said, "Shenmu formation flag, come for." Saying that without haggling, with a wave of his hand, a bag of spirit stones instantly flew onto the counter. "Ha ha! Well said, your guest is here." Xian Iron Hammer took his eyes away from Yunu's body and sent the 4 array flags packing. "Farewell," Li Ling said through clenched teeth. "Next time." Only when Li Ling and the others walked out a long way away did Xian Taiyab move his eyes away with fondness. "What a beautiful kunsho! How nice it would be to have my daughter-in-law. Ah, I want a beautiful daughter-in-law." Xian Iron Hammer cried out, glancing at the blurry copper identification on the countertop, and asked in a clenched voice. Jianzi, why can't I find a beautiful daughter-in-law?" A burst of light flashed, Jianzi suddenly became smooth, reflecting the Xian Iron Hammer that hideous ghost-like face. "That wasn't like the husband I know just now." Yunu looked at the grim-faced Li Ling and shook his hand. "How can I not be angry when you call me husband? Around but a few words cheap, no harm. The big deal is that when husband achieves chi practicing and ascends to foundation establishment in the future, he will go and give that person a hard time. It wouldn't be good to give Yunu some anger." Looking at the Yunu in front of him who was trying to find ways to make himself relieved, Li Ling said, "Good. I'm going to hammer him so hard his father won't recognize him." Speaking of which, Li Ling laughed to himself. "But with my natural talent, there is still a slight chance that I can build the foundation by practicing chi." Yunu smiled and transmitted his voice. "Husband, don't be discouraged. Who says there's no chance? We have found something good today." That night, Li Ling and Yunu stayed another night in the town outside the workshop. The two were downstairs eating the dry food they had brought with them, while the attaché was talking about the information he knew. The Xian family is the most powerful family in the entire 5 counties, and most of its clansmen have a righteous and bold voice. Possessor crackled a bunch of words are praising the Xian family how good, oblivious to Li Ling's face does not look good. But most of the Xian family's cultivators are tiger-backed and tall. Ugly looking too. Wait. Xian clan cultivators all look like this? The appendage pondered for a moment and nodded, back to immortal, it should be, everyone says so. And I've seen the last shopkeeper, even taller and uglier than this one. You've seen the ordinary clansmen of the Xian clan. Seen it, they're just like normal people. Li Ling pondered for a moment, threw him a bottle of wine Dregs pills, and waved his hand to signal that he could leave. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. Attachment quietly held the porcelain vase and said with a joyful smile. Together with this bottle of wine Dregs pills, he will have gathered 2 spirit stones. Kung Fu, find old Wu Tu to buy Kung Fu. Possessed of excitement, he almost fainted and rolled away from the inn. Chapter 84. In the evening, somewhere on the first floor of the inn, Li Ling said to Yunu, "Let's go." Yunu nodded, and then the talisman in his hand instantly ignited, and the two of them instantly disappeared. 200 miles away from Shen Snake Town, 2 figures drilled out of the earth, and it was none other than Li Ling and Yunu. 40 spirit stones, gone just like that. And the 2 horses. What about the 200 taels of silver? Husband, you weren't this stingy before. Yunu joked. Before is before, now is now, after all, when the family is in charge, know that tea, rice, oil and salt are expensive. Originally said with a smile, Li Ling suddenly fell silent. Before, this was all something that should be considered by the second brother. Yunu was slightly stunned. She knew that Li Ling had a strong bond with Li Shi. But at this point she can only hold his hand tightly, against the night, slowly walking forward, and it's literally becoming a spirit and opening up its mind. As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Ling's face was appalled, and the Tianyou in his hand even trembled slightly, as if shivering. Li Ling was sure that he had read it correctly, and after staring blankly, he was ecstatic. Opportunity. A great chance. If Pei Wenluan knew that such a chance was given to me, I'm afraid he'd be so angry that he'd rise up in the same place. With a creak, the rusty iron door slowly opened. The oil lamps on both sides of the water dungeon lit themselves against the wind, and there was finally a hint of light in the dark dungeon. I thought you'd escaped long ago? Li Xian glanced at Ding Hong, who was sitting on the stone platform meditating and regulating, and realized that the seals around his body had already been lifted, and his mana had long since been restored, and said in a low voice. Senior, no one has sent food in this year, so I have no choice but to break the seal and restore my mana to take food from my storage bag. I hope Senior will forgive me. Ding Hong got up and bowed distantly to Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and said to him, the matter has been clearly investigated, that day's siege had nothing to do with you, go away. With that, he waved his sleeve and intended to leave. Senpai. Wait. Ding Hong took a deep breath. He didn't willingly wait in the dungeon for a year just to wait for these words. The corner of Li Xian's mouth, who had his back turned to him, hooked up in a cold smile, and when he turned his head again, his face turned bland and indifferent again. What is it? Ding Hong smiled bitterly and said, Senior, why don't we open up the windows of the sky and say the truth? With such a game, the damage will ultimately be to our interests. Us? Ha 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 ha. Your father really gave birth to a good son, and it is not in vain that he had to send you a message even before his death. Ting Hong snapped his head up and stared at him dead in the face. Moonwatch Mountain, mountaintop gazebo. Li Xian and Ding Hong sat opposite each other, with pastries and tea on the stone table. Li Xian gently waved his hand, and it's been standing here for who knows how long. It was getting late, and the half of the sky colored by the setting sun was golden and beautiful. A faint halo of light shone over, shining on Ding Hong's face, on the teapot, and on Li Shi's tombstone not far behind him. Ding Hong turned around and was already in tears. Fellow Taoist Li Shi, I'm not as good as you. Father, my child is incompetent, my child is a coward, a waste, a waste. Chapter 85, The Ding Family's Underpinnings, Two Chi Practicing Paths. The next day, a small cloth bag and a letter were hung at the front door of the Li house. The young Li Daoyin saw it. Have a servant pick him up. Senior Li Xian himself. It's a letter from my second uncle, I'll go and give it to him. The little short legs thumped and thumped as they ran up Yuju Mountain, shouting in a cute, childish baby voice as they ran. Second granduncle. Second Uncle Gong. Shin. Li Xian picked him up with one hand and barfed a kiss on his face, making him giggle. Uncle, someone has written to you, and there's this little cloth bag. Both were brought up by Daoyin. Good. Daoyin is really great. What does it say, second uncle? Li Xian opened the letter and it read. I Ding Hong, today with the heart of the oath, willing to give the family 100 years of heritage to the Usually, in exchange for the opportunity to kill his father's revenge. If Usually's consent, I would like to be imprisoned on the Moonrise Mountain, not step away for life, not to marry, not to give birth to children, and to guard the tomb of the Li family's spirit in this life. If this oath is violated, the heart of the Taoist instant silence, life and death, forever down in Yama, never to be reborn. Li Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Finally hooked. Take out the family seal given by the immortal treasure. Cut your palm and use the blood as sealing clay. I, Li Xian, the first head of the Jade Bamboo Li clan, swear by the Dao Heart, and Ding Hong set a covenant with Ding Hong, from me until the Li clan's demise, will spare no effort to help Ding Hong's vengeance. This oath for generations of the Li clan's head of the Li clan must do their best and shall not be violated. If this oath is violated, my Li Xian Dao Heart is instantly silenced, heavenly thunder 9 descending, ashes and smoke. These words came out of Li Xian's mouth with a resounding thud. But Ding Hong, who was far away in Mount Wangyue, heard it clearly. After a long time, Ding Hong sighed, but... Good. Li Xian shouted, then the seal in his hand heavily stamped on that letter paper. The letter paper quivered slightly, and a faint glow passed all in one. A metaphysical thought attached itself to the duo's minds. Li Xian let go of the piece of letter paper, and it floated with the wind, drifting to Mount Wangyue and into Ding Hong's hands. Ding Hong looked at the bright red seal on the letter paper, in which the 4 characters of usually were clearly visible. Father, my spirit orifices are only 2 inches, I can't break through to chi cultivation for life, this is the only way I can do it, my child has destroyed the Ding family. Destroy it with my own hands. Sorry. Once the oath was completed, a spell appeared in his mind. Li Xian's face was happy, pinching the spell seal, a strand of spiritual sense spread into that storage bag. Scent! Scent! The joy on Li Xian's face could not be suppressed, and if not for the fact that his nephew and grandson were still around, he would have been unable to hold back his laughter. What does it say, second uncle? Once he looked down, Li Daoyan was clasping his fingers and looking at Li Xian with anticipation. Written by. Writing a story. A bleak and pathetic story of a coward. Get rid of Li Daoyan with candy. Li Xian went straight into the secret room. The chamber was now more than doubled in size again by him. There's so much stuff, the shelves can barely hold it. Those loose cultivators that Li Ling killed in the beginning were also some gains. Opened the storage bag, haven't seen the things in it, and took it out. Among the most were a variety of books. Among them was a set of books titled The Complete Book of Ding Family Arts and Techniques. There were 8 books in total. Li Xian flipped through them, 4 of them were the originals, and the other 4 were revisions made by several generations of the Ding family. This art book recorded a total of 116 art techniques, of which the first stage art techniques that could be practiced at the spirit-embodied stage amounted to a total of 100, like the 6 art techniques that Li Xian borrowed from the horse robber at. The 6 techniques that Li Xian borrowed from the horse are all on it. There were only 16 spells in heavenly fire from the thunder, earthly fire from the veins, human fire from the heart, 3 fires converge, please burn my body. Li Xian recalled in a trance the scene he saw in the Qingwu mountain range a few years ago. Shaking his head, he put the secret method aside. After searching for a long time again, Li Xian suddenly found a very interesting item. A letter. The letter from Shui Qingshan to Ding Hongyi is still stamped with the family seal of the Shui family. The letter was also accompanied by a set of techniques for collecting clear qi from the mountains and forests. Li Xian understood after a slight thought. This was the bait that Shui Qingshan used to lure Ding Hongyi in the first place. When Shui Qingshan and Zhou Guyue made a game, wanting to eradicate Ding Hongyi and Shui Laodao, as the saying goes, if you can't give up a child, you can't catch a wolf, so he gave away one of his family's qi harvesting techniques. Although the Ding family's 3 fires refining qi method was extraordinary in power, it was very difficult to cultivate, and cultivating it was like burning your body with fire, and it was even more painful to the extreme whenever you made a breakthrough. The next generation of the Ding family has mediocre qualifications again. For the sake of the family, he has been seeking other qi practicing methods. It coincided with Shui Qingshan's request, and the Shui family's would attribute qi practicing method happened to be neutral and calm and easy to cultivate. This qi harvesting technique was the deposit that Shui Qingshan had given to Ding Hongyi back then. Good. All good housemasters, all good ideas. It's a pity that it all ended up being cheap for me, Li Xian. Ha. Now, my Li family has 2 complete ways of practicing qi. There weren't many spirit stones and talismans in this storage bag. The spirit stones were no more than 1,000, and the talismans were only a few dozen, so I think they were all used up by Ding Hong. There are quite a few magic weapons, and all of them are used with swords, guns, swords, and halberds. Li Xian arranged them. The most annoying thing about this monkey is that he doesn't read, and he causes trouble all day long. He is not as good as he was when he was a child. It didn't matter if he didn't ask for money Zhao Xiangan, but continued to ask with a twinkle in his eye. Father, are the several spirit fields at my brother-in-law's house going to be harvested? Do you need me to go and help? How could his own seed Zhao Tianyou not know what this little brat was thinking? Read your books well, don't think about all that nonsense. If the Lord's family rewards you, can I not bring you back? Li Xian had opened up several spirit fields at the back of Jade Bamboo Mountain, adding up to 15 acres. This is the maximum number of mu that the spirit gathering formation can withstand. Any more and the concentration of spirit qi in the entire Jade Bamboo Mountain would be drastically reduced. These 15 acres of spiritual fields were planted 2 years ago with the green moon rice that Li Shi brought back. This rice is harvested once every 2 years, and now it's almost harvest time. Planting spirit rice is different from planting spirit medicine, which is a delicate work, especially for the skinny and hardy varieties like green moon rice. As long as it is a spirit field, even mortals can get on with planting it. These 15 acres of spiritual fields were then planted by the 4 villages that organized good planters. Now it's time to harvest. Naturally, it's up to them. Li Liangyu sat on the ridge and looked at the green rice fields in the distance. The gloom in his eyes dissipated a bit. "Did Jiang, you let them?" Li Liangyu subconsciously shouted, and then suddenly remembered that OE was already dead. The servant at his side, however, immediately responded, "Grand Duke, is it time to start harvesting?" Having followed Li Liangyu for 2 years, he was considered to be the one who knew the Grand Duke best among the servants of the entire Li family. The Grand Duke used to call him OE, and even though he wasn't, since the Grand Duke did, he could be too. Li Liangyu nodded. With a shout from the servant, the 200 or so men moved. Green Moon rice plant is not high, even shorter than ordinary rice, but its rhizome is extremely tough. A group of men cut the rice as if they were cutting twine. Hey! Immortals eat different things. This fairy rice is so sturdy. I just don't know how it tastes. For villagers are looking at the ridge, although the main family did not explicitly say, but everyone knows that this spiritual rice is precious, if it is ungrateful to hide a couple of. Li Liangyu old god sitting, sometimes also squinting fake sleep, a look of not waking up. There are 2 hands see, a bite, grip down a handful of sneak into the pants pocket. 15 acres of spirit field could never be harvested in one day, even with 200 or so Hans, the efficiency of cutting rice was too low. 200 men were busy from morning to dusk, but they were able to finish harvesting 5 acres of fields. Li Liangyu sipped his tea and said to the side, "Has the food been delivered?" Back to the eldest young master, "It's here." Not far away a wagon pulling several large wooden barrels came slowly. "Let them eat first. Let's settle the score after eating." Big fat meat full of grease and translucent meat covered the rice, and hundreds of Hans scrambled to be the first to come to the table. When they were all fed and watered, Li Liangyu glanced at the village chief of the 4 villages. The 4 old guys sighed. Wang Tianyou was the first to open his mouth and shouted at the Han of his village. "All of Qinggu village stand over here. I'll come and search you myself. You'd better have clean hands." This is true for all 4 villages. Crowd grows panicky. Lu Yuxing tugged the 2 Hans to Li Liangyu's front and violently kicked the 2 Hans who were shaking like chaff. "On your knees." The 2 Hans were so scared that their faces turned pale and they were covered in cold sweat. "Just 2? Li Liangyu opened his mouth indifferently, even with a bit of teasing. "Grand Duke, there are only 2. I'll give it to you, you take it. I won't give it to you, you can't grab it." Looking up, he looked again at the embarrassed-looking crowd. "This is the first and last time, don't blame me for being ruthless if you do it again." Chapter 87 The Way to Earn Spirit Stones. Husband, back. In the room, Lu Qingqing and Zhao Ernie were sitting on the boat embroidering flowers. Zhao Ernie saw Li Liangyu enter and hurriedly put down the work in her hands. "Aha!" Handing the outer robe on his body to Zhao Ernie, he silently lay down and rubbed his temples. Lu Qingqing shook her head and put down the embroidery in her hands, exercising her mana to groom Li Liangyu's body. What she does every time her husband is tired. "Is there something troubling my husband?" Few harvesting spirit rice today, caught 2 with unclean hands and feet. Li Liangyu closed his eyes and spoke in a ghostly tone, then added, "Both are from White Tiger Village." Lu Qingqing's face stagnated, and she smiled bitterly, "I've made my husband laborious." Li Liangyu suddenly sat up. "That's not true, having set 2 typical examples, it's better to manage them instead. I'm just agonizing over the yield. 5 acres were picked and mowed today, and the total yield was but 1,100 pounds, and the average acre yield was only 202. This kind of spirit rice of ours only sells for 1 spirit stone for 10 pounds, which means that when all 15 acres of this land are harvested, it will only sell for 330 spirit stones. 2 years and only 303. Nowhere near as beneficial as the doppelganger fruit. 1 fruit of the duobao fruit tree can make 1 jar of wine, even if we don't add in the proceeds from the dregs of winedan. 200 plants per year is 200 jars, and 2.5 jars per jar, that's 500 spirit stones. If only. Seeing Li Liangyu's head bowed in contemplation, Lu Qingqing opened her mouth to advise. "Husband mustn't think wrong. Nowadays, the family spirit gathering array has reached its limit. The multiple treasure fruit requires too much higher aura than the green moon rice. Forcing it to be planted will result in an imbalance of aura within the formation, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Also, hey! The changes of her own husband in the past 2 years Lu Qingqing saw in her eyes, he became so radical. Like they don't want to die, they are bent on contributing to the family. No matter what, as long as it's a contribution. Husband, rest assured, the family is now suitable for slow development, cannot make mistakes. According to my husband's calculations, 330 spirit stones for 2 years for the green moon rice, 165 for 1 year, plus 500 spirit stones for the duo bao fruit each year, that's 665, plus the wine dregs pill, there should be an output of 700 to 800. This is already quite a lot. What's more, I've heard that little uncle has come up with another way to earn spirit stones on the lake island of Qingxi Lake. Lu Qingqing had just broken through the 7th level of the embodied spirit some time ago, and her 3-3 spirit orifices were progressing at a rapid pace with the addition of sufficient resources. Currently, she was already the 4th most cultivated existence in the Li family, and she was proficient in a whole range of Yunling stage techniques. The power of speech in the Li family was also increasing with each passing day. The Lake Island. The Li family's spirit gathering formation could cover a small portion of Big Banyan Mountain, so naturally, it could also cover Qingxi Lake. However, the coverage is incomplete, only half of it, and the lake island cannot be covered. I think the jade scale carp has hatched successfully. Tomorrow, you will go to the lake island on my behalf. Tell San Lang about the current situation as well. Lu Qingqing opened her mouth and finally nodded in response. Well, it's getting late, rest up. Hearing these words, Lu Qingqing's pretty face was slightly red, and Zhao Ernie's face was even more like a blush. Nah, I'll undress my husband. As a cultivator, Lu Qingqing's body was naturally not comparable to mortals like Zhao Ernie, and she woke up early in the morning. Lying beside Li Liangyu, her delicate jade hand stroked on Li Liangyu's waist, and her soft mana slowly adjusted his kidney water in 5 viscera. Does husband really want spiritual trickster that much? Husband, in fact, in an environment like the Li family, mortals are the most comfortable. Gently tucking both of them in, he got up and dressed and washed. Pushed the door open. Just see the light mist surrounded the Li family mansion, standing in the attic to look into the distance, quite a hazy and serene fairy atmosphere. The servants of the mansion were busy preparing all the things before the master's rising, and there was a great deal of order in them, and they appeared to be extremely organized. These were the results Suyu had achieved after taking care of the mansion. Although Suyu is nominally the main wife, but Suyu's means were too much, and now she, the concubine, was making it big instead. With Li Xian's acquiescence, the big and small matters of the mansion had been taken over by Suyu since 2 years ago, and well, the results were outstanding. Auntie. Qingqing, you're up so early. May there be something important today. Seeing that Suyu was about to arrange things for herself, Lu Qingqing hurriedly said, Uncle Mother, my husband asked me to make a trip to the lake island. Well then. Suyu had broken through to the 5th level of the spirit of embodiment some time ago, and although they weren't as good as Lu Qingqing, they were still considered cultivators in the true sense of the word. Especially after learning the little cloud and rain technique, the treasure-taking orchard is almost the 3 of them taking care of it. Coupled with the care of the mansion and the spiritual plants on the Great Banyan Mountain, it was idle when they were idle, and once they were busy, they were also really busy. Looking at Lu Qingqing's distant back, Suyu sighed faintly, it's a pity that such a good qualification didn't give birth to a spiritual trickster. Suyu came to the warehouse, where the spirit rice that was harvested yesterday was arranged. Unlike mortal rice, spiritual rice does not need to be dried. These spirit rice can be stored directly, and the rice is removed from the husk when it is time to eat it. It seems that the yield is not high. Suyu chanted, then commanded. Take a few pounds of it and make it into porridge for the houses. And send someone to inform the town guards of the 4 villages to come and receive their spirit rice. Starting this year, the Great Banyan Mountain will no longer be open to them, and the town guards' rewards will be calculated in terms of spirit rice and wine dregs dan and spirit sand. Yes, ma'am. Just as he stepped out of the mansion, he saw 3 or 5 servants driving a flock of sheep toward the outskirts of Jade Bamboo Mountain. They feed the ghost-faced vines. A year ago, Li Xian and Li Lingbu knew what methods had been used to raise the ghost-face vine nurture to the 2nd rank, and it was 22nd rank plants. Then logically, he laid down the 2nd order with thornback dragon formation. The core of the formation was at the top of Jade Bamboo Mountain. Now, although most of these ghost-faced vines relied on aura to sustain themselves, they still needed to devour blood once a month, or else they would gradually weaken. Getting on the carriage, the 2 servants drove it in the direction of Qingxi Lake. Clear Creek Lake is 2,000 acres in size, with many swimming fish, shrimp and crabs in its midst. Every year, villagers from the 4 villages come together as a group to catch fish, which are then sent to nearby towns in Baishui County to be sold. Thanks to the water quality and the nourishment of the spiritual qi escaping from the air, these fish and shrimp are all of exceptionally good quality and are often snapped up as soon as they hit the market. Many travelers also come to the town to pick up dried fish, shrimp, and the like. The big head is naturally the Li family, but even if you earn a labor money, it is enough for those tenants to make a small fortune. You guys wait here for me? Yes. A few dots of water floated onto the boat, and Lu Qingqing's figure slowly disappeared into the mist. Chapter 88, Ruling the House. Clear Creek Lake, Lake Island, Stone Cave. Husband. Someone's coming to the island. Yunu, who was sitting on the edge of the blood-red pool, spoke softly, her eyes narrowing before she let out a sigh of relief. It's the Ryu family's sister-in-law. The eyelids of Li Ling, who was naked and immersed in the blood-red pool, twitched. Okay, I'll send her off. Yunu pinched a spell seal to isolate her breath and got up to leave. At the bottom of the blood-red pool, a child-sized ball of soft black and red things are slowly writhing. The island in the center of the lake was not large, only 100 acres. Li Ling built a wide wooden house in the center of the island and dug 2 water pools a few minutes large next to it. One is used to cultivate jade scale carp and the other is used to grow cold water lotus. As for the stone cave, it's at the other end. Lu Qingqing had just gotten onto the island when she felt that the spirit mist was covering her eyes and her vision was obstructed. Strange, when did the Lake Island set up the misty array? Utilizing the psychic eyes obtained from the Ding family, the first order misty array in front of him turned out to be like seeing the sun through the clouds, and there was no longer a single obstruction in front of him. Looking around, the spiritual bees danced and the flowers competed with each other. Mist was wrapped around the forest, and in the early morning, rays of sunlight penetrated through the forest, like a fairyland. Lu Qingqing sighed, it's changed so much here. The last time I came to the Lake Island was a year ago, when there was only a not-so-high forest on the island, and I didn't expect that in just 1 year, my third brother and siblings had made it into such a beautiful place. No wonder the third brother and sister-in-law are unwilling to return to Jade Bamboo Mountain. Lu Qingqing said to herself. What is sister-in-law talking about? Yunu's voice came from the woods. But in the blink of an eye, he came to Lu Qingqing's side. The speed scared Lu Qingqing. Sibling, you are 9th level of the embodied spirit. You've broken through? Yes, sister-in-law, she only broke through not long ago. Yuna smiled as the two talked and laughed like they were sisters. Lu Qingqing suppressed the surprise in her heart. It seems that the family is going to produce another chi practicing cultivator. Lu Qingqing has really integrated into the Li family, and now all she thinks about is her husband first, followed by the Li family. Now that Lu Qingqing had broken through the 9th level of the embodied spirit, as long as the latter day was complete, as soon as the second grade of heaven and earth chi was in place, he could start working on his breakthrough. Sister-in-law, it's not that fast, I just made a breakthrough not long ago. It's also true that the roots must be well polished, you must not be in a hurry. Lu Qingqing said as she weighed the food box in her hand. The family's spiritual rice. The first crop, I ordered someone to boil porridge and brought it especially for you. Where's third brother? Lu Qingqing has been very close to Yunu all these years, and any good things will also be shared with Yunu first, only hoping that the relationship between the two brothers can be eased a little. At least don't avoid each other. Husband is in seclusion. Alright, Lu Qingqing was a bit helpless, handing over the food box to him. She then proposed that she wanted to go and take a look at the spirit bee and jade scale carp, as well as the cold water lotus. Yuna thought about it and nodded, as long as it wasn't towards the cave. 3 hives. Looks like we'll have another bumper crop of spiritual nectar this year. This spirit bee is not a golden wing bee, but when Li Ling found the bee eggs in the storage bag of that Kuan cultivator in Shanjun Cliff, it is a 100-flower spirit bee. The queen bee can reach the middle grade of the first order. At that time there were only 10 of them, and cultivated and reproduced for 3 years in a row before it has such a scale today. It's also fortunate that these guys aren't picky eaters. They can survive on these unranked mortal flowers, but the quality of the honey they produce is not so good. The two made their way to the cabin in no time. Lu Qingqing didn't go into the wooden house, but went straight to the water pool next to it. 2 pools of water were right next to each other, one motionless, the other with lots of white swimming fish swimming in its hands. Is the cold water lotus still not moving? No, the family's spirit plant Fu inheritance is only a tattered first order, and this cold water lotus has some weight in the second order, so I can only try slowly. There is only one lotus planted in this one waterhole, and without experience for fear of planting it to death, it can only be so to reduce the cost of trial and error. Hey, or the bottom line is too shallow. Before I have been listening to this sentence of the second uncle, now I can count on it to cut through. Yunu didn't say much, she only hoped that this sister-in-law would hurry up and leave after reading it, her husband was in a critical situation and she still had to rush back to watch over him. Lu Qingqing raised her head and looked towards the back of the wooden house. You knew, didn't you guys build something in that back? It's a shame to leave such a big place empty? Seemingly Ran didn't understand why Lu Qingqing suddenly asked this, but still diffidently said no. Looking at the jade scale carp, 89 of the 100 or so eggs had. This jade scaled carp is cheap, 10 adult fish can only be sold for 1 spirit stone. The good thing is that compared to other spirit fish, the growth cycle is short and the reproduction is strong, thus waiting for their batch of adult spawn can be put into the Qingxi lake and wait for them to grow naturally. Well, it looks like it's going to be years before there's a profit to be made. Thanks to the fact that my husband had his mind on him before. Spiritual taxes are due soon. The Li family was still a bit flustered when they paid the spirit tax for the first time. The spirit tax of Zhao was very heavy, even heavier than the ordinary people paying rent. It basically fluctuates around 30% to 70%. The exact percentage depends on how the local magistrate calculates it for you. The number of qi practicing cultivators in the family, the number of spiritual fields, the number of people under their rule, other outputs, etc. would all be included in the calculation. So only the magistrate of a place still has a lot of power. Especially at this juncture of collecting the spirit tax. This was why Zhu Changren, a cultivator, was still able to tolerate Zhao Wuji, a mortal, jumping around. But this is the way ordinary qi practicing families collect. The Li family is different. The Li family is a vassal of the Tu family. Its spirit tax is given to the Tu family. According to the agreement between the Zhao imperial clan and the major powers at the beginning of the founding of the country. Powers of the Purple Mansion and above can encircle land and collect taxes on the basis of their ability, which is equivalent to partitioning. The butchers have that covered. The 3 western, of Zhao, Changning, Guangnan and Annan, were all Tu's fiefdoms hundreds of. When the owner is happy, it's possible to not receive a penny. But if the main family is not happy, lol. This is where Li Liangyu is anxious. He didn't know exactly how Li Tusu was doing in the Tu family, didn't know if he knew who he was. What's more, he didn't know if he would speak for the family. He could only prepare as many resources as possible to deal with the upcoming spirit tax. At least when the tax-collecting cultivator arrived, he reported a figure that the family could take. But for now, it looks like there's only one step to take. Oi! It's hard to rule a family. It's even harder to raise a family. It's even harder to seek development. Chapter 89, I'm Your Father. Lu Qingqing stepped on the small boat and turned her head to look at the increasingly distant island in the center of the lake, frowning slightly. What are you hiding, sister-in-law? What's back there? Lu Qingqing is also a person who has escaped and seen the heroes of the world, although the Yunu is not obvious. Still, a subtle crack was revealed under her willful guidance. When they went ashore, the servants and the carriage were still waiting on the shore. Young lady! Back to the mansion. Yes. Half a month later. Jade Bamboo Mountain, secret room. The 3 qi are united, and the qi returns to the spiritual aperture. It's finally time to get out. 2 years ago, after obtaining the Ding clan's inheritance, Li Xian had been seeking to disperse his power and recultivate. The gap between positive qi cultivators and miscellaneous qi cultivators would become more pronounced the further one went. Li Xian didn't want to run into the same qi practicing cultivator in the future only to be overwhelmed by someone else. The current Li family had 2 complete paths of qi practice. The Greenwood Evergreen method and the 3 Fire Qi refining method. A neutral and calm, fast cultivation and excellent life extension. A painful but powerful practice. Li Xian thought for a long time and finally decided to recultivate the Greenwood Evergreen method. Not only himself, but almost all the cultivators within the family chose to cultivate this discipline. There are many reasons for this, the first of which is the problem of resources. Heaven and earth. Jade Bamboo Mountain was close to the Qinggu Mountain Range and the Slanting Moon Mountain Range, and there were large expanses of forests with rich would attribute heaven and earth qi. Li Xian had harvested all 100 copies of first-order mountain forest clear qi in just over a year's time. The second thing was that cultivating the 3 Fire Qi refining method was easy to reveal the cracks. In the entire 5 counties, there were only a few clans that cultivated the fire attribute qi practicing method. The Ding family's 3 Fires Qi refining method was even more recognizable. This method, like the moon-worshipping sword technique, is something Li Xian doesn't dare to take out. Castle Peak Shui. The moon-worshipping sword art and the Ding clan's legacy are both in my hands. I won't rest in peace until you die. A year ago, after setting up the wood thornback dragon formation, Li Xian secretly closed his doors. He had succeeded in recultivating half a year ago, and had spent the past half year consolidating his cultivation. Nowadays, he was already a first-level qi practicing Jingqi cultivator. The difference between positive qi and miscellaneous qi is really big, and the smoothness of the flow of mana has increased by more than one notch. Fortunately. Now that there is a complete inheritance, it can be considered to be on the right track. Now we just need to develop slowly. When the second, third or even more qi practicing cultivators appear in the family, it's time to go after Shueqingshan's trouble. After all, I took the Dao Heart Oath. The Dao Heart Oath was the same as taking a life. A person could only use it once in their life, and taking a life could only be taken once. Of course, so is being taken. It was because of this that in the immortal cultivation world, unless one was truly desperate, one would not take a Dao Heart vow. Get up and walk out of the chamber. Ding Hong's storage bag was given to him to use, and now the three strongest cultivators in the family all had a storage bag. This storage bag of Ding Hong's was not large, only the size of 3 zhang in a circle, but it was completely sufficient for the current Li Xian. Who? Having not seen the light outside for a year, Li Xian deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's still comfortable to stay outside. Went to the duobao orchard to take a look. Nowadays these 600 duobao fruit trees are the biggest economic pillars of the family, they can't go wrong. Casually pinching a spell, the little cloud and rain technique was executed, while mobilizing the spiritual qi within the spirit gathering formation, causing it to converge towards the duobao orchard side as much as possible. Lu Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating in the quiet room, frowned slightly. The aura seems to have thinned out a bit. Could it be that second uncle is out of the gate? Lu Qingqing arrived at the Jade Bamboo Mountain, and sure enough, he saw a black-robed figure weeding the duobao orchard. Second uncle. Congratulations, second uncle, for accomplishing your goal. It's Qingqing. Li Xian waved at her, for this nephew-in-law Li Xian was still quite fond of her. He is not arrogant, knows the limits of propriety and etiquette, and is also oriented towards Li Liangyu. Sort of a rare and wonderful woman. Especially after learning about his cultivation talent and having his cultivation greatly increased, he was still able to maintain an original heart, which was truly rare. Uncle too. Where's Daoying Daofeng? I haven't seen the two of them for a year. I kinda miss these two little guys. Both of them. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qingqing's face as she stammered. Should be playing with Pearl? Speaking of Mingzhu, Li Xian's mind instantly conjured up the little girl who was hugging his thighs and bawling her eyes out. That girl Mingsu isn't a crybaby now, is she? Ah. I don't think I'll count it. The mansion, between the fields. Hiya. Hiya. Little horsey go 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 go. Li Mingzhu rode a pony and wailed in anger as she watched her two nephews overtake her. While crying he also whipped the pony he was sitting down on. But sadly, she was so small that the horse didn't even feel the whip on her ass. Aha, little aunt, we won. We won. Come on, give us turbinado candy, ha. Li Daoying and Li Daofeng exchanged a high five. You guys, you bullied me. Woo woo. Li Mingzhu wiped her tears pitifully while taking out the few turbinado candies from the small bag on her waist and giving them. Mother said I'm an aunt, I can't lie to my juniors, I have to set a good example. Ooh, but my candy, I only have a few left. Li Xian in midair almost burst out in tears of laughter when he saw his daughter's pitiful appearance. Being the only female child in the family, Li Mingzhu is highly favored by the whole family. Whether it was Li Ping, or Huang, Zhang, or even Li Xian himself, they all favored her. Duobao candy was not a precious thing, but because it was for children, the medicinal power had to be cut down, resulting in the need for cultivators to make it, and it was time-consuming. The entire family was the only one that Lu Qingqing had the leisure to get for a few little ones to eat. Lu Qingqing would get some out every month and distribute it to the 4 little ones. One in particular was given to Pearl Li. This led to Li Daoying and Li Daofeng, the 2 older children, who always liked to play with her and then cheat her out of candy. Fly down. Taking out a few multi-treasure fruits from his storage bag, he lucked his mana to draw out most of the spiritual and medicinal power. Here. Stop crying. Li Mingzhu looked blearily at Li Xian who had fallen from the sky. Tear hung on his face and he opened. Uncle, who are you? Li Xian. I'm your father. Li Xian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. After not seeing this little girl for a year, she even forgot about him. Second granduncle. It's second uncle. It was normal for Li Mingzhu to be too young to remember, but Li Daoyin and Li Daofeng could be over 5 years old. One glance recognized Li Xian. Here. One for each of you. You're still young, you mustn't eat too much of this stuff. Reaching out, he tapped the 2 turnip heads on the head and gave them a couple of handled turbinado fruits. Reaching out, he picked up Li Mingzhu. The little girl's white and tender, droll appearance melted Li Xian's heart. Pops takes you to play. Saying that, he released the Qingping sword and sent the. Just then, a huge, gentle, life-filled mana was channeled into the blood pool. The flesh and blood Tianyou at the bottom of the pool felt this mana full of vitality, and its silky roots rooted in Li Ling's back slowly withdrew and gradually returned to calm. As soon as those roots were withdrawn, the scowl on Li Ling's face gradually subsided, and his entire body relaxed. Who? Li Xian grimaced and sat on a stone bench without saying a word. Li Mingzhu seemed to know that Li Xian was angry and stayed aside, not daring to make a scene. Uncle too. Yunu was caught in the act and stood to the side in some embarrassment. Li Xian looked at the blood pool that did not move and grunted. How much longer are you going to lie in there? Shall I help you up myself? Ahem, second uncle, you're here. Li Ling stood up cowering like a child who had made a mistake and stood aside with Yunu. Tell me, what's going on? Don't try to be clever, I've known about this for a long time. Li Ling didn't dare to be in hiding, and told the ins and outs of this flesh and blood Teiyukai. The Pei family of Mount Yuhua? Li Xian stroked his chin, that cold water lotus was also exchanged from him? Right. That guy's eyes are clumsy, didn't see the extraordinary nature of this flesh and blood Taiyang, took the lead in mortgaging it to us, and the cold water lotus was the last to be mortgaged. That cold water lotus need not be counted, according to the market price, a cold water lotus is worth hundreds of spirit stones, that guy with such a precious thing just for 1 or 200 more treasure wine. There must be a problem. When Pei Wenluan took out the cold water lotus seeds, Li Ling and Yunu knew that he had ulterior motives, only did not point out his. After all, no matter what is plotting and scheming, first take advantage of it. 200 jars of duo-bao wine in exchange for 4 cold water lotuses that can be planted. This is the kind of injustice that you can't even find by beating your head against the wall. So much for coming from a safe place. Li Xian walked to Li Ling's side and pulled his body, only to see that his back was densely covered with tiny blood holes. This thing is sucking the life out of you. Just now, he was able to see this and hurriedly channeled his mana over. Saying that, Li Xian held his hand and exerted a slight force. You push hard too. Li Ling froze and immediately reacted. A moment later Li Xian let go of his hand, the cultivation level of the 8th level of Yunling, yet it is much stronger than the average Yunling 9th level of strength, and his physical qualities have also become stronger. It seems that this flesh and blood Tianyou has the ability to refine the body, accelerate the speed of cultivation, and assist in breakthroughs. The biggest drawback is that it will suck the vitality of its owner. In the bluntest terms, it's useful, but easily short-lived. Coming to the pool of blood water, he reached out and scooped up the flesh and blood Teiyukai. This Tai Sui sensed the great threat Li Xian posed and even slowly squirmed, trying to escape back to the pool of blood water. Li Ling and Yunu also saw this image for the first time and were amazed. The aura on its body is so thin, not even as good as the peach trees on the island, yet its spirit is so high. It's really strange. Use your finger as a knife to cut off a thumb-sized piece of taiyaki flesh. Don't use this Teiyukai yet. Its preference is to devour vitality. In your current state, I'm afraid it won't take more than a year or 2 for you to be sucked dry. You should practice Qi first, and when you achieve Qi practice, you should use it together when supplemented with other spirits that contain vitality. That should be the real way to use it. Good. Li Ling sighed. He had just 2 inches of spiritual aperture, wanting to practice Qi on his own without relying on his flesh and blood Taiyao. How easy could it be? You still have the nerve to sigh. I really want to slap you to death. Li Xian was furious. Since the abnormality had been discovered 3 days ago, why didn't you stop and use it without fear? If I hadn't arrived in time today, you kid would have been afraid of losing your foundation. I'm sorry, Uncle too. Li Xian shook his head. I know you hold a gas in your heart, but everything must be method. Slowly, not in a hurry, our Li family founded the clan, but more than 10 years have now. Why not talk about the day of not exceeding the Zhu family? Second uncle's lesson is? Li Ling returned absent-mindedly. This oil and salt look could infuriate Li Xian. Mother, I can't get through to you, let's go. Li Xian hugged Li Mingzhu and left. Li Ling and Yunu looked at each other, and before they could make a move, a voice came. Don't use that Tianyou again before you practice chi, or I'll burn it for you. Also, if you want to continue to use your Tai Tao in the future, you must use the Greenwood Evergreen method to practice chi. I'll prepare the second grade Mountain Forest Clarity Chi for you. Li Ling spread his hands helplessly. Alright husband, second uncle is also for your own good. I know, but... Hey, it's just... Let's use the spirit extinction formation to seal off the blood pool first. It won't be long before the two clans' upper envoys might be coming to collect the spirit tax, so we might not be able to expose this item. There's also the cold water lotus to isolate it as well. In the secret room, Li Shen mobilized the luck-taking bead and slowly approached the small piece of Taiyang meat. Suddenly, a strong wave of nausea hit him. Vomit! Li Shen almost threw up. What's going on? The Raider's Pearl smacks? Didn't you have fun eating Willow's beads in the first place? He cut off this piece of Taiyang meat just to see if it could be devoured by the luck-taking bead. I didn't realize this lucky bead was such a picky eater. A spirit fire ignited in his hand, burning it to ashes. Li Xian knocked on the stone table, his mind was full of thoughts. Chapter 91 Glitches. Senior sister, how much longer will it take to get there? We've been traveling for more than 10 days. On the huge flying spirit boat, a little boy with powdered jade hands pinched a teacup, rather helplessly looking at the woman who had been pounding away for a while in front of him. The little boy was 5 or 6 years old, with red lips and white teeth, his eyes were unusually animated, and a green-colored Taoist robe was worn on his body, looking cute and dusty. Tu Su Su pursed her lips. Activating the spirit fire to sear the small three-legged Dan furnace that was as big as a teapot in front of her. Fierce fire raises the temperature, nabs the spirit into the medicine, and turns the medicine into liquid. Splitting and merging. Condensation. Dan. Tu Su Su's forehead saw sweat, her beautiful eyes staring silently at the Dan furnace, her mouth chanting the steps of alchemy. The next moment, only a bang was heard. Tusa twisted her head, her face pitch black. Ah! It blew up again. Aowa, I'm not convinced. Hearing this familiar wailing cry, Li Tusa skillfully covered his ears. Tiny Su, I blame you for disturbing me. It's all your fault. Li Tusa helplessly bristled and promised, yes, it's all my fault. Senior sister, don't be angry, okay? Li Tusa directly inverted the Big Dipper and touched Tusa Su's head like a coaxing child. The sword servant at the side wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, holding his face purple. When Tu Su Su had howled enough, the sword servant at the side voiced out. Miss, we've arrived at Guangnanfu. Tu Su Su cast a dust expelling technique, and the black ash on her face immediately disappeared. A playful and absolutely beautiful face appeared in front of Li Tusu's eyes. Even if Li Tusu saw this face day after day, he couldn't help but be stunned. The next moment Tu Su Su stood up, and Li Tusu, who was originally looking down on her, instantly became looking up. Little kid, how dare you perfume your senior sister? Humph, wait until we get to Changning House and charge your kin 10% more in spirit tax. See if you still dare. Changning House. My kin. Born with 100 feet of spiritual charm makes Li Tusa very early wisdom. At the age of 5, the degree of enlightenment is no less than a 10-year-old boy. He had always been curious about the kindred spirits that his senior sister spoke of, so he took advantage of this collection of spirit tax to follow him over with a deadbeat. Come on, Tiny Su, gotta work again. Tu Su Su was 15 years old this year, with a first-level cultivation of Qi practicing, and was the youngest female cultivator of the two families' Su generation. Ranked 43rd in the family, he belongs to the same lineage as Tu Su Ming, who was ranked 17th in the family, and the difference between the two is 74 years old. Hey, who made me poorly endowed, born to be a laborer? Li Tusa sniffed and bowed his head, silent. The huge flying boat slowly descended, and above the huge grandstand in Guangnan Prefecture's capital city, a group of family cultivators who had rushed to pay the spirit tax greeted each other. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings to the Lord's ambassadors. Unlike Changning Prefecture, which had been ceded, Guangnan Prefecture and Annan Prefecture were the actual fiefdoms of the Tu family. The spirit tax of all the families in the two mansions was handed over to the Tu family. Of course, the Tu family also had to submit a share to the Zhao Imperial clan every year. Tu Su Su and Li Tusu set out from Tu Ling Xian Island, took the lead in collecting all the spirit tax of Annan province, and by the way hanged some families that could not afford to pay the tax, and circled around for more than 10 days before arriving in Guangnan. I hope you are truly respectful. Tu Su Su harnessed the red diamond and flew onto the ship without much pleasantries. The superior envoy should have the arrogance of a superior envoy. If the heads of these small families came in person, she would still give some good face, but it was only some family stalwart cultivators. It's better to stay high and mighty so as not to degrade the two families' reputation. Li Tusa began to practice at the age of 3, and now has the strength of the 5th level of Yunling, but even so, there is no ability to step on the sword to the sky, and had to use the protective treasure given by the master to leap off the flying boat. Wow, that's a lot of people. Li Tusa walked across the long carpet with a calm demeanor, and behind him were 2 sword servants and a Dao protector. In the Tu clan, his treatment as a 100-inch spirit rhythm son was a bit better than those few 4-inch spirit orifices. This time, if he hadn't stalked him for several days, he would never have been able to walk out of spirit slaughtering Immortal Island. Li Tusu didn't take a close look at the group of family cultivators, but those family cultivators were taking a look at him. Have any of you seen this kid? Fu Chiwen transmitted his voice to a few familiar cultivators. No. No. I'm afraid it's not a newly born junior of the Tu family. Or it could be the face head that the girl in front of us raised. Big medicine might as well be. Fu Chiwen rolled his eyes. The more this group of old things pulled, the more skewed they became. Naturally, no one cares about. Of the more than 200 clans around Guangnan Prefecture City, it was surprising that 3 of them hadn't paid enough. Tsusu sighed and commanded, "Do it according to the rules." The so-called rules. He killed the 3 cultivators who came to pay the spirit tax and ordered them to double the amount owed next time. If the next one is still not turned in, then the name will be removed. Tu Su Su looked at the sullen Li Tu Su and couldn't help but rub his head. Tiny Su, have you had enough fun these past few days? Is it clear that you've had enough fun, senior sister? Li Tu Su was filled with resentment. His identity was special and the protector of the Tao would not allow him to leave its field of vision. 10 days later, after collecting the Guangnan province spirit tax, the 2 families' flying boat quickly flew north. Although Changning Mansion was not under the direct jurisdiction of the Tu family, its influence from a few hundred years ago was still there, and there were more than a dozen families attached to it. And the numbers have slowly increased over the years. Mid-September. According to the usual practice of ordinary people, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It is time to enjoy the moon and reunion. However, the Li family did not have the atmosphere that a reunion should have. Some days ago, he had been waiting for the arrival of the Tu family's superior envoy, but he did not expect to wait for half a decade and did not see any trace of the superior envoy at all. In the entire Whitewater Greenwood area, and only the Li family was a Tu family vassal, there was not even a single person to discuss with. I heard from the casual cultivator who came to buy the dregs of wine pills that as early as half a month ago, the spirit tax officer of the Zhao clan's royal family had come to Baishui County to finish collecting taxes. This also makes the Li family people also hair anxious. Is it possible that something has gone wrong? In the end, it's the first time a big girl goes to the sedan chair, and this paying a tax is so disturbing. Buzzing. An invisible fluctuation appeared over the Li family. Li Ling and Yunu, who were sitting cross-legged in the wooden house on Jade Bamboo Mountain, abruptly opened their eyes. Before either of them could react, Li Xian's figure then rushed up into the clouds. Li Xian of the Li family. Greetings to the envoy. Good you Li family. Simply bold. Chapter 92 Master Li, do you still remember me? A chortling voice came. The huge flying boat appeared in the sky above the Jade Bamboo Mountain, its surroundings surrounded by spiritual energy, and the pressure was overwhelming. Li Xian was deterred by this pressure and flew backwards hundreds of feet before barely stabilizing himself. Respectfully, he bowed his head and arched his hand. The lower clan paid the spirit tax for the first time, but what did they do wrong? I implore you, Your Excellency, to show me, and the Li family will definitely correct it. And I hope the Lord's ambassador will forgive me. The Li family was a vassal of the Tu family, and since the Tu family said that their own family was guilty, then even if they were not guilty, they were still guilty. Just plead guilty and be done with it. Explanations and sophistry die faster. Li Ling and Yunu at the top of Jade Bamboo Mountain looked at each other, and just as they were about to make a move they heard Li Xian's voice transmission. Don't act rashly. Don't think of escaping with Sun Yi and the others, it's useless. A soft hum came from the flying boat. Humph. This voice, so familiar. Li Xian's heart moved slightly. This voice and the chiding voice at the very beginning were both female voices, but this one was obviously more childish and had an indescribable familiarity. Could it be? Family Master Li, it's been a long time. 5 years have passed and you're still as weak as ever. Tu Susu stood on the flying boat, looking down at Li Xian and said softly. Li Xian's head went even lower, just standing quietly, not daring to retort in half. 28 counties in Changning Prefecture, 15 vassal families, my 2 families set a total of 2 tax collecting places. Li Xian struggled to hold on while shouting to Li Ling and the others with his voice transmission. Don't move! Don't move! Li Xian knelt on the ground, his mind was filled with thoughts, and all of a sudden he thought of that weird smile and reminder after Zhu Chengren came to engrave his clan name. Never forget the spiritual tax. So, the pit is here. Li Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He had inquired many times in the land of the 5 counties, but he had not gotten an accurate message. Whether there is a fixed place to collect the tax or whether there will be a collector who will come to your house to inspect the tax. However, during this period of time the family's merchant caravan returning from Baishui County City had been circulating rumors of the tax collector's visit to the Shui and Zhu families to collect taxes. Now that I look at it, these rumors are too accurate, too much to be true. This was deliberately spread by that old dog Zhu Changrun to confuse him. In order to make him think that it would be the 2 families' tax collecting messenger who would come to his door. Old dog. Old dog. You're trying to wipe out my Li family. Li Xian clasped the ground with his 5 fingers, clutching the stone slag in a death grip. One after another, he confessed his faults, and one after another, he shouted that he would ask the superior ambassador for forgiveness. But the pressure on his body did not lessen one bit. Upper envoy, this is the spirit tax of the little clan, it's 50% of the output of the little clan. Li Xian braced himself and pointed to the spirit stones and rations that had long been prepared on the side, as well as a box of Suyu's handmade snacks, which wanted to complete the delivery of the spirit tax and implored the messenger to bring it. Tu Susu's chiding and Li Xian's begging for forgiveness and admitting his mistake reached everyone's ears. Suyu pinched the talisman in her hand with a worried expression. Suyu hugged Li Qingye and Li Mingzhu and used her mana to cover their ears as she indignantly looked toward the flying boat in the sky. Li Ling's eyes were wide with rage, and the long sword in his hand trembled madly, but it was pressed down by Yanu to death. Husband, there are Tsukiji, more than one. Second uncle has been strong all his life, why has he ever been so humiliated? I hate. As for its servants and grannies, it is even more eye-watching, more even heard Li Xian's begging for forgiveness and admitting mistakes scared to kneel down on the spot. Big. Dejun, this. The servant behind him immediately supported Li Liangyu whose face was white and whose lips were trembling. Young master, that's the head of the family, he'll be able to fix it. The aging Li Ping stood up on his crutches and looked at the several heavy grandchildren in front of him and gently coughed. Weakness is sin. Remember. In this world, weakness is sin. An irrefutable sin. I implore the Lord's ambassador to be gracious. Tu Susu obviously hadn't lost her temper yet, and lightly grunted. What if I don't open up? You do not know the inferiority or superiority of your clan, it is a great crime to exterminate your clan. Those clans that can't afford to pay the spirit tax know to send people to the tax collection place to be punished. And yet you all have such a big face. Bigger than even my 2 families' face. How dare you make us personally come to your door to ask for the spirit tax? You don't know what you're doing. Li Xian saw that the situation was about to get out of control. This Tu Susu was simply like a different person from the lively little girl 5 years ago. There's no wiggle room? Li Xian made an immediate decision to establish himself and immediately transmitted his voice. Linger, if anything goes wrong, immediately use the 10,000 miles thunder escape talisman to leave. As long as you're around, the Li family can't be destroyed. Before the transmission was finished, a clear childish voice came from the flying boat. Senior sister. You still owe me a gift for my senior brother's 5th birthday. Senior brother wants the spirit tax of this small clan, can senior sister send it to me? Li Tusu walked onto the deck at some point and stood beside Tu Susu. The tiny hand pulled Tu Susu's sleeve, her voice soft, asking for her birth gift. And then slowly stood along the flying boat and looked down. My name is Li Tusu, father. Li family master, do you remember me? Chapter 93 The 2 families design. What happened to the Li family is not too big or too small. The most crucial point is then the face of the 2 family. Does the 2 family lack the Li family's little spirit tax? Definitely not. However, in both tax collection places, Tu Susu did not see the shadow of the Li family, which could easily lead people to think. Especially those clans that also paid spirit tax to the 2 family, what would they think? Is the 2 family getting weaker? Even a small family that had just entered chi practice dared to not pay the spirit tax. Or is it that this two family has brought the difference between close and distant relationships and differentiated treatment to the forefront? We're both subsidiaries, so I have to pay, but he doesn't? Regardless of what they think, the two family is going to do something about it. But how? When you think about it, there are only three. The first, simpler, was to directly send out the sword servants to exterminate the Li family, but with Li Tusu around, this was definitely impossible. The second was to personally come to the door to ask for the spirit tax, but this would undoubtedly cause the two family to lose face. After all, a hound can voluntarily bring prey to its owner, but the owner can't snatch food from the dog's mouth, although there's not much difference between the two. Of course, there is the last one, which is to let it go and pretend it never happened. But this kind of Tususu didn't dare. If she did so, even the 17th brother who was quite valued in the family couldn't protect her. Obviously, Tusu chose the second one. The two families' face was considered lost here. Even if they killed Li Xian, this face was lost. Luckily, though, Li Tusu caught the face. Senior sister, before you left, Master had said that you're a senior sister, so you can't lie to children. This small clan doesn't have much in the way of spirit tax anyway. Is it possible that senior sister can't afford to part with it? Tiny Sue. Tutu Su pretended to be angry and knocked her little head. You can have it if you want it. You're exchanging such a precious opportunity for these, I'm really convinced. With a light sentence from Tu Su, the situation instantly eased. The protector of the Tao on the side also silently withdrew his mighty pressure. This batch of spirit tax had not yet been delivered, and the face of the two family had not yet claimed it, and the Li family had not yet paid it either. Now that the owner of this spiritual tax had changed from the two family to this little doll Li Tusu, the situation was instantly reversed. Master Li, can I have my birth gift? It was not the two family that asked for it, but Li Tusu, and it was not too much for a doll to ask anyone for anything, nor was he ashamed of it. It's... Li Xian swallowed the blood in his throat and braced himself to send a few large boxes up, but he had been pressed down for too long and was injured, and for a while he was crooked and the boxes almost fell. Mr. Liu, could you please receive it for me? The cold-faced protector on the side waved his hand, and several large boxes all then appeared on the deck of the flying boat. Oomph, good life at the end. There was no hiding behind these words, and then Mr. Liu transmitted his voice to Li Tusu. Little Gungzi, the old man has already stayed his hand. What the vain master said, I do not know. As if she didn't hear it, Li Tusu raised her head with a smiling face and looked at Tusu beside her, saying, Since elder sister gave me such a good birthday gift, I have never given elder sister anything in these 5 years. Today I will give senior sister a gift. Tusu clutched his hand tightly, and she could see his serious reluctance. What? Gift? Anything, as long as senior sister wants it. Lua laughed when he heard this, and all the sword retainers beside him laughed. The only two people who were silent were Li Tusu and Tu Su. With this promise, am I then considered a senior sister's person? Man-child. Tu Su gently nudged Li Tusu with his finger. This thing is done, let's go. The flying boat turned into a shadow of light and flew far away. A piece of jade slowly landed beside Li Xian. In the distance, Zhu Changren viciously smashed a large tree. That little doll is even there. And it's surprising that it's so highly regarded. Damn it. What a great opportunity. This Li family is really lucky. But let's see how long you can be lucky, huh? Li Xian held the jade and carefully felt the letter in it. Ryoga stood up only after a long time, lost in thought. So it is. There's no such thing as shame. Fist is face. How the two family makes a gesture, which is these small clans can point to. Everything is to design Li Tusu. The Li family merely created this opportunity in advance. After enjoying so many resources of my two family, it's not enough to just worship the master. You. Greaseball. I'm just surprised that Chakra Master Azu was so impatient, even though it was expected, but after all. I'm only 5 years old. What Li Tusu said was all true. After all, he grew up in the Tusu family, and there was only that thin bloodline left with the... I also can't give any more help to the family. This time, I don't know when we can meet, but now, my lifespan is just about to come to an end, and wasting more energy won't help. Li Xian was silent, only holding his hand tightly. Seeing this scene, Li Ping couldn't help but laugh and curse. When did my proudest second son become so matronly and pretentious? Dad, I don't have. Li Ping touched his head and didn't say anything more. 3 days later. Jade Bamboo Mountain, Secret Room. Li Xian and Li Ling sat cross-legged on either side of the jade slave, and the jade slave on the stone platform glanced at the small jade vial in front of him, in which was a copy of the second-grade Mountain Forest Clear Qi. Li Xian had been collecting Mountain Forest Clear Qi for the past 2 years and had just gathered 200 copies. Moreover, he also blended it into a second product. He was a Qi practitioner, and the time he needed to blend a second product was very short. He was able to blend one in less than 3 days, which was more than 5 times faster than an impregnating spirit cultivator. Li Xian casually set up a soundproof array. Ready? Yuna nodded. Linger and I will wait for you outside. We have everything, no need to worry. Yes. After saying that, Li Xian and Li Ling walked out of the secret room. Save the blending time, it'll be ready in about January. Li Xian still does not know how big Yunua's spiritual aperture is, and he has also asked Li Ling, but Li Ling also said that he did not know, only to know that her talent is much better than his own. Li Xian warned Li Ling more than once that this woman came from a mysterious way, with all sorts of weird things coming out of her body, and with extraordinary insights. She must have secrets. Let him be careful how he responds. But Li Ling, this brat. Hey, it's just that, anyway, the fortune-taking bead did not present an evil omen. After that incident 2 years ago, Li Xian realized that there were 3 fatal drawbacks to the fortune-taking bead's measurement of fortune and misfortune. For one thing, it would not take the initiative to show the alarm, and only if he himself urged it could he measure the good and bad fortune. The second is that he gives no directional hints of good and bad luck, more like the left eye jumping wealth, right eye jumping disaster, this kind of, only tell you good and bad, do not tell you where the good and bad, where the bad. Thirdly, for the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness of a long time later, or if the position is too much higher than his, it will not be able to be measured. Li Xian couldn't help but think. Could it be because that bead bit or ability of Lu Qingqing's could only go so far in the first place? Would it be better to get 1 or 2 more and let the luck-taking pearl devour them? With this thought in mind, Li Xian felt the need to have a good chat with Lu Qingqing, his nephew-in-law, after looking for her. But not now. The priority was to make sure that Yunu could break through to practicing Qi. Once the family had 2 Qi practicing cultivators, he would be able to go out and walk around. Nestled in this jade bamboo mountain for more than 10 years, he had long wanted to go out for some fresh air. Li Xian and Li Ling glanced at each other and both sat cross-legged at the entrance of the secret room. A month later, a faint spiritual sense poked out from the secret room. Li Xian snapped his eyes open, unable to stop the smile on his face. It's done. Li Ling also opened his eyes. He didn't have spiritual awareness, but his soul was a lot sharper after he mated with Yunu. Hearing Li Xian speak in such a manner, he also felt Yunu's faint spiritual sense under deliberate probing. Ah, second uncle. Yunu has become a success. From now on, the family will have 2 Qi practicing cultivators. Li Xian looked at the calm and measured Li Ling, who looked tired, relieved with a little heartache. The word family comes first, duty comes first. Pity the waif. Yunu has already made a breakthrough. She definitely needs to go into seclusion to polish herself, at least for a month. Go back. Have a good rest and rest. Yes. Chapter 95, Clam Demon. Silent and distant under the night sky. Li Xian stood in the air with his sword, his eyes looking down at a barren landscape. Li Xian looked at the Jade Pearl River in front of him. Observing from one side of the river, he realized that the walls of its deep pit were densely filled with mussels, all sizes, the big ones even bigger than a man. It's a ing mussel nest. Li Xian slowly stepped back and 3 spirit talismans appeared in his hands as well, a trio of Golden Shield Talisman, Coal Ice Talisman, and Sprinting Talisman. This scene, saying that there are no demonic beasts, I'm afraid that little fool Ningzhu won't believe it. Li Xian retreated while keeping an eye on every place, fearing that he might accidentally fall into the path. But the imagined image of clam demons emerging and surrounding themselves did not appear. Instead, a weak aura came through. This is a cry for help? Li Xian felt it again and became even more certain that this spirit sense was asking for help. Li Xian had a hesitant look on his face. Could it be a trick? Releasing his spiritual sense, he responded. What a cunning demon! How dare you swindle me? Eat my strike of heavenly thunderbolt! He said, throwing out a talisman. In a flash, the water waves brewed, and the monster at the bottom of the pit looked like it was frightened, hastily releasing its spiritual sense to beg for mercy. Spare your life! Spare your life! Spare me! The demon at the bottom of the pit was stunned when he looked at the glowing firefly talisman that slowly fell in. Her shell is closed. Where's the promised sky rays? Liar. Determining that this demon at the bottom of the pit was a weakling, Li Xian snorted and slowly sat on the edge of the pit, saying with his spiritual sense, "Come out and talk." Li Xian also didn't probe his spiritual sense downwards, giving the other party enough respect. He didn't have any notion that humans and demons were not two sides of the same coin, and there was no right or wrong in this immortal cultivation world that didn't distinguish between good and evil. It is nothing more than a difference in factions and forces. In Li Xian's eyes, anyone weaker than him was a good comrade. Anyone better than him is a potential threat. I can't get out. Compared to the raspy feeling of the previous few times of the spiritual consciousness transmission, these words could be heard by Li Xian. A very crisp female voice. A female? Muscle demon? Well, I am indeed a muscle that has become a demon. Little Taoist, what is your name? Li Xian narrowed his eyes and secretly chewed on the words Little Taoist. The demon race, like the human race, could tell the strength of both sides based on their name calling. Call me Little Taoist? Could it be Tsukiji? Li Xian buried this question in his heart. This clam demon looked unworldly though, like a little girl who was new to the world. But keeping an eye on everything is the king of saving lives. Li Xian said without changing his color or face. So it's senior in person, my name is Han Li. Han Li. Can you save me from going out? I can give you many good things. The clam demon's voice was soft and crisp, very nice to listen to, but Li Xian didn't have the heart to appreciate it. Instead, he asked, why is senior trapped here? Our king died and I became the new king and the king gets trapped here, I don't know. I was here as soon as I opened my mind, so many big chains binding me. I don't want to be king. Li Xian stroked his chin and quietly listened to her talking to herself. King of the clam demons? The trapped king? Li Xian prodded the luck rating bead, and it gave Yoshi's feedback. Good. I'll save you. Li Xian agreed straight away. Ha? Really? Really? Li Xian didn't talk nonsense, it was rare for the luck-taking bead to measure an auspicious omen, it must be profitable. Any more procrastination would not be his style. Li Xian quietly pinched the golden shield talisman in one hand and held the Qingping sword in the other, violently leaping into the deep pit. So deep. So cold. Li Xian's eyes flashed with an aura, and the bottom of the pitch-black pit instantly became a few points clearer. You. Chapter 96 The Moon in the Pool. You. This is you? What was seen was the bottom of the deep pit, densely piled up with huge clamshells of various colors, each of which was about 10 feet in size. These mussels are textured jade, and the huge mussel shells open up like two large door panels. Not a single mussel is visible in between, it's all dead shells. Stacked one on top of the other, they were 3 or 4 feet tall, and according to Li Xian's estimation, there were at least 7 or 8 of them. These should be the king in the mouth of this clam demon, the previous king. When he looked up, he saw that above these mussels, a huge mussel of glazed jade, emitting a slight glow, was quietly suspended. 6 thin black iron chains wrapped around it, like silk cracks appearing on a stunningly beautiful jade, extremely damaging to the view. Even Li Xian couldn't help but frown. Li Xian saw. As if noticing Li Xian's gaze, the clam instantly retracted back into its shell. I have done it, and where is my reward? The good things you said. Li Xian wasn't saving her for charity for 3 reasons. For one, this clam demon was too weak, so weak that Li Xian felt like he could kill her with a single sword. Although she called herself a little Taoist, Li Xian felt that this clam demon was afraid that she had an empty lifespan and realm, with no corresponding strength. Secondly, the fortune-taking beads show auspicious signs. The third is the goodies she promised. According to Li Xian's projection, this clam demon. Little Taoist, wait. Li Xian looked back with a blank expression, but those who were familiar with Li Xian would be able to see the smirk hidden deep under his eyes. I know. The clam demon's crisp voice sounded again, but this time there was clearly more of a lazy and cozy flavor. Li Xian hooked the corner of his mouth and turned around, ready to leave. By the way, Han Li, my name is Qi Zhongyue. Well, my name is Li Hyun. Under the moonlight, Li Xian stepped on the water waves with his hands in the air. Ikaruga quietly opened the clam shell, revealing a pretty pink and moist red lip. Liar. How could I have been so easily fooled? I was and still am. Oh, the joy of getting out of the trap and getting a new home washed away, and Ikaruga suddenly mourned. A gust of spiritual energy brewed, with the moon in the pool as the center. The fish, shrimp and mussels in the surrounding mile all danced. Swimming fish tumbling out of the lake, turtles spinning around on top of crabs, and river shrimp and schools stirring up a nice splash. They sense the grief of the moon in the pool and are trying to find ways to coax this queen of the water. Li Xian returned to Jade Bamboo Mountain and then went to his study to check the insightful legends he had collected over the years. Moon in the pool. Mussel demon. Extended life. Found. So it is. It's really an auspicious sign. In that case, she chose me because she sensed the aura of the luck rating pearl on me. Keep your god. With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of books in front of him instantly flew back to the bookshelf. Li Xian raised his head, looking in the direction of Li Lianyu's room, his fingers rubbing together, not knowing what he was thinking. Ryoga sighed with a lowered brow. So secret, it's better to rot in your stomach. Chapter 97, Cold Jade Silkworm. The island in the center of the lake, next to the cabin. Li Xian casually threw his hand, and the special fish food spilled out evenly. This fish food is fermented from the dregs of the duobao fruit and the rice stalks of the green moonrice, and this method is still exchanged by Li Ling at the Xian Snake Workshop. The various lucrative techniques and secret recipes on the market were extremely precious. This insignificant fish food preparation method alone cost a full 80 spirit stones. The good thing is that this fish food preparation method is not picky about raw materials, and the audience is also wide, not only spiritual fish, all kinds of spiritual turtles, spiritual snakes, spiritual insects can also be eaten. The fish food fell into the water pool, a burst of strange fragrance quickly spread, the bottom of the pool 89 jade scale crushing carp smelled and moved, quickly embraced into a pile. The cold pool of water kept churning. These jade scale carp are so active as you fight for them. This batch looks to be ripe. Li Xian casually picked up its belly as big as a drum, as if extremely reluctant to be caught, is struggling desperately. Exercise your spiritual sense and take a look. I thought there was fish roe. I didn't realize my stomach was full of fish food. Gluttony. Li Xian shook his head and laughed lightly, throwing it back into the pool. At this time, a figure in the distance flew in with a sword, and it was none other than Yunu. Uncle too. Li Xian nodded and responded. It's good that you're out of the gate. With you around, the clan can count on some self-preservation now. Li Xian had broken through to the second level of Qi practicing a year ago, and now with the addition of Yunu, who was at the first level of Qi practicing. 2 Qi practicing cultivators, which is considered to be able to eat at the table in the 5 counties. After all, not every family had so many 2-inch and above spirit orifices sons, and so many families were only supported by a single Qi practicing soul seedling. For example, Zhu Jia. Many thanks to second uncle for his cultivation. If it wasn't for the resources and Qi practicing methods provided by second uncle, Yunu was afraid that she wouldn't be able to break through to Qi practicing even if she came back for another 10 years. We are all family, why do we need to talk like this? By the way, Linger is in the cave, go and take a look, that brat can't help it, he stalked and used the flesh and blood Tianyou again, I just cut it off for him, he's angry with me. Yunu was dumbfounded and left with an arch. It was only once Yunu left that Li Xian sighed quietly, still so polite, still not treating the Li family as a true place to return to. You're just as uncomplicated as Lu Qingqing. Thinking like this, Li Xian suddenly felt that the daughters-in-law that his own family had found seemed to be uncomplicated. But yes, they're all spirit orifices of 2 inches and above. How many ordinary mortal families can give birth to children with such qualifications? Sprinkling another handful of fish food, he had just turned around when suddenly a light came on. Hurriedly tread water onto the nearby pool. Sprouting. The bottom of the water pool hid a touch of light blue color. If not for Li Xian's good eyes, he would not have been able to discover it. 3 years. It's finally sprouted. This was the first cold water lotus seed that was planted in the beginning, and the Li family had been tending to it all these years. I wasn't even expecting much, but I didn't expect it to germinate. Slowly injecting a stream of mana to catalyze its, trying to recall the step-by-step caregiving process over the past 3 years. Suddenly, Li Xian thought of something. Cold springs. It didn't even bud when I looked at it last year, but this year it's on the wrong side of sprouting. And the only difference between this year and last year lies in the cold springs. In the previous 2 years, Li Ling and Yunu were too busy cultivating and nurturing the jade scale carp to work hard on the cold water lotus. This year, when Li Xian had time, he would go to Qinggu Mountain every 3 days to get a copy of the cold spring over and dilute it in this water pool with his magic power. Cold water lotus, cold spring, cold air, pay family. Li Xian's eyes rolled as he seemed to have guessed something. There's no hurry, it's better to inquire first. But this Qinggu mountain, it's really a treasure. Let's go for a spin some other day. Slanting Moon County, Yuhua Mountain, Pei family. This place is located in the southernmost part of the Slanting Moon Mountain Range. Its terrain is steep, and Mount Yuhua is one of the tallest mountains in the Slanting Moon Mountain Range, with thousands of feet. There is a heavenly pool the size of 100 acres at the top of its mountain, producing clouds and water, and the peak not far from the side is the Pei family's clan house. Pei family ancestor killed the practiced snake demon in the Tianqi, collected the morning mist water qi, and established the Pei family in Yuhua Mountain, which is 400 years ago. Above a cliff face, Pei Wenluan leaped up the rock wall with a few jumps and drilled into a stone cave. Finally back. Pei Wenluan saw that the formation at the entrance of the cave was intact and secretly sighed in relief. Those few brothers of the clan are still quite disciplined. Opening the formation, the stone door of the cave opened automatically, and a sense of coolness instantly surged out. Feeling the chill, a smile flashed across Pei Wenluan's face. It looks like the cold jade silkworm is spitting silk again. Rushing into the cave, he closed the stone door. His Pei family is different from ordinary families. Pei family foundation is water mist qi practicing method and the morning mist water produced by the heavenly pool. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that this was a water attribute qi practicing method. Originally, this was not a big deal, and even very good. After all, the water attribute is warm and thick, and it is too much better than the Ding family's 3 fire qi refining method. But for Pei Wenluan is really difficult. The water mist qi practicing method passed down by the Pei family was considered to be the top grade amongst a bunch of second-order techniques, but to cultivate such a good technique required natural talent. And Pei Wenluan. Spiritual orifices are just 2 inches. It could only be said that one could touch the threshold of qi refining, but it was extremely difficult to achieve qi refining with the water mist qi practicing method. It is because the family inheritance technique requires high natural ability, so in the ordinary family quite valued 2-inch trick in the Pei family can only get general treatment. Want to enjoy better treatment and be treated as a qi practicing seedling? You need at least 2 inches and 3. 2 inches by 3. It was the threshold of the Pei family's recorded breakthroughs in these 400 years, relying on the water mist qi practicing method. Pei Wenluan didn't believe in it at first, but 2 breakthroughs in a row ended in failure. The third time, he would no longer have the face to waste the family's sustenance. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon the cold mountain mist method. Since the front path of the water mist qi practicing method has been broken, then we will take a different path. Although the family's various veins are thin in love, and the brothers of the same generation are even competing with each other to suppress each other, but after all, it is my family. As long as I can use this cold mountain mist method to achieve qi practicing, third uncle's problem will also be solved, and then the family will have 4 qi practicing cultivators, plus 2 more qi practicing paths. My Pei family may not be unable to become the third power in charge outside of the Xian family and Snake Valley. Thinking to himself, as he went deeper and deeper, the coldness within the cave intensified, and the rows of night pearls emitted a faint light. Dozens of steps forward, Pei Wenluan's eyes opened up. This cave is his inheritance from the hands of his father. His father is 1-inch 8 spirit hole. 30 years ago the family spirit tax payment is not enough, voluntarily went to do the scapegoat. The cave here occupied a huge area, with a length and width of 7 or 8 feet. The roof of the cave is hollow like a cone, the center is the highest, and the whole shows a cone shape. There was a stone altar in the center, in which a 1-person high spirit mulberry tree was planted. The mulberry trees were wilting and the leaves were yellowing, and an alabaster-colored worm lay on every branch. Chapter 98 The Xian family's request for marriage. This is the cold jade silkworm. It was obtained by him a few years ago when he intercepted and killed a loose cultivator outside the workshop next to the sword-washing lake. Along with it came the cold water lotus. That was the closest he'd ever gotten to cold heaven and earth qi. Yes, he was empty of the cold mountain qi practicing method and qi collection method, but he could not find the cold qi. It's not that it can't be captured, it's that it can't be found outright. He left home at 40 and is now 58. He's been searching for 18 whole years. These 18 years he has been eating and sleeping, walking through an unknown number of pairs of shoes, dodging an unknown number of assassinations, killing an unknown number of people. Just found these 2 things related to the cold. Cold water lotus planting conditions are harsh, the demand for cold attribute heaven and earth qi is particularly large. He would have needed cold qi, and why would he have cold qi to cultivate this lotus? To him this cold water lotus seed was incredibly ribbed. These 9 lotus seeds he was going to use as spiritual medicine. But he didn't expect the darkness to come back. He actually felt a trace of extremely weak coldness in that duo Bao wine. Yuju Mountainly clan, these 2 years in this territory can be very famous But the two families' attitude towards it is still unclear, so we still have to wait a little longer. But even if I get nothing, I still have other chances. Pei Wenluan spoke as he gazed at the cold jade silkworm in front of him. The flesh and blood of this cold jade silkworm could refine a trace of coldness, a coldness that didn't even have a name, but even so it was indeed coldness. By using this cold energy to break through, he could also become a righteousness cultivator. Pei Wenluan finished watering the spirit mulberry tree and cut off the dead branches and rotten leaves from it, then selected 50 of the fattest cold jade silkworms and threw them into the prepared jade tripod. Snap! A single cold jade silkworm was crushed and exploded by his mana, its crystalline flesh and blood mixing together. He took out various magic weapons again and began to slowly refine the cold energy in them. There's no rush, take your time, so many years have passed waiting. There's no rush for this moment. Pei Wenluan reminded himself, but the cold sweat on his forehead still betrayed him. After a long time, he cupped a small jade bottle in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't even be suppressed. The first portion of cold air, it's done. According to the growth rate of the cold jade silkworms, in at most 5 years, I'll be able to put together 100 copies of first-grade cold chi. 5 years. It's only 5 years. I can wait. Pei Wenluan's face wore a maniacal look. In order to achieve practicing chi, he was really about to go crazy. Seeing that hope was right in front of his eyes, how could he not be excited? Just then, a shout came from outside the cave. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle 7. 7th uncle. That black barbarian of the Xian family is here again. Uncle 7, you. With a click, the stone door opened. Pei Wenluan walked out with a grim look on his face. Half a year ago, he had gone out in a high profile to look for auxiliary materials just to cover up the traces in the cave, and this time, he had also returned to the mountain in a low profile. He'd only just landed here, and the clan's juniors knew he was back? Pei Wenluan was a bit chilled. Big brother and second brother, do you guys need to be so defensive of me? I said I won't be begging for the family's sustenance, why must you all be so? Seeing Pei Wenluan's grim face and silent face, the junior at the door also shrunk his neck and withdrew his gaze that was poking towards the cave. Pei Wenluan asked, which one? Second, the basilisk silver hammer. Go ahead and go down, I'll be right down. Yes, Uncle 7. Junior arched his hand in salute. Pei Wenluan turned around and went to the cave to change his clothes and get his magic weapon. This Xian family is really too deceitful. Does it really think that my Pei family is made of clay? The Xian family's reputation among the 5 counties was a resounding one. One, because he's strong enough. There were 4 chi practicing cultivators in his family. The 3rd generation of the Xian family, the 4 brothers of gold, silver, copper and iron, also cultivated the art of combined attacks. The set of 4 people's strength can block the chi cultivator. 5 practicing warriors. How could the name be so bad in these 5 counties where resources are scarce and high cultivation is not evident? The second is that the cultivators in his family all have 2 common characteristics, one is ugly and the other is good at beauty. Every family cultivator of the Xian family was born with a big, tiger-like back and a face like an evil spirit. What they hang on to every day is not cultivation, but marrying a pretty daughter-in-law. It's like they've never seen a woman before. And it's more than just talk, it's actually being implemented. Decades ago, the last generation of Xian family cultivators stirred up the 5 counties, and they didn't settle down until they were all married. But it's only been less than 40 years of peace and quiet, and the new generation of Xian clan cultivators are looking for a daughter-in-law again. Even if they are horny, they are so discerning. The ugly ones don't look good. Mortals can't see it either. The most favored are the women with spiritual apertures of various immortal clans, followed by loose cultivators. And Hiyuhua Mountain and Xuanmu Mountain were not far from each other, so he was often beaten to the door by Xian family cultivators to ask for marriage. It's a good thing the Xian family also talks about rules. If there was a cultivator in the Xian family who wanted to seek a marriage, this cultivator would find his own door to fight one-on-one. As long as the other family had a cultivator of the same rank who could beat him, he would immediately retreat, and there would never be any such thing as beating up the little one to come to the old one. If no one wins the cultivator, it then leaves a bride price and comes to the door to meet the bride on the next day. It is precisely because the Xian family is disciplined, so its reputation is not bad in the entire 5 counties. After all, this is the world of the strongest. Even if the Xian family doesn't follow the rules, what can they do? Coincidentally, in his Pei family's generation, there were several female children with spiritual apertures. One of them, but also has 3 Zhang spirit rhyme and 2 inches of spirit hole. This is even if, on the contrary, also born extremely beautiful, with heavenly beauty to describe it is not too much. This grandchild has been hidden by the Pei family since childhood, but somehow it's still leaked out. Pei Wenluan had just returned to the mountain 3 years ago when he happened to stumble upon Xianjin Hammer coming to cause trouble. Pei Wenluan, who was already happy to have a cold clue, could not be used to this ugly man, and immediately fought with him. In the end he pulled a smart move and came close. I didn't expect that it had only been 3 years since he had settled down, but Xianjin Hammer had come running to cause trouble again. Pei Wenluan returned to the cave and fished out 2 crystal clear rings from a nearby pool. Wear one on each hand. This was the magic weapon he had gotten in Guangnan province, the green silk ring. It concealed 100-foot-long fine silk thread, which was as soft as a hair and as firm as fine iron. Pouring mana onto it was incredibly powerful. The Xian family cultivators are all extremely large, and it seems that their eyes are not very good. Using this magic weapon can easily entangle him. 3 years ago he relied on this to narrowly that Xian Golden Hammer 1 move. Bring your phylacteries and put on your vestments. Just as he arrived at the bottom of the mountain, he saw a young-faced couple waiting here. 7. Seventh brother, please. Pei Wenyuan looked at Pei Wenluan somewhat nervously, pleading. The girl child with the 2-inch one of spirit orifices is his daughter. Pei Wenyuan was only a 1-inch orifice, and had the support of his family to barely cultivate to the 9th level of the embodied spirit. Although they were in the same realm, their true strength was far worse than Pei Wenluan and Xianjin Hammer. His daughter was only 14 years old 3 years ago. He turned to his elder and second brothers who were equally strong but failed to get any response. He was in despair, but this 7th brother was a godsend. Now the Xian family has changed to another person to beg for marriage. He really had no choice. Don't worry, 5th brother. It's just a stupid dog bear. Pei Wenluan smiled. This 5th brother was considered one of the more humane in the family. He was also willing to do this favor. Patted Pei Wenyuan's shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. Chapter 99 Xianjin Hammer. The Yuhua mountain where Pei's family was located was already treacherous, except for a slightly flat piece of land next to the heavenly pond at the top of the mountain. Most of the others are steep and unforgiving. The heavenly pond would naturally not allow outsiders to enter, even the powerful Xian clan would not force their way in. At this moment, Xian Silver Hammer and the Pei family's children were all in the martial arts arena halfway up the mountain. The martial arts arena was a cultivation place for spirit orifices children below 1 inch, and was arranged with a small spirit gathering array. Dang! 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 Xian Silver Hammer wielded the drumsticks, bursting and trembling drums shook down the frost and snow on the branches of the trees, hammer after hammer, having fun. The surrounding area was filled with the Pei family's lower-ranked cultivators and juniors, each of them glaring angrily at him, but none of them dared to raise their voices to rebuke him. Good drum! It's just like the little lady's big ass, and it's so powerful to beat. Good drums, good drums. On the other side, 3 tiger-backed Hans sat on 3 large boxes, which were the bride price of Xianjin Hammer. Inside were 500 spirit stones, 12 shenwoods, 18 first-order magic weapons, and a number of talismans and rations. These were half of Xian Silver Hammer's fortune. The Xian family had begged for marriage, and aside from the fact that the way it was done wasn't quite right, but it had really come with sincerity. Xianjin Hammer gnawed on a large leg of lamb, biting a mouthful of cry, tears flowing. Oh, if we didn't look so ugly, where would we need this? Xian Copper Hammer froze and scratched his head, thinking for a long time, and said, Big brother, give me a taste, I'm hungry. Xianjin Hammer stopped crying at once, the leg of lamb behind his back, and cursed. Xian Silver Hammer bent down and came face to face with Pei Wenluan. The strong stench of his breath hit him, almost causing Pei Wenluan to faint. I knew you'd be clever. Xianjin Hammer grinned a big grin, and as he said so, he glanced at the ring on Pei Wenluan's hand. But I'm not like Big Brother. After saying that, he vigorously wiped the dust left by the crushed stone on the back of his hand, threw the bent drumstick, and gritted his teeth as he walked towards the center of the martial arts arena. OX. Second brother seems to be angry. Xian Copper Hammer scratched his head as an afterthought. Xian Iron Hammer rolled his eyes. Is there a time when second brother isn't angry? Xian Copper Hammer thought for a moment and slammed his thigh. There is. When I was looking for the little lady outside the marketplace, the little lady scolded second brother, but second brother never got angry. Xianjin hammer also popped out, I'll testify. I'm often with second brother. Eat a roast leg of lamb you too. It's hopeless you guys. Hearing that he wouldn't bully the few with the many, Pei Wenluan secretly sighed in relief. He was really afraid of that. There was no way, no matter which one of the four brothers was taken out, they were all at the peak of the spirit realm, not to mention the four of them together. Even if only two of them came, within 100 strokes, they would definitely be able to hammer him into the ground. Pei Wenluan walked towards the center of the field while thinking of a countermeasure. The four Xian family brothers' battle records were rarely rumored in the 5 counties, and the only time they did so was when they encountered a chi practicing first-level loose cultivator who wanted to forcefully buy them in the Xian snake market. It coincided with the time when the remaining 3 brothers were all molesting women outside the workshop. The 4 of them joined forces to injure the chi practicing loose cultivator, and have been famous ever since. Xianjin hammer he has already learned, its strength is great, but the nature of the straight will not turn, but also gluttonous. As for this Xian silver hammer, he was still a bit puzzled. Different from your big brother? Different how? The Xian silver hammer had just arrived in the center of the field. Pei Wenluan blasted away with a water bomb jutsu without saying a word. Bang! Xian silver hammer exploded the water projectile with a single punch. The water droplets that slightly contained black gas sprinkled down like a curtain of rain. Ha ha ha! I knew you little runt would sneak up on me. Reaching out, a silver-colored giant hammer slammed down on the ground with a loud bang, and the tremendous force of the recoil could be clearly felt even by Pei Wenyuan, who was 100 feet away. Pei Wenyuan's face suddenly turned white. This strength. Surprisingly, it's even stronger than the Xianjin hammer by a thread. Can Chita resist? Pei Wenyuan's face skin was 2 shakes, looked at the hairy wife next to him, and his eyes gradually became firm. I'm going to go make it easy, you stay here and watch. Yes, husband. Pei Wenyuan left in a hurry. At this moment, a cave 300 feet above the martial arts arena. A young girl with creamy skin and an English face was flipping through a book. The pale face and slightly trembling body showed that she was not calm inside. At this time, the talisman folded into a triangle at its waist was burning into ashes. The talisman that had turned into flying dust revealed a few large words in front of its eyes. Come to the back of the hill. Quietly. It's father. Pei Qingyi stood up in surprise and just took 2 steps out toward the door before turning back around. Bring what you can from the cave with you. Only then did he leave quietly. Backcountry. Pei Wenyuan handed Pei Qingyi a storage bag. Pei Qingyi wants to speak. I exchanged this with my own spirit stones from the hands of a cultivator. It was originally 2 zhang in size, but unfortunately after it was damaged it was only 1 zhang in size. But it's good enough for you. Inside there are some spirit stones, gold and silver, and dried food that I prepared. I've seen that Xin family's second son, he's even more powerful than the boss. If your 7th uncle doesn't put his life on the line, he probably won't be able to beat him. You should go. Hurry up and go. Don't come back. The Pei family's kinship between the various lines is thin. Pei Wenyuan doesn't think Pei Wenluan would fight for a niece he hasn't even seen a few times. There was only one way to save her now, that was to leave while everyone was in the martial arts arena right now. At that time, even if the Xin family's penis won, it would only end if he couldn't find anyone. Chapter 104 Brothers of Gold, Silver, Copper and Iron, the Xin family should prosper. But father, if I leave, if the 7th uncle is defeated, then the family. Pei Wenyuan suddenly became angry. What do you care about this Shilatsi family? Do you know that the Pei family is? Just what? Perhaps realizing his outburst, Pei Wenyuan took a few deep breaths. That you don't need to know. I'm saving you now. Saving you. This is about the rest of your life and your family's life. Anyway, you hurry up and go. So what if I can't find you then? It's hard to believe that the Xian family would really go to war with the Pei family over this. At that time, the worst outcome would be nothing more than picking another woman from among the others. I'd rather other juniors go to life and death than you. You're my daughter. My only daughter. Move. Move. Pei Wenyuan pushed her, step by step, away from Mao Juhua. At this time, in the middle of the martial arts arena, Xian's silver hammer, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, did not realize that his internal wife had already run away. Ha ha ha. Little shorty. Your grandpa figured out your routine a long time ago. Look at my Tarzan hammer technique. The Xian silver hammer shouted maniacally, leapt up 20 to 30 feet, and slammed down with both hands holding the hammer. Boom! Pei Wenluan violently slammed onto the drum on the side, spitting out blood in large gulps. A heavenly roar echoed in the martial arts arena, and the thick lapis lazuli plate was smashed into pieces, turning into dust that filled the entire arena. Knock knock! The earth was trembling. Xian silver hammer gently waved his bushy palm. Hey, hey, shorty. Know what grandpa I'm capable of. With a slight shake of its shoulders, the tiny cracks on its body instantly returned as before. Not even a single scar could be seen, let alone any blood. The green silk ring that had won a move against Xian gold hammer didn't work at all against Xian silver hammer. Ironclad kung fu? Pei Wenluan staggered to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh yo! You recognize? Xian silver hammer was a bit surprised, and even the three brothers who were watching from the side were stunned. Recognize? Pei Wenluan had traveled extensively for 18 years, and his insights were naturally much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. A few tries recognized the technique. Pei Wenluan laughed in a low voice. Your Xian family has always kept the family's inherited techniques under wraps, and all types of art moves never spread their names. Now it seems that I'm afraid that there aren't many feats and arts in the family. You guys modify these mortal martial arts and then cultivate. It's really interesting. Hearing Pei Wenluan say this, the oldest four Xian iron hammer secretly sighed in relief, and the hand holding the hammer behind his back quietly loosened, continuing to follow the two brothers to watch the show. Xian silver hammer was furious. None of your business. Admit defeat or I'll hammer you to death. Pei Wenluan laughed. The golden hammer cultivates strength and gluttony, and the silver hammer refines skin and irritability. I wonder which aspect copper hammer and iron hammer majored in. And what are the drawbacks? Hey! You little dwarf, yakking without end. Xian silver hammer was about to step forward and continue hammering him, but he realized that he suddenly couldn't move his feet. Upon closer inspection, his big barefoot feet had long been blackened. Poison. UING villain. Xian silver hammer was instantly furious, and when he raised his eyes, he realized that Pei Wenluan had long since disappeared. Where did it go? Where did it go? The enraged Xian silver hammer's eyes were red, and he swung his big silver hammer randomly with his numb big feet. Boom boom boom. Slabs of stone burst and wood shavings flew, as if the earth's dragon had turned over. Seeing its madness, the surrounding Pei family's children did not dare to stay any longer. One by one slipped fast, fearing that they would be smashed into flesh by a hammer. Gust of wind technique. The wind comes. A breeze whipped up a puff of black smoke. Swish and swish a few times, Pei Wenluan run the sprinting technique. A few prancing and shifting will use the green silk ring to weave 8 guillotine. This Xian silver hammer's strength was a few points smaller than the Xian gold hammer, but his skin was like solid iron, and the green silk ring was very difficult to cut through his flesh and blood. Only by relying on the 100-footed insect poison that could seep into the skin to numb his feet, and then strangling his throat and neck with the green silk, so that his breath was disorganized and he could not exhale, could he have a chance to win. It is true that you are different from your big brother. But if I can deal with your elder brother, I can also deal with you. Strand. With a brush sound, the 8-sided green silk chopped out the sound of breaking air, swishing and strangling towards Xian silver hammer's neck in unison. The green silk wrapped around his neck and made the acidic toothy sound of dingoes clashing. In the midst of the poisonous smoke, Pei Wenluan leapt up and kicked Xian silver hammer in the crotch. Oh ha! Villain, I'm going to whack you. Ah! Xian silver hammer legs numb necklow, vision was also poisonous smoke paste, can only keep roaring, swinging the hammer, a beast of misery. Bang! Pei Wenluan was whirled away again when he wasn't paying attention. Spitting out blood in large gulps. Motherer, you made me do it. Pei Wenluan's eyes narrowed, and an invisible cone fiercely shot towards Xian silver hammer's eyes. The eye was about to stab in, but it was slapped away by a large lamb's leg bone. The oldest third Xian copper hammer looked at the big empty hand, and then looked at the fourth brother Xian iron hammer on the side, and said in a resigned manner. Fourth brother, my leg of lamb. I'll buy it for you down the hill. Oh. The Xian iron hammer was casually thrown, and a huge hammer violently became several times larger. It roared down from the sky, and the green silk was all shattered. Sango. Blow on it. Oh. Xian Copper Hammer nodded nervously, holding his breath and blowing out violently. The martial arts arena suddenly cut up a gale with the smell of roasted goat, blowing the poisonous smoke away. Pei Wenluan sat paralyzed on the ground, his gaze fixed in death on the Xian Iron Hammer that was walking step by step. Antidote. Pei Wenluan hummed contemptuously, and in the end, he honestly threw the antidote over. Xian Iron Hammer said as he detoxified Xian Silver Hammer, "My second brother lost. We'll leave right away." Pulling the remaining green silk from his neck clean, Xian Iron Hammer gasped for air. "Old 4, don't come and meddle, Lousy didn't lose. This villain dares to poison." Xian Iron Hammer didn't answer, but instead threw Pei Wenluan a small jade bottle with his backhand. "You are indeed formidable. This is my Xian family's leopard tire and deer blood pill. It has a miraculous effect on heavy weapon strikes." When Xian Silver Hammer saw that his fourth brother had returned that villain's elixir, his suppressed anger instantly ignited. "4, I said. Me. Didn't. Lose." Said, carrying his sledgehammer, took a slightly stiff step towards Pei Wenluan, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. Mouth also kept chanting, "Villain. Villain. Damn villain." Pei Wenluan coughed out a mouthful of crushed organs and grinned without a hint of fear. But this expression was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire, making the already furious Xianin Hammer even more frantic. "Die." A fierce hammer blasted out. But it was blocked by a tall figure. Xian Copper Hammer blocked his second brother's silver hammer with one hand, tilting his head to reveal that naive and ugly face. "Second brother, let's go," fourth brother said to take us to the little lady. "It's nice to see." Ha ha ha. Xian Silver Hammer actually subconsciously trembled a few times when he heard this naive laughter, and the anger in his eyes instantly subsided, as if he had been splashed with a pot of ice water in June. Good. Xian Iron Hammer rolled his eyes and stowed the 3 large boxes into his storage bag. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, let's go." "Right. My second brother lost. Next, it's my third brother's turn. Pei Wenluan. You're great, better than both the oldest and second oldest of your Pei family. Get well and we'll see you again." Pei Wenluan let out a bitter laugh and pulled the corner of his mouth. Copper Hammers practice blood and simplicity, Iron Hammers full-scale haste and wisdom. Pouring out the leopard fetus and deer blood pill and swallowing it, the huge medicinal power and spiritual power spread out in the body. Staggering to his feet, he glanced at the cowering and indifferent Pei family's children in the distance. "Ha ha ha, divided we are weak, united we are strong. With these 4 people in, it's fitting that his Xian family should prosper. Deserves it." Chapter 101 Fabric Green Lotus Hairpin. Are you saying that the Pei family was attacked by the Xian family at the mountain gate? Pei family Xing Qi was seriously injured? And then, the Pei family's most gifted girl child is still missing? A year ago Lu Dazhu left Qinggu village, turning from a village garrison into the head of intelligence for the Li family. There were a few low-ranked loose cultivators recruited under his command to handle external transactions while poking around the outside world for useful information. I've made many inquiries in the Xian snake marketplace and all I've gotten is this conclusion. But I suspect. Stop. Get off. Li Ling interrupted Lu Dazhou and grabbed the bag next to him and threw it to him. Lu Dazhou wanted to say something, but in the end, he withdrew from the room. As soon as he went out the door, he saw Yanu, who was walking over with a tea tray, and Lu Debao hurriedly lowered his head. "Young lady." "Aha." Steadily, he descended the loft, curled his fingers into a whistle, and a healthy horse came galloping in at once. Riding down the streets of the town, the slightest hint of rain hit him in the face, chilling him slightly. Tightening the robe on his body, he walked along the way, not realizing that he had actually walked out of the town. When I turned around again, I could no longer see many pedestrians. Back to the delicate and thick green stone slabs, next to the clean and smooth ditches, and in front of the cloudy mountains. Everything is so laid back and cozy. Lu Dazhou really likes the Li family. This main family may not be able to say that it is not benevolent, but it is never harsh in treating the bottom cultivators like them, not to mention the dirty things that are dogged. Unfortunately, third young master is too suspicious of our kind. My advice, however, is not even listened to. Thinking of this, Lu Debao couldn't help but curse angrily, "Doggone old man Wu. Good death." With a flourish of the whip, he spurred his horse to a gallop. Yunu pushed the door and entered, finding her husband sitting cross-legged in a daze. "That's a funny silly look. Lighting a Jingshan incense, the green smoke hovered, lightly inhaling, Li Ling felt that the whole person was soothed. Husband, why don't you listen to that lewd dagger about his speculations? He's the one who was in the workshop to investigate, he should have some different insights. Li Ling shook his head, what's the point of listening? If I hear it, I'll have to wonder if he's lying to me. In that case, it's better not to hear it. When the matter of old man Wu, Li Ling no longer dared to trust outsiders, even if he knew that his state was not right, but just could not restrain his whims. Every time I see these resident cultivators, I always feel that they are only scheming for something, to harm their own clan. Even for Lu Dazhou, who passed the test every time, he was just as uneasy. It's better to be at ease with your own family. Hearing this, Yunu was slightly stunned and silently poured a cup of tea for Li Ling. Yunu, what do you think about that Pei family and Xian family matter? Yunu gently sipped a mouthful of tea and spoke slowly, what can one think, attacking the mountain gate is definitely impossible. From the information gathered over the years, this Xian clan cultivator is ugly and extremely horny, and his favorite thing to do is to beg for marriage to the talented women of the various immortal clans. On the contrary, this Xian family is extremely powerful, and the families still don't dare to strongly resist. This time, more than likely, it's also a repeat of the old story, but I don't know which of the two families let the wind out of the sails, and it's allowed to. Instead of continuing the topic, Yuna asked. I haven't seen Uncle Tu in the past 2 days either, I wonder where he's gone. Li Ling twisted his head and looked in the direction of Qingwu Mountain. At this moment, Li Xian was standing at the top of a tree, and he was holding a map in his hand, the exact map of the location where the Duo Bagua tree was excavated back then. At that time, by chance to find the fruit of many treasures, the whole family was dazzled by the surprise. No one carefully explored this in the end is not reasonable. Back then, the entire Changning prefecture could be a place where aura was scarce, so how could a spirit stone appear for no reason, and fortunately coincidentally appeared under a multiple treasure fruit tree? I didn't look into it in detail at the time, but now I think there must be a big problem in the middle. There's more than that. There's the cold spring. That cold spring doesn't look like a mortal thing either. Unfortunately, that cold spring Li Xian used his spiritual sense to probe many times, deep into the ground 100 feet, also failed to find the source of that cold spring, have to wait for the opportunity to find to explore the magic weapon or formation again. Judging by the markings, this should be the neighborhood. It's not far from the two weirs the family dug in the first place. Flying down the tree, Li Xian searched carefully and finally found the exact location where he had dug up multiple treasure fruit tree in the first place. This is... Li Xian's expression rose brilliantly as his hand cupped a piece of rags that had rotted beyond recognition. It's a rag from a storage bag. Absolutely right. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Xian released his spiritual sense. Sure enough, more than 10 meters below this piece of land, he had found several broken magic weapons. Then it all makes sense. That multiple treasure fruit tree should have been just a seed in the first place, placed in a storage bag by the cultivator, but somehow the storage bag fell here. The sea has changed and time has flown. The storage bag also cannot resist the erosion of the years, slowly broken and decayed. The inside of the multi-treasure fruit seeds and spirit stones naturally spilled out, and then slowly sprouted and grew. Thinking of this, Li Xian excitedly started digging. Although he didn't know how long it would take for the storage bag to rot, he would carry it for at least a couple hundred years. Relic treasures of cultivators from 100 or 200 years ago. All of them are my Li Xian's chance. It's not unlikely that we'll find cultivator skeletons. The more Li Xian thought about it, the more excited he got. Who would drop a storage bag in a normal cultivator? 80% of the time, that cultivator died here. Cultivators who have a storage bag and also carry the seeds of the multiple treasure fruit. Picking the hairpin up, the hairpin was covered in green jade, the carving was extremely complicated, and dozens of inscriptions were engraved on it. Although its color was dull and it appeared to be devoid of spirit, as soon as it was infused with mana, its extraordinary nature could be felt. The Green Lotus Hairpin. What a name! This is a defensive magic treasure, and it will automatically defend itself, and as long as you have enough mana, it can block most of the attacks from Foundation Establishment cultivators. Li Xian pulled out the wooden hairpin on his own head and joyfully inserted this Green Lotus Hairpin. He had given Li Ling the 10,000 miles Thunder Escape talisman, and now with this Green Lotus Hairpin, he also had some stamina to make things happen. Unfortunately, with his current realm, he couldn't fully bring the power of this magic treasure into play, and even if he mobilized all his mana, it should only be able to block a single strike from the Foundation Establishment. As for the attacks of chi practicing cultivators, it should be much better. Continuing to dig down, Li Xian dug out another sword and a knife, as well as a formation disc, but unfortunately, they were all magical artifacts, and they were all broken to the point that they could not be used. Put it away. Li Xian does not mind at all. He is a small family, even a grain of spiritual rice he will bend down to pick up, let alone these broken magic weapons. Continuing to dig down, he never found any more spells, but instead, as he thought, he dug up a skeleton. Men's bones. Quite tall for a man. Just by looking at this skeletons, Li Xian roughly guessed that this cultivator should be the same as him, just practicing chi cultivation. Practicing chi cultivation but possessing a magic treasure? The bottom line is deep, old brother. Dig again. I've been working all afternoon, getting covered in mud and dust, but I haven't dug up anything more. Looking at this nameless old brother, he beckoned and a ball of spirit fire attached itself to his skeleton. Good riddance, old man. After burying the burned ashes back, and purposely burying them several feet deep, and turning around to find that no one was prying, he left with peace of mind. Late at night, the Li family were. Although he had used the purification technique, the habits brought from his previous life still made Li Xian like to take a shower after work. The cold pond water attached to his skin, the slightly piercing chill made Li Xian extra awake and invigorated. For today's important matters, one is the breakthrough matters of Linger. Just 2 inches of the spirit of the whole is not easy to break through, otherwise the entire 5 counties cannot be only this point to practice chi cultivators. The good thing is that the Greenwood Changchun method is neutral and peaceful, and also easy to learn. Coupled with the assistance of Yu Nu and I, there should be no major problems. Second is Zhu Changren. This period of time the 5 counties are rumored that this old dog is going to die of longevity. I do not know whether it is true or not. If it is true, we must still be careful to plan. And then secondly there's next year's spirit tax. My son. Hey. Spirit tax he is not too worried. Last time to figure out is the 2 families' calculations. He will understand that the 2 family will not be personally handled again, and even if he does not pay the spirit tax 2 family will only turn A. What's the deal with peeking at me? Pei Qingyi covered her mouth and hid to the side, her body's breath collected to the extreme. Ever since her father had sent her away, she hadn't dared to stop for a moment, heading north along the slanting Moon Mountain range. In the meantime, she encountered a lot of loose cultivators and demonic beasts, but the good thing is that her cultivation is not low, and her body has a lot of astringent talisman and recluse talisman, which makes the road safe and sound. Isn't this almost at the Qingwu mountain range? Why are there still cultivators bathing here? Although Pei Qingyi was puzzled, she didn't have the intention to look deeper. After all, who doesn't have a quirk? It's still imperative that we find the teleportation array first. Tiptoeing around, ready to leave. But he didn't want a teasing voice to come from behind. Fellow Taoist, please stay. I see that fellow Taoist has a destiny with me, so why don't we sit down and have a small drink? Pei Qingyi instantly froze in place. And then instantly threw out a fireball charm, twisted his head and ran. It took 20 or 30 miles of running in a row before he dared to stop and catch his breath. What a keen sense of perception, I just looked away. Pei Qingyi was breathing a sigh of relief when a cup of steaming tea hovered in front of her. The teasing voice came again. Tired? How about a hot cup of tea? Pei Qingyi's face was filled with despair as she plopped to her knees. Elders spare your life. Elders spare your life. The cat playing with a mouse behavior made Pei Qingyi unable to regenerate the slightest thought of resistance, and only had to honestly beg. No, villain's name is Lu Sandao. Pei Qingyi was dressed as a man, with a mustache at the corner of his mouth and makeup on his face, and at this time, with his rough voice, ordinary cultivators really couldn't tell that this was a female child. But Li Xian has spiritual awareness. Without a special magic weapon to protect them, an ordinary yumming spirit realm was as good as wearing no clothes in front of a chi-practicing cultivator. Li Xian rolled his eyes. Don't you have a big brother and a second brother called Big Dagger and Second Dagger respectively? Should. There are. Li Xian stopped talking nonsense, cupped her neck with one hand and rose up with his sword. Pei Qingyi froze and trembled. Practicing chi. The Pei family's oldest, second, and seventh were all gifted, reaching the 9th level of the embodied spirit at an early age, and were able to briefly step on the sword. As the Pei family's most gifted female generation, she had naturally seen it all before. And now this heightened speed. It is absolutely impossible for it to be the 9th level of the embodied spirit. Then there was only one conclusion: chi practicing cultivator. Li Xian casually made 2 points, sealing the mana inside Pei Qingyi's body and searching away the talismans on her. A 6th level of impregnating spirit was not much stronger than an ant in front of him, and could only be held at his mercy. 2 inches 1. And spirit rhythm. Too bad it's only 3 feet. Just 2 points ago, he had already measured this girl child's spiritual aperture. This female child also does not have any concealment magic weapon, also did not cultivate concealment technique. He transported the spiritual sense to see the spiritual rhyme around her body. I didn't expect its natural talent to be so good. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. With a poof, Li Xian casually threw it into the weir. The cold pond water instantly soaked her clothes. The cold made her shiver several times. I ask, can you answer? Be honest. I cannot kill you. First. Chapter 103, The Cat and the Mouse. First, who are you? Which cultivator? Former. Elder, Senior Lu Yunyun, is a casual cultivator, mistakenly entered this place, but also please. Before Pei Qingyi could finish her sentence, she felt a huge force tearing at her clothes, and she was horrified as she tried to cover up, but she realized that her hands and feet had long been numb, and she couldn't make any effort at all. Can only watch as his shirt is torn. Seniors. Elder. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong, I won't lie anymore, I don't dare. Li Xian snorted coldly as a pill flew into her mouth. In a few breaths of time, however, intense pain swept through his entire body. It's like a chopped liver and scraped bones. A mournful scream echoed through the valley, startling a flight of birds. Senior, I know I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. My last name is Pei. Pei Qingyi. Li Xian leisurely sat on a tree branch and gently sipped a mouthful of hot tea. I thought it was a hard bone. It's only half an incense stick or less. 2 points of spirit water popped into its mouth, the intense pain subsided violently, and Pei Qingyi slowed down, pulling at the rotten cloth with one hand and covering his stomach with the other, gasping for air. Just because I was just being pleasant, just because I was in a good mood doesn't mean you can cheat on me. In the face of a strong man who cannot be resisted, you can only choose to kneel and submit, understand? Let's just say that the elders of your family have taught you some things, but not much. Surname Pei? From the Pei family of Mount Yuhua? You're a female child with good natural talent and good looks. Your family elders are relieved that you're wandering around in these mountains alone. Li Xian had entered the mountain the day before yesterday and was still unaware of the rumors about Pei Xian's 2 families. Pei Qingyi also saw this. I got separated from my elders. Elder, the elder really entered this place by mistake. I don't know that the elder is once again living in seclusion. I hope that the elder can let me go for the Pei. Li Xian pondered for a moment, unlocking the mana in his body and leaving a tracking mark on his body, stepping on his sword. At this time, the island in the center of the lake. The two of them, Li Ling and Yu Nu, were standing intently at the edge of the. According to this antecedent, it turns out that it's here to escape the marriage. But the more this happens, the more curious I am. What are you doing scurrying towards the demon race's Qinggu mountain range instead of running towards the prefecture and other counties? There must be a treasure or a backhand hidden here. Now the treasure is mine. It's all mine. Li Xian made up his mind to slowly follow this girl child and see what she wants to do in this Qinggu mountain. If there is a treasure, then grab it, and if there is no treasure, also tie her up. Such a gifted and beautiful Koenshio, even if not sold, it would be excellent to leave it to yourself or your children or grandchildren as a concubine. Being talented and good-looking is a resource for both men and women. What? The Pei family is looking for Li Xian to settle the score? I kidnapped Lu Yunyun, what's Pei Qingyi got to do with it? Don't slander people. Pei Qingyi in the pond water shivered violently. Hiss hoo hoo hoo, it's cold. Subconsciously exercising his mana, the chill and pain on his body slowly subsided. Forcing himself together, he looked around. Is that old devil gone? Looking at his chest again, he saw only white, but was slowly relieved to see that the rags were still wrapped around his body, and that there was nothing strange about him. Applying his mana, he swam ashore and didn't dare to stop for a moment, heading in the direction he remembered. I don't know how long she had been walking, but she couldn't carry on a bit longer, so she found a gap in the cliffs to fix it. Prickly. Pinched a fireball technique, fingertips instantly lit a small fire, orange-red flames burning. Pei Qingyi hugged her legs, feeling the warmth of the long lost. She looked at the fire with an expressionless face and said nothing, just watched in silence. Li Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, nodded his head slightly. The nature is quite tough, a bit stronger than the average person. At least it won't point at the sky and curse the ground to complain about injustice. However, in the next second, 2 lines of clear tears swished down. Oh father, auntie, I. They all bully me. Chapter 104. Thank you, my friend. The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched. This girl child. Li Xian didn't know what to say for a moment. I take back what I just said. Pei Qingyi whimpered in a small voice, the ragged strips of cloth on her body fluttering with the cold wind, occasionally revealing a few moments of snow-white delicacy. Li Xian also sat on the tree with nothing to do. This girl child said smart is also smart, said stupid is also really stupid. If it is directly forced to ask her, the probability is to force to ask her in the end to come to Qinggu Mountain to do what? It's better to wait. It's a pity that I didn't learn a soul-searching technique, or else where would I need to go through all this trouble? Li Xian sipped tea while admiring the beautiful and wonderful scenery. It's kind of fun to enjoy both the snow and the snowy landscape. Pei Qingyi was probably hungry, and after toning down for a while he went to hunt a snowbird to roast and eat. When it would be light, the sky was flooded with a white sun. It was only then that Pei Qingyi cleaned up a bit, reorganizing a piece of tattered cloth to cover the key areas and continue on his way. Li Xian also quietly followed behind him. Without her storage bag and equipment, Pei Qingyi was even more careful when she walked, fearing that she would run into the demonic beasts in the mountains and forests. Walked for 7 days in a row. During this period of time stop and go, this girl child also carefully destroyed the trail, but she never found less than a mile behind her still followed Li Xian. Pei Qingyi looked at the large white mountains in front of her, her heart was despondent to the extreme, and her eyes were flooded with a bit of crystal. Should arrive, right? Pursing her dry, cracked lips, Pei Qingyi reached into her chest and pulled out a white strip of cloth. Silence spread it out, but it was a simple map. Li Xian watched in disbelief from afar. Belly butt? No, you're no different than hiding gold in my pants. Which one taught you to do that? Li Xian thought that he had already scoured it clean, but he didn't expect to miss one. It was still the most important treasure. Pei Qingyi looked at the directions on the map and silently calculated. She was born with 3 Zhang spirit charm and was born smart and early. Because of her appearance and talent, she had been hidden by her father and rarely had the opportunity to go out. On weekdays, apart from practicing, he reads books. According to her father, her own 2-inch 1 spirit orifices could not break through to practicing qi by cultivating the family's gong methods. The only thing is to wait for their own cultivation to the peak of the spirit of containment, have the power of self-protection when they go to this vast world of immortal cultivation. Perhaps there is still a ray of hope. Though she didn't understand why her father didn't arrange a good marriage for her after all, for the vast majority of immortal clan women, a marriage with another immortal clan was the best outcome, and unusual immortal clans were rarely betting large amounts of resources on women. Qi-practicing female cultivators like Qingmu County Minister Sun Shanhua were few and far between. Though puzzled, she was grateful to his father for allowing her the opportunity to pursue the avenue. She likes to read. The cave has a collection of 7,000 books, cultivation miscellany, strange secret arts, demonic beasts and spiritual plants. She knows a little bit. Her theoretical insights are even richer than Pei Wenluan, who has been walking in the immortal cultivation world for many years. Until 3 years ago, when she was given a book of strange stories. It contained all sorts of strange and secret stories, and the book spanned a long period of time, from 1,000 years ago until 100 years ago, a full 900 years. Pei Qingyi watched with pleasure. With her profound knowledge, she naturally recognized that most of the strange stories were fabricated, and was just watching for novelty. Occasionally there were 1 or 2 that were true, but they had all been confirmed and circulated in the past 100 or 200 years, and were not of much value. The only thing. She couldn't get it. It is recorded in the record of strange tales that 1,000 years ago, a spiritual light erupted from the confluence of the slanting moon and Qinggu, and heavy rain fell from the sky for 3 months, and everything flourished with spiritual energy. Countless high cultivators competed to be the first to go there, and as a result, only a few returned. Because it was in the vicinity of his own family, Pei Qingyi had also made a point of looking for many legendary accounts of the spiritual light shining in this place 1,000 years ago. She came to many conclusions. Secret realms, great cultivation tombs, clan ruins, and so on, but the last possible thing, a teleportation array. The features on her were too obvious: the beauty, the spiritual roots, and the lingering 3 zhang of spiritual charm. If she had stayed in the land of the 5 prefectures, she would have been found out soon enough. These 5 counties are too big for her to walk. These 5 counties are too small again, so small that there is no room for her. She wanted to take a gamble, teleportation array, or not. She wanted to come and see. Wherever this teleportation array went, at least it would take her to the wider world. Father, Auntie, I don't want to go back to the Pei family. That home is cold. They're all so cold, like solid ice in the dead of winter. I can't cover them up. I'm going to leave you all eventually, so I might as well let my daughter take a gamble. Pei Qingyi's eyes gradually became firm, wiping away the tears in the corners of her eyes, tucking the map back in and striding forward. Teleportation array. Interesting, this is more exciting than treasure. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and continued to follow. After walking for another 3 days and 3 nights, Pei Qingyi wandered around for quite a long time following the map she had drawn by her own deduction, to the point where Li Xian felt distracted. He even wondered if this girl child had discovered him and was teasing him. Fortunately, she finally stopped. Camped at the bottom of a small hill. Thirsty to drink snow water, hungry to catch snowbirds and snow rabbits to eat, the pale snow and ice, only her day and night constantly digging sound. A decade later, with a rumble, the cave she had dug dozens of feet deep broke open with a large opening. Clunk! Ha ha ha! Right! I guessed right. This is it. This is it. Pei Qingyi was cheering and excited. As soon as he entered the entrance of the cave, a dense and extremely cold air came over him. Luckily she was quick to dodge, or else she would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. What a dense cold aura! And the grade seems to be very high. Shrinking his neck and gripping the stone axe tightly in his hand, Pei Qingyi took a deep breath and broke in. What a bunker! Into the eye is an empty corridor. Both sides of the corridor are inlaid with night pearl, the faint light gathered less into more, between them is still bright. Pei Qingyi had no other choice but to move forward. She had suffered so much, and had almost been insulted and killed, but she couldn't stop here halfway. After wandering around blindly for an hour in a row, and walking 3 or 4 floors underground, he finally came to the very bottom of the bunker. This is cold water meteorite iron? Nope. This is cold essence iron. A 4th-rank spirit material. At first glance, there was a pool with a diameter of 3 or 4 feet, and suspended in the pool was a piece of iron that was emitting an extremely intense cold. The cold air it emitted drifted downward and merged into that pool. How could there be such a large piece of cold essence iron here? Pei Qingyi was clearly startled. In the end, she was just a 17-year-old girl doll with no walking experience. This 4th-rank treasure was already beyond her knowledge. 4th order, that corresponds to the Purple Mansion. While she was frozen, a familiar voice came from behind her. Right. How could there be such a treasure here? I'm curious and surprised too. Hanli, I'd like to thank you, little friend. Chapter 105 Cold Essence Iron, Teleportation Array. Old Devil. Old Senior, you're here too. Pei Qingyi almost fainted from the shock of Li Xian behind her, and then also reacted to the fact that she had been followed. I told you how I got so lucky. So it's all in my head. Pei Qingyi stood shivering, his face ashen, not daring to make any movements. She had personally experienced the brutality of this old devil, and she didn't want to experience it a second time. With a wave of Li Xian's hand, a formation disc flew towards the long corridor, forming an isolation formation. Nope. Your luck is really good. Seeing her shivering in the cold, Li Xian casually took out her clothes from her storage bag and threw them to her, then said to himself, I probed this place with my spiritual sense before you started digging. This hillock. Even the ground 100 feet below it I have explored in all directions. I couldn't find anything. In other words, this bunker can block probing. But you dug out this hole based on feeling and persistence alone. Even this orientation was deduced by you based on various miscellaneous notes. The difficulty and coincidence of this, I can't even think about. Li Xian said this while staring at the piece of cold essence iron with a deadly stare. Although this cold air gave him a familiar feeling. Although he didn't recognize the thing, he did recognize the words 4th order. 4th order ah. If this news were to spread, the entire Qining prefecture would be afraid to beat the brains out of a dog. Even the two family would have to make a move to snatch it without a care in the world. Then, Elder, can you spare me? I can make a Dao hard oath that I will absolutely not reveal everything here to the outside world. Absolutely not. Li Xian shook his head and offered his Qingping sword to slowly approach the cold essence iron, wanting to poke it down. However, he didn't want to touch it yet, but the frost started to spread on the Qingping sword, only to hear a few clicks, and the sword body violently crumbled. Li Xian was delighted instead of angry. Good treasure. Good treasure. Turning back and looking at the quail like Pei Qingyi, Li Xian laughed. Letting you go straight away is out of the question. You have 3 choices now. First, be my concubine. I will give you the qi practicing method in cultivation sustenance, supplying it at least until you achieve qi practicing, provided that you give birth to a son for me first. Without any pretense or procrastination, Li Xian blurted out. Second, die. As soon as the word death came out, Pei Qingyi very obviously trembled a few times. Li Xian could finally see that this girl child was both adventurous and scared to death. Third, use the teleportation array to leave. This place has a lot at stake. If you're not by my side, then you can't stay in these 5 counties. But if you go somewhere else, without the Pei family backing you up, no one will believe your nonsense. And I can barely have peace of mind. Pei Qingyi raised her head. A teleportation array? This isn't. Before she could finish her words, she followed Li Xian's gaze to the bottom of the pool. At the bottom of the pool. That's some brains. Li Xian glanced at Pei Qingyi and secretly urged the luck-taking bead, converging its spiritual energy in his fingertips and slowly approaching the cold essence iron. Senior, don't. The finger that reached over instantly retracted. Li Xian frowned slightly. Not eating again? Dislikes it again? Or do you only eat specific things? Looking again at Pei Qingyi, who had buried her head as a quail, come over here. Elder, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'll be your concubine, don't kill me, okay? Pei Qingyi was about to cry again. Li Xian was disturbed by what he heard and growled, come here. Ooh-hoo. Li Xian reached out and pressed his hand on the top of her head, once again urging the luck-taking pearl. In just an instant, he sensed the movement of the luck-taking pearl. Ha 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 ha. I finally know. Aha, I finally still know. After 16 years, I finally know what you're all about. Pei Qingyi was too scared to move. She realized that although this old devil had an uncertain temperament, as long as she didn't provoke him there was usually no major problem. Seniors. Shut up. Think about which of the 3 options you're going to choose. I'll leave in a teleportation array. Pei Qingyi said on the spot without even thinking about it. She had just been worried that refuting the first option would cause Li Xian to lose face, but now that this old devil had mentioned it again it was thought that he was truly willing to allow her to use the teleportation array to leave. In that case, what else is there to think about? She originally came here to find this teleportation array. Li Xian hooked the corner of his mouth. Good. But only if we can get this cold essence iron out of the way and drain this pool. After the burning of an incense stick, Li Xian looked at the mound of earth in front of him in disbelief. Are you sure this will work? It should. It's possible. Earth overcomes water, and although cold is not part of the 5 elements, it is still somewhat related to water. Li Xian nodded and cast the imperial art to control the mound of earth to squeeze towards the cold essence iron. This cold essence of iron cold amazing. Li Xian's Qingping sword before it touched was frozen and shattered. The imperial art has not worked on it. But Pei Qingyi's method, to that extent, was like that. The mound of earth a little closer, and more gathered. A moment less than, the pool of cold fine iron in midair will be the mound of earth to hold down. There was a clang and a clink of smashed flagstones. Wrap it in a mound of earth, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside to form a large ball. Phew, finally, I can put it away in my storage bag. With a wave of his hand, the piece of 4th rank spirit was collected into his storage bag. The water in this pool is also incredibly cold. Good stuff, take it. Li Xian was like a bandit, but anything of some value was taken into his storage bag. During this time, on the walls of the bunker, he also found many formation patterns, and unsurprisingly it should be these formation patterns that blocked his spiritual sense. Topographize it. Although the family didn't have a formation master, it might be useful in the future. Only after dealing with this did Li Xian once again come to the lowest level. Pei Qingyi had been waiting here for a long time, and when she saw Li Xian coming down, she hurriedly got up and saluted. Get up, there's no need to be formal, I got what I wanted, so naturally I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Besides, I have no enmity with your old ancestor, it's just a swindle. Late generation knows, thank you senior for not killing me. Pei Qingyi's expression relaxed when she saw that Li Xian was being nice again. Li Xian's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the brand new as ever teleportation array at the bottom of the pool. This was the first time he had seen a teleportation array. This thing doesn't know where it teleports to. It's not unlikely that the opposite side is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and infernal hell. Do you really want to choose the 3rd item? Well. Just as well. Li Xian threw her storage bag to her. It looks like your family treats you pretty well, preparing so many good things for you. I haven't touched anything in there, so I'll give it back to you. Pei Qingyi clutched that storage bag tightly, her nose twitching. Other than that, this is for you too. Li Xian handed her 5 talismans, as well as 10 jars of multi-treasure wine and 10 bottles of improved wine dregs Dan. This wine dregs pill combines a large amount of spiritual rice, one can be worth 2 days of food. With 10 pills in a bottle, you'll be able to survive for half a year without starving. Chapter 106 Great Fortunate 1, Blood Character Flag. And this item. Li Xian had that one spirit stone-sized, rounded bead. This object is known as the Water Moon Nascent Soul and can store aura and mana. Once you fight with someone and your mana is depleted, just hold it in your mouth and it will constantly restore your mana. This item is precious, remember to keep it carefully. Pei Qingyi stared blankly at the Water Moon Nascent Soul and resourcefulness in front of her, and a sudden wave of sourness and emotion welled up in her heart. Pei Qingyi agonized over it for a while, but she still took it in. The other things didn't matter, but this nascent soul in the water, she really needed it. Thank you, seniors. Seeing him catch it, Li Xian secretly sighed in relief. We're kind of not fighting. It's just a matter of getting what we need now. These, as a parting gift, in the future if there is still a day to meet again, but also please little girl you give me the old man to tell me about the opposite side of this teleportation array, in fact, what is the world? The old man is curious too. Pei Qingyi wiped her tears and was busy not even nodding her head, her heart's impression of Li Xian greatly changed. There will be a day when we see each other again. With a wave of Li Xian's hand, 120 spirit stones were sequentially embedded into the teleportation array disk at the bottom of the pool, neatly encrusted into the shape of an augur dragon. When the last spirit stone fell, the teleportation array disk immediately emitted a soft glow. Go for it. Of course, there's still time if you regret it. I don't mind you. Li Xian's sentence directly made Pei Qingyi laugh. However, she didn't dare to poke fun at Li Xian and could only hold back her snickers. Pei Qingyi stood directly into the teleportation array, she proved her choice with her actions, she aspired to the immortal path, to the great Tao. She wanted to go to the outside world to have a look. The light became more and more dazzling, and Li Xian could barely even see Pei Qingyi's face. Senior Li Xian, I will see you again. If there is still a day when we meet again, if Senior is still unmarried, then I will make you a concubine for you, Senior. This 120 spirit stones will not be returned by my Senior. After all, Senior, you've looked me over, so consider it compensation. He. And Duo Bao wine is very good. You are only 40 years old, how can you call yourself an old man? Seniors. If there is a day when we meet again. Precious. In a burst of crisp laughter that began with the word Li Xian and ended with the word precious, everything was like a dream. It was only when the last bit of light disappeared that Li Xian shook his head with a light smile. Quirky. And then his face changed slightly, and he said to himself, finally, something is involved. Whatever, is this considered seducing a young girl? Forget it, I'm no good anyway. But this great Chi-Lut person is really as terrifying as it is. Once he thought about it in detail, Li Xian even felt a chill down his spine. During the time Pei Qingyi was digging the cave, Li Xian made another trip back to Jade Bamboo Mountain and specifically went to find Lu Dazhu to inquire about the details of this Pei Qingyi. 3 years ago, he first encountered the Xian family's doorstep to ask for marriage just in time to meet Pei Wenluan's return to the mountain. For the second time in the last month, she encounters the Xian family's request for marriage. The only one who will and can help her, Pei Wenluan, is coincidentally back again. Pei's family was indifferent, so her father gave her his entire fortune. For her to flee. Straight through the slanting moon mountain, an inexperienced female doll of the 7th level of the embodied spirit, alone and unharmed. The only difficulty encountered in the meantime was probably Li Xian, but at that time, Li Xian himself had just obtained the green lotus hairpin again and was in an extremely good mood. Every time I'm in trouble, it's like God's help. It's a blessing in disguise. What's this? This is great luck. It was recorded in the Cultivation general knowledge that Tu Su Ming had left behind for him in the beginning. After all, in the novels I've read in my previous life, becoming the protagonist's friend is much more enjoyable than becoming his enemy. Li Xian muttered to himself while slowly walking outside the bunker. Walking out of the bunker, he waved his hand and blocked the hole with stone slag mountain soil, then rolled up a burst of ice and snow to cover it. Until there was no trace of excavation visible, Li Xian stepped on his sword and ascended into the air. The old man sitting on the flying boat frowned and sighed softly. The already worn-out compass in his hand completely disintegrated and turned into ashes. This. Sovereign. That old man shook his head and said with relief, "Go back, that spirit energy has completely dissipated. The augur compass completely disintegrated. There's no more chance." The old man was surrounded by many cultivators, and all of them had grim faces and didn't say a word when they heard the words. After a long time, one of the young-faced cultivators stood up. "Patriarch, disciple please, I would like to lead a group of disciples to the border of Zhao to establish a clan stronghold." There was silence all around, everyone staring at this spirited and resigned youth. Eyes were mixed, some snickering, some questioning, some hating, and some sneering. The old man raised his eyes. "Being discovered is a death sentence, the clan can't protect you. Then die. Patriarch, we've been stuck in Jiadai's for 2,000 years, and the last Jindan boiled away. Now even the Purple Mansion cultivators have only you left. We can't go on. If we don't return, we will be completely buried in this land of the Dan pills." The old man coughed twice and slowly gathered the ashes on the floor. "Go on, be careful. The clan can't afford to mess with anyone anymore." "Yes." The youth was so excited that he was trembling, respectfully kneeling down at the old man's feet. The flying boat pierced through the clouds, dazzling light spilling onto the deck and onto the flags. The blood-stained blood flag was waving in the wind. At this moment, Li Xian was standing beside the cold spring, reaching out and probing into the cold spring, feeling the coldness in it. No wonder it's so familiar. So the root is here. The coldness of this cold spring was very similar to the coldness that gushed out from within the bunker that day. The only difference may be quality and grade. The coldness within the bunker originates from cold essence iron, so this cold spring. Could it be cold water meteorite iron? After obtaining this cold essence iron, Li Xian naturally had to check it out. This cold water meteorite iron was a relatively common third-order spiritual material in the immortal cultivation world, and there was a modest cold water meteorite iron mine at the bottom of the Jiaotai in Qin. Every 50 years, a large number of cultivators would go to mine it, and many of the treasures of the base-building cultivators in the East Pole immortal cultivation world were made from this. Treading water on Clear Creek Lake. Li Xian called out in a low voice, "Qi Zhongyue. Qi Zhongyue." Moments later, circle after circle of small blisters converged at his feet. Just a large school of green shrimp swimmers bent over to form a big question mark. Li Xian shook his head and lost his smile. "What is this? How long has it been since we've seen each other and you're shy? I want the concealment method of your clam demon clan. In exchange, I will do my best to help Lu Qingqing achieve qi practicing." As soon as Lu Qingqing's 3 words came out, a whirlpool appeared under Li Xian's feet, trying to pull Li Xian under the water. "Qi Zhongyu, I know all of it, but don't worry, I won't break it up. Lu Qingqing is also a member of my Li family. I didn't want to use her to threaten you, but since I need the concealment method of your clam demon clan, I have no choice but to do it, so I hope you'll forgive me." The swimming fish under his feet began to change again, this time to a bad. "I am indeed bad." Silence for a long time, the swimming fish under the feet transformed, the innate divine power, there is no cultivation method. At the bottom of the deep pit of the Jade Pearl River, the remains of my clan's ancestor king have the effect of concealment. Li Xian was overjoyed and slightly arched his hand, "Many thanks." Although it was a bit unethical to threaten such a simple demon, but how could Li Xian care about that right now? The concealment formations within the Xian Snake Workshop were not only expensive, but they could only mask the probing of a foundation establishment at best. Li Xian thought about it left and right before finding such a good solution. Although there wasn't any secret technique feats of the sort, it was fine to have this clam shell. Li Xian was not picky. From the Jade Pearl River all 8 large clam shells were collected. Sure enough, as soon as the cold essence iron was placed into the clam shell, all of a sudden, nothing could be detected in terms of spiritual energy or cold chi. Good stuff. With these 8 large clam shells, no matter what treasures we get in the future, we can easily hide from high cultivators' probes. Bury the clamshells wrapped in cold essence iron underneath the jade bamboo mountain ground. Another clamshell was used to wrap the cold water meteorite iron, burying it underneath the cold water lotus in the center of the lake, opening the clamshell slightly to allow a small amount of cold air to nourish the roots of the lotus. As long as you control the size of the opening, you can both ensure that the cold air does not leak out and that the cold water lotus grows. Am I being a little too cautious? After 16 years of cultivating immortality, Li Xian's problem of being suspicious and worrying about the sky was getting worse. It was night, and the night was slightly cooler. Unlike the Qingguo mountain range, which was snowy and white, Changning province was still considered late fall. Sister-in-law, you're here too. And big brother. Originally, seeing Lu Qingqing, Yu Nu was quite happy. All the female family members of the family, she was also more familiar with Lu Qingqing, but she didn't expect Lu Qingqing to be followed by Li Liangyu. Yu Nu cast a spell and slapped Li Ling, who was beside him. Ahem, big brother. Li Ling shouted with an expressionless face, so angry that Yu Nu wanted to strangle him. The decadence in Li Liangyu's eyes flickered. Second uncle said that today you're going to release Jade Scale Carp Fry into Qingxi Lake, so let's come and have a look too. Just like that. Li Ling didn't want to be talking and simply turned his head away. Yu Nu apologized and glanced at Lu Qingqing and Li Liangyu, digressing from the topic. Big brother and sister-in-law, come and take a look. This time, there are more than 9,000 fish fry. Chapter 108. 51 females, each laying 200 eggs, but not all of these eggs hatched successfully, with only 9,000 hatching successfully. It's good enough to have this amount. When this batch of fry grows up, it will be 900 spirit stones, and after removing the consumption of fish food, it will also net 400 or 500. Li Ling had tasted. I didn't feed them any fish food this morning. By rights, they should be surfacing by now, waiting for us to feed them. Half of Qingxi Lake is under the cover of the spirit gathering formation, but it has only been 8 or 9 years since the formation was completed. It would be difficult for the spiritual qi to be integrated into the water within a short period of time. This also leads to the fact that the aura in the lake is not abundant, and there are almost no water plants containing aura in the lake. At this stage, these jade-scaled carp could only rely on artificial fish food. Is there not something at the bottom of this lake that is attracting them? As he was talking, a tail of spirit fish slowly surfaced, followed by 10 tails, 100 tails, until finally, the boat was densely surrounded by spirit fish. It seems I was overly concerned. These little guys are just bold. Li Ling smiled awkwardly and took out the fish food in his storage bag and began to swish it around. Mature jade scale carp he also put in some of them, but most of them stayed in the water pool on the lake island. He had to hurry up and cultivate a head fish, or king fish, so to speak. Watching the fry go crazy for fish food, Lu Aki couldn't help but squat down and pinch the tail of one of them. Husband, you see, this little guy, but this is not afraid at all, are picked up by me, still twisting body, wanna grab it. Slowly put it back to the water surface. When the palm of the hand touches the lake water that moment, Lu Qingqing violently stunned. The invisible spiritual opportunity was slowly brewing. Neither Li Ling nor Li Liangyu noticed it, only Yu Nu, somewhat puzzled, looked at Lu Qingqing. In the next moment, Lu Qingqing violently retracted her hand, and even her body couldn't stop leaning back, seeing that she was about to fall down. Only then did Li Liangyu support her as an afterthought. Cyan, what's wrong? Lu Qingqing's face turned a little white, her fingers trembled slightly. No. Nothing, probably didn't sleep well last night. Lu Qingqing grabbed Li Liangyu's hand, with some pleading tone. Husband, let's go back to the mansion, I miss Daoyan and the others. Li Liangyu was a bit stunned, but still nodded. Third brother, Nu, then we'll go. At least we have to break through qi practicing first before we can say anything. Yu Nu changed her usual dynasty in qi, like a little woman kept shaking Li Ling's sleeve, pitifully saying what was in her heart. Husband. I don't care about any family, I only care about you. I just want to join hands with you for a long life. Please. Li Ling had never seen Yu Nu like this before, and guilt and sourness flooded his heart. But he was too dumb to say anything comforting. It took a long time for the word good to come out. After all four had left, Li Xian slowly landed on the lake. Qi Zhongyue, I'll let you see the person. Lu Qingqing's cultivation talent is extraordinary. I'll do my best to cultivate her in the future. There was no movement on the lake. Li Xian skimmed his lips and looked in the direction of the lake island. Linger, that iron being, was held to death by Yu Nu. People, there are always so one or two soft ribs. Ling's soft ribs, this can be Yu Nu, feel out. TSK. A year later, the fall. 3 years had passed again, and at this time, the front of the Li family mansion was bustling with activity. Li Liangyu stood in front of the door, directing his servants to load a large stone onto the carriage. Don't pack too much, the car tracks marks will be seen if they're too deep. Sprinkle some crushed spirit rice in the center, at least a little aura is decent. There were 5 carriages, all dressed up in a decent manner. For the sake of this fishing expedition, Li Xian had the wind out a month. The feminine cultivator sipped a mouthful of tea and said with a smile, before the Li family rose to power, there were only 3 qi practicing families in the whole of Baishui County. Now that Zhou Guyue is missing, Shui Qingshan is a man who is also discharging 2 families, with a glamorous appearance, but behind his back, he is afraid that he can't even sleep peacefully. Seeing that someone had taken the initiative to stir up the topic, or that it was something everyone was interested in, the bald cultivator also chimed in. The words can't be said like that. I've heard that the Zhou family's young lady is enchanting and beautiful, and her natural talent is also good. Not to mention that Shui Qingshan can still break through to the 7th level of qi practicing with the power of his Yuan Yin. That's the level of the county magistrate. And the county minister's days are numbered. At this point in the conversation, the bald man suddenly rested his voice, his eyes staring straight at the caravan that came swaying down the avenue. The first carriage was gorgeous at first glance, and when the carriage approached the tea stall, a green-robed teenager lifted the curtain and jumped down. The young man is 7 or 8 years old, born with bright eyes and teeth, a green-colored robe, quite a bookish atmosphere. This young man is none other than Li Sungub. As the only one of the 4 juniors in the Li family with a spiritual aperture, his childhood was naturally not spent in playfulness as in the case of Dao Yan, Dao Feng, and Li Mingzhu. Shopkeeper, 6 pots of tea, 1 for each cart. Here we go, sir, please wait. Li Chengye placed the broken silver on the table and gave the 3 loose cultivators a thoughtful look. Seeing the 3 casual cultivators looking at him, he immediately nodded in greeting. The caravan came and went quickly, and when each of the servants who drove the caravan had finished their drinks they departed slowly. The flavor of green moon rice, it smells so good that the feminine cultivator took a deep breath and said with some intoxication. Bald flirted. Fragrance? Isn't that where the rice is? It's not just green moon rice, there are also spirit stones and sustenance. Fellow Taoist, go get them if you want them. Like them, these scattered cultivators, there is no source of spirit stones, it is not easy to save. A few will not be extravagant enough to use to buy spirit rice, even the cheapest green moon rice will not buy. It was a flirtation, but he didn't expect that the feminine cultivator's eyes gradually glowed when he heard it. Hey! Good idea! Just do it! The bald head was immediately horrified, and just when he wanted to open his mouth, he felt a heavenly rotation. The line of sight was falling. Whose body is this? So familiar. The feminine cultivator waved his hand, and the bloodied flying sword spun like a swimming fish a few times and flew into the storage bag. The qi on his body soared, the 7th, 8th, and 9th weights of the implicit spirit, and then practicing qi first level. Fellow Taoist seems to be of the same mind as me, why don't we join forces? Spring Breeze guest licked his somewhat pale lips and looked at the other cultivator on the table. The old man didn't say anything, just put down a grain of broken silver, patted the little monkey on his shoulder, and got up and left alone, without even looking at the Spring Breeze guest. Springbok felt like he had received a great insult. I was looked down upon when I was in the embodied spirit realm, I'm still looked down upon when I've practiced qi, then I didn't practice qi for nothing. The pale face was flushed with anger for a few moments, and it took a long time to put down the cup. Forget it, I can't see that old man's realm by myself, it's more than likely more powerful than myself, it's better not to provoke it. Spring Breeze guest was originally a famous flower picker in Baishui County, and usually bullied ordinary people. He happened to find a copy of the Blood Fury Qi practicing law in the room of the wife of a down-and-out rich merchant, and struggled for 40 years, and finally achieved qi practicing with a copy of a first-rate blood qi. Although another product of heaven and earth qi achievement of practicing qi combat power than the 9 weight of the spirit of the impregnation is not much more powerful. But at least it's practicing qi. In the carriage. Li Chengye glanced at his father who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, sitting quietly and writing something. Li Xian had been in this state ever since he stepped onto the white water road, saying nothing, commanding nothing, only meditating. Li Xian nodded and praised, well done. Li Xian along the way did not cultivate at all, but has been observing what Li Chengye did, in the end as his own son, even if the avenue is hopeless, he also wants to learn some real skills. It's a long way to go, and night is falling. In the middle of the night, Li Xian fiercely opened his eyes, and his qi practicing realm aura instantly erupted, startling his horse into neighing. The drowsy Li Chengye also woke up with a start, father. Li Xian slowly stepped out of the carriage and looked towards the figure standing at the top of the tree, giving a distant arch. I wonder which Taoist friend is it? You came to visit late at night and didn't notify me, Li Mao. It would seem like I, Li Xian, am being petty, why don't you come in and have a cup of hot tea? The figure on top of the tree didn't say a word, but flung out a fire talisman. Li Xian didn't panic and a stroke of luck pushed the huge fireball back again. Taoist friends are being unreasonable. The silhouette used a special magic weapon to cover his face, so Li Xian couldn't see his face, and was about to say something when he saw the cultivator continue to attack again. Since fellow Taoist is insistent on this, Mr. Li will accompany you to the end. Before Li Xian's words fell, his body had already dispersed like a phantom, easily avoiding the attack of the second fireball talisman. At the same time, he offered his flying sword to chop out a sword chi. With a buzzing sound, the sword chi was blocked by an ebony green soft sword, and the cultivator made a few taps on his feet, suddenly flying. The family is getting bigger by the day. Many things the family cultivators simply can't do personally, can only imperialize other cultivators to do. But since Li Shi's death, Li Ling's suspicion is very heavy. Even Lu Dazhou and Lu Erdu, such low-ranking cultivators that can be killed with a single sword, are not at ease, not to mention the 8 or 9 cultivators who can truly act as spirit slaves of the. If you're going to fight, you have to fight well. Win sharply. Come to die. With a wave of his hand, Li Xian's flying sword in his hand instantly transformed into a dozen or so sword shadows, and together with the 5 Zimu soul-chasing nails, he beat the cultivator back. The instantaneous outburst of might scared the masked cultivator into a cold sweat. Put! Li Xian chopped out with his sword, narrowly slicing off one of his ears. Ah! Blood gushed out, and the cultivator's eyes showed horror. Didn't he say that he just broke through the second level of chi cultivation? How could it be so strong? Stop! Fellow Taoist Li, this is a misunderstanding. Seeing that he was outmatched, the chi practicing cultivator hurriedly called out. Misunderstanding? Oh. I thought you were so powerful. Now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. Seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivator's eyes turned to look at the carriage where Li Qingye was. Swept away in a hurry. A palm blast shattered the carriage. Inside, it was empty. Where is everyone? Before that cultivator could react, he only saw Li Xian behind him rise up in the air, his flying sword splitting into 24 sword shadows. Sword shadows flowed around his body. Li Xian was holding a flying sword, and under the bright moonlight, he was like an exiled immortal descending to the world. Moon worship sword art. Since Li Xian obtained this sword art more than 10 years ago, this was the first time he had performed it in front of outsiders. Die! The 24 sword shadows transformed into streams of light, carrying unrivaled might as they pressed towards the masked cultivator. Moon worship sword art. The householder has wronged me. Boom boom boom. That cultivator was trapped by the son and mother soul chasing nail, and was already not moving fast. Without even being able to react, he was sliced into rotten meat by several streams of light. This scene stunned Li Xian. Am I too strong myself? Or is the opposite side too weak? And I hit you in a crooked way. I didn't even want to kill you. I just wanted to waste you. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and took out a small jade gourd from his bosom. Go! Peeling open the jade plug, 3 fat golden winged bees whirred out and flew straight towards the cultivator's corpse. The 3 golden winged bees bit the cultivator's heart and spirit orifices to pieces before Li Xian slowly approached. This is flesh skin. Li Xian lifted the masked magic weapon on the cultivator's face. Without it, the spirit energy on the cultivator's body blasted away, just like an ordinary person with no cultivation. There is no aura, this is the art of substitution. Well well well. I told you how you die in a fight. Humph. It's superfluous. I never wanted to kill you in the first place. With a wave of his hand, a ball of spiritual fire burned away this physical body. Where are all you dogs dead? Hurry up and clean this place up. Seeing that Li Xian was furious, a few slaves hiding on the side saw this and hurriedly came out to clean up the venue and the carriage. The surrounding mountains and forests, a few figures see this also hoofed away. Moon-worshipping sword art. Ah! This Li Xian didn't have half a connection with the moon worshipper. How could he know this moon-worshipping sword art? Have to hurry back and tell the family head. Half an hour later, Li Xian was sitting in the tent with a smiling face, which half of his face was still annoyed. Father! Although Li Qingye was only 8 years old, his cultivation had also reached the 3rd level of Yunling, and although his fighting skills were not refined, he was still able to use talismans. Li Xian had given him a dozen talismans a long time ago: golden shield talismans, astringent talismans, fireball talismans, and recluse talismans. Just when the war started, he sent a message for him to leave the carriage with a recluse talisman and a restraining talisman. Li Qingye took out an ancient array disc from his arms. Just now, when you fought with that chi practicing cultivator, 2 points of light lit up on this array disk. In different directions. Li Xian hooked the corner of his mouth. It seems there are 2 other families. The annoyance just now was merely done to those people there. This little thing was not worth making Li Xian annoyed. Even the moon-worshipping sword technique was specially shown to them by Li Xian. When he knew that this fight was unavoidable, Li Xian had calculated. The water was muddy, but not muddy enough. Li Xian wanted to drag Xue Qingshan down with him. Since we're going to play, we'll play a big game. Anyway, with the wood thornback dragon formation in place, he still had a way to retreat. Son Ub. Which 2 do you think it will be? Li Qingye shook his head. I don't know, but my child thought that there must be a Zhu family. What makes it so? There are so many chi practicing families in these 5 counties, as well as that nameless chi practicing family just now. Why do you think there will be the Zhu family? Li Qingye thought about it and said aloud. Xu Changren is jealous. My Li family has been developing for more than 10 years to become a chi practicing family with extraordinary potential. And the world knows that the Zhu family has no successors, and Xu Chengren's days are numbered. Comparing the 2. Xu Chengren's eyes are red. And the Xu family has even taken the initiative to release news of Xu Chengren's impending end-of-life dissipation during this period of time, clearly wanting to muddy the water. Do last fight. He has been the primary force watching over my Li family since. Li Xian nodded with satisfaction, although the idea is shallow, but there is no big mistake. 7 or 8 years old is pretty good. Putting the detection spell array away, he pulled Li Qingye to sit beside him. Using a few stones to stand in for the various forces, the father and son analyzed the situation of this white water and greenwood mountain rain. Is Xu Changren going to live to the end of his life? The answer is yes. According to the time projection, today's Xu Changren still has a few years to live at most. Maybe one day he'll just sit down and die. The Xu family is sparsely populated, and the next generation doesn't even have a 2-inch knob. Once Xu Changren sat down, the Xu family would immediately go up in smoke. Can Xu Changren be willing? The answer is no. The old thing must be plotting something. Either he's trying to save the day for his offspring or is trying to pull someone's leg. Father, there is another possibility. In case. What if this Xu Changren has a method to break through the foundation establishment or extend his life? This is all a smokescreen he put out. Li Xian froze. It's really possible. Chapter 111 Complicated, Ding Family Cultivator Essence Blood. Xue Family Mansion, Back Mountain, Warm Pool. What did you say? Xue Qingshan's pupils shrunk, and the female cultivator suddenly flew towards him uncontrollably. Xue Qingshan cupped her neck with one hand, a cold light in his eyes. Home. Home. After freezing for a breath or two, Xue Qingshan let go of his hand in hindsight. Holding her face with both hands, he tried his best to pull out a smile. Tianyou, did you really see it with your own eyes? Sure it was the moon-worshipping sword technique? Tianyou blushed a little, gently rubbing against Xue Qingshan's palm, her gaze a little infatuated. Well, family master, it is indeed the moon-worshipping sword technique, and that Li Xian fellow was able to split into 24 sword shadows. Xue Qingshan took a long breath and slowly sat down, his face cloudy. In the water mist, warm as spring in the warm pool, Xue Qingshan was cloaked, his burly chest exposed outside the pool water. Tianyou tried to walk to his side, the clothes on her body reduced one by one, and in the end, only a thin light veil remained. The beautiful body is on display. Taking a step into the warm pool, her plain hand plucked the petals of the spirit flowers on the pool water, and faint ripples brewed on the surface. Head of house. Tianyou was originally born extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than Zhou Keimo by a few points. Xian Xian's hand was attached to Xue Qingshan's chest, and her pretty face rubbed against his shoulder. Master of the house. I'll always be there for you, is there anything I can do? Xue Qingshan's gloomy face did not say, when he was still Zhouguyu, it is relying on the power of Tianyou's Yuanin to break through the 6th level of Qi practice. His relationship with Tianyou was also quite complicated, but it has come to this situation. In the entire Zhou Xue family, the only person he can trust is Tianyou. Xue Qingshan peeled away her hand and walked out of the warm pool on his own, throwing down a sentence without looking back. Get ready, I'm going to break through to the 8th level of Qi practicing. Tianyou couldn't help but tremble twice, with tears in her eyes, and said with a trembling yes. In addition to the main Qi cultivation method, Xue Qingshan had also supplemented it with a yin harvesting method that complemented yang. Picking the shade, not the acacia. The Yin harvesting method was not a method of dual cultivation, but a pure technique of seizing a female cultivator's Yin in cultivation. And as the object to be harvested, every cultivation will be worse than death, and will also be greatly injured in vitality, and even the realm will fall. Tianyou looked at Shui Qingshan in the distance and tenderly said to herself, "He's just too scared. I can help him, I will help him." The news that Li Xian knew the moon-worshipping sword technique spread, and all the cultivators in the Whitewater and Greenwood prefectures set their eyes on the Shui family. Even Zhu Changren was no exception. But surprisingly, Shui Qingshan had been hiding in the mansion, making no moves whatsoever. And the other side. Zhao Wuji, who was supposed to be the magistrate of Baishui County, appeared at the Sun family. Zhao Wuji closed the jade box. He didn't introduce the item either, but instead looked at the youth. "And this is?" Before that youth could speak, Sun Xianhua said, "A junior from the family, just practiced qi a few years ago." Zhao Wuji glanced at the ebony soft sword wrapped around his waist, guessing in his heart, and smiled without saying anything. Looking at the jade box in his hand again, an idea suddenly surged in his heart. He then graciously bit his finger to withdraw the talisman on the jade box with blood and pushed it forward. This is the 81 items of essence blood of the Ding family cultivators. It was only collected some time ago. For the sake of this essence blood, I've spent 20 years and consumed an unknown amount of sustenance. Sun Xianhua's pupils shrank, and even the youth at the side inexplicably felt that this thing was no longer disgusting. They were originally people from Qingmu County, and they were the topmost controllers of Qingmu County, so naturally, they had also heard of the Ding family's secret stories. Before Sun Xianhua could say anything, Zhao Wuji added, "I know the whereabouts of the young master of the Ding family. The Ding family's inherited secret treasure must be on him. As long as we get that secret treasure, together with this essence blood, we can reach a complete third-rank spirit." Zhao Wuji followed the advice. "County Minister Sun, can we talk about cooperation now? Cooperate, not ask for help." No qi-practicing cultivator could resist the temptation of a third-order spiritual object. A third-order spirit item. In this East Pole immortal cultivation realm where foundation building pills were extremely rare, the only way for a cultivator to build a foundation was to replace the foundation building pill with a third-order spiritual substance and forcefully succeed in breaking the barrier. Qi practitioners breaking through the foundation establishment will wash their tendons and marrow, shedding their bones, which is the true meaning of metamorphosis into immortality. Once breaking through the foundation establishment, the cultivator's lifespan would directly soar from the lifespan of 200 in the qi practicing realm to lifespan 500. Foundation building, in this immortal cultivation world, is considered to be the backbone of the force. Randomly go to a house can open a clan and establish a shrine, build a door and household. If you want to go to a sect, it is also the position of deacon and elder. But building a foundation, it's not a simple thing. Chapter 112 Blood Demon Sect. Sun Xianhua has lived for nearly 100 years, and has seen no less than hundreds of qi cultivators, but foundation building cultivators. There were only two of them, Tu Su Ming and the Changning Prefecture's prefect. Sun Xianhua took a deep breath and slowly put the jade box away. Picking up the teapot on the table, he personally poured a cup of tea for Zhao Wuji. Straight to the point. Xu Changren has been a scourge of Baishui County for decades, and according to the laws of the state of Zhao, he really deserves to die. Although I am not yet a Whitewater person, as a county minister appointed by the prefectural lord, I should make a contribution to the people. Zhao Wuji laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Standing up, he arched his hand, "Then thank you, County Superintendent's son, for ridding the people of harm." Zhao Wuji never said the word Xu Changren from the beginning to the end. But she understands if he doesn't say it. It's all just deals and benefits. The youth on the side also laughed along with him, his eyes having to flick to the cultivator's essence blood on the side every now and then. This thing, he also wanted it. Still, no qi practicing cultivator could refuse a third-order spiritual object. There isn't. Zhao Wuji picked up the hot tea poured by Sun Xianhua himself and drank it in one go, his eyes inadvertently locking with the youth. Both of them saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes and said nothing, only blinking slightly. The exchange of benefits was completed again. That night, Zhao Wuji rushed towards Baishui County in a carriage escorted by a few 9th-level Yunling spirit. As the carriage passed by a cliff, a huge seal pressed straight down on it. Before the escorting cultivators could react, they were crushed into mush by the seal along with the carriage. Cloaked hair, face full of poisonous sores, Zhu Changren stood in midair, hand a move, small mountain-like seal rapidly shrinking flew back to the palm. "Old dog, you forced me to do this." Zhu Changren touched the poisonous sores on his face that were flowing with bruises and pus and emitting a foul odor, and his expression was filled with madness. He is literally nearing the end of his life. The years of yin and yang, birth, old age, sickness, and death. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't make it budge in the slightest. If you don't enter the foundation establishment, you're a mole cricket after all. Pity my Zhu family 100 years of calculation. Originally, I had won the position of county minister, and the rise of the family was just around the corner. I didn't realize that there would be no one to succeed me. I can't die. Once I die, the Shu family will be finished. At least. Until Yuan Wu breaks through to practicing qi, he can't die. Anyone who is mine must die. With a wave of his hand, a ball of spirit fire incinerated all the pieces of wood and clumps of rotten flesh on the ground. He originally didn't want to kill Zhao Wuji. After all, he was the magistrate of a county and had the royal bloodline with him, so once he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. But if you seek your own death, I can't keep you. Now that the spirit tax has just been paid, even if it is discovered, it will be 3 years from now. By then, nothing will matter. Family master, the flesh doll is shattered. The youth came in a hurry, holding a porcelain doll that was broken and dripping with blood. Sun Xianhua shot a glance at Zhao Wuji, who was looking old-fashioned on the side, and flirted. How long has it been? Looks like this Shu Changren is in a hurry. A trace of fear and celebration flashed under Zhao Wuji's eyes. That mad dog. Shu old dog has gone mad, he has no successors in the Zhu family, he has an impending end of life and hates to drag everyone with him to death. The people of the entire Baishui County city are being crazily extracted by him in terms of fireworks and popularity. During this time, many people died in the county. I also had no choice but to escape. There is a limit to the amount of fireworks and popularity that can be collected from the people, and over-collecting can leave a person with no essence, or even a broken soul. Sun Xianhua waved his hand and commanded. Wu Huai, have the people underneath reach out to the Shui family. Forget it, you personally take my token, that Gai Shui Qingshan has an odd nature, be careful. Yu Huai touched the soft sword at his waist, lowered his eyebrows and bent his head, and softly said yes. Just then, the servant at the bottom came in a hurry and knelt at the door. House master. There are guests at the door. Who? The servant, unaware of this, only raised the jade pendant in his hand above his head. Zhao Wuji was close and his eyes were good, so he could clearly see an odd question engraved on the jade tablet. Zhao Wuji coughed twice and left after saying that he was not feeling well. Listen less, talk less, see less, do less. Although there is a handle on it, but after all, it is a fence, life and death is not up to you. In case he sees and hears something important, who knows if Sun Xianhua will kill and silence him. After all, immortal cultivators are a bunch of crazy people. Sun Xianhua beckoned, and the ancient jade tablet instantly flew into his hand. Fingers unconsciously rubbing together, a hint of complexity flashed in Sun Xianhua's eyes. Uwe, go ahead and get busy. Wu Huai froze for a moment and looked up at Sun Xianhua, as if wondering if he had heard wrong. Go down. Yu Huai's eyelids jumped and he forced himself to swallow his irritation and leave. Even if I'm an outsider, I'm still the only practicing qi in the Sun family, and you're treating me like an outsider. As he was walking out the door, a young man dressed in white stepped into the courtyard idly. The two men's eyes met. Yu Huai was stunned, the youth mocked, and then he staggered away. When the white-clothed youth walked to the courtyard, the youth shook an arch at Sun Xianhua. Senior sister, long time no see. Sun Xianhua grunted and sat down by himself, a chief disciple of the Haoran Academy, not going to read your holy books, what are you doing here in my place? I've come to ask senior sister about something. Inquiring about what? Is there any cold water meteorite iron present among the 5 counties recently? Sun Xianhua frowned slightly. Haoran Academy was rooted in Yunlin House next to Changning House. The 17 teachers of its academy were all qi cultivators, and the mountain chief and deputy mountain chief were even strong foundation builders. As the chief disciple of the Haoran Academy, Gongmen Song's cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi practicing. Wanting a piece of cold water meteorite iron shouldn't be difficult. No. Changning Prefecture is barren, not to mention our 5 northern counties, how could there be such a thing? Gongmen Song sighed and gave a dark cry. In that case, then senior brother will take his leave. Hey wait! Sun Xianhua cried out in a ghostly voice, tossing him the jade pendant in his hand. Stuff! Take it! Gongmen Sang bowed from afar and thought about taking out a bottle of second-grade Haoyan Zhengqi from his storage bag. This item may be useful for the cultivator who just left. If senior sister has heard rumors of the cold water meteorite iron, please also send a message to me, farewell. Gongmen Song didn't half drag his feet and left straight away. Sun Xianhua came from the Academy of Questioning Scriptures of the Haoran Academy, practicing the 100 schools of thought, enlightening himself, and following the path of questioning the heart. But 50 years ago, the head of the Inquiring Scripture Academy died for no apparent reason during the competition for the position of Mountain Master, and the entire Inquiring Scripture Academy was scattered just like that. Most of the disciples of the Academy of Inquiring Scriptures were sensible and tough, but of course that was a nice way of putting it, and in layman's terms it was obstinacy. Most of the disciples were furious, but were powerless to resist, and ended up leaving the Haoran Academy. But only Gongmen Song, the youngest disciple, he gave up what he had learned in his heart and switched to the Mountain Master's door. Obviously in the beginning we were both almost married. Things are unpredictable, it all depends on personal choice. Like me, am I not just as mercenary and greedy now? Gripping the porcelain bottle in his hand tightly, a gloomy twilight aura indifferently surged out of Sun Xianhua's body. Gongmen Song walked out of the Sun Mansion and sat in the carriage outside the door. The middle-aged woman in the carriage spoke indifferently, "How is it? Any news?" "No. My senior sister-in has a bit of status and means among the 5 northern counties. If she even says no, it's probably true that she doesn't." The middle-aged woman frowned. "Find another power to inquire. Search all the counties close to the Qinggu mountain range, you must find them. Upper Envoy, I have a collection of cold water meteorite iron in the Haoran Academy, so why do we have to find it in these poor villages?" Gongmen Song really didn't understand this so-called superior envoy's confusing operation and couldn't help but ask. These people come in with their heads up their asses. The head of the group was clearly just a Foundation establishment one, yet the Mountain Lord and Vice Mountain Lord treated him with respect. Even they, the disciples, had to listen to their dispatches. The middle-aged female cultivator chided, well, do your business. Don't ask what you shouldn't." On the ring on his finger, a blood word looms. If there were people from Qin present, they would definitely be able to recognize it as the symbol of the blood demon sect of the Jiatais of Qin. Chapter 113. This made the other 7 families even more eye-catching. The flying boat came and went quickly. When the 2-family flying boat left, Li Xian also planned to leave. He had already exposed the moon-worshipping sword technique. In order to prevent Xue Qingshan from jumping over the wall in a hurry, it would be better to return to Jade Bamboo Mountain to hide earlier. I wonder how MT Jade Bamboo is doing. How did these two get together? In just a single glance, Li Xian thought quite a lot. After all, being in the world of immortality, those who thought less of it went up in smoke. The two of us are meeting for the first time and would like to treat Senior to a cup of hot tea. I wonder if Senior would be kind enough to. But Li Xian looked at him quietly. Li Qingye was a bit stunned and baffled for a few breaths before he returned, but only sheep are gentle. Cultivators only need ruthlessness and majesty. Li Xian touched his head with satisfaction. If they are sincere in their desire to befriend my Li family, they could have sent cheap practicing cultivators to personally come to my door, or even worse, they would have to have a cheap practicing cultivator or a handwritten letter from their family head. Instead of just daring to come up and talk to me anytime, anywhere, this is not trying to befriend, this is contempt. My child understands. Looking at his own son's firm eyes, Li Xian Trance recalled more than 10 years ago at the entrance of Wang Ernia, the child who answered him, "Is it an enemy or a friend?" Kree Ka. Li Xian's eyes flared with a ferocity. Zhu Changren. It's time to settle the score. Li Xian was only at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation right now, and even though he had the green lotus hairpin to protect him, it was by no means possible for him to defeat Zhu Changren. But the chances of Zhu Changren killing him weren't great either. Now the only opportunity is in Xue Qingshan. Xue Qingshan, this guy is very stable, so many years froze not a bit of movement. But this guy when he took over the body will already be 6 refining Qi, plus these years of hard training and 2 family supply. Compared to Zhu Changren, he is afraid that he is only strong and not weak. I intentionally exposed the moon-worshipping sword art. Xue Qingshan, it's about time you came to me. I just hope you're not halfway to me. Chapter 114. Dare you enter the formation? Li Xian returned to Jade Bamboo Mountain in only 3 days, and as he thought, the journey was safe. Not bad, not bad. It seems that Xue Qingshan is sincere and didn't even intercept me halfway, so it seems there's something to talk about. If Xue Qingshan really wanted to cut off the roots, these 3 days would be the most suitable opportunity, but he didn't come and instead allowed Li Xian to return to the mountain peacefully, which was a good sign. Entering the rule of the Li family, Li Chengye returned to Jade Bamboo Mountain alone. Instead, Li Xian turned his head and went to Mount Wanyue. Ding Hong has been living here on Mount Wanyue for several years now. Seeing him again, Li Xian was taken aback. With hemp clothes and pants, a hoe in his hand, and a scraggly beard, he didn't look like a cultivator at all. More like a tenant. Master Li. Ding Hong put down his hoe and went to the wooden house he had built to take out his tea set. A red clay pottery stove, strangely ugly, that he must have made himself. I found a wild tea plant on this cliff, the flavor is not bad, family Master Li taste it. Li Xian waved his robe and sat down. Ding Hong's tea brewing craft is not bad, some movements in the clouds and water, these years should not be less practiced. You're clean. Thanks to Master Li's blessing. The wild tea is very bitter and astringent in the mouth, making your mouth tingle, but with a slight bit of sweetness and flavor. Li Xian sipped a few sips and didn't beat around the bush. You've probably guessed it all these years. I won't hide it from you. When it came down to it, Li Xian told him all about what happened in the Qingwu mountain range back then. Ding Hong's face was expressionless, but the hand squeezing the teacup was trembling slightly. I came to tell you the truth, and to give you a hiding. Shui Qingshan should be coming for me soon, letting him sense you could be the end of you. I don't have a way to get him killed right now. Li Xian waved his hand and a large clam shell appeared beside him. This object is extremely strong in concealment. During this period of time, you will collect your breath during the day and sleep inside this at night. After Li Xian finished speaking, he was about to get up and leave, but he heard Ding Hong say, Family Master Li, you don't have to test me, and I don't want to beat around the bush with you. I know what you want. My Ding family does indeed have a third-order inheritance secret treasure. Those rumors are true. Ding Hong lowered his eyebrows and pulled the corners of his mouth helplessly. But that secret treasure's whereabouts were unknown many years ago. My old ancestor was going to use that secret treasure to break through to Foundation establishment 50 or 60 years ago, but unfortunately he never returned. Fortunately, at that time, my father had already broken through Qi practicing, so the family didn't completely decline. Li Xian ignored him and stepped straight on his sword. Jade Bamboo Mountain, front yard. 5 loose cultivators with swollen noses and white faces knelt in a row. In the center of the courtyard, Li Ling and Spring Fencer stood with their swords. Yu Nu and Suyu sat on the sidelines getting high on melon seeds. Last chance, win me and I'll let you go. Third Prince, I was really tricked by them to come here. You are generous, let me go, okay? Spring Fencer's face was miserable, and one of his ears was even cut off, and blood was pouring out at this time. Li Ling laughed straight. He also practiced the moon-worshipping sword art, and after all these years of hard work he was already able to split into 12 sword shadows. However, having been nestled in the Lake Island, he had never really fought with the same cultivators at all, and he was somewhat skeptical about the power of this sword art. He was worried about not having a chaperone. I didn't expect that these spirit-containing loose cultivators would really come to besiege Jade Bamboo Mountain while it was out, as second uncle had said. And surprisingly, there was a garbage practice. Tricked? Yunling dares to cheat you, a practicing Qi? Although this spring wind guest is practicing Qi, but with a product of Qi breakthrough, and the difference between the 9 weight of the spirit is that the life expectancy is longer, can fly farther, and the real use of the second product of heaven and earth Qi breakthrough of the practicing Qi cultivator has a world of difference. It was just right to give Li Ling, who was at the 9th level of the embodied spirit, as a companion. Li Ling stopped talking nonsense and fiercely chopped out a sword Qi. Chunfeng guessed dangerously and narrowly avoided. See Li Ling painstakingly, immediately a Ruthless, transported the recluse to move quickly, the hands of the sharp sword one after another cut to Li Ling. The sound of dingo exchanging blows echoed in the courtyard, and a few Yunling loose cultivators silently moved back, fearing that they would accidentally be hurt innocently. Bang! Li Ling sent him flying several feet away with a nesting kick. You made me do it. The spring breeze guests had been pushed to the brink of extinction, and those few embodied spirit 9s had already had their vital essence blood collected, and would be the Li family's spirit slaves from now on. He had only just broken through and still had nearly 100 years to live. He didn't want to be enslaved just like that. With a little bit of his foot, he stepped on the sword and rose into the air. After all, practicing Qi is practicing Qi, and even more trash is practicing Qi, whether it is flying height or speed. Spring wind guest is a few points stronger than the 9th level of the yumming spirit. As soon as they rose into the air, 3 poison long darts instantly shot towards Li Ling. Suyu on the side watched as their hearts tightened. Li Ling turned around to dodge it, threw a fireball talisman, and stepped on his sword to rise into the air. With a wave of his hand, another magic weapon reappeared, transforming into 12 sword shadows around Li Ling. Execute. The spring breeze guest was shaken by the fireball talisman and only blocked the first 3 sword shadows in his urgency. It's over. Spring breeze guest's intestines were really green with remorse. Why on earth did he come to provoke this group of treacherous people? The family obviously has a defense array, but not a single bit of news is leaking out. In these 5 counties, which family has a defense array? The first time is not to release the news, deterring the curfew. This Lee family is too good at pretending to be pigs. It was just a matter of concealing the news of the defense array. It's surprising that there was a second chi practicing cultivator. The moment he sensed Yunu's spiritual awareness, Chun Feng client almost pissed himself in fear. It's really over. The blurry sword shadow became progressively clearer as it got closer and closer to him. It's just a matter of dying. Anyway, I, Spring Fencer, will never be a slave. A slave? I'd rather die. Exhale. A breeze blew by, and Springer tried to open his eyes, where there was still any sword shadow. Instead, there was an additional rather bookish young man in the center of the courtyard. Fellow Daoist, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Li Changye arched his hand in a dignified manner. Ahem, yes. Yes. Springer covered his ears and fell to the ground. Would it be good for Senior to be my Li family's guest secretary? However, Senior has previous convictions, so I still need to borrow your vital essence blood. Springer covered his ears and didn't speak, and the smile on Li Changye's face faded. 1. What? Springbok was a bit confused. 2. Forget it, I don't want to count to 3, third brother, can you help me kill him? Li Changye said coldly. Li Ling laughed out loud, just what I wanted, it's just slaves, having a couple of embodied spirit realms is enough. Saying that, he fiercely sacrificed the soul-chasing nail of the son and mother about to nail the spring breeze guest to death. There is great terror between life and death. No, no, no. I'm willing. Willing. The spring breeze guest threw away all the bravado he had just felt and fell to his knees very much from his heart. Oh, it's too late. Li Changye grunted, giving face. Now you know to beg for mercy. Young master, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Li Changye looked at Li Ling. Sighing, he said, born with a slave-like appearance. You don't deserve to be a guest minister either. Settle down and be your lackey. Bring the essence blood. At midnight, the sky is dark and starless. Li Xian, who was sitting on the top of Jade Bamboo Mountain, slightly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the White Water Road, secretly saying that he had finally arrived. Shui family master, do you dare to enter the formation to continue? Chapter 115 The Game. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Don't dare. Fellow Daoist Li, you take old me for a little cutie. The second order with thornback dragon formation, and that weird vine, once I go in I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Shui Qingshan quietly stood on top of a tree, waved his robe, and laughed quietly. Fellow Daoist Li might as well come out for a moment. Clunk. The main door of the Li family mansion opened smoothly, and a spirit slave of the 9th level of the impregnating spirit tremblingly carried a stone table out. Behind him were a few maids holding teapots. The spirit slave placed the stone table directly onto the open space at the entrance, and a few maids set up chairs and pastries and tea before trembling and retreating back to the mansion. Li Xian slowly walked out and sat himself down. I'm out, I'm so sincere, and you're still not coming down. The door of the mansion was open all the time, and with the green lotus hairpin protecting his body, if the talk fell apart at the back, Li Xian could also immediately vanish back to Jade Bamboo Mountain. Why are you so afraid of death? Shui Qingshan suddenly appeared at the other end of the table, just like an instantaneous movement. Fellow Daoist Shui, in this immortal cultivation world, the grass on the grave of anyone who isn't afraid of death is 3 feet tall. I've come this far because of the word prudence. Li Xian poured himself a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. Daoyu's might is all gone, as if it were immortal, and all has reached the point where the circumference is not leaking. Li Mao here can congratulate Daoyu for being one step closer to foundation establishment. Seeing Li Xian come out so easily, Shui Qingshan was a bit stunned instead, but this was good for him. Why don't you? Shui Qingshan tapped his fingers on the table and smiled without saying anything. Li Xian cursed an old fox. Laughing, he said, little brother is not talented and would like to get a piece of the pie. Seeing Li Xian poor figure dagger, Shui Qingshan only timely opening, want these hundreds of thousands of people's fireworks offerings will have to sit on that county minister position. But I'm afraid that you don't know, Zhao's county chancellor, the government of a kind of official position, are to rely on their own killings to fight for. Just like when Xu Changren, the position of county minister, got it that way. No less than 10 Qi practicing cultivators died for this, 2 of the 9th level of Qi practicing died, and all of the clans involved in this competition declined in the subsequent decades. Without exception. It's not just Baishui County, the next door Qingmu County, Yuyao County, Liqing County, and so on are all the same, but all the families that once vied for the position of county minister have all declined. Some of the clans that failed in the competition will perish on the spot, while the better ones will be able to drag it out for a few years. The ones that succeeded in the competition, like the Zhu clan, will be on their way to extinction in a few decades, though. Shui Qingshan looked at Li Xian with a beaming smile. Fellow Taoist, it's still a small clans that live the most freely. It's better not to think about all that there is to think about. Li Xian really wanted to smash his fist on Shui Qingshan's face. This old dog had one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. If he really thought that way, he wouldn't have come to the Jade Bamboo Mountain to find him at all. Old dog. Stinking. After scolding, Li Xian still greeted him with a smile. If this is really the case, how can cultivators in this world be so keen on this county minister position? Where in this world is there a little cutie? Li Xian broke through Shui Qingshan's continuous bull with a single sentence. Who would fight for nothing? That's true. Seeing that he couldn't fool Li Xian, Shui Qingshan corrected his expression and inquired, I wonder what kind of constitution you have. This county minister position, he Shui Qingshan also want. That's hundreds of thousands of people smoldering in popular offerings. Once he obtains these sustenance, it might actually be possible for him to impact foundation establishment in this life. As for cultivating the heirs of the Zhou and Shui families, it's none of his business. And Xu Changren, that old dog, has a backhand. If he really wants to fight for a way to live for those 2 descendants of his family, he will 100% pull him to die together. Not for anything else. Who made him, Shui Qingshan, the second best person in Baishui County in the open, the best contender for the position of the. So what should happen? Shui Qingshan stroked his chin and transmitted, you and I are like this. Li Xian nodded frequently, and the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became, like he was extremely oddly agreeable to his idea. After a long time, the 2 of them clinked their teacups, and Shui Qingshan stepped on his sword to leave. Once Shui Qingshan left, Li Xian's smiling face instantly turned gloomy. Looking at the illusory shape pill in his hand, recalling Shui Qingshan's plan just now, he secretly cursed the old dog. Humph, trying to shade me. I'd like to see who dies first. Chapter 116 Eaten by Fish. In just 3 or 4 months, the Whitewater Greenwood County had many more loose cultivators, both Yunling and Qi practicing. Undercurrents and rains. Every nightfall, I don't know how many cultivators went to test the Zhu family's situation, with scattered cultivators, families from outside counties, and even the Greenwood Sun family striking one after another. But they were all beaten back by Xu Changren. Once upon a time, he was also like this to test the last Baishui County minister. On the contrary, the Li and Shui families in this county did not move half as much. Li Xian stood on the edge of the Jade Bamboo Mountain cliff, looking down at the stars below the mountain. It's time to make a move. Saying this, he took the illusory shape pill in his hand and recalled Shui Qingshan's face in his mind, but in just half a breath, Li Xian shifted into Shui Qingshan's face. Early spring. Heavy rain. Spring rain is as expensive as oil. How many people are looking forward to the spring rain, waiting for the rain to fall on the ground, in the river and in the fields? Let it nourish all things. But for the tenants living under the rule of the Li family, this spring rain was optional. When the Li family first relocated Lining village, they dug several canals on the basis of the tributaries of the Baishui River, hooking up the 4 villages so that water could be directly diverted to the farmland. With the huge Clear Creek Lake as a safeguard, water was not at all in short supply for the Li tenants. Instead, we can rest for a while. For those of them who depend on the weather, rainy days mean rest. Master. I'm going to Qingxi Lake. When I come back I'll bring you back a turtle to make soup. Zhao Xiangan said cheerfully while draping his straw raincoat. Elder Zhao's head was full of white hair, even his eyebrows were white, and he was leaning against the door of his room with his eyes closed in fake sleep, turning a deaf ear to Zhao Xiangan's words. Zhao Xiangan has grown into a big young man, and his body is stronger than his father Zhao Tianyou. Unfortunately, the energy to read as a child has long since gone, and he left the school early. Last year, the Li family gave him an errand feeding the jade-scaled crucian carp in Qingxi Lake. But don't look at his young age, work seriously, more than a year has never made a mistake, no matter how windy or rainy will be on time to feed. When he walked to the door, Elder Zhao suddenly opened his eyes and stared sullenly at his back. Erwa. His voice was hoarse and muffled, as if he had a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his mouth and couldn't catch his breath. Zhao Xiangan turned around. Master, what's wrong? What belongs to the Lord's house cannot be touched. Zhao Xiangan thought of the turtle he had just mentioned, and immediately laughed. Okay, I won't move. Putting his straw hat back on, Zhao Xiangan pushed the cart and gradually moved away. Elder Zhao murmured, can't move. Can't move. Can't move ah. The hand on the cane loosened feebly, and the old man tried to reach for it, but couldn't. He just cocked his head and watching his grandchildren's distant backs. Commanded and murmured. Until he tilted his head slightly, his cloudy old eyes looked at the hazy drizzle and gradually lost their spirit. Can't move, get down and live. Half a dozen times later, Zhao Tianyou, covered in alcohol, ran into the courtyard in the rain. Blah, blah, blah. That Lu Yuxian guy is a real miscreant. What kind of hero is it to let a lad on if he can't drink and win? Next time I won't drink with him. Vam. Crookedly approaching and seeing his old father sitting quietly in the doorway, Zhao Tianyou was afraid that he would get wind chill and advised. Father, why are you sitting here? I'll help you into the house. Zhao Tianyou shouted twice, but the old man didn't move. Okay, Dad, I won't drink next time, okay? Aren't we happy today? That guy Lu Yuxing was lucky to give birth to a grandson with a spiritual aptitude. The master has finally given us a skill today. The Lord's family has kind of made a statement. As long as we mud legs are loyal, we can also have a chance to become cultivators for miles. Zhao Tianyou rambled on. But he hadn't seen the old man squeak yet, and couldn't help but push him a little, but he didn't realize that he almost pushed him over. Father! Father! What's wrong with you? Zhao Tianyou bravely probed the nostrils, and immediately his face was bloodless. Erwa! What took you so long? When I walked to the entrance of the village, there were already 5 lads waiting. These people are there to feed the spirit fish. Those few spirit slaves of the Li family had a heavy burden, tending the duobao orchard, catching insects for the spirit fields, brewing wine, feeding spirit bees, and making fish food. The Li family gave them all the chores. Originally, Suyu had planned to hand over the chore of feeding the spirit fish to the spirit slaves as well, but under Lu Qingqing's persuasion it was better to continue to hand it over to these few lads. After all, there has to be an upward mobility for those underneath. Let's go, it's not late. According to our footsteps, it's just right to walk to Qingxi Lake. Several young men were either pushing carts or carrying backpacks. Thousands of half-sized jade scale carp, with a surprisingly large appetite, might not be able to fit in these guys and gals of theirs. Receiving the fish food from the spirit slave, a few lads quickly rushed towards Clear Creek Lake. 6 lads in 2 boats. 1 to hold the oar, 2 to feed. Erwa, look how lively these fish are. The spring rain has just fallen and it's still a bit cold. Ordinary fish are lying motionless in the water, only they are so lively. True, it's over and done with. Erwa and the others have been eaten by this spirit fish. Chapter 117. Deep in the bottom of the lake. Ikaruga slightly opened her clam shell, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. What did you get them for? You say they're going to eat you guys? Are you guys taking revenge? A very large jade-scaled carp nodded humanely. They send this sinful 2-legged beast to the queen and want her to punish him. You naughty boys? How can they harm you? Hurry up and send them up. If you die here, you'll really suffer. A school of small fish kept wagging their tails, arching the trio forward. Especially Zhao Xiangan, he had a wound on his face, the slightest trace of blood spreading with the current, and many small fishes were fighting for the strand of blood. I don't eat people. A hint of helplessness escaped the ethereal voice. The jade scale carp cocked their heads, wondering why their queen didn't eat something so delicious. The mussel shell opened slightly and spat out a small bubble that wrapped around the trio and slowly floated them up. If you don't eat it, you don't eat it, and you're not allowed to eat it. Hear me. Rogue. No capsizing their boat next time. The little fish nodded their fish heads helplessly. But this 2-legged beast really smells good. Whitewater County. Nowadays, all the families and merchants in the county who are somewhat powerful have long since moved out, and they are far better informed than the people at the bottom. Those people who are really at the bottom of the ladder don't notice the mountain rain in the slightest. There were even a lot of small people who were happy because recently their high and mighty county minister, the Grand Master, had been so kind as to give them all the empty houses around his old mansion, even though one person could only get one room. It was also explicitly required that the people who got the house had to live in it, and not a single member of the family, or get out. Though I don't understand why the Grand Master of the County Chancellor is doing this. But it's a house. A nice house that they mudbloods couldn't afford to live in for several lifetimes. They all moved in happily. But there are smart people among the lower class. They are keenly aware that these houses were originally owned by some big and rich families, right? Where did those rich families go? But the smart ones are the minority after all. More and more people are pouring into these mansions, and these people are forming a circle, like a moat. The Shu family mansion is that city. Mother-er. It's that trick again. At the distant inn, a family cultivator angrily shattered his cup. Utilizing mortals as a shield was a usual trick every time there was a fight for the position of the county minister or the head of the prefecture. After all, the ones who really had a chance to sit on the county minister's seat were all family cultivators, and those scattered. The family just dodged a bullet. Wang Tianyou's family settled in the county town in this way, making a living by selling brush up. A dozen figures leapt onto the roofs of the neighboring homes in unison. Shoo, old dog, these mortals have all run away. How long do you have to hide? Hand over the county chancellor's great seal and the immortal race's treasure book, and we can let you go. The great seal of the county chancellor was the proof of official position given by the Changning prefecture's lord, and only by possessing it did the cultivator have a placeholder, and could glean the smoldering fire and popularity from the hundreds of thousands of people in Baishui County. While the immortal clan treasure is the authority of a local county minister, this object can engrave the clan name for others, and it is a top-level magic weapon in itself, with great defense and manifestation ability, and it is worth a lot of money. The fight for the position of county minister is more about these two treasures than about this name. No matter who it was, as long as they could take these two treasures and go to the prefecture city, after receiving the lord of the prefecture's enthronement, they would be able to become the new prefectural minister. Ha 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 ha. A maniacal, grimy laugh came from far away, clearly without a figure, but as if it was right next to him. What? Before that cheap practicing cultivator could react, a large hand with festering skin and blood dripping from it suddenly grabbed him by the neck. Click. Actually twisted it off. When did even the first level of chi practicing dared to come and compete for the position of the county minister? Or is it that I, Zhu Changren, have become so weak that even cats and dogs dare to bully me? GGG. Shu Qingren's 5 fingers clasped the chi practitioner first level's heavenly aura, and a rich blood chi slowly gathered in his palm, transforming into a blood-red pill. Shu Changren swallowed it, and his body's might became a few more points stronger. And then with a sweep of his gaze, he looked towards those Yunlin realm cultivators and laughed straight. There's even a little scumbag of the embodied spirit realm. Die. Chapter 118 Battle, Seduction. 7 chi practicing cultivators joined forces. At this point in time, there is no way back. Only one. A cultivator who was 8 feet tall violently threw out a thunder talisman, and the flickering thunderflakes electrified Zhu Qingren's face. Yao Lei. You old dog. Not satisfied with occupying Yuyao County, you dare to come and rob Baishui County. I'm not afraid to hold you up. Yao Lei was holding a 10-foot copper stick, the masking spells on his face had been removed, and his pugnacious might scared the few chi practicing cultivators around him who didn't dare to come close. Surprisingly, it's Yao Lei. He promoted to the 8th level of chi cultivation the year before. And it's still a physical cultivator. Why is he here too? There are a lot of doorways in the county commissioner's race. Normally, clans that had first ascended to chi refinement would not participate because they couldn't compete. The family that has been entrenched in the local area for hundreds of years will not be involved. This county minister position is competing for the hundreds of thousands of people in a county's land, fireworks and popularity of the offerings, and the general old strong clan have their own unique gongfu and chi practicing way. For example, the Pei family's water mist chi training method, the Sang family's cocooning method from Sangjia City, and the Yao family's water thunder inscription method from Yuyao County. These chi practicing methods couldn't use fireworks and popularity at all, and they all had their own sources of heaven and earth chi, so these popularity and fireworks were chicken ribs to them. Not only is it time-consuming and costly, but you even run the risk of flipping your car. After all, any chi practicing cultivator was precious, and those old families would have to wither for decades if they lost one. The real battle for the county chancellor was usually participated in by medium chi practicing families, but I didn't expect that both the first Ascension Chi practicing families and the veteran families would be here now. Why are strange things always happening in Changning Mansion these days? None of your business. Old dog Zhu. Either give me the Great Seal and the Immortal Race's treasure guide, or I'll use this water thunderstick to beat you into pulp. For your mother. Old dog. Come and fight. Zhu Chengren pinched the poisonous sores on his face, and the yellowish pus and blood flowed to his hands, and when the pus and blood touched Zhu Chengren's palms, it was as if were highly poisonous with. Wish old dog. See what this is? Zhu Yuanmei body clothes broken, good spring light leak, but at this time but no one to appreciate, end of the pity. She braced herself and opened her eyes, looking towards the distant, mad like old ancestor, tears streaming down her face and her voice hoarse. Old ancestor, save big brother is being taken by him. Before Zhu Yuanmei could finish speaking, Li Xin violently threw him out towards the distance. Moon worship sword art. The 18 sword shadows were like 18 agile silk threads, quickly entangling Zhu Yuanmei. Li Xian slightly hooked the corner of his mouth and drank, execute. Bounce. As if the strings of a koto were broken, the crisp sound echoed in this eerie tranquility. Countless pieces of broken flesh and blood floated down as if they were flower petals in the sky. Half of her cheeks were hanging on the eaves of the room, and the gaze that contained hot tears looked straight at her old ancestor, as if praying, save big brother, save big brother. Old ancestor. Shui. Xing. Mountain. I'm going to slaughter all of your Zhou Shui's family. Zhu Chengren was enraged. Zhu Chengren directly gave up on confronting Yao Lei and the 6 cultivators and killed towards Li Xian like a madman. Li Xian looked insane, and instead of fleeing, he attacked towards Zhu Chengren. A handful of moon-worshipping sword technique was directly played out by Li Xian. Although he was not able to defeat Zhu Chengren, he barely managed to exchange 3 rounds with his general by relying on the water moon nascent soul and the green lotus hairpin. Bang! The furious Zhu Chengren didn't care about the consumption of mana at all, and every move was powerful and ruthless. The heavenly tone bell in his hand quickly flew and directly shook Li Xian out. Shui Qingshan. I want you to die. Zhu Yuanwu and Zhu Yuanmei were the only 2 spiritual orifices sons of the Zhu family, and for Li Xian to kill Zhu Yuanmei was tantamount to destroying half of the Zhu family in front of Zhu Chengren. How could this make Zhu Chengren not angry? Fellow Taoist Yao. Don't make a move yet. Seeing another attack, Li Xian used 2 recluse talismans to move to Yao Lei's side. Yao Lei's eyes were glaring out, Shui Qingshan, you villain. Bang! Yao Lei narrowly and dangerously caught this. Shui Qingshan laughed, that's why I can't let him escape. Everyone in the Li family must die. Besides, it was Zhu Chengren who killed and destroyed the Li clan, so what does that have to do with me, Shui Qingshan? In the beginning, Shui Qingshan had plotted with Li Xian in front of his door and had given Li Xian an illusory formation pill. This illusory shape pill was something he found from the moon worshipper. It is an elixir that only exists in the state of you. The grade is unknown, but the effect is fantastic. Being able to mimic another person's appearance, cultivation, and even breath, it was absolutely impossible to recognize them under Foundation establishment. When there were a total of 3, the first one he transformed into the real Shui Qingshan's appearance and cheated his own little sister's Yuan Yin. The second one was given to Li Xian to pretend to be Zhu Yuanwu, and when the time came, he pretended to be held hostage to lure Zhu Chengren out of the battlefield, and then sneak attacked him after Zhu Chengren rescued him. In the end, Shui Qingshan makes another appearance and kills Zhu Chengren in one fell swoop. At first, Shui Qingshan gave the payment 1/3 of the share of the fireworks and popularity. Shui Qingshan was full of smiles as if he was winning, when he had bargained with Li Xian for a long time in order to be more authentic. After all, it's the fledgling farm boy. Do you really think I would be afraid of the 2 family behind you? Oh, the more talented that child of yours is, the less I'm afraid, and the more highly regarded he is, the more at ease I am. The true immortal plans are all ruthless, how could they let their favored children still exist in a blood family? Isn't this just causing trouble for themselves? I'll do it for them, as long as it's done cleanly and there's a backstabbing. The 2 family definitely won't make a big deal or get to the bottom of it. As for that, while once Zhu Chengren is dead, who else will know the truth? Sun Xianhua looked at the eloquent Shui Qingshan with an expressionless face, and a trace of disgust couldn't help but flash under his eyes. What she cultivated was the Haoran Academy's Haoran Zhengqi law, and she was born with a mouthful of Haoran Qi, although her original heart had wavered over the years, and her cultivation was difficult to advance further. But someone so underhanded really sickens her. Good. In that case, I will take my leave. Lest I miss the big event. Shui Qingshan felt that it was about time to discuss the matter, so he got up and prepared to leave. Glancing absent-mindedly at Sun Qianhua, he secretly laughed, stupid. Li Xian must die, Zhu Changren must die. You, too. What he just said was half true. Having Li Xian pretend to be Zhu Yuanwu was real. But later on, he swallowed the third mirage form pill and took the form of Wu Hua to hijack Li Xian's Zhu Yuanwu, leading the trouble to Sun Qianhua, and waiting for Zhu Chengren and Sun Qianhua to be defeated and wounded. He himself would then come out and kill all of Li Xian, Zhu Chengren, and Sun Qianhua. Then he rolled away all the provisions of the 5 families and disappeared far away from home, leaving a false body in white water to wait for the emissary of the 2 family. If the 2 family insisted on giving that little doll an explanation, he would have escaped long ago. If the 2 family didn't care, then this matter would be over. If the 2 family didn't care, then the matter would be over and he would be able to come back to work as the county minister in peace. In any case, he was invincible. Shui Qingshan had just taken a few steps out the door when a talisman at his waist instantly burned. Flying ash turned into writing. Shui Qingshan glanced at it lightly, and his bland eyes instantly froze. What's going on? Why did Zhu Changren suddenly start to go crazy? Tianyou sent him a message. Zhu Changren was forcefully attacking Bei Moon Mountain. Could it be that the other clans made a move? What is Li Xian doing? Didn't I say to wait for my order? Shui Qingshan's brain was spinning fast, but after thinking for half a day, he couldn't figure out where exactly the problem was. One could only fly to the moon-worshipping mountain. Moon Worship Mountain. Inside the house. The token engraved with the full moon in Li Xian's hand turned into pieces. Li Xian blew on his hand and sighed. It's a pity that it's just a disposable token. But this defense formation that Shui Qingshan got is a bit interesting. Li Xian pinched an astringent technique, easily dodging a crowd of Zhou and Shui family descendants, and arrived at the warm pool at the back of the mountain as promised. As soon as he stepped into the cave, a strong, warm smell of blood hit his face. Only to see a naked female corpse slowly floating on the surface of the water in the ancient and luxurious warm pool. The warm pool water swept up her hair and scattered it over her chest, covering the large snow-white area. The fresh blood at its neck blood gurgled, coloring the entire pool water red. Li Xian sked twice. She's Tianyou, it's a pity, so beautiful, or an infatuated species. Cough. An abrupt cough rang out from the bottom of the pool, followed by a delicate and stunning face emerging from the water. Li family master, if you like, there is still a chance, just died not long ago, the water is also warm. Li Xian, I am pitying that he met a bad person. Nothing else. Zhou Camel walked out of the water naked, a trace of blood staining her white and greasy skin. It was white and red, a different kind of beauty. The only shame was that she had wounds all over her body. Neck, chest, thighs, back, densely covered with tiny wounds. Li Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Shui Qing. Oh no, Zhou Guyue fought? Zhou Camo's eyes were lifeless, devoid of any spirit to speak of, just like a dead person. Hearing Li Xian's question, silently shook his head. I cut myself, I'm too dirty, so dirty, so dirty. Zhou Camo said as she scooped up the blood water in the pool and splashed it on her body a little bit, as if she wanted to wash the dirt from her body. As he washed, tears swished down his face. She shuddered and clutched her body, sitting in the warm pool and sobbing silently. Li Xian sighed. He hardly ever had a soft heart, but this girl child was really a bit miserable. Taken as a concubine by her grandfather, she was also used as a cauldron and imprisoned for 10 whole years. Originally, Zhou Camo was still just lamenting the impermanence of the world, and daily hoped that his grandfather would return safely soon, so that he could take himself away from this sea of suffering. But I didn't want to think that my grandfather, whom I had longed for, would. A Taoist robe was draped over her silently. I probably shouldn't have told you the truth. Zhou Camo suddenly looked up. Can you leave him to me? I want to do it myself. Li Xian shook his head. I took a Dao hard oath. I need to give his life to another person. I understand. Li Xian had witnessed with his own eyes how Zhou Guyue had killed 3 cultivators with one plan, and he clearly knew that this kind of person would never be willing to share the results of the battle with others. So when Zhou Guyue offered to share a third of his share, Li Xian knew that this old thing wanted to get him killed. As a last resort, Li Xian could only get him killed first. The immortal cultivation world was a world of the weak and the strong, but being strong didn't necessarily mean winning He only wanted the lives of Shui Qingshan and Zhu Changren. Although Sun Qianhua did not give a reply, Li Xian believed that she would be on his side. She laughed, and a trace of fishy black blood suddenly flowed from the corner of her mouth. You. Family Master Li, thank you, really thank you for saving me. Under Li Xian's regretful gaze, Zhou Keimo's 7 orifices bled, her breath diminishing and diminishing, her vitality dissipating little by little. I'm so tired, the world is so dirty. I don't want to stay any longer. Master Li, I know you have your own calculations, but I'm still grateful to you. She shuddered and pointed to the stone table across from the warm pool, where there was a box. That one's for you. I'm finally relieved. Li Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Several times he tried to say something, but finally silently walked up and picked him up. Gently close her eyes. High and pure snow lotus, this world doesn't deserve you, and neither does this place, I'm taking you out of here. Perform the sentinel technique to ingest the box on the stone table. Wrapping Zhou Keimo's corpse tightly with his Dao robe, he placed it in his storage bag. After thinking about it, he set up a trapped beast Vajra formation disc and sprinkled some colorless and tasteless poison. Boom boom boom. The thick heavenly tone bell slammed down on the defense spell formation. Xue Qingshan! Get your ass out here! Come out! Zhu Changren was like a madman. Standing in mid-air, he manipulated the heavenly sound bell to frantically attack, and within the formation, the spirit-containing disciples of the Zhou and Xue families were all staring in disbelief. Li Xian swaggered out with Xue Qingshan's face on his head. Elder Ancestor! Elder Ancestor! Old Ancestor is here and will surely be able to clean up the old dog Zhu Changren. Definitely. Li Xian waved his hand calmly. You guys go to the warm pool in the back of the mountain to hide first, remember to hide well, not one less, this rank defense array won't last long I'm afraid. I'll go alone to take a look. Yes. The crowd was greatly moved, how could such an old ancestor not move people? The corners of Li Xian's mouth curved up slightly as he rose up in the air with his sword and flew out of the moon-worshipping mountain. As soon as Li Xian came out, Zhu Qingren's eyes instantly reddened. Li Xian gave a thumbs up, mocked, and instantly disappeared into the ground. Li Xian, you dog! Xue Qingshan was just about to go after him when a devil-like figure swept in sharply. Zhu Changren, who was in close pursuit of Li Xian, witnessed Xue Qingshan cleave Zhu Yuanwu in half. Xue! Qing! Mountain! I won't rest until I die with you. The last spirit of the Zhu family is about to die. Good luck with the family. It's done. Ha 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 ha, since my Zhu clan is going to die, then all of you will have to be buried with my Zhu clan. All must be buried. Zhu Changren stood at the top of the mountain, laughing maniacally. Brush it off. Zhu Changren went crazy and gouged all the poisonous sores on his face. In a flash, the pus and blood on his face flowed all over his body, and wherever the pus and blood were stained, tiny poisonous sores grew again. The speed was as fast as a flood crossing the border. From the face to the neck, from the neck to the chest, to the limbs. His skin and flesh rotted away inch by inch, but in the blink of an eye he turned into a bloody man covered in poisonous sores. It's like a human toad. Itchy. It tickles. It tickles. Zhu Qingren's face began to twitch as he trembled and took out a scroll from his storage bag. This look is what the bottom card is. Seeing this, Xue Qingshan couldn't let him succeed and hurriedly killed him. But it was still a step too slow. Six-eyed toad, I dedicate the entire Whitewater County to you. I only beg you. Give me mana, I want revenge. I want revenge. I want all of them. To be buried with my Zhu family. The ancient scroll opened, and in a flash, a foul aura filled the air. Coo! Coo! Two low, short toadstool grunts erupted from the scroll. These two sounds actually caused Xue Qingshan to experience a strong sense of vertigo, almost falling from mid-air. Xue Qingshan's face was horrified. Old dog Zhu, you actually colluded with the demon race. Aren't you afraid that the house master will exterminate your entire clan? P.S. The beast-trapping Vajra formation, which can only go in but not out, appeared in Chapter 63 of Earth, and was used by Li Ling. P.S. Take a day off tomorrow. Thanks. Chapter 121, Preparing for Both. On the scroll was an odd-looking toad with 5 legs and 6 eyes, covered in blood-red pustules, and a string of hauntingly odd runes on its back. The 6 eyes of the toad on the scroll were as if they were alive, glancing at Zhu Changren, who was covered in black blood, and then disdainfully looking at Xue Qingshan in front of him. Coo coo! The six-eyed toad barked twice. The huge scroll suddenly rolled towards Zhu Changren. No! No! Rokyum! You can't do this. You don't. The scroll slowly wrapped Zhu Changren's entire body from foot to head, like a mummy. Zhu Changren screamed in terror and struggled in death, but his voice became smaller and smaller until it finally turned into remorse and whimpering. I don't want to die. It's all your fault. Why? I'm not convinced. As the scroll was about to wrap around his head, Zhu Changren suddenly calmed down and stared mockingly at Shui Qingshan. I'll wait for you down there. Shui Qingshan where dare to stay, 3 astringent talisman apace, quickly to the Bay Moon Mountain disappear. Bang! He hadn't evaded far when a loud boom exploded into the sky. A foul aura spread through the valley, and any bird or beast that came into contact with it instantly died violently, with gouts of foul blood flowing from their ears and noses. All the trees and plants in the vicinity also died, emitting a violent stench. Coo coo! A large toad's head stretched out in the filthy black mist that covered the sky. Boom boom boom! The earth trembled. A giant toad, 3 or 4 feet tall and 4 or 5 feet wide, leapt violently onto the top of the mountain. Between the toad's foreheads, a blurry human face slowly raised the corners of its mouth, conjuring up a grimly teasing smile. Goo! The toad jumped up violently. This jump was actually enough to leap out 3 or 4 miles away, and then continued in the direction of the moon-worshipping mountain. After the tea, in the underground river under the ground, the huge clam shell opened a mouth, and Li Xian silently drilled out. A fat golden winged bee slowly fell into his palm. Li Xian's brows furrowed deeply as he carefully perceived the image that the golden winged bee saw. It's over, it seems to have played off. What is that toad? Just a scroll, it's so powerful, it even scared Shui Qingshan away. Li Xian then told what he had seen and heard. Six-eyed toad. After hearing Li Xian's description, the always calm Yu actually stood up in a mischievous manner. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. Yu, have you heard of this demonic creature? Yu took a deep breath and quickly calmed down, but the fingers that kept circling around still showed that she was extremely flustered inside. Six-eyed toad, how did this thing appear here? Second uncle, this six-eyed toad is a demonic beast that lives in the 10,000 Dragons mountain range of the Yu country. That 10,000 Dragons mountain range, when it says 10,000 dragons, it's actually 10,000 insects. Tens of thousands of poisonous insects. And the six-eyed toad is a top-notch existence in the entire 10,000 Dragons mountain range. A Jindan demon king was even born within its clan. Jindan. These 2 words were synonymous with invincibility in the East Pole immortal cultivation world. It can't be counted anyhow, that six-eyed toad didn't show its original body, and from the beginning to the end it was just a scroll portrait. That rampant toad was merely transformed by that scroll devouring Zhu Changren. I estimate that, at best, it's only foundation establishment battle power. Or even just the 9th level of chi practicing. Hearing these words, the jade slave was relieved. If it was really the six-eyed toad proper, it would be really bad. Second uncle. The six-eyed toad's greatest strengths are the filth poisonous gas and the underworld poisonous fire. Filthy poisonous gas can block the operation of a cultivator's mana, causing dizziness and confusion, while the underworld poisonous fire is like a maggot on the bone, easily extinguishable, and its toxicity is even more excruciatingly painful. Second uncle just said that Zhu Changren offered the seal of the prefect and the immortal race treasure before he was devoured? With these 2 things, the people of this Baishui County city are afraid that it's going to be over. We have to take careful precautions as well. With the county seal and the immortal treasure, the six-eyed toad would have a bit of a personality, and could unscrupulously draw on the popularity and smoldering energy of the hundreds of thousands of people in Baishui County. The demon race doesn't care if it will hurt the roots of the people. Once it strikes, the hundreds of thousands of people will be sucked into dryness on the spot, I'm afraid. Li Xian lowered his head in contemplation, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. The state of affairs is urgent and must be defended. Let's do both. With a wave of his hand, Li Xian took out all the remaining 5 clamshells, keeping only 1 for himself. This clamshell is excellent at hiding. A few of us will first take the old and young members of our family to the slanting moon mountain range to hide. The refuge point there is something I've been reinforcing all these years, and I've set up 3 first-order formations alone. Plus these clamshells. Even if that six-eyed toad comes to my Li family's rule, it will definitely not find them. When the time comes, I will sit at Jade Bamboo Mountain, while Linger and Yu rush to the prefecture city to ask for help. The demon race is invading, the prefecture lord will definitely not be indifferent. with Li Xian giving the word, the family. 7 years ago the evil cultivator attacked the Yuzhu mountain to the 4 villages. Villagers are under a deep shadow. Since then, almost every family must have cellar. From time to time, they will be to the grain and water. The village head of each village also tacitly agreed to erect a large copper bell at the entrance of the village. As long as the copper bell rings, it means that there is an emergency. This scene was played out in turn in the 4 villages. The resident cultivators of the villages had also gone into hiding individually, and the strongest of them, Lu Dazhou, was only at the 5th level of the Yunling spirit. Asking them to deal with some great demon or evil cultivator was tantamount to asking Penumbra to get rid of the Monkey King. Second uncle, it's all arranged. You two hurry to depart. Remember, carry that clamshell with you. Once there is danger, immediately vanish into the ground and hide. Don't risk yourselves. Li Ling and Yu Nu looked at each other and nodded silently. Li Xian was just about to leave, but Li Ling handed over an object. It was the 10,000 miles thunder escape talisman. Second uncle, you need this more than we do. Li Xian froze for a moment, pursed his lips, and took it. This jade talisman was originally kept close to his body, and then he gave it to Li Shi, but he didn't use it until. I hope it's just me being paranoid. Li Xian had just speculated with the luck-snatching bead and it showed auspicious. But Li Xuanzhong always had a feeling of restlessness. Moon Worship Mountain, warm pool. Tianyou. Tianyou. Where are you? Come with me. Quick. Xue Qingshan's shouts came to an abrupt end, and when he raised his eyes, there were corpses all over the place. Xue Qingshan opened his mouth and violently held his breath, blocking his mana. Poison. This kind of poison he had never seen before, but it was very violent. Xue Tsuni, Zhou Yuwen, Zhou Yuqing. All sons and daughters of the Zhou and Xue families. Silky cold sweat broke out on Xue Qingshan's forehead. Shaking his head, he kicked away the body beside him. Tianyou. Tianyou. Answer the old man. That great demon is coming soon. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. This poison had a strange effect on the realm of embodied spirit, but had little effect on practicing qi. Although the last harvest caused Tianyou's vital energy to be greatly injured and her realm to fall, her base was still in the qi practicing realm. This poison would at most make it faint. As long as... Xue Qingshan violently stopped, looking straight at the naked woman in the warm pool. The pool water was still steaming and gusts of blood floated with it. The wound between her necks was already white. Xue Qingshan pursed his lips and subconsciously rubbed his nose. Saying nothing, doing nothing, just watching her in silence. It wasn't until the sound of the broken formations from the outside world came, that Xue Qingshan came to his senses for a few moments. Taking 3 steps forward, he didn't use his imperious technique, but picked her up with both hands. Didn't you say you'd only be my woman? How dare you get naked in front of so many people? And how dare you soak in my warm pool? For a while, the sinister, cunning, and murderous Xue Qingshan actually put on Tianyou's clothes with his hands full. But he had never waited for someone else to get dressed before and could only haphazardly put his own robe on Tianyou. Go! I'll take you. You were supposed to block the knife for me, you were supposed to take me to run away, I didn't realize that I would have to come and hug you. You! Xue Qingshan's endless tirade, he kept repeating the word as if he knew no other vocabulary. Outside of the moon-worshipping mountain, the filthy black mist corroded the defense array, emitting nuisance sounds. Unfortunately, it didn't last for 20 breaths of time, and that defense array was corroded. The giant toad leaped onto the moon-worshipping mountain, and the poisonous mist that covered the sky poured over the entire Xue family mansion from top to bottom. Those servants who couldn't squeeze into the warm pool at the back of the mountain and hid in the secret passage of the cellar were all turned into dead bodies in fear and shrieks. Goo 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 goo. The toad sensed that there was no more living in the area and danced around happily. This toad was originally transformed by Zhu Changren, and naturally inherited part of Zhu Qingren's obsession. Kill all the Xue Qingshan. Slaughter the Zhou and Xue families. Eat everyone in Baishui County. Goo. The toad's eyes glared, and its fishy, incredibly smelly tongue flicked out so quickly that it looked like a thin line from afar. Xue Qingshan, who was cloaked in concealment vestments in midair, slashed his sword violently, forcing his tongue back. Sighing, he tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a youth-stage purple-feathered eagle was released. You take Tianyou and go first. Xue Qingshan turned around and couldn't help but laugh at the huge toad in front of him. Laughing out loud, his laughter was full of sarcasm. Zhu Changren. Do you still have your sanity? What responded to him was not a voice, but a ball of spectral poisonous fire. Bang! 4 thick vines broke through the ground and intertwined into a net to block the blow. Cough cough. Shui Qingshan waved the diffused black smoke. It seems that there is no sanity left. For a moment, a trace of regret actually appeared on Shui Qingshan's face. The two of us have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, and your cultivation has always pushed me down, but your calculations are not as good as mine. I didn't realize that this time, we both fell into someone else's chessboard at the same time, and became chess pieces in someone else's hands. Truly the world is a mess. Shui Qingshan held a black bead in his mouth. This was the inner elixir of a second-order poisonous hemlock, which contained intense poison. Fighting poison with poison might be able to block this toad poison for a moment. While maneuvering the vines to block the toad's attempts, Shui Qingshan muttered to himself, although I'm not sure if I can block the toxin in your body, I have to try, don't I? Brother Zhu. I'm a person who actually treasures his life, and I don't dare to gamble easily. After all, I can regenerate my children and grandchildren if they die, I can rebuild my family if it's gone, I can catch Li Xian if he runs away, as long as I don't die, everything can start over again. But now somehow I'm angry, I'm furious, I can't contain this emotion. I really so want to kill you. Shui Qingshan slowly turned back, and the purple-feathered eagle was already far away. Brother Zhu. I want to bet again. Bet on the strong and weak. Bet on the winner. Bet on life and death. Shui Qingshan violently raised his head, the teasing in his eyes no longer, replaced by endless tyranny and killing intent. Brother Zhu. Come and fight. Chapter 123 Moon-worshipping sword intent, Shui Qingshan's death. 18 sword shadows shot out as streams of light. Barely. White aura flowed from the sword shadow, and with just a gentle chop, the boundless black mist was hardened. Like the black night seeing the red sun, heaven and earth were cut into two halves by this sword shadow, black as ink, white as snow, and between the black and white is a little bit of blood color. Boom boom boom. The tongue that was pulled into a thin thread instantly snapped into dozens of sections. That toad, however, acted as if it didn't feel a single ounce of pain as it violently lunged at Shui Qingshan. Shui Qingshan laughed lightly and dodged with a few prancing and shifting. Brother Zhu, is that all you're capable of? Looks like it's nothing more than that. Shui Qingshan kept on prancing around and moving, sparring with his spells. At the first realm of Qi cultivation, he had traveled for decades, with all kinds of sword techniques, spells, and evasive techniques at his fingertips. Especially after he had turtled up and become the Shui family's head, he had also learned quite a few of the Shui family's secret wood path techniques. This toad was only transformed by a scroll in the end, if you didn't count the intense poison on its body. At the end of the day, he's only at the peak of Qi practice. Boom boom boom. Fireballs, ice cones, and wooden thorns bombarded the toad one after another, but the toad was not only extremely fast, but also had thick skin and flesh, so these ordinary spell attacks didn't work at all, and at most, they could only slow down its speed. With a bang, a huge ball of underworld poison flame sprayed onto Shui Qingshan. It actually blasted him hundreds of feet away, smashing over a dozen large dead trees in quick succession before calling it quits. Shui Qingshan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too late to think about it, there were great horrors between life and death, and he quickly poured a bottle of restoration pill into his mouth. With a tap of his foot, he flew up into the air. Its right hand held a sword, and a faint mood brewed around it. Brother Zhu, I've only gambled 4 times in my life. For the first time, after saving Tianyou, she became my biggest help on the road to growth, and the only person I had by my side. For the second time, I killed my eccentric master, the moon worshipper. For the third time, I made a play to get my brother killed. I won the first 3 bets. For the 4th time, this is it. I wonder if I can win again. The white aura of the sword was like moonlight, serene and pure, and the Dharma sword slowly swung, seemingly slow but actually fast, transforming into a glorious full moon. The splendor of the light was dazzling. Moon-worshipping sword intent. It was as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was this sword sound, and the piercing white aura completely expelled the black fog. The Dharma sword's silhouette that was dozens of feet long was like the might of an immortal, invisible to the eye, causing 10,000 living beings to submit. Chop! With a buzzing sound, the downward pressure of the Dharma sword's shadow stuttered, just like cutting vegetables to the bone. The sword is trembling. Shui Qingshan clenched his teeth, gripped the sword with one hand, and violently pressed down towards the hilt with the other. Die! Guh! The toad let out a low wail. In the next moment, the Dharma sword in Xueqingshan's hand unexpectedly crumbled inch by inch. Bang! A shard of the falchion slid across his cheek and a trickle of blood trickled down. Xueqingshan threw away the hilt of his sword and laughed softly as he looked at the toad that had lost half of its head. Ahahaha, puke. Before he could laugh a few times, a mouthful of black blood spurted out. Still poisoned? Xueqingshan let out a bitter smile, his face as pale as a ghost, his breath shriveled to the extreme. Coo coo coo. The frogs chirped again, the low sound becoming exuberant. Xueqingshan sighed, lost. Finally lost. In 100 years of life, it's only common to win and lose half the time, it's too tiring to keep winning. Spewing out a mouthful of blood again, Xueqingshan felt like his internal organs were rotten. In a trance, he seemed to see Tianyou's face. Hey! A slender tongue attacked and instantly swept Xueqingshan away, swallowing him into his stomach. The human face between the toad's foreheads grinned at the corners of his mouth, and his huge froggy paws slapped his ebony belly as if in celebration. The wound on its head was also healing rapidly. A few moments later, the toad ate up the corpses of everyone in the Xue family and slowly advanced towards Baishui County. Not long after the toad left, Sun Xianhua stood at the top of the withered tree, looked around, and said aloud, "Fellow Taoist, aren't you coming out yet?" Waited a few breaths but no one answered. Sun Xianhua frowned slightly. Could it be that Li Xian really didn't come? Only after Sun Xianhua left did Li Xian slowly burrow out of the earth. Are all women's sixth senses this good? Li Xian came a bit earlier than Sun Xianhua. No longer hesitating, Li Xian also quietly followed. Traveling to halfway, the toad suddenly stopped, and then the direction of a turn toward the direction of this Yuzhu mountain. Li Xian in the back looked dumbfounded. What's going on? He had been watching the whole time, and the toad had turned suddenly without any warning at all. There is no time to rush to think more, the speed of this toad is already extremely fast, if it cannot be rushed to the family before it. He was afraid that the Jade Bamboo Mountain, which was built with great difficulty, would have to be destroyed. The First Order defense formation can only stop him for 20 breaths. How long can that Second Order with Thornback Dragon formation stop it? Li Xian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Even Xueqingshan was swallowed. How could he, a minor cultivator who had just practiced the 3rd level of Qi, stop this monster? Li Xian fiercely pounded his thighs and swept towards Jade Bamboo Mountain by exerting all his strength. He had to get back before this toad did. Guard it if you can. If we can't defend it, we'll lead it towards Qingwu Mountain, and if we really can't, we can only give up the clanland. Thinking of this, Li Xian couldn't wait to slap himself twice, crow's mouth. Li Xian naturally couldn't hide such a big commotion from Sun Xianhua. She couldn't help but shake her head. Now you know you're in a hurry, weren't you hiding quite steadily just now? She stood at the top of the mountain, thought about it, and turned her head to fly towards Baishui County. I heard that this Li Xian is narrow-minded. Wu Huai did attack him too. It's not easy to settle an enmity. If it's not easy to solve, don't solve it. It's rare to have such an opportunity, fellow Taoist Li, you're better off dead. In fact, Li Xian's grudge against Wu Huai was not the main reason why she saw death. The main reason she didn't have the power to save. Her strength was just about the same as Xueqingshan. Moreover, the move that Xueqingshan had just made with the moon-worshipping sword intent, truth be told she couldn't catch it. But the toad not only caught it, it also swallowed Xueqingshan. If she goes there, she will be sending herself to death. Outside Jade Bamboo Mountain. Wu Huai looked at the fire in front of him as the fog washed over the sky, and a hint of anticipation flashed under his eyes. Ding, family secret treasure, here I come. I hope this thing can really attract demonic beasts. A hand abruptly tapped on his shoulder, and Zhao Wuji said with confidence. Don't worry, old brother Wu. This demon-attracting incense is the favorite of the demonic beasts. Such a big pile, hundreds of them, and all of them are of the 2nd rank. My decades of stock are all here. I'm sure I'll be able to attract them. Wu Huai slapped Zhao Wuji's hand away in disgust and said in a cold voice, I hope so. Zhao Wuji laughed straight on his face, but the bottom of his eyes were chilly. Zhao Wuji touched the jade talisman under his robe. The lines on it were so chintzy, but the cool touch made Zhao Wuji yet reassured. I'm surnamed Zhao, the royal bloodline. All those who look down on me deserve to die. Good show. It's about to start. A few moments later, Zhao Wuji quietly crushed the jade talisman and slipped away while Wu Huai wasn't paying attention. Only Wu Huai was left alone, staring stupidly in the direction of Qingwu Mountain. expecting to have one or two chi practicing demonic beasts to come and attack the defense array of Yuju Mountain. Chapter 124 Yu Clan Ancestors Breakthrough, Li Clan Undermined. Sun Shenhua traveled halfway and suddenly stopped at a valley. Fellow Daoist, come out and meet me. Don't hide anymore, it's a laughing stock. As the words fell, 7 or 8 chi practitioners walked out from the dense forest in the distance. But it was the cultivators of the remaining few families. Yao Lei. I can't believe it's you. Fellow Daoist son, long time no see. Sun Shenhua waved his sleeve and didn't give this old boy a good look. The old boy had a go at her when he was young and she gave him a good thrashing. But now it is different, her heart is damaged, her cultivation is difficult to advance again, now although she can still win him, but Wanda Crush is impossible. What, your Yao family also wants to come to Whitewater County to get involved? Yao County isn't enough for you to hobnob? Yao Lei glanced at the cultivators from several other families and spoke bluntly. That old man from the Yu clan is going to build his foundation. Once he builds his foundation, Yao County will definitely turn into Yu Clan County completely. I have to find a place for the family to go. Sun Xianhua was stunned for a split second, obviously shocked by the news. Really? Yao Lei smiled bitterly and shook his head. How dare I deceive fellow Daoist son, the Yu family do not know where to invite a foundation building supreme person, and now at all times in the Yu family for its protection. Unsurprisingly, he will be able to build the foundation in 2 years at most. Fellow Daoist son, now that Zhu Changren and Shui Qingshan are dead, I wish to take the position of county minister of Baishui County. If fellow Daoist is willing to help me, I'm willing to give a 30% share of Whitewater County for 30 years. What if my old body doesn't help? Yao Lei didn't say anything, he just looked at her calmly, the might on his body getting heavier and the violent water thunder chi causing the several cultivators around him to. Sun Xianhua was awe-inspiring and contemplated for a moment before speaking blandly. Okay. I promise. Once these words came out, the might on Yao Lei's body instantly dissipated, and then he teasingly looked at the other several chi practicing cultivators. Although several cultivators were unwilling, the situation was stronger than others and they could only lower their heads. I quit. I'm out too. If Yao Lei was the only one, the 7 of them together would still have a chance to finish him off. But now with the addition of an even more formidable 9th level of chi cultivation, they would no longer be able to compete. In that case, fellow Daoist Yao will go with me to the county town and wait. It won't take long for things to settle down. Just wait in peace for the seat of the county minister. Yao Lei was stunned and looked in the direction of the Jade Bamboo Mountain as realization dawned on him. Well. As it should be. As it should be. Although he now had Yao Lei as a booster, Sun Shenhua still didn't want to save the Li family. No matter what, the 2 counties of Whitewater and Greenwood are too small, and there are only so many sustenance, so there is one less family if it can be. That way she, the Zhu family, can get a bigger share of the profits as well. What's more, Sun Xianhua looked in the direction of the prefecture city, the 6-eyed toad appeared in the territory of Zhao, prefecture master, can you still sit still? On the other hand, Li Xian almost rushed back to Jade Bamboo Mountain at a pinch. As soon as they stepped into the range of the wood-thorn-backed dragon formation, the ghost-faced vines around the Jade Bamboo Mountain and the mansion began to grow like crazy. Mother-er. Poison. Antidote to poison. What's the most effective antidote? Although he called himself a master of his generation in the area of poison making and refining. But that's in the mortal world. Even if he added all sorts of poisonous spirit plants, he could only make poisons that poisoned the impregnating spirit. Above the chi practicing realm, he simply couldn't do it, and naturally, he didn't have the means to defend himself against chi practicing realm poisons. Li Xian returned to the secret room and turned it right upside down, but after looking around, there was only the water moon nascent soul. Suajetsu Naren has a water purifying effect. It should logically have detoxifying properties. Li Xian swallowed a bottle of poison and then held the water moon nascent soul in his mouth for a few moments before taking the antidote in disappointment. This water moon nascent soul did have the effect of filtering poison, but the effect was so weak that it couldn't even cure its homemade poison. Li Xian helplessly walked out of the secret room. That's a lot of ground for him to build up. Qingxi Lake, Lake Island, Yuju Mountain, Lingtian. Is it really going to be ruined like this? Think again. Think again. What else can I do? As of now, this toad was standing at the pinnacle of the chi practicing realm, coupled with an irresistible toad poison. I'm afraid there is no enemy in the chi practicing realm. unless the Tsukiji arrives in person. Foundation building. Third stage. Li Xian immediately brightened up. That's right. Practicing qi is invincible, the second order can't cure it. Then use the third and fourth orders. I still have cold water meteorite iron and cold essence iron. Neither of these two items had any way to avoid poison and detoxify it, and the cold water meteorite iron was not very useful, but the cold essence iron was different. This thing was extremely cold, and back then, Li Xian's Qingping sword was frozen and shattered before it even touched it. If this cold essence iron is driven into that toad's body, after detonating the cold gas in it, I can't help but instantly kill it in seconds. The more Li Xian thought about it, the more feasible he felt. Shui Qingshan would be poisoned, that was because he had been fighting with that toad for too long. As long as Li Xian was fast enough, even if he contracted some toad poison, it wouldn't kill him immediately. Li Xian no longer hesitated and took out the clam shell buried at the bottom of the mountain, sealing the cold essence iron, and stuffed it into his storage bag. Then he swallowed everything he could think of that could detoxify the poison, all of it, whether it worked or not. Also, always have a clam shell and a recluse ready. Once he realized that he could not do anything, he disappeared into the ground, relying on the clam shell's ability to hide. The toad would never be able to find him. Standing silently at the top of the mountain, suddenly, Li Xian frowned. It was then that he saw the smoldering fire in front of the mountain gate. Before he could think about it, an immense toad jumped and slammed into the field, splattering it with a torrent of mud and ash. Coming! Li Xian was just about to maneuver the Ghostface vine to try it out, but he realized that the toad had no intention of attacking the mountain gate at all. Instead, it circled around the fire straight away. The thick toad's paw raked the fire, but in the end he found nothing. There was a furious slapping of the ground. Having reached this point, how could Li Xian not see it? This was clearly someone using smoke to attract the toads over. Which dead family? Chapter 125. 3 Demons in Battle, Mysterious Cultivator. Just then, a cold and arrogant wolf whistle came from behind the jade bamboo mountain. Only to see a 10-foot-tall huge black wolf leading a dozen or so gray wolves rushing in. When that black wolf saw the toad, it stopped dead in its tracks and growled low in fear. The toad's 6 eyes gave the black wolf a disdainful look and continued to pick at it. That wasn't all. A sharp, terrifying eagle cry exploded high in the sky. Its might far exceeded that of the black wolf. Even a little bit stronger than that toad. With Li Xian's eyesight, he couldn't even see its flight path. That toad also stopped picking and pulling. It was transformed by Zhu Chengren, although it had no sanity and its actions were all commanded by Zhu Chengren's obsession. The rank of the toad instinctively had some fear. 2 chi practicing demonic beasts and 1 half-demon, each of them were late-stage or even peak existences. Li Xian only felt a heavenly rotation and his scalp tingling. That's a lot of fun. The 3 demons scrutinized each other. The spirit of the chi practitioner stage demonic beasts is already no different from that of an adult, and when the black wolf and the unreadable demonic beast in the air saw the smoke, they also understood that they had. Li Xian thought that he had done it very stealthily, but how sharp were the senses of the 3 demons? It was fine if the Ghostface vine didn't move. As soon as it did, the gazes of the 3 demons all converged on the jade bamboo mountain. Li Xian. The toad was the most direct, and with a large mouth, a ball of spectral poisonous fire slammed into the hood. The poisonous fire burned the branches and vines of the ghost-faced vines, but until the fire mass went out, it didn't manage to burn through the cover. Li Xian gulped and held his breath, not daring to move a muscle. While this was happening, the demonic beast in the air was violently attacking towards the toad. It was only when he reached near the air that he could see it clearly. It turned out to be a huge purple-feathered eagle, exactly the same as the one Shui Qingshan had let go. The only difference is the realm and the size. Fresh. The purple-feathered eagle violently lifted its wings, and thousands of feathered arrows turned into streams of light and shot towards the toad. It was furious, and he sensed a familiar scent in this toad in the beginning. This was the owner of this scent who had stolen the egg it had managed to lay. Just now, he was confused by the demon drawing incense and didn't distinguish it for a moment, but after staying for a while, the scent became more and more familiar. Their purple-feathered eagle clan is already scarce in number, and they can still lay an egg every 50 years, and the breaking rate of eagle eggs is less than 50%. It's so hard to lay the egg. It was stolen just like that. The toad deserves to die. When the black wolf saw the purple-feathered eagle make a move, he was delighted and followed suit. The 3 chi practicing demonic beasts were suddenly in a battle. Li Xian, who had quietly broken open a hole to peer out, nearly jumped up in joy. Well. I told you, how could the luck-taking bead be wrong? Dodgy. Great luck! These three demonic beasts were all incomparably strong. The toad's most powerful toad poison was still a bit of a threat to the black wolf, but to the purple-feathered eagle it was half useless. A series of fight for half an hour, the black wolf body fur fell a large piece, purple feather eagle but still angry. Being surrounded by the toad can be miserable, there is no piece of good meat all over the body, the breath also shriveled. Boom! The toad spat out two balls of underworld poison flame one after another, forcing the black wolf and the purple-feathered eagle back, and cooed as he slumped to the ground, the tympanic membrane under his beak bulging crazily. Bang! The toad actually charged straight up into the sky. Escaped! Surprisingly, the black wolf and purple-feathered eagle not only didn't chase after them, but instead they quickly fled towards Qinggu Mountain, as if something horrible was about to descend. Ha! When Li Xian was puzzled, a contemptuous heckling voice came out, like a majestic immortal voice from the 9 heavens above, with a mighty pressure that covered the world. Having come, it's a slap in my face to let you go so easily. Shun. A gigantic handprint more than 10 feet wide quickly condensed, slapping the toad in midair violently onto the ground. Boom! The huge impact made this Yuju mountain shake twice. Humph. Still trying to run. The two hand seals grabbed towards the black wolf and the purple-feathered eagle. Newt. Purple feather eagle, shaken, its wings violently erupted a burst of purple and gold color, its escape speed suddenly became more than 2 or 3 times faster, and finally even escaped the Son of A, who gave you the guts to come to my human race's territory and spread wildness? Knowing that there was no way out of death, Black Wolf also hardened up and hurled insults. The young man's face darkened as the huge handprint directly crushed him to death. Humph. Six-eyed toad. No, it's a half-demon. That youth stroked his chin, but at that moment, a tiny stream of light that he couldn't see quickly drilled into that toad. Chapter 126 Zhu Chengren's last contribution, lifting the Dao heart vow. It worked! Li Xian's expression perked up as he felt the movement of the luck-taking pearl. He just punched the only remaining sub-bead into the toad. No, it was driven into Zhu Chengren's body. Although Zhu Chengren had transformed into a demon body, he was still essentially a human. It is human to be implanted with a subjuice, and it is human to be plundered. Li Xian was making a bold attempt, and apparently, he succeeded. The dead struggling toad seemed to sense something as well, and suddenly became excited. Cooing and cooing. The youth sighed, half demon again, is it fun to turn into this inhuman and demonic thing? Not even demon pills. It's only this body poison that can be worth some spirit stones. The youth shook his head and shattered the toad's internal organs, leaving behind a breath of air to put it away in the spirit beast pouch. After doing so, that youth looked at the jade bamboo mountain, which was wrapped tightly by the ghost face vine, with interest. Kind of funny. Stretching out his finger, he gently slashed it, and a tiny ghost face vine floated into his hand. I don't take your stuff for nothing. The youth was just about to say that he could help Li Xian remove the poisonous gas from the neighborhood when the hood suddenly opened. Li Xian held a jade box in his upper hand and raised it above his head as he came to the male youth's side cautiously and quickly. Elder. I pay my respects to Elder. This is the seed of the ghost face vine, I would like to offer all of it to Senior, in gratitude for saving his life. That youth's hooked up slightly, clearly flattered by Li Xian's deference and knowledge. Brilliant. Feeling a lightness in his hand, Li Xian once again arched his hand, speaking words of gratitude and patting his ass. Well, that's it, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Li Xian hurriedly said, Senior's high opinion, Senior does have one thing to ask of Senior. I still hope that Senior will grant it. What is it? The late generation would like to beg for a person in the belly of this toad. This person is a close friend of my Senior, but unexpectedly he was miserably poisoned by this toad and was swallowed alive. Elder wants to help give him a good burial. I beg Elder to oblige. The youth looked stunned, rather, I was the one who thought wrong. Then he took out the toad, and with a stroke of his fingertips, he instantly made a cut on the toad's stomach, pulling out all of the still undigested carcasses inside. Enough 9, except for Shui Qingshan, all of them are the 9th level of the impregnated spirit. The rest of the mortals have long since been turned into blood and water. Li Xian looked at the half-drawn Shui Qingshan in front of him and forced himself to hold back his nausea to squeeze out a few tears. Brother Shui. Hey. That youth didn't say much when he saw this and put away the ghost face vine seed in the toad. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around again and casually waved his hand, and the poisonous gas that had permeated the surroundings dissipated into thin air. An elixir hovered in front of Li Xian. I'll take the vines, and I'll take the seeds. Having taken 2 of yours, I'll naturally return 2 of yours. As for dispelling this poisonous gas, consider it a reward for you. When Li Xian looked up again, the youth had long since disappeared. Only a voice was left to ghost. Kid, you are very good. My country of Zhao should have more cultivators like you, bold but not too benevolent. You're very much to my liking. Li Xian received the elixir and shook his head at the sky in fear. And then once again looked at the half-pulled Xue Qingshan silent, looking sad, as if in mourning. Until the night will come. An arcane stream of light floated from the sky and drilled into his body before Li Xian silently rubbed his neck. The face no longer saw a trace of grief, but instead was filled with excitement and teasing. Another cultivator with quite a sense of justice. Not bad, not bad, it's enough that I'm the only villain in this immortal cultivation world. The toad is dead, and it looks like that Gao Xiu is going back. Ha, Xue Qingshan, I won again. Li Xian executed the small cloud rain technique to rinse the half-drawn Xue Qingshan clean, pinched an imperial art, and brought him to the Moonwatch Mountain. Ding Hong. A young man with a bland expression walked out of the cave. Master Li. Ding Hong naturally saw Xue Qingshan's mutilated body. Li Xian threw it in front of Ding Hong. I only did half of what I promised you. Just then, a sheet of paper floated out from Ding Hong's arms, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, Li Xian could clearly feel an arcane and mysterious spiritual energy locking onto him. It was a sign that the Dao Heart Oath was about to punish. Li Xian failed to do what he promised. Ding Hong looked at the dead Xue Qingshan on the ground expressionlessly, not saying anything, as if he didn't care. It's been almost 10 years, right? I didn't expect my family's revenge to be avenged so soon. Compared to the teenage ruthlessness of 6 years ago, today's Ding Hong is much lighter in nature, quite without sadness, transcendent temperament. He slowly walked forward and silently pinched the corner of the page, handing the other in to Li Xian. One of the 2 pulls on one side. Things are impermanent, how can there be complete truth, such as from, I am already content? Li Xian was silent for a long time and said, many thanks. With a bared sound, the 2 of them worked together to tear the page in half. In an instant, a breeze blew by, and the paper pages in the hands of the 2 men decayed rapidly, as if time was passing rapidly on them, but in an instant they turned into ashes. Until nothingness. The aura that had locked onto Li Xian also quickly dissipated, and everything seemed as if it had never existed. Thanks a lot. Li Xian once again thanked him, and he really should have, just now, as long as Ding Hong was willing, Li Xian would have immediately died of a shattered Dao heart. However, he didn't do so and instead joined forces with Li Xian to lift the Dao Heart Oath. From now on, neither of them will have to carry the various agreements they made in the beginning. Ding Hong, the Dao Heart Oath has been cancelled. What are your plans? I can give you a copy of all the various canonical secret methods of your Ding family, and then give you an extra 100 spirit stones, you can. Before Li Xian could finish his words, Ding Hong replied back, is family masterly trying to drive me away? Ding Hong turned around and chopped off Xue Qingshan's head, casually carrying it towards the hill behind him, where he erected a tombstone for Ding Hongi. Wanyue Mountain is quite nice, with mountains, water, a small town, wild tea, and wooden houses. When I'm bored, I can still talk to Brother Li Ling. I don't want to leave. Li Xian was silent for a moment before nodding and smiling heartily. This place is quite good, at least, it is more comfortable than a bunch of mountain gates such as Jade Bamboo Mountain, Great Banyan Mountain, Moon Worshipping Mountain, and Yuhua Mountain. Fellow Daoist Ding, farewell. Master Li, farewell. Li Xian called Taoist friends, ignoring the highs and lows in the realm. Not to hold high, this Ding Hong really stepped out of his own Dao, the Dao of the state of mind. And Ding Hong still referred to Li family master as the most pushy response to this voice of Dao friend. Do not call yourself a Taoist friend, do not walk the path of immortality. Only want to be immortal? Li Xian was a little lost in thought and looked up at the full moon in the sky. There were no words for a long time. 6 months later. But this evil cultivator is doing a really cool job. Zhu Chengren was originally at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, even if only a portion of it was seized by the luck-seizing pearl, that's still an extremely huge amount of sustenance. In just half a year's time, I've actually risen from the 3rd level of Qi practicing to the 5th level of Qi practicing. It's that it's not far from the 6th level of Qi practicing. Truly terrifying as it is. And Li Xian spread out his palm, and a filthy aura was released from his palm. Li Xian was actually blessed by the misfortune, seized a part of that six-eyed toad's divine ability, this filthy poisonous gas with although it is not as good as the original, but the power is not to be underestimated. Li Xian now even dared to fight a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi cultivation. There's even a chance to win. Chapter 127 Xueqingshan's Storage Bag. Who that mysterious cultivator was half a year ago, Li Xian still didn't know. But based on the winds of the past half a year, he could probably guess it's from that power. Giant Spirit Mountain. Changning Province has 3 mountains, 1 lake and 1 city, all of which are foundation building forces, and this Giant Spirit Mountain is one of the 3 mountains, and it is rumored that Giant Spirit Mountain has 3 foundation building cultivators in town, which is the strongest force in Changning Province, except for the Cloud Clan, the owner of the province. The most amazing thing was that this Giant Spirit Mountain was not a family, but a clan. Giant Spirit Mountain, Giant Spirit Sect, the town's mountain technique. Giant Spirit Foundation building method is a technique of dual cultivation of the Dharma body. After cultivating the foundation, one can transform into a Dharma body, with unparalleled combat power. I just don't know which one of the 3 foundation establishment powerhouses it is. To suppress the 3 demons so lightly, practicing Qi would never be able to do that. And I'm afraid that the one rumored to be helping the Yu clan's ancestor to protect the law is also him. It was only on the 3rd day after that Tsukiji left that Li Ling and Yu Nu returned. Hearing Li Xian's description was equally shocking. They did not dare to delay along the way, and flew straight to the prefecture city, just flew to the prefecture city, and before they could see the prefecture lord, they were blown out, and only on the way back did they realize that the matter had been resolved. Whatever. Anyway, things have come to an end. Just recover in peace. In the past 6 months, Li Xian had been busy refining the mana and spiritual energy brought by the sub-bead, and Li Ling had also concentrated on polishing his foundation, and in a few days he would start impacting Qi cultivation again. Even though the Greenwood Evergreen method was simple and easy to learn, neutral and calm, it was still a bit difficult for a just 2-inch spirit orifice to break through to practicing Qi in one go, but this time, it shouldn't be a big problem. The group of women were not idle, and they also grasped the opportunity to cultivate. More than 10 years had passed, and Li Xian's wariness of them had dissipated for the most part, and he had long since stopped restricting their cultivation resources. Lu Qingqing had just reached the 9th level of the embodied spirit a few days ago, and Suyu had also reached the 7th level of the embodied spirit. The Shui family, Zhou family, and Shu family, the 3 originally strongest families in Baishui County, were all exterminated, and all the resources were all redivided. The Yao family of Yuyao County didn't know what kind of price they had paid, but they had actually exchanged the seal of the county chancellor and the immortal race treasure guide from the Giant Spirit sect. Half a month ago Yao Lei had finished accepting the title of the government master and became the new Baishui County minister. The Yao family also moved their family to Whitewater. Yesterday, the Yao family Qi practicing cultivator personally visited the door and sent an invitation, inviting Li Xian to come and attend Yao Lei's succession ceremony. As the only Qi practicing family in Baishui County other than the Yao family, of course Li Xian had to go. Not going would be a feud. Li Xian tossed a storage bag in his hand and murmured, Xueqingshan, you've been fighting for so long that even your family was destroyed because of it, but in the end, you let an outer county family pick the peach, tsk. This storage bag was none other than Xueqingshan's. That Giant Spirit Sex Foundation building was generous and didn't remove his storage bag when he gave him Xueqingshan's corpse. Li Xian arrived and opened it. As expected, not as he expected, Xueqingshan, this guy really brought the majority of his family with him. A cultivator like him, who didn't trust his family and was always ready to run away, naturally didn't dare to put his cultivation sustenance in his family. Now that he was dead, this huge resource was in turn cheaper for Li Xian. What made Li Xian surprised the most was that it actually contained the Moonflower Foundation building method and the collection method of Moonflower Qi of the Moon Worshipper. No, it's not just. It was the entire foundation building inheritance of Supreme Moon Worshipper. There was also the epiphany written by Xueqingshan about the moon worshipping sword intent. As for other spiritual objects and spiritual stones, they were even more oceanic. The spirit stones alone were more than 4,000. The gold belt for murder and fire. It's still the fastest way to rob another family. Come to think of it, Li Xian had been working diligently to develop his family for more than 10 years, and the few times he had made gains, he had robbed someone else's. It's a pity that I'm already a wood road cultivator, and it doesn't go well with this Moonflower Foundation building method at all, so I can only serve as a family reserve, or take it in exchange with others. In fact, it is also possible to recultivate, but practicing Qi is not embodied spirit, recultivation takes too long, easily 20 to 30 years, the loss is not worth it. Li Xian slowly stood up and walked out of the secret room. The top of Jade Bamboo Mountain became much cleaner, and the 600 duo-bao fruit trees were transplanted by Li Xian to the spirit field. The plan to breed the cuttings was restarted, and Li Xian intended to double their number to create a true doppelganger orchard. Li Xian had placed many array discs around the spirit field in Jade Bamboo Mountain. Small spirit gathering formations, mist formations, confusion formations, boulder formations, large and small add up to a dozen. These formations can effectively stop some curmudgeon from approaching. Even if a practicing chi came to attack, it would be able to delay him for a moment. The array discs were all from Shueqingshan's storage bag, and Li Xian didn't spend half a spirit stone. There was even a first-order formation inheritance and a first-order alchemy inheritance in the storage bag. There were 47 first-order formations and 56 first-order Dan formulas on each of them. Li Xian looked for the simplest formation and pondered over it for 3 days, but nothing came out. This formation gave Li Xian the feeling of an elementary school student learning high math in the clouds. Dan formula is not so bad. The storage bag originally had a pill refining tripod, or second order. Li Xian chose the simplest Huang Bud Dan. After 3 days of fumbling, barely able to make it into the shape of a pill. If Li Xian wants to learn a few months, should be able to refine the real Huang Bud Dan. While Li Xian was lamenting that Shueqingshan was truly a treasure-giving boy, Suyu was slowly ascending the mountain along the stone stairs. "Husband, the Xian clan's stone delivery man is here." Li Xian nodded and flew down the mountain. Now that the family's collection of books and inheritance was growing, coupled with the fact that the Duoba orchard was moved down, Li Xian wanted to build a scripture pavilion at the top of the mountain for the future generations of sons and daughters to study. As for the original secret room where the inheritance was stored, it was used as a place for the heir to make a breakthrough. Naturally, he couldn't use ordinary materials to build the hidden scripture pavilion, so Li Xian ordered thousands of green water stones from the Xian family. This green water stone not only has the effect of masking spiritual awareness, but also exceptionally strong. Used as the main material is more than suitable. Elder Li Xian Iron Hammer saw Li Xian and hurriedly saluted. Their 4 brothers were arrogant, but in the face of Qi practicing cultivator, they should be abashed or abashed. Li Xian counted and confirmed that the goods were all fine before settling the final payment. After the delivery was completed, Li Xian turned around and left without saying anything, leaving only the Spring Breeze client and a few spirit slaves to start moving the stones. Xian Iron Hammer looked at Li Xian's departing back, his eyes filled with envy. "How long will it take for me to break through to Qi cultivation? 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years? Hey!" Xian Iron Hammer's age was about the same as Li Xian's, but he had already been at the 9th level of the embodied spirit 15 years ago. Now 15 years have passed, he is still the 9th level of the embodied spirit. 15 years of not getting an inch. Hey! He Xian family. Xian Iron Hammer shook his head, shaking the thoughts away from his mind, and greeted the caravan as they slowly left. Chapter 128. As soon as the stone arrived, Li Xian began to build it. The green water stones were very large. The length and width of each piece was 4 feet. Li Xian couldn't be busy by himself, so he called Yunu over as well. The 2 Qi practicing cultivators worked for 4 or 5 days before a 2-story Bible pavilion was built. Li Xian placed another defensive array disc on the 2nd floor. The next few days were Suyu and Li Liangyu's busy work, the 2 of them placing all the collection of books on the shelves. The more precious ones are placed on the 2nd floor. It took 5 or 6 days of sorting and organizing, and finally a catalog. The collection totaled 10,400 books. The number looked quite large, but it was mostly miscellaneous notes and experiences, and less than 1,000 books were really counted as heritage. The family is finally on the right track. With these legacies, as long as the spirit trickster keeps on going, the family will be able to thrive forever. Suyu's eyes burned as she looked at the collection of books, and she couldn't help but flash up a few tears in. This is a good time to recuperate. The best recuperation for a family is to stock up on food and have babies. It is needless to say that the grain is not needed. In a month or so Li Xian will go to the county chancellor to participate in Yao Lei's succession ceremony, which is said to be a ceremony, but in fact it is to set up the rules and divide the land. The Li family, as the only 2 Qi practicing families in Whitewater, the district of 4 villages, was naturally not enough, and when they came back from the ceremony, they were afraid that they would have to expand outwards. As for having a baby, Suyu touched her stomach. She was pregnant again. This time, it was Suyu's turn to envy her. With their 2 sisters in the 2nd house of the Li family, there was naturally no need to worry. But the big room. Li Creek died young, without a wife or children. Li Ling was addicted to cultivation again, and he and Yunu didn't put having a baby on their minds at all. The burden of this big house can only be borne by Li Liangyu. Li Liangyu is also 27 or 88 people. Chatting about these topics naturally will not be shy to make. I'll take care of it, don't worry, auntie. So be it. So you turned around and left. Li Liangyu stood in place for a while, looking at the catalog in his hand, which was full of immortal laws and strategies, the way to cultivate immortals, but he could not read a single book, and he could not learn a single book. I am immortal, even if I give birth to more, what can I do? How many spiritual knackers can I give birth to? Of all the family, I'm the most useless. Half of the night. Jade Bamboo Mountain, secret room. Li Xin handed over the breakthrough aids to Li Ling and advised, don't think of anything else, just be at ease. The family doesn't lack this amount of sustenance, and you're still young, so there are plenty of opportunities. Li Ling nodded and began to break through. Li Xian and Yu Nu exchanged glances and left the secret room. There shouldn't be any problems this time. As long as Linger succeeds in practicing Qi, with 3 practicing Qi in one door, he will have the strength to take on the Yao family. What Uncle Tu said. Seeing Yu Nu's desire to speak, Li Xian smiled and said, speak if you want to, it's not like I'm some old fart who can't hear bad words. Yu Nu smiled sarcastically and said, second uncle, can you persuade Uncle Mother to stop arranging concubines for her husband? Ha? Who? Su Yu? She arranged a concubine for Linger? Yuna nodded pitifully. Li Xian was somewhat in tears, arranging a concubine for his nephew. This behavior sounded a bit outrageous at first glance, but upon closer examination, it seemed to make sense. After all, for an immortal clan, this number of people in the Li family was indeed too small. Counting from Li Ping's generation, in addition to the women's families, the Li family is full of less than 10 people. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, Yu Nu, as you know, the family's big house only has Linger and Liangyu. For the sake of the family, your aunt did the right thing. I know you're very attached to Linger, but you have to think about Linger too. Li Xian nodded and said no more, walking out a few steps before turning back, sighing and saying, I'll go back to persuade your aunt and uncles, no need to worry. Yu Nu forced a smile and nodded in response. Looking at the closed chamber door in the distance, Yu Nu sat on the floor, twisting her fingers, not knowing what she was thinking. Is Li Ling addicted to cultivation and doesn't want to have children? Big mistake. He wanted to have a baby so badly that Li Xian had seen Li Ling several times looking enviously at Li Liangyu and Dao Yan and Dao Feng playing. The one who really doesn't want to have kids is Yuna. She always seemed to have concerns and was never willing to get too deeply involved with the Li family. All the way to the mansion, the Su sisters' rooms were connected, separated by a wall, and a door was opened in the wall again a few years ago. Nothing good, just convenient for Li Xian. Su Yu woke up before Li Xian even entered the door but didn't open her eyes. Feeling Li Xian lying down, she raised her hand to hug him. Li Xian touched her belly, then hugged and kissed her. Su Yu wooed, her eyes filled with tenderness. Husband. After all, after sharing the same bed for more than 10 years, how could Li Xian not understand her and talk about what had just happened? Why are you scaring her for nothing? Just now Yu Nu came to me crying. Su Yu lay in Li Xian's arms and whispered, if you don't scare her, she won't take it seriously. The family is too small, and in the long run, the harm will be endless. Yu Nu is in a special situation, I've already talked to her today, so don't try to scare her. Su Yu looked up at him, what about Liangyu? Li Xian heckled, Liangyu. Get him a few more. Xing Cheng that she will understand on her own. Su Yu raised her eyebrows and was about to say something when she realized that Li Xian was undoing his pajamas. There was a soft chuckle. Su Yu next door also heard the commotion and ran over with her quilt thumping in her arms. Enjoy the spring colors all over the place, and the fish and dragons dance all night. Chapter 129, Going to the Banquet. Half a year ago, the Li family ruled 4 villages, only 3 water bays suffered. There's no way around it, whoever made Sansui Bay is located right next to Whitewater Road. That toad entered the Li family's rule from the Whitewater Road, and although it did not go directly to San Shui Wan to wreak havoc, the poisonous gas that escaped along the way still plagued many of the people. On that day, the crowd at Sansui Bay was a full 250,000 people short. Fortunately, at that time, Lu Ji had long since become a full-time schoolmaster and was not in Sanshuiwan, which dodged a bullet. Today, February 2nd, the dragon carries its head. Countless people held joss sticks and candles to drive away snakes, insects, rats and ants, and sang songs, praying for good weather, evil spirits, and disasters. Li Xian rode his sword in the air and slowly flew towards Baishui County City. What we saw along the way was rich with spring color and life. Even the people have been a little more peaceful these past 6 months. The Li family was sparsely populated and did not oppress the people under their rule excessively. However, the Zhu, Zhou and Shui families were different. In order to maintain 2-inch spirit orifices from generation to generation, these three families all encouraged their own clansmen to vigorously procreate. However, the spirit orifices are ultimately in the minority, and it's not like they can be thrown away when they give birth to ordinary children, they just have to be raised. But how could the high and mighty cultivator bloodline personally plow the land, labor, and produce? All the labor has been transferred to the people under their rule. The Zhou and Shui families didn't know, but the Zhu family there were 700 or 800 ordinary clansmen alone. These 700 to 800 people were nobles, mortals in the land of the Zhu family, and had to rely on the people under their rule to provide. In fact, Li Xian had come to the county only a handful of times, and the last time he came, he was still trying to rob the Wang family's inheritance, but unfortunately, he ended up robbing the Ma families by mistake. Thinking of this, Li Xian backhandedly took out a magical artifact, a compact bronze bell. Turning wheel bell, a second-stage magic weapon, made of all heavenly wool gold, combining offense and defense. It was considered a top grade among second-order magic weapons. This was searched on Zhu Yuanwu's body. When he went to capture him, he used this magic weapon to fight with Li Xian, and even made Li Xian suffer a small loss. Back then, Zhu Yuanwu used this to kill Ma Tianyou in seconds. I thought that at the beginning, both Zhu Yuanwu and Ma Tianyou were existences that I had to look up to. I didn't realize that things change easily. A peasant son of mine has become a cheap practicing cultivator. After secretly slurping a few times and putting away the turning wheel bell, Li Xian flew into Baishui County City with his sword. Dang! 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 Li Xian sat in the seat and secretly grimaced as he listened to the rumbling drums. Motherer, succeeding a county minister is just a matter of making it look like the emperor ascended to the throne. Just as he was thinking about it, Yao Lei, who was in the main seat, stood up with his wine cup and wine jug. Waving his hand to dismiss the thinly clad dancers in the hall, he laughed. Today is Mr. Yao's succession ceremony, thank you all for coming to support us. 3 glasses of booze as we speak. Fellow Taoist Yao is joking. County Minister Yao is welcome. Should have, fellow Taoist Yao succeeded to the post, even if he's in seclusion, he still has to come. There were all chi practicing cultivators present, but all of them were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi practicing, and there was only Li Xian at the 5th level of chi practicing and above. As you can see, the old guys of these families are not here. One can only say that this Yao family is well liked, but only superficially. Halfway through the sentence, a laugh came. Your old boy is a bit over the top. What, you can't see the old body's congratulatory gift? Sun Qianhua walked in with Yu Huai. Sun Taoist friend is willing to appreciate the face. I'm too happy. This is not afraid of delaying Sun Taoist friend cultivation well. Li Xian saw Yao Lei that playful appearance, heart laugh scolded an old licking dog. I am a person with over 100 children and grandchildren, but I still have the heart to think about this. But this Sun Qianhua. It does look good. Sensing Li Xian's gaze, Sun Qianhua gave him a slight nod, and Li Xian returned the greeting with it. He then spared a glance at the slightly cowering Yu Huai. At first he meditated for a long time, never came up with those attracting demon incenses who put, until go out hunting Li Qingye in the slanting moon mountain range side to find a blackened flesh doll. Fellow Taoist son, please take a seat. This ceremony was all single tables, set up in 2 columns to the left and right. This realm is honored by the left, and the first in the left column is usually unoccupied. Li Xian had the highest cultivation amongst the group of chi practitioners, so he naturally ranked first in the right column. Sun Qianhua came and just happened to be sitting first in the left column. At this point, all seats are just about full. As for UHW, Yao Lei was just about to open his mouth, but Li Xian grabbed it first. Fellow Taoist Wu, if you don't mind, how about sharing a table with me? The gazes of the crowd converged on Li Xian, and some cultivators who knew a little bit about the hidden secrets were wearing an expression of watching the show. Yu Huai's eyelids twitched slightly, and after hesitating for a few breaths, he finally chose to take his seat. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li. As the crowd laughed it off, Li Xian gently touched Yu Huai and said softly, there is a reason why I asked my fellow Taoist friends to sit with me. Upon hearing these words, Yu Huai trembled in response and asked with forced composure. Fellow Taoist Li, I don't know what's going on? A trace of contempt flashed under Li Xian's eyes. This can be afraid, trash. From his storage bag, he took out a flesh doll with a black body and quietly injected a stream of filthy poisonous gas into it. It was then handed to him. Fellow Taoist dropped something, give it back. And please keep it, don't get it off again. Understand? Li Xian shoved the doll into his hand and patted his shoulder. The smile on his face remained unchanged, but his tone was full of mockery and threats. Yes, yes, yes. Sun Qianhua frowned slightly at this scene, but didn't say much. The party has officially begun. The Yunling dancers twirled their waists and occasionally threw a wink at the chi practicing cultivators who were sitting there. Spirit wine was drunk, demonic beast meat was eaten, and everything seemed calm. But in private, who spit out the demon beast meat, whose drunkenness was feigned, and who was innocent with the dancer? It's only they themselves who know. Bunch of old foxes. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Yao Lei waved his hand, and the dancers with flushed faces and unkempt clothes retired. Not long after, a teenager appeared in the hall holding a huge volume of maps. The teenager was born with red lips and white teeth, fine skin, and even a bit of a boy-girl look. Looking at some of the good sycophant chi practicing cultivators in the hall, their eyes glazed over. Seniors, please see. The teenager raised his hand and the huge map instantly swooped down in the center of the hall. As soon as the young man used his mana, all the cultivators present could see the signs. Sun Qianhua was even more direct. 9th level of spirit embracing. Fellow Daoist Yao, you are here to show off, right? Such an outstanding junior, in the place of the old body, can be hidden tightly. Fellow Daoist Yao, there are successors. Li Xian also narrowed his eyes, guessing in his heart what this old kid Yao Lei was up to. Chapter 130 Wasted water leads to the east, public shouting. The East Pole immortal cultivation realm was neither big nor small to say the least. However, there was not a single truly unique power, meaning that there was no true hegemon in the East Pole. In this situation, the entire East Pole coincidentally maintains a philosophy that of hiding the really good stuff. Hide the undercard, hide the high cultivation, hide the unicorn. This doll in the hall is only 14 or 15 years old, but he can cultivate to the 9th level of the spirit. His talent can be seen, but this Yao family has placed it in the open. What is the meaning of this? Sun Daoyu, their words, if I really want to show off, will also be waiting for him to practice chi after all. Sun Qianhua narrowed his eyes and said no more. When the crowd of chi practitioner 1st and 2nd levels saw that Sun Qianhua was going to stop talking, they naturally didn't dare to be reckless anymore. Yao Lei waved his hand, signaling the teenager to begin, who stepped barefoot on the map, a quill pen in his hand. I'm sure all of you seniors can see that this is a map of the entire Whitewater County. My Yao family's original clan land is really too far away from Whitewater. When I first came here, I may not do too well in many places, so I hope you seniors will bear with me. However, there are state laws and family rules, everywhere has its own rules, and my Yao family has rules as well. The teenager picked up a brush and drew a circle on the place labeled Baishui County Town. It also circled all the land in a 60-mile radius around the city of Baishui County. These places, I, the Yao family, will take them. The young man tossed his pen and tilted his head slightly, looking rather respectful, but his words were full of arrogance. It's rather pretentious. Of course, this was Li Xian's opinion. In the East Pole, a place that valued strength and talent, this kind of thing was called self-confidence and prowess. This circle of the young man, actually enough to circle the entire Whitewater County, nearly 40% of the reclaimed land. Nearly 60% of the population. That's a big appetite. Even so, the crowd was silent for a while. Yao Lei, who was at the 8th level of chi cultivation, was watching from above, who dared to show a hint of impatience or opposition. What about the old bodies? The total population of the entire Baishui County is just over 1 million, and nearly half of them are gathered in and around the city of Baishui County. The remaining hundreds of thousands are scattered in the form of towns and villages. However, Baishui County is originally on the border of the state of Zhao, close to the Qinggu mountain range, the territory of the demon race. The population is already small, and the proportion of land that has been reclaimed is even less than 30%. The Yao family has eaten 40% of the good land. What about their families? Even when Zhu Chengrun was alive, he only swallowed the county, but did not touch the land and population outside the county. Be aware. Several of them also want to move to Whitewater County. Elder son, I don't know how this piece of land is? In the face of Sun Qianhua's questioning, the teenager lingered without fear, smiling as he walked to the side of the map. This place is called Waterwood Fork, and as the name implies, it's where Greenwood County meets White County. There are 18 small mountains and 36 valleys in this area. The terrain is rugged but extremely hidden. There are only a few hundred mountain people, but we can move. Sun Shenhua glanced at Yao Lei, who hurriedly got up and said, "Gentlemen, I, Yao Lei, have invited all of you here today. In addition to dividing up the land, there is another important matter. But before we talk about this important matter, we still have to sort out the matter of dividing up the land first, lest we hurt our peace in the future. I know a lot of you sitting here would like to be in Whitewater. No, not just Whitewater, but even Greenwood. I can understand that. After all, the native Qi practicing families of Whitewater and Qingmu are indeed few. There are only 4 Qi practicing families in the 2 counties combined. I can promise everyone here that if you want to settle in, you can come at any time, and feel free to settle wherever you want to. Even the Yunling families and scattered cultivators can come and settle. The only thing is that my Yao family's territory cannot be moved. The rest, as long as you break through to practicing Qi, even if you break through to practicing Qi with first-grade Qi, I, Yao Lei, can carve you into the immortal race treasure book. The territory will be divided up as you please." Originally, Li Xian was still listening with interest, but his face suddenly darkened when he reached this. "Mother, this is coming at me." Li Xian thought that he would be able to profit, but he didn't expect that this Yao Lei would wreak havoc and allow them to seize his Li family's potential territory. For a while, all the Qi practicing cultivators placed their gazes on Li Xian. Li Xian smiled as he sipped his tea. "Oh, does County Minister Yao mean that apart from the territory you have circled, the rest will be up for grabs, and how much we can share will all depend on our own strength? At that time, the immortal clan that grabbed the territory will have their clan name engraved by you, and you will endorse it?" Yao Lei didn't admit it or deny it. "This is the default." "Yes." "Great." Li Xian laughed coldly, excitedly tapped the table and walked to the center of the field with great excitement, casting the imperial art to pick up the brush on the ground, starting from the jade bamboo mountain where the Li family was located, and looking south in turn. Just next to the boundary of the territory circled by the Yao family, he began to draw. "I naturally don't dare to move the land of County Minister Yao, but from this line, it goes all the way to my Li family's land. This piece of land, my Li family wants it. If all of you Taoists want to fight with my Li family, I, Li Xian, will sit and welcome the king's arrival." After saying that, Li Xian threw the brush away, waved his sleeve, and turned back to sit down. God's color is as flat as water, as if hair just everything did not happen. At this moment, it was Yao Lei's turn to have a black face. The crowd hadn't guessed that this Li Xian would be so rigid. He even went so far as to make a scene in public. Wasn't he afraid that Yao Lei would kill him on the spot? Ha ha ha, indeed, since fellow Taoist Li has already spoken, what about all of you? Yao Lei sneered and looked at the other Qi practicing cultivators. All of them are silent. Many of them were not family heads and did not have the authority to make decisions, nor did they have the vigor to call the shots with the crowd like Li Xian did. In that case, let's talk about it later. Let's talk about another thing. Yao Lei signaled the teenager to continue, and that teenager walked over to Mizuki Fork and said, "Now that the Changning Prefecture's spiritual Qi is becoming more and more dense, we've discovered an incipient spiritual vein here at the Waterwood Fork." The moment the word spirit vein came out, all eyes lit up, even Li Xian was no exception. In the entire Whitewater County, there hadn't been a single spirit vein, and the rarity of this spirit vein was evident. Even a first-order spirit vein that had just been formed could support 5 or 6 Qi cultivators in cultivation, and its role was much stronger than a second-order spirit-gathering array. This place has just been given to Taoist Sunday. Li Xian rolled his eyes. These 2 old undead, set aside to sing a double act. "I'm here to offer an opinion to fellow Taoist son. There are many mountains and valleys in Shuemu Fork, so it's very difficult to build a medicinal garden or a spiritual field. But it would be much simpler to build a workshop market. Well. Finally, we're out of the woods. Paved so much, and called the nearby counties of the cultivators to the feast, and is to suppress Li Xian, and is to give the backdoor green light to all the big clans and casual cultivators, after half a day originally wanted to build a workshop city. That's a bit of a brain. There are many benefits of building a workshop market, gathering scattered cultivators to cut leeks, searching for the world's spiritual objects and news, charging money for the door of the workshop market, and making a name for the family. Too many to count. But this Yao Sun family wants to build a workshop market. I don't know if the Xian family in Snake Valley agree? Hey, it's not peaceful at all.